Upon awakening, I found myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, unexpectedly endowed with the Wilderness app, which continually upgrades and unlocks features, allowing me to cultivate land, and I fortuitously encountered a goddess. Chapter 1. The game commences. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting its glow upon Yong Xiao's face. He suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up and gasping for breath. Where am I? Yong Xiao looked down at his attire. A plaid shirt, blue jeans, and a pair of sneakers caked in mud. Towering trees and lush underbrush surrounded him, and the air was imbued with the earthy scent of damp soil. He gazed around in bewilderment. He had been peacefully sleeping at home, yet now found himself in this place, with nothing but a backpack by his side. Ah, the backpack. Regaining his composure, Yong Xiao remembered that he was an avid survival enthusiast. Years of experience dictated that the first order of business upon arrival was to open the backpack. Inside, he discovered 3 items: a mobile phone, an axe, and a flag. The phone might provide insight into why I am here, he thought, remaining calm. He powered on the device, only to find it devoid of signal. Strangely, it contained an application titled Wilderness Survival. This must be significant. After several fruitless attempts to dial for help, he reluctantly opened the Wilderness Survival app. A blue screen greeted him, and immediately, the app sent him a series of messages. Welcome to the world of Wilderness Survival. Here, everything is primal. You must fully utilize your practical skills to survive. As a survivor, your initial territory is no larger than a plot of land. When night falls, please return to your territory, for safety only exists within its bounds. No one can guarantee what lurks in the dark. In the wilderness, opportunity and danger coexist. Your sole objective is to survive. Good luck, survivor. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow at the messages on his phone, an instinctive sense telling him that this was all genuine. It appeared he had plunged into a world of wilderness survival, with only the 3 items in his backpack at his disposal. Next, the app provided explanations for these 3 items. Axe, a standard axe. The hope is that every survivor will commence building their own territory with it. Durability, 100. Territory flag. Can transform any piece of land into your territory. Simply plant the flag. Yong Xiao stood up, his tall frame measuring an impressive 1.84 meters. With fair skin and long limbs, he could be deemed handsome in human society. Yet here, he was merely a survivor. Others? Could it be that there are other survivors in this world? He swiftly analyzed the scant information, eager to ascertain his current predicament. At that moment, his phone chimed, and the Wilderness Survival app unlocked a new feature. Ding! All survivors have awakened. The game officially commences, unlocking new functionality. World Channel. Yong Xiao's gaze flickered as he noticed a new section in the app dedicated to the world. Upon entering, a deluge of information surged forth, all pertaining to the other survivors. What on earth is happening? Whose cruel prank is this? There are indeed others here. I have been awake for 2 hours with nothing but a backpack, a phone, an axe, and a flag by my side. What about you? Where am I? I long to return home. I am terrified of the jungle. Are there venomous snakes lurking about? After a cursory glance, Yong Xiao realized that everyone's initial conditions were identical. They must utilize these items to survive in this wilderness. He shook his head at the complaints. It was only natural for a sane individual to panic upon suddenly finding themselves in a survival scenario. Yet such disarray was futile. Currently, the singular objective for all was to endure. Besides hunger and thirst, the encroaching darkness posed a grave threat. True to the spirit of wilderness survival enthusiasts, Yong Xiao remained more composed and rational than the majority. He tucked his phone into his pocket and glanced at the direction and angle of the sunlight. Given the sun's position, it should be noon. I have only a few hours left before nightfall. He needed to establish basic survival conditions: food, water, and shelter before dark. With that in mind, Yong Xiao retrieved the flag from his backpack and planted it firmly into the ground beneath him. To his astonishment, the flag vanished into thin air. Moments later, a notification appeared on his phone. Your territory has been successfully claimed. Current area, 2 square meters. A mere 2 square meters for a flag. This was the extent of each person's territory. This is far too small, Yong Xiao mused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Surely, he could not continue to endure this life of hardship indefinitely. Was it not possible to expand his territory? At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully activated the Supreme Sign-In system, which allows for the acquisition of various generous rewards through daily sign-ins. Ding! Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards. Territory Flag 1, Legendary Quality, Iron Rod 1. In the next instant, a shimmering iron rod appeared in his hand, and a brand new flag materialized in his backpack. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Yong Xiao's eyes. Having read his fair share of novels, he understood the implications of the system. A supreme sign-in system? Could be unique to him. He opened the world channel on his phone, intently scrolling through the messages of the other survivors. Help! There's a wild boar in the jungle beside me. Help! Have you all claimed your territories? What can 2 square meters even accomplish? To the one above, stop complaining and focus on finding food and water first. Yong Xiao scrolled through dozens of messages, not a single one mentioning the sign-in system. As suspected, he was the sole recipient of that voice in his mind. My apologies, but I shall take charge of this world, he declared excitedly, rubbing his hands together as his gaze shifted to the iron rod. Suddenly, an attribute and information about an iron rod materialized before Yong Xiao's eyes. Legendary Quality Iron Rod. Unique attribute, stun durability infinite. Applicable to all creatures. What on earth? Could this iron rod be a divine tool that brings down anyone it strikes? Yong Xiao's face flushed with excitement as he swung the rod twice in the air. Truly, it was a product of the system, exuding an aura of dominance. Next, he planted another flag from his backpack into the ground, expanding his territory to 4 square meters. Humph! A sound reminiscent of a wild boar's grunt emerged from the nearby woods. Unlike the frantic cries for help from earlier, Yong Xiao turned his head with a mischievous grin, the iron rod glinting ominously in his hand. Looks like dinner has arrived. In the dense thicket, a black wild boar was rubbing its back against a tree. Its tusks, slightly yellowed yet razor-sharp, bore remnants of yesterday's feast, while its tough bristles provided formidable protection against most adversaries. This was a fully grown wild boar with immense attack and defense capabilities. To be frank, few humans could hope to come out unscathed from encounter with it. Oomph. The boar let out a menacing snort, its sharp bristles scraping against the tree bark. Behind it, a pair of vigilant and piercing eyes watched intently. It was Yong Xiao, clutching the iron rod tightly, concealed within a thicket of grass, the sharp blades pricking at him uncomfortably. I have but one chance. This adult wild boar is exceedingly ferocious, provoking it would yield no benefit. I hope this iron rod can deliver a fatal blow, otherwise my fate is sealed today. Yong Xiao's gaze was fixed intently on the boar, waiting for it to turn its back on him. In the next moment, the boar, having found comfort, shook its body and shifted its stance. At that instant, it was facing away from Yong Xiao. This is the moment. Take this. Yong Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination as he crouched slightly, his legs propelling him forward in a leap, the iron rod poised to strike the back of the boar's head with ferocity. Yet, the boar, sensing the movement behind it, nimbly evaded Yong Xiao's attack, springing aside with surprising agility. The iron rod struck the ground with a resounding thud. Oh no, it's over. I acted hastily. This boar must weigh several hundred pounds, yet it is so agile. Yong Xiao thought, panic rising within him as he quickly turned, the iron rod at the ready, eyes locked onto the boar. He had miscalculated, underestimating the boar's keen hearing and reflexes, and now he was in deep trouble. Oomph. The boar's tusks gleamed menacingly, exuding the potential to easily shred Yong Xiao's body. A tense standoff unfolded between man and beast in the wilderness. Brother boar, I acknowledge my folly. Please let me pass, and we shall meet again another day. Yong Xiao's legs trembled uncontrollably, though he forced a semblance of smile. Yet, the boar fixed its gaze on Yong Xiao, saliva dripping from its mouth, its front legs scraping the ground as it lowered its head slightly, its sharp tusks aimed directly at him. It was preparing to charge. Yong Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that humans could never outrun a wild boar. In the next instant, a piercing shriek pierced the air as the wild boar charged towards him with astonishing speed. Should it collide with him, the consequences would be dire. However, to his astonishment, with a resounding bang, The wild boar collided with Yong Xiao's iron rod, coming to an abrupt halt before it toppled over, unconscious. Yong Xiao shook his numb hands in disbelief. The system is indeed formidable. This iron rod truly renders its victims unconscious. But does that include the boar that charged into it? He glanced down at the motionless boar at his feet and sighed. Fresh meat delivered right to my doorstep. It would be a shame not to indulge. With that, he retrieved an axe from his backpack and swiftly dispatched the creature with a single blow to its neck. Soon after, the Wilderness Survival app emitted a notification. Dead wild boar. Would you like to decompose it into 2 wild boar meat, 2 wild boar hide, and 1 sharp tusk? This world truly feels semi-gamified, where resources can be directly decomposed into their respective materials. Yong Xiao chose to decompose the boar. In an instant, its carcass was enveloped in a radiant glow, and moments later, 3 materials lay quietly on the ground as indicated by the app. Ding! Congratulations, survivor! You have acquired your first material. The manufacturing section of the app has been unlocked. Observing the changes on his phone, Yong Xiao noticed the addition of a manufacturing page beside the world channel. Upon entering, it resembled a menu, listing various items that could be crafted from different materials. Rope, fiber 3 bed, wood 3, wool 3 water purifier, energy core 1, wood 3, metal 2 torch, wood 1, coal or charcoal 1. A cursory glance revealed that the most fundamental materials in this realm were merely 3, wood, stone, and palm leaves. The wild boar materials he had acquired were not immediately useful. What he urgently needed on his first night was fire. Without fire, many would likely succumb to despair on the first night. Chop wood, mine stone. Yong Xiao calmly assessed the situation. Torches required wood and charcoal. Wood could be obtained by chopping trees, while charcoal could be produced in a furnace. A furnace, however, required only stone. Thus, the 2 materials he desperately needed were wood and stone. To amass wealth, one must first fell trees. Gripping his axe, Yong Xiao noticed its durability had dwindled to 97. This is it. He approached a tree so large that it required 2 people to encircle it, exerting his strength as he swung the axe. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled to the ground, precisely as Yong Xiao had anticipated. It seemed the collection process had been streamlined by the app. Such a robust tree could be felled in just 3 strikes. Harvested wood 4. Yong Xiao glanced at the world channel and noticed that the majority of individuals were still lamenting the issue of territorial flags. Heavens, what is this absurdity? A mere 2 square meters for a home? How am I supposed to live? I miss my mother. I quarreled with her last night out of immaturity, and today I long for her. Does anyone have water? I am parched. Who will join me in a survival team? I have been walking toward the right side of the wilderness. Can anyone hear me? I'm shouting loudly. Upstairs, this is unwise. You should hasten to chop down trees. It seems that some survivors have begun to strive for existence. Yet the predominant concern remains the lack of food and water. Complaining is futile. Yong Xiao set his phone aside and immersed himself in hard work, only pausing after he had felled his 4th tree. Harvested wood 16. At that moment, he discovered the wondrous nature of his backpack. Each item placed within seemed to occupy merely a single slot, their volumes diminished. In other words, this backpack essentially functioned as a personal storage unit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yong Xiao now felt the pangs of hunger. I will craft a wooden pickaxe for mining. Once I create a furnace, I can feast on roasted pork. It appears there is a mine to the left from where I came. After some deliberation, he opened the crafting interface and fashioned a wooden pickaxe from the timber. Ding! Consumed 3 wood to craft 1 pickaxe. Pickaxe, a wooden tool suitable for mining. With a flash of luminescence, a completely wooden, ordinary pickaxe materialized in Yong Xiao's hand. Chapter 3. World Channel. This place is utterly shrouded in darkness. I wonder if a monster might suddenly spring forth from somewhere. Yong Xiao cautiously surveyed his surroundings as he ventured deeper into the mine, a cavern approximately 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, with depths that seemed unfathomable, surrounded entirely by stone. Finding a random corner, Yong Xiao began to swing his wooden pickaxe, the resounding clangs echoing throughout the cavern. In the pitch blackness, he managed to unearth 16 units of stone, aided by a sliver of light from outside. He shook his tingling arms and was about to return to his territory to construct a furnace for roasting pork when he stumbled upon an unusual texture among the stones he had mined. This material felt unlike stone. It was more akin to wood. Could it be that treasure chests exist within a mine? Starving, he decided it would be prudent to eat first. Yong Xiao mentally noted this peculiar find and made his way back to his territory. Opening the crafting panel, he exclaimed, "Ding!" consuming 4 units of stone to craft 1 furnace. In the next moment, a square, gray furnace measuring 1 cubic meter appeared on the ground. Yong Xiao opened the furnace and discovered its structure to be remarkably simple. The furnace was divided into 2 levels, separated by stone. The upper section was designated for items requiring heating, while the lower section was reserved for fuel. He placed a piece of wild boar meat in the upper chamber and wood in the lower. Yong Xiao glanced at the vibrant red wild boar meat in his backpack. His hunger was palpable. An astonishing event occurred. Upon placing the items, the furnace ignited automatically, and before his eyes, a progress bar appeared indicating the roasting process of the wild boar meat, which would take several minutes. In the meantime, he could take a moment to rest. Opening the world channel, he typed, "I'm utterly exhausted. I chopped down 4 or 5 trees, but what is the point? I have no food at all. I found a treasure chest containing a slice of bread and an apple. Thank the heavens. I envy you. Are there treasure chests underground? Yes, but some contain poisonous insects. I've already been bitten, and my entire arm is swollen. Goodness, is it truly more perilous underground than on land?" It seemed he had indeed discovered a treasure chest. Yet what lay within could just as easily be perilous creatures rather than supplies. With an iron rod in hand, he felt somewhat reassured. Yong Xiao glanced at the iron rod bestowed by the system for signing in, and the aroma of roasted boar meat wafted from the furnace. Enough worrying, let's eat first. He swallowed hard and opened the furnace. The wild boar meat had transformed completely into a cooked state, emanating wisps of steam. For the famished Yong Xiao, this was a culinary delight. Besides its exquisite taste, it would replenish his energy. In a matter of moments, he devoured the roasted meat, then evenly distributed the remaining wood between the upper and lower sections of the furnace, commencing the roasting process once more. If he could produce charcoal and craft torches, perhaps he might succeed in unlocking that treasure chest before darkness descended. Taking advantage of the time, while the furnace was burning charcoal, he felled 4 more trees, acquiring 16 units of wood. Upon returning to his territory, Yong Xiao opened the furnace to find several irregularly shaped pieces of dark charcoal resting in the upper chamber, exuding the aroma of scorched wood. With a notification chiming, he synthesized 4 torches using 4 units of charcoal and 4 pieces of wood. He retrieved 1 torch and stored the remaining 3 in his backpack. In his hand, he held a circular wooden stick, at the end of which was a burning piece of charcoal, creating a rudimentary yet effective light source. Gazing at the sky, he estimated that there were still 1 or 2 hours until darkness descended. There was no time to seek wool for a bed. It seemed he would have to spend the night in the wilderness. With one hand holding the torch and the other gripping an iron rod provided by the system, he ventured once more into the mine he had previously explored. The presence of light made the environment within the mine distinctly visible. The ceiling was adorned with irregular stones, and a gray hue enveloped the surroundings, with a persistent scent of dust lingering in the air. The treasure chest was partially exposed in the corner where he had been mining, yet the majority remained encased in stone. Could it be that this chest required the extraction of the surrounding rock to reveal its contents? He pondered, retrieving a worn wooden pickaxe from behind him. With 3 swift strikes, the stone encasing the chest crumbled away. Congratulations, survivor. You have received an unexpected reward, an unknown treasure chest. The inscription read, "Unknown treasure chest." Guess what you might find inside? Perhaps provisions for your next meal. Or maybe a trinket that could lead to your demise. Yong Xiao swallowed hard, placing the torch in a corner and firmly grasping the iron rod. Drawing from his prior experience, he positioned the rod between himself and the chest, ready to deflect any potential threats that might emerge. The chest, covered in a brown, dirt-like exterior and roughly half the size of the furnace, featured a copper switch delicately fastened in the center. Taking a deep breath, Yong Xiao pressed the copper switch, opening the chest. In that instant, even his breath seemed to halt. Danger or opportunity hung in the balance. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The chest contained no perils, only supplies, 5 units of wool, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a mysterious blueprint depicting an item that could be crafted. Delighted, he lowered his guard and extracted the contents from the chest. This random treasure chest functioned similarly to a small storage unit, like his backpack. Since it could hold items, he decided to take it along as a makeshift storage box. With the wool, he could craft a bed. The water would alleviate his thirst. And as for the blueprint, he intended to examine it further upon returning to his territory. His first day of survival yielded abundant rewards. Upon returning to his domain, the sky gradually darkened. He combined the wood and wool to create a bed, but hesitated to consume any water. While a person can survive 7 days without food, they may succumb in just 3 days without water. He resolved to reserve the 2 bottles of mineral water for emergencies. Meanwhile, he opened the blueprint to study its contents. Having acquired the method for crafting a water filter, Yong Xiao discovered a new addition awaiting him in the manufacturing section. The recipe read, Wood 1, Mesh 1, yields water filter 1. Water filter, a rudimentary filtration device capable of transforming contaminated water into potable, pure water. However, in this desolate area devoid of any water source, it presently held no utility. As twilight descended, the wilderness fell into a profound silence, as if all existence had vanished. At that moment, Yong Xiao reclined on his bed, munching on roasted pork while gazing at his phone. On his first day of survival in the wild, he felt certain that his circumstances were favorable. Suddenly, the app updated with a new section. As night approaches, all survivors must promptly return to their territory or face the consequences. The first night has arrived. Activating the trading platform feature. A trading platform? Yong Xiao opened this section and, after a thorough exploration, grasped the fundamental rules of this new feature. It allowed all survivors to engage in barter without the app imposing any intermediary fees. Each survivor could list their goods and specify what they sought in exchange, inviting others to consider trade. Curious about the supplies others had acquired, he accessed the global channel and was astounded by the discussions unfolding therein. Chapter 4, Upgrade Help. I'm lost. I cannot find my territory, and the creatures around me are intent on my demise. It was perilously close. I almost failed to return to my domain, with those beasts lurking menacingly, refusing to depart. They have set their sights on me. Within my territory, I felt secure, yet they crawled up from the foul sewers. How disgusting. What manner of creatures are they? It is dark within the territory, rendering them nearly invisible, seemingly right beside me. Yong Xiao frowned, recalling the accounts of others. Whenever darkness fell, those beings would emerge to attack the survivors. Yet, the silence around him suggested that nothing was amiss. Could it be due to the light? Perhaps the monsters of the night feared illumination, only daring to surface under the veil of darkness. Gazing at the brightly burning torch by his bedside, Yong Xiao suddenly grasped the truth. Those creatures were indeed averse to light. To rid himself of them, he needed to ignite a fire. Indeed, as soon as he disseminated this revelation, the world channel erupted with fervor. Since the game commenced at noon, players have been preoccupied with foraging for sustenance. Who would concern themselves with fire? What to do, brother? Do you have a torch? Would you sell me one? I'll offer 50 pieces of wood. Curse it. Don't snatch it from above. The torch is mine. I'll trade 50 stones. Oh, dear brother, please save your sister. If you meet me, I would do anything for you. Share your torch with me, and upon returning to the real world, I can offer you riches. I am a top-tier millionaire. Yong Xiao was bewildered. The cost of crafting a torch was not exorbitant, so why was there such fervent demand? Had everyone overlooked this fact? Contemplating, he listed a torch on the trading platform, indicating his desired exchange items with a price for private negotiation. In no time, Yong Xiao's message nearly exploded with activity. However, most offers consisted of the most basic, commonplace goods, with only 2 proposals involving food, which he placed in the pending section for consideration. At that moment, one particular message caught his eye. On the trading platform, all users' information displays only their real names and personal avatars, seemingly an automatic setting of the app. Unchangeable. Choose Xishue. I can exchange 1 electric core for 3 torches. Yong Xiao was taken aback and clicked on Choose Xishue's profile. revealing a sweet and charming girl as her avatar. The electric core, he recalled, was a crucial material for crafting a water generator. Yet on the first night, torches were a form of hard currency, while the electric core would likely remain unused in the short term. Yong Xiao, that won't do. You see, the creatures in the darkness are relentless. Who can assure a safe night? If you're not interested, I shall trade it to someone else. Chu Xishua, I want it. Wait, let me think. Subsequently, Yong Xiao patiently awaited her decision. No one could endure the boundless darkness. At that moment, light was paramount. Indeed, just 2 minutes later, a notification chimed within the app, indicating that the other party had successfully exchanged for a torch. A deep blue spherical orb materialized in Yong Xiao's hand, shimmering with a faint azure glow, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns. Could this be the electric core? I am merely 2 metals away from the water purifier. As for the filter, I still require a mesh. For Yong Xiao, the dilemmas of water and food remained unresolved. He could not guarantee that he would encounter a wild boar tomorrow or uncover 2 more bottles of mineral water. As night enveloped the world, the number of participants in the global channel began to dwindle sharply, with many falling prey to unknown entities beyond their territories. This starkly revealed a cruel truth to all survivors. Everything here is real, and failure to adhere to the rules could lead to their demise. As the night passed and the sun began to rise, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yong Xiao awoke to find that his territory had dwindled to a mere square meter. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. You have received a quality upgrade card 1 and a world map 1. In an instant, a softly glowing map appeared in Yong Xiao's hand, resembling a parchment scroll, densely populated with small black dots indicating mountains, deserts, forests, and mining areas. Notably, these black dots seem to be in motion. Could it be that these dots represent other survivors? Yong Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, and an implausible thought crossed his mind. The small black dots on the map represent known large biological populations, not other survivors. Please choose wisely, host. The system kindly provided clarification. Yong Xiao Sigid Induet. Encountering others was merely a matter of probability. His gaze then shifted to the quality upgrade card, which the system elucidated further. Quality upgrade card can upgrade any material owned by the host to perfect quality. Quality levels are classified as ordinary, good, fine, epic, perfect, legendary, and peerless. Quality colors are classified as white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and dark gold. In essence, I can elevate any item to perfect quality at will. A wave of joy washed over Yong Xiao. Thus far, aside from the legendary quality iron rod bestowed by the system, all other items were of ordinary quality. He had already witnessed the wonders of the iron rod, and anything of perfect quality surely could not disappoint. Upgrading the furnace to perfect quality would enhance combustion efficiency. Though it sufficed for now, the bed held no potential for upgrade. I still possess a blueprint for the water filter. Water is precisely what I require. Ultimately, after deliberation, Yong Xiao resolved that if he could find metals today, he would upgrade the water purifier, and if he could find mesh, he would upgrade the filter. With the map in hand, he could head directly to areas with rivers for water collection. At that moment, Yong Xiao's phone received an update. Today's high tide poses a risk of flooding to all rivers. Chapter 5. Inventory check. Yong Xiao set forth once more, this time with the objective of reaching the river region. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays cascading upon him like golden dust. As the rapid currents washed against the banks, the water appeared crystal clear, yet it was unfit for consumption. Ugh, it's as salty as the sea. How can the river water be this briny? Yong Xiao grimaced, reluctant to indulge in bottled water. He had hoped for a sip of sweet river water, only to be met with disappointment. Excessively salty water would hasten the depletion of moisture within the body. Thus, he must urgently devise a water purification device or filter. At this moment, the world channel was teeming with survivors who had endured their first night, all of them suffering from hunger and cold. Although some fortunate souls had discovered supplies and treasure chests, these provisions would not sustain them for long. Who has food? I'm starving. I would trade anything for a morsel to eat. I want to go home. This world is terrifying. I can't bear it anymore. I just chased a rabbit. But not only did I fail to catch it, I twisted my ankle. Help! Water! I'm dying of thirst. The river water is as salty as the sea. Completely undrinkable. The app says the river will flood today. Everyone stay away. At that moment, Yong Xiao learned of the impending flood, and his countenance shifted. Could it be that he was in grave danger? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding roar erupted behind him. He turned to see the river, which had previously flowed normally, now surging with increased ferocity, as if some restless beast beneath the surface was celebrating, sending waves repeatedly crashing upon the shore. By now, the water had even soaked his shoes. This is bad. At this rate, the tide will rise imminently. My territory isn't far from here. If it floods, I'm finished. Yong Xiao could no longer afford to be parched. He quickly turned and sprinted back to his domain. Yet human legs cannot outrun the tide. And in less than a minute, Yong Xiao was swept away by the encroaching waters. The river surged like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. Half of Yong Xiao's body was submerged, and he was carried toward his territory by the relentless current. In the midst of the chaos, he grasped a round object, cool to the touch yet solid. The worn tide was truly terrifying, rivaling a small tsunami. Where the river flowed, devastation reigned. Numerous materials were swept away, alongside fish from the riverbed. Yong Xiao could not lament the loss of supplies from his backpack. His singular thought was to survive this tide and, ideally, preserve the flag of his territory. Soon, amidst the floodwaters, Yong Xiao spotted his modest acre of land. He retrieved a wild boar tusk from his backpack, forcefully opened his eyes against the rushing water, and seized the opportunity to plunge the tusk into the soil of his territory. The enormous impact nearly dislocated his arm, yet Yong Xiao gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. The rules of this world had made it clear from the outset, to lose one's territory was to invite certain death. Fortunately, after the river tide had ravaged Yong Xiao's territory, its momentum gradually diminished, leaving the ground damp and the remnants of the flood scattered about. This was quite the unexpected arrival. Yong Xiao sat amidst the debris of his domain, his eyes brimming with despair as he surveyed the ruins. Not only had his bed been swept away, but even the stone furnace had vanished without a trace. Upon opening his backpack, he discovered that he was left with but a single bottle of mineral water. The supplies from the system's daily check-in remained untouched. It felt as though he had been thrust back to a time before reform, with nothing but that solitary bottle of water remaining. However, he took solace in the fact that his territory still stood, and it appeared that there were numerous supplies washed ashore by the river's current. Although Yong Xiao lamented the loss, he swiftly began to salvage the remnants of his belongings. At that moment, he spotted a fish lying not far away, surrounded by various supplies. Many large trees and stones had been scattered, transforming into timber and stone, while the ground even bore materials typically found at the riverbed. A blessing in disguise. Yong Xiao's expression brightened as he picked up 2 metal shards. He felt that this tide had indeed been fortuitous. Throughout the morning, he collected the scattered supplies around his territory, and he even stumbled upon another survivor's backpack. The name inscribed was Li Fei. Cause of death: drowning? Yong Xiao held the card from the backpack, his brow furrowed in suspicion. This was the first time he had acquired another survivor's backpack. Could it be that after death, a card detailing the cause of demise was placed within? Upon opening Li Fei's backpack, he found a considerable amount of supplies, though they were mostly common items like stones, wood, and plastic. The only thing that truly captured Yong Xiao's attention was a stone emitting a faint purple glow, adorned with patterns resembling ancient script. The app provided an explanation. Amethyst stone, a rare material commonly found deep within swampy areas, essential for crafting guiding beacons. Guiding beacons? Deep in the swamp? Yong Xiao gazed wistfully at Li Fei's backpack, already imagining the perilous experiences this individual must have faced to acquire such a stone. Rest assured, your spirit shall be inherited by me. In that moment, Yong Xiao unceremoniously claimed all of Li Fei's supplies as his own. By noon, Yong Xiao sat cross-legged in his territory, tallying his current provisions. 78 pieces of wood, 54 stones, 133 palm leaves, 17 metals, 1 bottle of mineral water, 15 river fish. And that curious item he had seized amidst the chaos. Only then did he clearly observe that it was a glass bottle containing a yellowed piece of paper. To his surprise, this disaster had indeed bestowed upon him a bounty of resources. Just as he was reflecting on his fortune, his phone vibrated. In a new message, as soon as this news was disseminated, the world channel erupted as if it had been set ablaze. Those who managed to seize the opportunity swiftly exchanged their finds for supplies, while those left empty-handed desperately sought to procure one on the trading platform. At that moment, Yong Xiao felt an instinctive sense that the information contained within this bottle was of paramount importance. Otherwise, the phone would not offer such generous terms for its retrieval. Perhaps there was a hidden secret within. As Yong Xiao removed the wooden cork from the bottle's mouth, the content of the letter unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 6. Redeployment. A yellowed note, exuding an unusual scent of seawater, seemed to have been sealed away for countless years. Yong Xiao carefully unfolded the note, and from the jagged edge, it appeared to be a fragment of a puzzle, bearing a simple yet cryptic phrase: "The tides rise and fall thrice. They shall return from the darkness, and fear shall once again." The message was truncated, causing Yong Xiao to furrow his brow in confusion. What could this signify? What entity would emerge from the shadows with the ebb and flow of the tides? What consequences would it impose upon our world? He recalled the events of the previous night, when many survivors had perished outside their territories. The culprits were those entities. Could it be that this game world harbors some monumental secret, prompting the app to hastily retrieve the drift bottles? Taking a deep breath, Yong Xiao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination as he slipped the note back into the bottle. This incomplete puzzle offered no further advantageous information. Yet the remaining drift bottles had been reclaimed by the app at a considerable cost. He picked up his backpack, stowing away all his supplies within, and resolved to uncover the secrets of this app at the first opportunity. As the tide receded and the sun rose high, the land lay strewn with debris, yet glimmers of life emerged under the sunlight. Thanks to the recent tide, the previously irreversible territorial flags had been washed away. Now, Yong Xiao had the chance to select his territory anew, having chosen hastily the day before due to unfamiliarity with the rules. He was determined to contemplate his routes more carefully this time. With his backpack, which felt surprisingly light despite its contents, slung over his shoulders, he held a world map and his phone, studying them intently. Marshlands, lakes, mountains, grasslands, valleys, and snowfields. This world encompassed all climates and terrains, each location bearing its own merits and drawbacks. For this second choice, he needed to deliberate earnestly. Before nightfall, he could only reach 3 distinct climates and domains: lakes, snowfields, and grasslands. Taking a sip of mineral water, the sweet liquid flowed soothingly down his throat. The lakes were abundant in water, but posed a risk of rising tides. The snowfields were not a viable option. He lacked the means to withstand the cold. The grasslands stretched endlessly, yet they were home to a herd of yaks that were constantly on the move, and he would stand no chance against them. After careful consideration, Yong Xiao quickly arrived at a conclusion. His sole viable option, indeed the best choice, was to establish himself by the lakes. The waters contained the food and hydration he required. Each time the tide rose, the app on his phone would provide alerts, a risk he could anticipate and potentially exploit to gather additional supplies. Most importantly, he might be able to collect more drift bottles, unraveling the mysteries hidden within the app. He sensed that this could very well be the key to his return to the human world. Without further ado, let us embark on this journey. Yong Xiao, having drained the last drop from his mineral water bottle, reduced it to a solitary piece of plastic. He kicked aside a useless remnant at his feet, emanating an indomitable spirit. With a system at his side, he harbored no doubt about encountering any mortal danger. The lake, recently swollen with tide, now lay unexpectedly tranquil. The surface shimmered like diamonds, and Yong Xiao chose a shaded hillside to re-establish his territory flag. Congratulations, you have activated the territory flag. Your current territory spans 4 square meters. On his journey, he discovered that the natural resources within this realm would automatically reset, meaning that trees, once felled, would eventually return to their former glory. However, the land already claimed by Yong Xiao would not undergo such restoration. The spot he selected, nestled against the mountains and near water, was not far from a grove of palm trees that had rejuvenated. In a word, it was an exceptional start, devoid of any deficiencies. At this moment, Yong Xiao tossed his backpack into a corner of his territory, promptly constructing a furnace. He first produced some charcoal, and subsequently crafted a barbecue grill to cook fish, all the while glancing at how other survivors fared on the app. Consumed wood 5. Charcoal 3, obtained a standard barbecue grill 1. A rudimentary grill, supported by 3 wooden poles and fueled by burning charcoal, materialized before Yong Xiao. He skewered a river fish with a stick and placed it on the grill to roast. With little else to occupy his time, he opened his phone, where notifications remained steadfast at 99. Goodness, this wretched tide has washed away all the supplies I painstakingly gathered, leaving me with nothing but some useless basic materials. Who will rescue me? My territory flag has been swept away by the waves. What should I do? I miss my mother. Ha ha ha. I found a message in a bottle and just exchanged it for a week's worth of food and water through the app. Now I need not worry about sustenance. My territory has not been affected by the tide. Could someone on the upper floors exchange a little food for me? I caught a river fish, but am I to eat it raw? Yong Xiao glanced through the messages, noting unfortunate souls who had lost their territory flags, contrasted with those who successfully traded for food and water via messages and bottles. Thus far, everyone remained preoccupied with their fundamental survival needs, oblivious to the app's hidden secrets. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao was savoring roasted fish in his celestial territory. I could roast more fish and exchange them on the trading platform for bandages. The food prepared on this grill differs greatly from what emerges from the furnace. A river fish, golden and glistening with oil, found its way into Yong Xiao's mouth. Though its flavor was average, it sufficed as a normal meal, unlike the roasted pork from the furnace, which bore a taste reminiscent of boiler ash. It appeared that the furnace was ill-suited for food preparation. The fish's delicate and delectable flesh, despite the grill's simplicity, was undeniably fresh from the lake. As Yong Xiao continued to eat, he persistently roasted fish, dedicating the entire morning to this culinary endeavor. Having consumed 1 for himself, he retained 4 as reserves, leaving him with a total of 10 fish available for trade. Yong Xiao gazed with satisfaction at the 10 fragrant roasted fish displayed in his backpack interface, knowing that, at this moment, no one else could produce such delectable cooked food. His roasted fish would undoubtedly be in high demand. Subsequently, Yong Xiao listed the roasted fish in batches on the trading platform within the app, setting the exchange conditions at either 10 pieces of cloth or 20 units of metal. As for the surplus wood and stone, he had an endless supply, rendering any exchange unnecessary. Once he completed the listings, it became evident that the roasted fish was the most sought-after commodity. Others had neither the opportunity nor the means to enjoy cooked meals. Yong Xiao's roasted fish was simply irresistible. Chapter 7. The perfect water purifier within the global channel. A fervent uproar erupted. Even those who had exchanged food and water through drift bottles and apps found themselves devoid of materials to prepare cooked meals. It had barely been a day of survival. With the tides rising and nightfall approaching, who could afford the luxury of such endeavors? Did you see? The esteemed individual who sold torches yesterday has once again listed hard currency, this time offering delectable roasted fish. Roasted fish? Is it truly so? I can hardly recall the taste of warm food. All hail the esteemed one. It seems the disparity among people is vast. While I struggle to find food, this individual is already selling us roasted fish. Where could he have procured such an abundance of fish and roasted at that? Has he somehow cheated the system? Does anyone have gauze or metal? I will take them all. I sincerely hope you do not underestimate my request. In a mere 10 minutes, Yong Xiao's 10 roasted fish were sold out. He amassed 40 pieces of gauze and 120 units of metal. At this rate, any hope of gathering my own resources seems futile. Yong Xiao marveled at the speed of his sales, simultaneously realizing an important truth. Others may possess ample resources, but everyone was lacking in food. Indeed, nearly all had gathered a considerable amount of metal and gauze during this tide, with wood and stone in abundance. However, fortunate souls managed to retrieve only a single fish, while Yong Xiao effortlessly collected over a dozen. Such speed felt almost supernatural. Now equipped with gauze, He could produce a water filter and a water purifier. The quality card's application would depend on the efficiency of these devices in generating pure water. Yong Xiao statet, swiftly gathering the necessary materials to synthesize the water purifier and filter. Ding. Consumed wood X3, energy core X1, metal X2 to synthesize ordinary water purifier X1. Ding. Consumed wood X1, gauze X1 to synthesize ordinary water filter X1. Within his territory, these two instruments occupied merely half a square meter. The water purifier resembled a drinking fountain from the real world, but instead of a water tank, it featured an energy core, radiating an unusual glow as it absorbed moisture from the air to generate water. The water filter, on the other hand, was far simpler, a small wooden cup fitted with a gauze filter. How much purified water could this contraption yield? Yong Xiao held the lightweight filter in his hand, rendered speechless. It turned out that the so-called water filter was merely a wooden cup enhanced with a filter. What a disappointment. Despite this, Yong Xiao resolved to test the filtering efficacy, for the water purifier drew moisture from the air at a notably slow pace. He approached the lakeside, recalling the unpleasant saltiness of the water. As he submerged the cup into the lake, bubbles began to rise to the surface. Within mere seconds, the small cup brimmed with water. Yong Xiao lifted it, shaking it gently, before removing the lid of the water filter. The water within remained crystal clear, revealing no discernible differences. The only option was to taste it. Yong Xiao smiled faintly and cautiously sipped from the filtered water, fully prepared for a salty surprise. To his astonishment, however, the water he consumed bore no hint of saltiness. The filter's efficiency was remarkably impressive. Aside from the somewhat inferior taste of the water, the filter operated with a speed far superior to that of the water generator. Yet, the filtering cloth was now saturated with off-white granules, likely remnants extracted from the lake. Was this a one-time use item? Did I have to replace the cloth after each filtration? Yong Xiao pondered. In the next moment, a notification appeared in the app. The filter cloth has been damaged. You have acquired crude salt 1. Realization dawned upon Yong Xiao. The filter not only purified the lake water, but also assisted in collecting coarse salt from it. This little device proved to be quite practical. He contentedly stowed the crude salt into his backpack, acknowledging its worth as a treasure unearthed from the chest. Though its efficiency was modest, its multifunctionality was commendable. With the coarse salt, he could unlock more crafting options. It seemed prudent to utilize the quality upgrade card on the water generator, as that was its primary function. After careful consideration, Yong Xiao decisively applied the quality upgrade card to the water generator. Before him materialized a card emanating a soft orange glow, inscribed with the word perfect. As he concentrated, the card transformed into a radiant beam, surging into the water generator. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a perfect grade water generator. Did a perfect grade item possess unique effects? Yong Xiao approached. The generator now radiated a gentle orange light, feeling cool to the touch, and its efficiency visibly accelerated. At this rate, not only would his water supply issues be resolved, but he might even have surplus water each day to sell. He filled a wooden cup from the generator, and upon tasting, the water was sweet and delightful, far surpassing that from the filter. Sated, Yong Xiao leaned against the furnace and retrieved his phone. As the saying goes, one thrives by utilizing their surroundings. Stationed by the lakeside, it would be a pity not to fish daily. In the app's crafting section, he found basic fishing rod. Materials required: wood 2, iron hook 1, resilient fishing line 1. With no further synthesis options for the iron hook and fishing line, it was evident that these two items were basic materials that could not be combined. Yong Xiao's dream of crafting an iron hook from iron ore was dashed. Perhaps he should check the World Channel to see how others were faring. In the World Channel, the number of survivors continued to dwindle. Those who had perished were either returning home or truly dead. I discovered the backpacks of other survivors, their names and causes of death clearly inscribed, confirming their demise was indeed genuine. Have any of you truly grasped the rules of this world? I seek the guidance of the wise. I have stumbled upon a forsaken village, within which I discovered gold. Is there anyone willing to trade food with me? As darkness approaches, I find myself gripped by fear. Who among you could offer me companionship? Upon reading this, Yong Xiao discerned, amidst the futile pleas and complaints, a valuable piece of information. This world contains villages, though abandoned. It appears that treasures such as gold still linger within, indicating the presence of remaining resources. Perhaps, once I have resolved my survival concerns, it will be time to venture forth into the unknown. Yong Xiao murmured to himself, gazing at the encroaching twilight, unaware that this night would prove to be extraordinary. Chapter 8. The territory multiplies tenfold in the wilderness. The cold moon hangs high. The entire expanse is shrouded in an eerie stillness, as if vitality has vanished, plunging the world into a cloak of dark dread. By the lakeside, Yong Xiao stands, surrounded by 3 or 4 torches that flicker and cast a halo of light, providing him with a semblance of security. Following the tide, his basic supplies have reached an ample surplus, leaving him unconcerned about depletion. Thus, he hastily crafted 50 torches, placing 20 of them on the trading platform in exchange for iron hooks or fishing lines. However, on this night, all survivors were well prepared, and scarcely anyone showed interest in purchasing Yong Xiao's torches. Only 2 individuals approach him in private, attempting to elicit sympathy and seek to obtain his torches for free, which he promptly disregarded. Lacking a bed, he had to make do. Yong Xiao lay on the grass, tossing and turning, unable to withstand the discomfort of not having a proper place to rest. His entire day was consumed with matters of sustenance, and he had failed to address the pressing issue of sleep. He sighed, his gaze drifting along the boundary between light and darkness. Upon this observation, he discerned an unsettling pattern. The previous night, he had barely warded off the lurking creatures with the aid of a single torch. Yet tonight, these entities seemed even more restless, prowling at the edge of the firelight, testing its limits. Could it be that with the passage of time, they were gradually losing their fear of the flames? An alarming realization struck him. At that moment, his phone chimed, and an official notification from the app appeared, containing a single sentence. Before the next darkness falls, all survivors must construct shelters within their territories to evade them on the night of the full moon. The light shall no longer protect you. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community. Yong Xiao looked up at the pitch-black sky. The cool moon was but a breath away from being fully round. In the world channel, confusion erupted. What does this mean? Will these creatures go mad on the night of the full moon and invade our territories to attack us? Goodness, I haven't even resolved my issues with food and water. And now I'm expected to build a house? Only one day is given. This world must surely seek our annihilation. Is there truly no one with a method to counter them? Everyone, remain calm. I have long swords for sale. Come to the trading platform to exchange for weapons. We must begin our resistance. Hold on. Survive through tomorrow night, and these creatures will not be so frenzied, exclaimed a voice. Curse it. My torches are about to extinguish. Yong Xiao silently set his phone down, contemplating his strategy for the morrow. He had seen the weapons offered by that individual. They were merely ordinary stone swords, which he could craft himself with his current resources. Yet, he doubted that such commonplace weapons could vanquish those horrors. Nevertheless, he still possessed a legendary iron rod bestowed by the system, which might save his life in a critical moment. The immediate priority was to construct a shelter post-haste. At this moment, Yong Xiao rose, with not a trace of drowsiness remaining. Fortunately, during the past 2 days, he had gathered a substantial amount of supplies, providing him with ample resources to construct a modest dwelling within his 4-square-meter territory. He transformed all the timber and stone into the necessary materials for building. In the dead of night, a figure was diligently assembling a cubic structure. Beside him lay the eerily tranquil waters of the lake, while shadows danced ominously at the fringes of the firelight. Several hours later, as the sky began to brighten, Yong Xiao's small abode took on its initial form. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, noting that the torches surrounding his territory had long extinguished, leaving behind wisps of nearly invisible smoke. Those lurking figures had vanished. Indeed, only the roof remained to be completed. Yong Xiao beamed. All around him were wooden planks and stone bricks. He had encircled his territory with stone, laid a layer of wood upon the grass, and the stone walls stood at a height of 2 meters. Now, only the roofing was left, and on the side facing the lake, he had crafted a wooden door for his entry and exit. Ding! Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for receiving the following rewards. Encyclopedia of Planting 1, Water Wheel Manufacturing Blueprint 1, 10-fold card. Encyclopedia of Planting, a comprehensive book encompassing all planting knowledge and various seed information, aiding readers in becoming true planting experts. Epic Water Wheel Manufacturing Blueprint, a purple-quality water wheel. It can continuously irrigate fields from a water source, maintaining soil moisture levels, thereby allowing users to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. Tenable card, can multiply any quantity of the host materials by 10. Immediately, a book approximately 10 centimeters thick and a blueprint landed in Yong Xiao's hands, accompanied by a card the size of a mobile phone, crafted from pure black metal, adorned with a golden 10. This was today's sign-in reward. A book and a blueprint for a water wheel, essential for farming. Though he pondered where in his territory there was space to cultivate. However, the 10-fold card seemed quite valuable, promising to multiply his food supplies tenfold. After studying the water wheel blueprint, he tucked the encyclopedia into his backpack and hurried to check the water generator, curious to see how much water it had produced overnight. The gauge on the water generator revealed that it had yielded 4 liters during the night. Truly, it was a machine of perfect caliber, exhibiting astonishing efficiency, far superior to ordinary water generators. The human body requires approximately 2 liters of water daily, meaning he could sell the remaining 2 liters. With that thought, excitement sparkled in Yong Xiao's eyes. Water resources, unlike food, held greater importance, and the materials for the water generator were difficult to gather, with the core being a rare find. This underscored the preciousness of water resources. The prospect of selling 2 liters daily meant that this small machine could become his proverbial cash cow. If I could multiply this 2 liters of water by 10 with a multiplier card, I would strike it rich. Yong Xiao hesitated, contemplating whether to utilize the multiplier card he held tightly in his hand. In the next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, he decisively cast the multiplier card onto the ground without a trace of hesitation, as the card transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished. A broader smile spread across Yong Xiao's face. What food could be multiplied tenfold? Water multiplied tenfold. The greatest gain, of course, would be the expansion of his territory. As anticipated, his territory was indeed counted among his resources. Suddenly, his phone vibrated incessantly, and a mechanical voice emanated from the app. Ding! Your territory has expanded to 40 square meters. Congratulations! You have unlocked the achievement. The first landlord in the wilderness. Chapter 9. The landlord's privilege. As Yong Xiao gazed at the glaring words displayed on his phone, he fell into a momentary stupor. What did it mean to be the first landlord in the wilderness? Soon, he encountered the achievement explanation provided by the app, which seemed to promise rewards awaiting his claim. Detected that your territory has exceeded 10 square meters. You are hereby bestowed the title of the first landlord of the wilderness. Achievement reward pending. As the inaugural landlord, your reward is doubled. Simultaneously, a system announcement reverberated through the world channel of wilderness survival. The first landlord has emerged. The app has unlocked the leaderboard function. Yong Xiao stared blankly at the bustling chat channel. What did this leaderboard signify? A ranking based on territory size? Goodness, someone already possessed 40 square meters of land. Meanwhile, he was still crammed into his humble 2 square meter territory. Impressive. What a big shot. He had thought that acquiring an extra territory flag from a treasure chest was a stroke of luck, only to discover that this big shot surpassed him tenfold. Have they all become so adept at this game? Is there anyone willing to spare me a morsel? When in need, seek the big shot. Yong Xiao beseeches for guidance and strategies. What does this mean? The app has unlocked a new section because of him. The leaderboard? Yong Xiao briefly scanned the leaderboard, noting several fortunate individuals who had expanded their territories to a few square meters, while he held the top position with a staggering 40 square meters of land. Meanwhile, his private chat channel incessantly pinged, with the majority reaching out to beseech him for assistance or to extract survival secrets from him. Naturally, Yong Xiao could not divulge that he possessed a unique sign-in system. Thus, he largely ignored their messages, save for one that caught his attention. The girl who had once purchased a torch from him with an electric core, Chu Xishue. Ding ding ding. Chu Xishue. I never would have guessed that the man who robbed me of an electric core for a mere torch would now possess 40 square meters of land. And be a landlord to boot. Yong Xiao. I was merely fortunate. Are you seeking my assistance as well? Chu Xishue. Certainly not. How could I be so shameless as to act like those others? I have come to propose a collaboration with you, the esteemed landlord. Yong Xiao. Collaboration? Chu Xishue. To be frank, having spent 2 days in this world, I have grasped the survival rules at play here. This world has regressed us to the primitive conditions of early man, and we can cunningly emulate their survival tactics. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow as he stared at the screen of his phone. He was well aware of these concepts. Moreover, the sign-in system had already provided him with a prompt today, indicating that his primary task ahead was farming. Yong Xiao, exactly so what? Chu Xishue. Relying on collecting drift bottles and opening treasure chests for food and water is ultimately a matter of chance. What we truly need is to cultivate crops and raise livestock. In my territory, there stands an apple tree, and these past few days, I have been barely surviving on its fruit. Yong Xiao remarked, You don't intend to sell me apple seeds, do you? Chu Xishue replied, Exactly. Quickly present your most precious belongings. These seeds are treasures with infinite potential. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Yong Xiao's face. It turned out this little girl was attempting to extort him using the apple seeds. However, the seeds were indeed what he needed at the moment. Perfect for experimenting with the planting book and the water wheel. After a moment as contemplation, Yong Xiao picked up his phone and typed out a message. I have no interest in your seeds. To be candid, my territory is by the lake, and I have already constructed a water device. So I lack neither food nor water. By the way, thank you for the electrical core. How could he possibly allow himself to be extorted by a young girl? He had to maintain an appearance of disinterest to lower the trading price. A mischievous grin appeared on his lips. He was known in the human world as a notorious miser, as evidenced by his willingness to trade a torch for an electrical core. As expected, in another part of the wilderness, a fair-skinned girl clenched her teeth in frustration, her beautiful eyes flashing with indignation. Why are you so unambitious? Do you intend to eat fish for the rest of your life? Your territory is vast. You could plant many apple trees with those seeds. Yong Xiao responded, Sorry. If you insist on a trade, I could offer you a roasted fish in exchange. As for other items, I find them far more useful than apple seeds. The girl, in exasperation, tossed her phone to the ground, muttering, That detestable landlord, as cunning as a monkey. I can't fool him at all. Roasted fish. It had been ages since she had tasted meat. Given that her territory was only a few square meters, there was no space to plant more apple trees. Hence, the seeds held far less value for her than a single roasted fish. With a determined stomp, Yong Xiao conjured a bag of apple seeds, containing a full 10 seeds. This precious bounty cost him merely a roasted fish. As the two were trading, Yong Xiao also casually collected the landlord's reward. Ding! You have received the landlord achievement reward, Premium Fertilizer X5, as you're the first landlord. The reward is doubled. Yong Xiao gazed at the 10 bags of fertilizer in his backpack, each emitting a faint blue glow. He sighed, territory, seeds, water wheel, fertilizer. This is shaping me into an expert in agriculture. Furthermore, he discovered the privileges of being a landlord. Compared to other survivors, he had an additional breeding pen. This meant that as a landlord, Yong Xiao could possess a pet of his own, the first companion for a survivor in the wilderness. Truly, the signing-in system was remarkable. He felt exhilarated. To be honest, in this completely primitive wilderness, the only living creature he had encountered was that wild boar, which he regrettably had to slay. The vast wilderness felt so lonely. In the present circumstances, 3 significant tasks lay before Yong Xiao: constructing a bed, completing the roof of his house, and planting his very first seed. However, the immediate priority was to locate a flock of sheep. The discomfort of sleeping without a bed was becoming unbearable. Rubbing his eyes, he felt the onset of fatigue after a sleepless night. Perhaps on his quest for the sheep, he might also gain his first animal companion. Unlike other survivalists aimlessly searching with blind desperation, he possessed a wilderness map that would enable him to find the sheep in the shortest time possible. He aimed to return before nightfall. as the full moon brought with it considerable danger. Yong Xiao unfolded the map and swiftly pinpointed a slowly moving black dot, identified in the map's annotations as the location of the sheep. With determination gleaming in his eyes, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and stepped beyond the confines of his territory. Chapter 10. The outlier among the flock. The vast grassland stretched endlessly before Yong Xiao, a gentle breeze caressing his face. At this moment, he was intently gazing at a massive white shadow in the distance, which was the flock of sheep closest to him. Sheep's wool is an essential material for crafting beds, yet it suddenly dawned on Yong Xiao that he appeared to have forgotten to bring scissors. Previously, he had directly obtained wool from a treasure chest, but this time it seemed far less straightforward. He swallowed hard, contemplating how to procure some wool from the sheep. Crafting scissors required iron blocks, but he had yet to find the time to mine for iron ore. The only option left was to resort to slaughtering the sheep. This was a flock of domesticated sheep, inherently gentle, and if fortune favored him, he might be able to herd a few back to his territory. Yong Xiao mused that if he could bring back 2 or 3 sheep, he would have a steady supply of mutton, for even fish can become tiresome when consumed too frequently. With that thought, Yong Xiao retrieved his legendary iron rod from his backpack. The famed artifact said to render its target unconscious with a single strike. Heaven help me. If they resist, I may very well meet my end here. Gripping the iron rod tightly, he quickened his pace, sprinting across the grassland, with his sights set firmly on the flock ahead. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. He was drawing ever closer, even catching sight of one sheep leisurely grazing on the grass below. Why do the sheep in this wilderness have purple eyes? Yong Xiao abruptly halted, noting that the flock was unperturbed by his approach, continuing to graze peacefully. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the sight of over 100 sheep before him. Without exception, each sheep possessed the eerily purple eyes. Something was amiss. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow. He then opened the world channel on his phone to see if others had made any peculiar observations. In the world channel, a flurry of messages emerged. Has anyone noticed? 2 squirrels have appeared near my territory, and their eyes are purple. It's so strange. Is this a characteristic of the wilderness world? The creatures I encountered just a couple of days ago were perfectly normal. Could they have mutated? Help! Under no circumstances should anyone touch these creatures with purple eyes. Upon physical contact, they enter a frenzied state. I'm currently being chased by a wild chicken. This is hilarious. A wild chicken can chase a person now? The combat prowess upstairs is rather lacking, isn't it? No, this frenzied state greatly enhances the creature's strength and aggression. It's exceedingly dangerous. I was attacked by a turtle. Yong Xiao's furrowed brow deepened with concern. What does this mean? Frenzy mode? Not to be touched. He was now merely a few meters away from the nearest sheep. Any contact could incite the entire flock into a state of frenzy. The consequences were unthinkable. Cautiously, Yong Xiao stepped back a few paces, ensuring a safe distance between himself and the flock. It was then that he discerned a peculiar detail. These sheep appeared to be guarding something. Beyond the periphery, a few sheep grazed, but as one ventured closer to the heart of the flock, the expressions of the sheep grew increasingly rigid. At the very center, an ethereal violet glow pulsated. On this night of the full moon, the frenzied creatures, these aberrant beings emitting light. This world was becoming ever more bizarre. Yong Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. However, it was impossible for him to incapacitate 100 sheep simultaneously. According to the accounts of other survivors in this realm, all creatures in a state of frenzy were perilous and lethal. Consequently, Yong Xiao retreated, distancing himself from the flock. Reluctantly, he abandoned the notion of crafting a bed for the sake of his safety. Yet, at that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded before him. The violet luminescence at the center of the flock intensified, and all the sheep seemed to receive an unseen directive, parting to create a pathway towards the radiant light. Yong Xiao's gaze remained fixed upon the flock. This path appeared to be leading directly to him. In the next instant, an astonishing sight greeted his eyes. Over 100 sheep gradually knelt in reverence, and within the violet glow, a silhouette emerged, a diminutive figure gliding towards him amidst the luminescence. Could it be A lamb? Yong Xiao blinked, his parched eyes widening in disbelief as the small lamb approached him. As the violet light gradually faded, a lamb, roughly the size of a teddy bear, appeared before Yong Xiao. Its wool was as white as snow, but its eyes glimmered with an enigmatic violet radiance, rendering the creature eerily captivating. Lowly human, why do you not kneel before your king? The lamb spoke, its voice carrying an air of haughty authority. Stunned, Yong Xiao could hardly comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Had the lamb truly just spoken? Observing Yong Xiao's astonishment, the lamb's eyes flared with irritation, and it continued. Do not dismiss my words as mere whispers in the wind. Kneel and show your devotion to your king. Foolish human, do you not understand my command? This was utterly surreal, a tiny creature demanding he kneel before it. Clutching his iron rod, Yong Xiao suddenly noticed that the hundreds of sheep behind the lamb had returned to their usual state. The violet glow in their eyes vanished, and they began to bleat aimlessly. Why should I kneel before you? Now that the flock had regained its normalcy, Yong Xiao felt a significant relief. As for the little lamb before him, he deemed it rather suitable to become his pet. How dare you? I am the born ruler, the king of the sheep. Why do you, a feeble and insignificant human, not kneel before me? The lamb huffed, its speech remarkable yet undermined by its diminutive stature, lacking any real intimidation. Yong Xiao rolled his eyes, feeling no inclination to engage further with such a creature. Calculating the distance between them, he took 2 steps forward and swung his rod down decisively. Human, you, with a resounding strike to the center of the little lamb's head. It astonishingly did not fall, merely teetering unsteadily on its feet. Even a wild boar had succumbed. What gave this creature the audacity to remain upright? Yong Xiao remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity while the lamb was still disoriented, delivering another blow. This time, the mutated lamb succumbed completely, lying motionless before Yong Xiao. Observing the lifeless creature, Yong Xiao felt a surge of inspiration and invoked his privileges as a landowner. Ding! You have successfully captured it as a pet and tamed it. Please give your pet a name. Yong Xiao hoisted the iron rod onto his shoulder and glanced at the fallen lamb, declaring, It shall be named Teddy. Chapter 11. No limits. Hey, you scoundrel! How dare you treat me this way? I am a born deity, a god. I am speaking to you. Are your ears deaf? Ah, you infuriate me. I shall surely slay you. A surge of violet radiance erupted, a sharp beam filled with relentless destructive power, aimed squarely at Yong Xiao, who walked ahead. Yet, as the light approached him, it inexplicably vanished into the air. Ding! Pets cannot harm their masters. You imbecile! This foolish human is not my master. You wretched scoundrel! The little lamb followed closely behind Yong Xiao, its will trembling in fury. The first thing it wished to do upon waking was to kill Yong Xiao, the one who dared to knock it unconscious. However, its attacks mysteriously dissipated as they neared him. Simultaneously, that despicable phone would emit notifications, proclaiming that pets could not harm their masters. He is the pet. His entire family are pets. Moreover, upon discovering that this scoundrel had named it Teddy, it was so filled with indignation that it nearly fainted. It had contemplated escaping, but the moment it strayed more than 10 meters from Yong Xiao, it would be met with a crushing suppression from the heavens and earth, a sensation akin to annihilation. Who could have anticipated that this naturally born deity would be captured as a pet by a human right after its birth? Reluctantly, it could only follow closely behind Yong Xiao, unwillingly trudging along. Teddy, don't exert yourself. What is wrong with following me? I am the foremost landlord of the wilderness. Yong Xiao beamed with delight, for this excursion had proven bountiful. Not only had he captured a so-called deity as a pet, but he had also slain 2 sheep, thereby securing ample wool and meat. This was impossible. The wilderness only began selling additional territory flags a week after its opening, and it was only the 3rd day. How could you possibly become a landlord? And what of that inexplicable iron rod? How could it knock out a deity? This was unprecedented. Teddy protested begrudgingly. Little did he realize this statement caused Yong Xiao to tremble violently, coming to an abrupt halt. What do you mean? Unprecedented? Could it be that others had traversed this wilderness before? He whirled around, seizing the murmuring Teddy, gazing intently into its eyes. What else do you know? Tell me everything. If this world harbored cycles of reincarnation, then Teddy must be well versed in the rules of this realm, perhaps even aware of the ultimate fate that awaited their group of survivors. Teddy, grasped tightly in Yong Xiao's hand, radiated a fierce light, its body enveloped in violet luminescence. Yet, despite being a deity of this world, it could not resist the commands of its master. I am uncertain. Many memories are hazy. All I know is that in the days to come, the remaining 11 deities will emerge in succession, and you humans can only seek survival in the crevices. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, noting that Teddy's demeanor did not suggest deceit. What do you mean by unprecedented? Had there been other humans in this world before? Teddy rolled its eyes, while Yong Xiao's grip tightened, causing it to struggle for breath. Please loosen your hold a bit. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao relaxed his grip somewhat, yet his gaze remained fixed on Teddy. This world exists as a genuine space independent of the human realm, where every 120 years, a portion of humanity is randomly transported to the wilderness. Beyond that, I cannot say. After finishing, Teddy fell silent, leaving Yong Xiao to furrow his brow in contemplation. It appears that this world harbors many secrets. Since he alone had acquired the system, it was incumbent upon him to unravel the mysteries of this realm. However, the immediate priority was to safely navigate the night of the full moon. Yong Xiao subsequently cast aside these doubts and focused on the task at hand. At this moment, man and sheep were hurrying back to their territory. Time was of the essence, as darkness would soon descend within 2 or 3 hours, heralding the arrival of the full moon. Yong Xiao needed to hasten to secure the roof of his dwelling. Upon returning to the territory, both were breathless from their exertions. Yong Xiao had run all the way back, forcing Teddy to follow suit. Are you insane? Why are you in such a hurry? Teddy, exhausted, could have simply flown away using its divine power, but Yong Xiao's status as its master restricted it from straying more than 10 meters from him. What do you understand? Night is falling, and tonight is the full moon. I must quickly seal the roof, or those creatures lurking in the darkness will go wild, and I cannot withstand them. Yong Xiao paid no heed to resting. He gathered a pile of stone bricks and wooden planks, preparing to seal the roof. Unexpectedly, Teddy began to regard Yong Xiao with disdain, as if observing a fool. Foolish human, do you truly fear those trifling monsters in the dark? To me, they are as insignificant as ants. With me here, why would you fear them? Truly a pitiable human. As Teddy shook its head in dismay, it suddenly noticed Yong Xiao glaring at it with an unfriendly expression. What are you doing? Teddy felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively took a step back. Yong Xiao, visibly displeased, declared, I will show you who the true master is. With that, he seized Teddy, intent on pulling out its wool. You scoundrel, do not touch my esteemed fleece. Cease this at once. I swear, I will end you. I am a god. Teddy was taken aback and enraged, but its divine powers were ineffective against Yong Xiao. It could only struggle in vain. Finally, when Yong Xiao managed to pluck a strand of its wool, Teddy relented for the first time. All right, brother, I was wrong. Please stop. Teddy, humiliated and furious, could only plead desperately. Do you dare still refer to yourself as this king? From now on, you shall call yourself little one in my presence, understand? Yong Xiao gripped Teddy's head, gazing with mischievous intent at the lamb's vulnerable parts. Seemingly sensing Yong Xiao's intentions, Teddy nodded vigorously as if pounding garlic. Yong Xiao, satisfied, gently set Teddy down. Thank you, master. I shall ensure your safety on this night of the full moon, and I will not allow those fiends to harm you in the slightest. While the man and the sheep were engaged in their brief dispute, the sky gradually darkened, and high above, the perfectly round moon lingered silently. On this night of the full moon, darkness descended an hour earlier. The shadows of the night once again crept into every corner of the land, and this time they arrived with even greater ferocity, as if they were nearly solidifying. They have come. Chapter 12. Teddy's divine power under the cloak of night. An innumerable array of dark shadows loomed heavily, suffusing the air with a palpable and oppressive sense of danger, as the entire continent succumbed to an eerie silence. At that moment, Yong Xiao's phone emitted a notification from the World Channel. Attention all survivors, the night of the full moon has arrived. Those lurking in the darkness have become ferocious and brutal. Please remain indoors and protect yourselves. Beneath this alert, the voices of the survivors echoed with fear and trepidation. My goodness, I truly see those shadows. They no longer fear the light of fire. What are they? They seem to possess intelligence. I witnessed them devouring their smaller kin. Help! I haven't secure my shelter properly and can only hide among the stones. It seems they have noticed me. They are coming. Goodness, this is too sinister. They are knocking on my door. I wonder if this wooden door can withstand their assault. Run. It cannot hold. A giant has broken through. It has no facial features. After reading the harrowing experiences of other survivors, Yong Xiao peered through the cracks of the wooden door, fixated on the figures outside. They appeared humanoid, yet varied in height and build, seemingly exhibiting differences in strength as well. At that moment, the creatures were consuming one another, and soon, a towering shadow, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged, appearing particularly terrifying under the moonlight. Surveying his surroundings, Yong Xiao found relative safety. Just as the wilderness app had initially indicated, the territory was secure. These beings could not tread within. Thus, it seemed that any survivor within the territory was safe. As they could not enter, Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the survivors' claims of knocking and entering. Teddy rested on his shoulder and spoke softly. These creatures experience a significant increase in intelligence and ferocity during the full moon. Just because their feet cannot enter does not imply their hands cannot. The territories of others measured only a few square meters, easily breached by the monstrous entities, whereas your territory, you rascal, spans several dozen square meters, which is why you feel secure. Truly, a well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. Yong Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Teddy, the threat in his gaze unmistakable. Realizing its error, Teddy lowered its head submissively, saying, "It was my mistake, forgive me, master." However, Yong Xiao paid it no heed. His attention firmly fixed on the 3-meter shadow, which seemed aware of his concealment within the house. Its arm reached towards the dwelling, yet fell short. In the interplay of moonlight and firelight, Yong Xiao discerned the figure's face clearly, a ghastly white visage, stark against its pitch-black form, completely devoid of features. A slick, oily substance appeared to writhe upon its face, utterly repulsive. Would it consume enough to grow large enough, extending its arm to reach me? Yong Xiao pondered, the worry in his eyes undiminished. Teddy scoffed dismissively at the entities lurking in the shadows, remarking, "These creatures will vanish at dawn. They are called wilderness spirits, and their growth is limited to 5 meters. Fear not, they pose no threat to you, master. Furthermore, vanquishing them yields wilderness essence, an essential material for weapon enhancement." This was the vital information Yong Xiao gleaned from Teddy. 5 meters, wilderness spirits, and the essence obtained from their demise, which could be utilized to fortify weapons. How can one kill them? Yong Xiao glanced at the legendary iron rod beside him, feeling a stir of ambition for the wilderness essence. It is currently impossible. These beings are born of the wild and must be defeated using natural forces. Modern humans are incapable of slaying them. At this moment, Teddy began to understand why Yong Xiao had attained the status of the foremost landowner. Typically, such cautious yet audacious survivors were distinguished figures in the wilderness, though none matched Yong Xiao's extraordinary prowess. I cannot slay them, but my pet surely can, right? Yong Xiao shot a sidelong glance at Teddy, his implication unmistakable. Teddy then realized that Yong Xiao intended to enlist its aid in exterminating the wilderness spirits to acquire the essence. One must bow beneath the eaves. Teddy sighed lightly, never having anticipated that as a deity, it would one day engage in combat with these wilderness spirits. Subsequently, Yong Xiao took Teddy outside, and upon seeing a living person, the wilderness spirits became increasingly frenzied, emitting hissing sounds. "Go forth, little Teddy." Yong Xiao nudged Teddy forward, eagerly awaiting the spoils of wilderness essence. Though reluctant, Teddy had no choice but to unleash its pent-up frustrations on the wilderness spirits. Thus began a one-sided massacre. With a commanding shout, Teddy was enveloped in a swirling purple radiance, an overwhelming aura emanating from its diminutive form. In the next moment, Teddy began to levitate, its fur standing on end as the purple light morphed into lightning, seemingly infused with divine wrath. "You vile creatures, prepare to be vanquished." Teddy's voice resonated like that of a deity, summoning the thunder from the heavens. The very moon appeared to be affected, enveloped in a purple halo. A bolt of purple lightning descended instantaneously, striking the 3-meter-tall wilderness spirit, which perished without even a cry, reduced to ashes. Yong Xiao watched in astonishment, realizing that his tamed pet was indeed a nascent deity. "Ding! You have slain a wilderness spirit. Reward received. Wilderness Essence X3. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, despair echoed as survivors who had been captured by the wilderness spirits faced grim fates, while others struggled to resist. Suddenly, a system message stunned everyone. A survivor has slain a wilderness spirit. Slayer's name? Yong Xiao. Wow, the top landowner has slain a wilderness spirit? What an astonishing revelation. At last, someone has the power to vanquish them. The esteemed leader is truly formidable. Brothers, hold on. Someone has already slain them. We need only endure until dawn, and we shall emerge victorious as humanity. The illustrious Yong Xiao is magnificent. I humbly seek to align myself with greatness. I yearn to offer my utmost loyalty. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao is preoccupied with gathering wilderness essence, blissfully unaware that he has become a sensation in the global chat. Chapter 13. The commencement of planting in the vast expanse between heaven and earth. Darkness prevailed, save for a location within the desolate continent that shimmered with ominous purple lightning, exuding an overwhelming power, as if it sought to obliterate the very fabric of existence. It had now been 3 hours since Yong Xiao commanded Teddy to eliminate the wilderness spirits, yet these entities seemed inexhaustible, ceaselessly surging forth. The once godlike Teddy, its radiant purple luminescence now significantly diminished, was far from divine. At this relentless pace, exhaustion was inevitable. "Enough, Teddy, return," Yong Xiao instructed, gazing upon the spectacle of wilderness essence strewn across the ground for a mile around him. A truly magnificent sight. After nearly 3 hours of relentless slaughter, it appeared that the wilderness spirits had gained some awareness, retreating far from Yong Xiao's territory. If one were not to look closely, the presence of these spirits would be nearly undetectable. At this moment, his backpack was filled with several hundred pieces of wilderness essence. Curious in appearance, resembling yellow crystals yet weightless in hand. Upon receiving Yong Xiao's command, Teddy obediently returned to the ground, retracting its purple electricity. Its small, woolly face bore a hint of rosy hue, indicating its fatigue. The wilderness spirits, being manifestations of the natural energies of the wild, were seemingly endless. After some time of rolling about on the ground, Teddy eventually flew into Yong Xiao's embrace, finding comfort there. "If you had mentioned the impossibility of finishing them off sooner, I would have let you return earlier," Yong Xiao mused, finding a certain charm in the little lamb nestled in his arms. Just as he spoke, Teddy gasped, casting a resentful glance at Yong Xiao, clearly expressing its grievances. With a knowing smile, Yong Xiao replied, "All right, I acknowledge your efforts tonight. I shan't tease you further. Tomorrow, I shall let you sample my culinary skills. As if I care. How delectable can human food truly be?" Teddy scoffed, a sound of discontent escaping its lips. Meanwhile, while the battle had subsided for Yong Xiao, the wilderness spirits remained relentless around the other survivors, who continued their desperate struggle. However, the mere existence of Yong Xiao seemed to instill a sense of faith among the other survivors, fortifying their resolve to resist the wilderness spirits. Atop a lofty mountain, a young girl found her garments torn, appearing quite disheveled under the moonlight. Damn that Yong Xiao. What secrets does he conceal that enable him to slay the wilderness spirits? Chu Siwei remained vigilant, cursing Yong Xiao even as her movements remained swift. In mere moments, she had maneuvered to shatter another wilderness spirit with her stone sword, only for that spirit to coalesce anew in the air. This scene mirrored the struggles of nearly all survivors, capable of inflicting harm, yet unable to vanquish their foes entirely. As time passed, The full moon gradually succumbed to encroaching clouds, heralding the dawn. The shadows of the wilderness spirits began to wane, and all understood that they had persevered through the night. At last, with the break of day and the crowing of an unseen rooster, the wilderness spirits vanished completely from the desolate expanse. At this moment, Yong Xiao had endured a full day and night without rest, with Teddy nestled in his arms. Fast asleep, yet he felt no trace of fatigue. Could it be that my body is made of iron? Despite his confusion, Yong Xiao did not dwell on it. Seizing the opportunity of his alertness, he resolved to finish the numerous tasks at hand. As he gazed at the dawn sky, he decided to embark on his planting journey, and sow his first apple tree at this very moment. Yong Xiao began by crafting several fences from abundant timber and fashioned a stone hoe. He divided his territory, enclosing a 20-square-meter area with the fences, designated for the apple trees. Although modest in size, it was sufficient to accommodate a few trees. With meticulous attention, he consulted his planting encyclopedia, following its guidance to clear the grass, till the soil, sow seeds, fertilize, and irrigate. While Teddy remained in slumber, Yong Xiao swiftly constructed a water wheel, thus planting 4 apple trees in his little plot of land. In this gamified survival world, he could even observe the maturation time of the apples. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he discarded the stone hoe onto the ground. Before his eyes, the ripening time of the apple trees was distinctly visible, 24 hours. Just then, the sky brightened, and the system's voice arrived as expected. Ding! The host has successfully signed in, receiving the sign-in rewards. Culinary fruit X1, storage ring X1. Endurance fruit X1, culinary fruit. Grants the consumer the ability to become a world-class chef instantly, transforming the simplest ingredients into exquisite cuisine. Storage ring can be upgraded. With built-in storage space, convenient for carrying, lightweight, and essential for home or travel. Endurance fruit transforms the consumer's body into one of limitless stamina, endowing them with boundless strength. Today's sign-in rewards proved to be highly practical. Yong Xiao chuckled, unhesitatingly consuming both fruits. In the next moment, a wondrous transformation occurred within him. His mind flooded with intricate recipes for delectable dishes, and he found himself innately attuned to kitchenware and ingredients, making them remarkably easy to handle. The simple barbecue grill nearby now presented Yong Xiao with various methods to control the heat and grilling intensity. Is this the sensation of being a master chef? Teddy is in for a treat. However, the effects of the endurance fruit seemed elusive to him. Yong Xiao examined his hands and adorned himself with the storage ring, a finely crafted, silvery ring. The instant he slipped it onto his finger, the ring appeared to possess a certain sentience, adapting perfectly to the size of his hand. As Yong Xiao's thoughts flickered, he perceived the space within the ring, a dim, approximately 10-square-meter expanse. Still feeling no fatigue, he decided to take out his phone to explore what items might be available for trade in the marketplace. Upon entering the trading platform, it was no longer the desolate scene it once was. A multitude of individuals had listed a diverse array of items. Yong Xiao flipped through several pages, discerning the unique characteristics of the offerings. Nearly a week had passed since humanity arrived in this world, and those who had managed to survive were predominantly individuals with formidable survival skills, each possessing their own stroke of fortune. Among the listed items were both extraordinary novelties previously unseen by Yong Xiao and commonplace resources. However, they all shared a singular trait. The exchange conditions for all were food and water. Despite having survived for several days, the vast majority still lacked a stable supply of food and water, rendering these commodities scarce on the trading platform. Yong Xiao was not in want of many things, but food was an exception. The previous night, he had consumed his last fish. The 10 fish he had previously listed had all been exchanged for a plethora of basic resources. I may lack food, but I possess water. Yong Xiao stored the inventory from his water generator into his backpack. After a day and night of accumulation, he had amassed a remarkable 6 liters of water. In contrast to food, water resources were even more elusive, and the materials required to manufacture water generators were highly coveted yet scarce. After all, a person can survive without food for 7 days, but can endure without water for merely 3 days. At this moment, Yong Xiao found himself in the enviable position of a veritable tycoon. Chapter 14. Teddy's transformation after much contemplation. Yong Xiao decided to divide the 6 liters of pure water into 10 portions, listing them on the trading platform. His sole requirement was food. As for other items, they were not immediately necessary. In the World Channel, the trading platform has water for sale. Does anyone have food? Let us pool our resources to buy a share of the water. I'm parched. No problem. Everyone contribute some food. Why does the seller's ID seem so familiar? What do you mean familiar? Isn't this the formidable Yong Xiao from last night's massacre? Goodness, I am in complete awe of him. Not only does he possess a territory to slay the savage creatures, but he also has an abundance of water resources. Heavenly Father, are we playing the same survival game? Let us not kid ourselves. I'm a diehard fan of Yong Xiao, absolutely enamored. Unbeknownst to the protagonist, Yong Xiao, his water was nearly sold out within a mere 5 minutes, with only 1 portion remaining. In exchange, he had acquired a variety of food: potatoes, a slain game hen, a bunch of chives, and several other vegetables. With his food supply sufficient, he decided to trade the last portion for something unique. Gazing at the mountain of ingredients beside him, Yong Xiao altered the exchange terms for the final portion of water, opting for a private transaction. At that moment, the first private message chimed in. Yong Xiao opened it and recognized a familiar name. Chu Sishue, sell me your last portion of water. Yong Xiao, are you out your mind? What about your trade conditions? You just want me to sell it to you outright? Chu Sishue, young. That precious electric core was deceived from me by you with a mere torch. Surely, I deserve a share of the water you possess, which was crafted from my electric core. Yong Xiao, the initial exchange was mutually agreed upon. How is it that I deceived you? Mind your words, or I shall blackball you. Chu Sis. Yong Xiao, dear brother, I was mistaken. Please, sell this portion of water to your poor sister. You wouldn't want to see me perish from thirst, would you? Atop the mountain, Chu Sishue furiously waved her small fists, vowing that the moment she encountered Yong Xiao, she would tear him apart. Yong Xiao, I might consider it, but you must present me with something satisfactory in return. Chu Sishue, I possess a blueprint for a research station that I can offer you. Upon reading this message, Yong Xiao swiftly searched for information about the research station on his phone. Research station, a more intricate manufacturing platform than the crafting table. Creating it will yield numerous delightful surprises. This girl is exceptionally fortunate with electric cores and seeds, and now she even has the blueprint for a research station. Yong Xiao smirked. All these items were of little use to others, but held great significance for him. What does luck matter if it ultimately adds for others? Whether they possess containers for holding water is no longer a matter for him to ponder. In the next moment, a blueprint for a research table materialized in Yong Xiao's palm. Without hesitation, he immersed himself in study, and a brand new technological instrument manifested in his crafting section. Research table. Required materials include 4 iron blocks, 1 amethyst, 14 pieces of wood, and 7 plastics. Goodness, the list of necessities is indeed extensive. No wonder this little girl sold it to me. Particularly, this amethyst seems to be unique to me. It is nowhere to be found in the trading market. Yong Xiao chuckled, recalling another survivor's backpack he had discovered, which fortuitously contained an amethyst. The initial description deemed it an essential item for crafting a guiding beacon. Little did he know it was also one of the materials for constructing a research table. Thus, it turned out to be a serendipitous discovery. With a chime, a brand new instrument, standing a meter tall, appeared before Yong Xiao. Its shape was square, featuring a circular dome at its center, resembling a washing machine from the human world. As he approached the research table, he indeed discovered numerous novel items he had never seen before. Tools such as vegetable knives and cutting boards crafted from wood and stone, along with other intricate instruments, caught his eye. He also spotted iron hooks, which are essential for creating fishing rods. Initially, he had thought these items could only be obtained through treasure chests, but to his surprise, he found them within the research table. This little girl had truly been a great help. Feeling elated, Yong Xiao crafted a series of kitchen utensils, then washed the ingredients by the lake, preparing to pluck and cook a wild chicken. After about an hour, wisps of white smoke wafted from his territory, accompanied by an enticing aroma that made one salivate. He approached his bed and called out to the slumbering Teddy, who, despite being a sheep, had taken a liking to his bed. "Hey, it's time to eat." "Little Teddy, don't disturb my sleep, it smells so good." Teddy grumbled, reluctantly rolling over, but soon perked up, his nose twitching as he caught the scent of the food. In the next moment, he was drawn to the barbecue grill, where a wild chicken was sizzling, golden and crispy, its aroma intoxicating. Yong Xiao followed suit, crafting a dining table from wood and sitting directly on the ground, presenting the dishes elegantly. He placed the entire roasted chicken at the center of the table. "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to serve me?" Teddy, now wide awake, had eyes only for the roasted chicken. "You are a sheep. You should be a herbivore," Yong Xiao replied, bemused. "I am a deity, not a sheep. Hence, I do not eat greens. I feast upon roasted chicken," Teddy responded earnestly, using his divine power to snatch a chicken leg. With one bite, the crispy exterior gave way to tender juiciness, and this ordinary roasted chicken, enhanced by Yong Xiao's culinary skills, had transformed into a delectable masterpiece. Undoubtedly, Teddy was enchanted by the roasted chicken. Observing Teddy savoring the meal with delight, a smile crept onto Yong Xiao's lips. "All right, I am willing to become your guardian beast now. Let me share something with you." The intoxicated expression on Teddy's face faded, as if he had come to acknowledge Yong Xiao, and he spoke up. Chapter 15. The Natural Forces of the Wilderness. Yong Xiao gazed at the solemn Teddy, astonished that he could discern such a grave expression on the face of a mere lamb. "Do you have something to tell me?" he inquired, twisting slightly in his seat. He felt no fatigue, attributing his vigor solely to the endurance fruit from the signing-in system. Teddy swallowed the last morsel of chicken leg and, licking his lips, proclaimed, "The natural forces in the wilderness are exceedingly formidable and tyrannical. Humans should not engage with them at all. Not even a most basic contact should be attempted." Yong Xiao was taken aback. "I've held you before. It's not a big deal." Teddy continued, "In 1 or 2 days, you won't notice anything amiss, and you may even feel perpetually invigorated, devoid of any hint of fatigue. However, once 7 days have passed, the natural forces will utterly annihilate your body. And at that point, I shall be free from your control." Listening to Teddy's words, Yong Xiao stood frozen in place. Was his recent insomnia truly a result of Teddy's influence? He fell into silence, reflecting on his smooth journey since arriving in this enigmatic wilderness world. Even when faced with a minor disaster like the rising tide, he had fortuitously acquired a bounty of supplies. Such occurrences had lulled him into complacency, making him forget that this world was fraught with peril, where human lives could be extinguished at any moment. Before him stood a deity who had traversed this wilderness for countless years, wielding the natural forces of thunder and lightning, yet appearing as a mere lamb. "Why are you telling me this?" Yong Xiao's mood darkened, his expression complex as he regarded Teddy. The little lamb's eyes twirled twice before it slowly uttered, "After observing you over the past 2 days, I have concluded that your potential, talent, and even luck far surpass those of previous survivors. I believe you might be the strongest human. Thus, I cannot bear to see you perish prematurely. Of course, your roasted chicken leg is quite delectable." Yong Xiao was rendered speechless by Teddy's declaration, suspecting that the lamb's fondness for roasted chicken was the true reason behind its revelation. "A gluttonous deity. Since I have already been tainted by the natural forces, how can I ensure my safety?" Yong Xiao exhaled softly, reaching to pat Teddy's small head, only to be met with vigorous resistance. "Do not touch me with your filthy hands if you wish to live," Teddy retorted, a hint of pride flickering in its eyes. In this way, it had gained leverage over Yong Xiao, ensuring the latter would not dare to be disrespectful. "Promise me 2 things, and I shall spare your life," Teddy declared, tilting its head while keeping a watchful eye on the roasted chicken leg in Yong Xiao's hand. "Speak," Yong Xiao replied, shrugging. "First, you should no longer fleece my wool. Second, you must roast a wild chicken for me every 3 days, Teddy said, swallowing hard as it fixed its gaze on Yong Xiao, fearful of a refusal. It was indeed reluctant to part with Yong Xiao's delectable roasted chicken. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yong Xiao acquiesced, initially believing that this divine being would impose a formidable demand upon him. To his surprise, it was merely a trivial whim. Witnessing Yong Xiao's consent, Teddy's demeanor brightened. Now, I shall channel the natural energy within you, and you shall be free of your troubles. With that, a radiant violet aura enveloped Teddy, accompanied by flickers of small lightning. Ascending into the air, a potent yet controlled surge of purple energy emanated from Teddy's mouth, directly connecting to Yong Xiao. Instantly, Yong Xiao felt as though he had been electrified, sensing Teddy's energy coursing through every inch of his being. Strange. It seems that the natural energy within you has been absorbed by yourself. Teddy furrowed its brow, speaking in a muddled tone. Can a human body truly withstand such natural forces? I cannot believe you are absorbing it. Yong Xiao was equally astonished. After all, he had not experienced any discomfort, but rather felt remarkably at ease. Soon, Teddy's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment. After assessing Yong Xiao's physique with its purple energy, it unexpectedly discovered that his endurance surpassed that of an ordinary human. This is peculiar. Your body's resilience is astonishing, Teddy exclaimed in surprise. Yong Xiao's heart stirred at this revelation, realizing that the stamina fruit he had obtained from his sign-in had indeed elevated his physical strength to a new pinnacle. What about the natural energy? He inquired. Teddy rolled its eyes, seemingly dissatisfied, and replied, No worries. The natural energy could not contend with the cells within your body. Over these past 2 days, you have absorbed it all. What does that mean? Yong Xiao asked, utterly perplexed. It means you can now wield natural energy, albeit limited to what resides within you, Teddy said, deflating like a puncture balloon. Never had it encountered such an extraordinary human. Ordinary individuals could not suppress natural forces. Are you saying I can harness your purple lightning? Yong Xiao snapped back to attention, excitement bubbling within him. After all, what young person does not dream of being a superhero? He was envious of the prowess Teddy displayed on that fateful moonlit night. Teddy weakly nodded in affirmation, feeling utterly insignificant in Yong Xiao's presence. Encouraged by Teddy's acknowledgement, Yong Xiao concentrated and sensed the enigmatic power within him. With a firm exhalation, memories of cinematic portrayals flooded his mind. In the blink of an eye, his palm transformed into a claw-like shape, as he endeavored to channel the natural energy into his hand and materialize it. After approximately 30 seconds, a faint violet glow emerged in the center of his palm, gradually solidifying into a short bolt of purple lightning. Measuring merely 5 to 6 centimeters in length, this minuscule bolt contained an indescribable reservoir of natural power. Its intensity and ferocity were undeniable, and no one would question its lethality. At this moment, Yong Xiao wielded the purple lightning, his expression stern, observed by Teddy as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yong Xiao's gaze sharpened, and the purple lightning in his hand transformed into a fierce bolt, shooting towards a grand tree at the edge of the territory. With a resounding boom, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on the trunk of the tree, charred and clearly the result of an electric strike. Teddy looked quickly. I can wield the palm thunder, Yong Xiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement just a moment ago. But in the next instant, the natural energy within him was completely depleted, causing him to collapse onto the ground and fall into a deep slumber. Fool! To squander such a meager amount of natural energy so recklessly. This sleep may last until the day after tomorrow. Teddy's eyes flashed with astonishment, though he spoke with disdain. Then, an incredible scene unfolded before him. Yong Xiao's body was slowly absorbing and converting the natural energy from the surrounding air. Although the process was so gradual, it was imperceptible to the naked eye. It did not escape Teddy's keen observation. Can this guy truly autonomously absorb natural energy from the air? Teddy stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. After a considerable time, he finally managed to regain his composure. Muttering indignantly, he is not human. He is not human. He is not human. Chapter 16. Harvesting apples as night fell, the wild spirits, having learned from the last full moon, kept a respectful distance of 8 zhang from Yong Xiao's territory, with none daring to wander near his domain. At this moment, Yong Xiao was engaged in a late-night endeavor, holding a torch as he diligently harvested the ripe apples from the 4 apple trees. How terrifying it is to have slept through to the evening, he muttered shaking his head as he took a bite from the apple in his hand. Deliciously sweet. Teddy, perched on his shoulder, nearly lost his balance upon hearing this. This lad, it seemed, was never satisfied under normal circumstances, depleting one's natural energy to the point of slumber until the day after tomorrow would be considered fortunate. But then again, this boy was anything but normal. Since Yong Xiao had exhausted his natural powers and succumbed to a deep slumber, 10 hours had already passed. Teddy had used his divine power to bring him back to bed, only to find that he awakened that very night. After half an hour of labor, Yong Xiao had gathered all the apples from the 4 trees, filling a large bag with a total of 80 apples. While fruits were not as scarce as water and food on the trading platform, they remained invaluable commodities that could fetch a decent price. Seated on the ground, Yong Xiao took out his phone and began a browse. The items on the trading platform remained largely unchanged, though there were slightly more food items than the previous day. As for fruit sellers, there were scarcely a handful, so few that they could be counted on one hand. Subsequently, Yong Xiao decided to keep half of the apples for himself, dividing the remaining 40 into 20 pairs, all of which he listed on the trading platform. As of now, he had accumulated the largest inventory, both in quantity and variety, far surpassing anyone else. Just as he listed the final pair of apples, a notification chimed, indicating that his trading account had seemingly leveled up. Ding! Congratulations! Your trading account experience is now full. You have been awarded a new title. We hope you continue to strive and bring more items to the platform. Title: Little Wealthy Farmer. The only title obtained from the trading platform, a testament to the survivor's prowess. As the first title holder in this world, you may exchange 1 teleportation ball weekly with your phone until others attain this title. Ah, my title has upgraded to Little Wealthy Farmer. How quaint! Yong Xiao remarked upon seeing the notification on his phone. On day 5 of survival, and I am a little wealthy farmer. What on earth is happening in this world? Are you cheating? Teddy could no longer conceal his astonishment, openly critiquing Yong Xiao's rapid advancement. Is this title particularly valuable? Yong Xiao chuckled, inquiring further. Not one to shy away from questions, Teddy, who possessed an innate divinity of the wilderness, felt a rare pang of envy on his sheepish face. While the title itself was not rare, the teleportation balls that could be exchanged for were top-tier treasures, truly sought after yet seldom encountered. I hadn't expected such splendid benefits from being the first title holder. After listening to Teddy's words, Yong Xiao regained his senses and began sifting through his phone for information regarding the teleportation orb. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was far more extraordinary than he had initially presumed. Teleportation orb, the only instant transport item in the wilderness world, capable of sending the user to any location for a duration of 30 seconds, during which other life forms cannot detect the user. This object was indeed remarkable, allowing one to traverse anywhere and collect resources undetected before returning. With it, entering perilous regions of the wilderness became unequivocally safe. How could one possibly defend against such a tool? Yong Xiao chuckled, seemingly envisioning the most advantageous applications of this item. Meanwhile, within the World Channel, the announcement echoed. The first minor landowner has emerged, survivor name, Yong Xiao. Once again, it was the illustrious Yong Xiao. Is there any knowledgeable survivor who could elucidate the meaning of this minor landowner title? It simply implies wealth. What else could it mean? Those upstairs refrain from speaking nonsense. This title is unique to the trading platform. To possess such a title indicates that one has listed a sufficient quantity and variety of items on the platform. Goodness, could this truly signify a top-tier figure? While I have managed to list but a single banana over these many days, the great master has already attained the title of minor landowner. A large tree attracts the wind. Despite his current flamboyance, he ought to be wary of potential pitfalls. Unbeknownst to Yong Xiao, his recent developments had ignited fervent discourse within the World Channel, and this time, voices of jealousy began to surface. Teddy, this teleportation orb is simply too powerful. I could instantly transport myself to those treacherous yet resource-rich locations. Wouldn't that be a windfall? Yong Xiao remarked while affectionately stroking Teddy's head. Teddy, however, shook his head in disapproval and retorted, "Dream on. Even if the teleportation orb can reach any location, The prerequisite is that you must possess specific coordinates. You've only been in the wilderness world for a few days. Your range of movement is likely minuscule. According to Teddy's experience, previous survivors who acquired the teleportation orb typically reserved it for crucial moments, not like Yong Xiao, who entertained such fanciful notions. Specific coordinates? I have those, Yong Xiao replied without hesitation. Teddy scoffed. Stop joking. You've only been in this world for 5 days. Even if your legs were to run off, how far could you possibly go? The use of the teleportation orb hinges on knowing the coordinates, and to know them, the survivor must have been present at the location. Noticing Teddy's disdainful expression, Yong Xiao opted not to argue and began rummaging through his backpack. Subsequently, much to Teddy's bewilderment, Yong Xiao produced a complete map of the wilderness world. "What in the world are you?" Teddy exclaimed in disbelief. Having served as a deity for so long, it had never encountered a survivor capable of creating a comprehensive map of the wilderness world. For no one truly knew the extent of this realm. Yet, Yong Xiao once again caught Teddy by surprise. Chapter 17. Ready for departure in the nocturnal wilderness. Accompanied by a myriad of stars and the luminous moon, in a secluded corner of the continent, a man and a sheep were crouched on the ground, engrossed in studying something. Yong Xiao resembled a frog as he sprawled on the earth, devoid of any dignity, while beside him, Teddy's face nearly touched the ground, both belonging to the same ilk of earnestness. Before them lay a map of the wilderness, upon which they deliberated the most suitable destination. Previously overlooked, Yong Xiao had only just realized the vastness of this wild world. His fingers glided across the map, and the scenes before him transformed rapidly, yet the edges remained elusive. Teddy appeared equally intrigued, confessing that after countless reincarnations, it had never discerned the limits of the wilderness. "What material is this map made of?" Teddy inquired curiously. "It is truly remarkable, with the scenes shifting in accordance with your touch. This map is crafted from parchment, yet the images it depicts are animated, akin to an immense, boundless panorama, with this parchment merely serving as a frame, presenting a fraction of the scenery to Yong Xiao and Teddy." Yong Xiao smiled, refraining from revealing the existence of a divine sign-in system he possessed. "I obtained it from a treasure chest," he casually fabricated. Teddy accepted this explanation without skepticism. After all, the mysteries of the wilderness were such that even it, a primordial deity, had failed to comprehend what lay within treasure chests after eons of existence. "I recently discovered a high-tech section at the research station, filled with instruments I have never encountered before. I wish to collect items from there." Yong Xiao's eyes shimmered with anticipation. This world was peculiar. It retained the essence of a primitive realm, yet the final section of the research station showcased advanced technology, the likes of which were unheard of even in the human world, resembling the legendary future. The collision of the primal and the futuristic. What secrets lay hidden within this realm remained an enigma. Upon hearing Yong Xiao's aspirations, Teddy pondered for a moment before gently declining. "That may not be wise. Given your current abilities, you cannot yet unlock the high-tech section. It would be a waste of precious teleportation orbs to collect items that you would not utilize for a long time." Yong Xiao nodded in agreement. Teddy's reasoning was sound. Your current territory, while rich in resources, still has its deficiencies. I suggest you seize this opportunity with the teleportation orb to establish a new dominion in another part of the wilderness. Teddy recognized Yong Xiao's potential and encouraged him to take bold steps toward founding a new territory. At this, Yong Xiao's eyes widened. This notion had never crossed his mind. He had solely focused on expanding his current domain, never considering the prospect of venturing elsewhere to cultivate new lands. Seeing Yong Xiao's burgeoning interest, Teddy continued, "If it were any other survivor, I would not recommend such course of action, but you are different. It is only the 5th day of survival. Typically, it takes humans at least half a month to achieve the status of a modest landowner. In other words, one can acquire at least 2 teleportation orbs within their mobile device, thereby creating inherent conditions for establishing 2 territories. For long-distance traversal, one merely needs to set up guiding beacons within these territories to facilitate seamless teleportation between them." Yong Xiao's eyes widened at the mention of guiding beacons. He recalled that they could be crafted using amethyst stones. What you say is indeed promising, but I lack the blueprint for creating a guiding beacon. Even with the materials, it would be futile, Yong Xiao replied with a wry smile to Teddy. Teddy scratched his head with a paw and then said, "What a trivial matter. I know where to find the blueprint for the guiding beacon, and I'm aware of the materials required for its construction." Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement briefly crossed Yong Xiao's eyes. Indeed, having a primordial deity as a companion proved to be extraordinarily advantageous. Noticing Yong Xiao's tacit approval of his suggestion, Teddy extended a hoof and pointed to a location on the map. Deep within this cave, you will undoubtedly find the blueprint for the guiding beacon, and all the materials needed for its creation are in the vicinity of this cave. Yong Xiao's gaze shifted to the spot Teddy indicated, revealing a cave on the map. Jagged and peculiar, emanating an eerie blue glow, with the words Soul Guide Cave inscribed below it. In the blink of an eye, the sun reached its zenith. It was now the 6th day since Yong Xiao had arrived in the wilderness world. Ding! Today's sign-in was successful. The host may claim sign-in rewards. Tenfold card X1. Blessing of the Rain God, X1. Blessing of the Rain God. A mysterious gift from nature that can summon torrential rain, reviving all things. Possessing the miraculous power to restore vitality to everything. The tenfold card requires no elaboration. However, the Blessing of the Rain God appeared to be merely an energy source, contained within Yong Xiao's ring, manifesting as a mysterious azure glow. "Hey, are you ready yet? It's time to set off." Teddy, clutching a chicken leg in his mouth, turned back to urge him on. Yong Xiao glanced at him and couldn't help but smile wryly. The night before, Yong Xiao had exchanged his apples and water for meat, skillfully transforming it into portable and less perishable jerky, and essential for long journeys. After all, one could not redeem items from the trading platform beyond their territory. Listening to Teddy's urgings, Yong Xiao promptly packed his belongings. A backpack and a ring were sufficient. He crafted 20 torches and packed ample jerky and purified water, enough to sustain both himself and Teddy for several days. With Teddy and the natural powers within him, Yong Xiao felt no fear of the dark wilderness creatures. However, this companion was rather demanding, insisting on chicken leg jerky, which had taken Yong Xiao considerable effort to prepare. "Hurry up! Are you done yet?" Teddy pressed, frowning. Yong Xiao then ran over to him. "You're the one rushing me. If it weren't for your chicken leg jerky, would I have taken so long to prepare? You're not even a weasel. Why do you love chicken so much?" Teddy, upon hearing this, became indignant, flying onto Yong Xiao's shoulder and smearing the grease from his mouth onto Yong Xiao's ear. "You rascal, Teddy." The silhouette of a person and a sheep gradually faded by the lakeside, while on the distant peak of a high mountain, Chu Cixue anxiously gazed at her phone, which displayed a private conversation with someone. What if we eliminate Yong Xiao and divide his resources equally? Chapter 18. Baring Teeth, Why Must Yong Xiao Be Killed? A flicker of doubt crossed Chu Cixue's eyes as her gaze fixed intently upon the face of the individual in the private chat channel. For reasons unknown, amidst a sea of real photographs and names, this person's avatar depicted a masked man. The pitch-black mask bore the character prominently, and a pair of slender, phoenix-like eyes exuded an air of danger. He appeared to be in his 40s and was named Husan. 5 minutes prior, this individual had approached Chu Cixue, candidly expressing his desire for her to join him in eliminating Yong Xiao and sharing his resources equally. Ding. Husan. He is exceedingly foolish, arrogant, and self-important. He currently holds a significant advantage over us other survivors. If we do not eliminate him now, he may very well come to dominate all survivors in the future. Husan. Moreover, he has already encroached upon the fundamental interests of this world. His days are numbered. Chu Cixue, filled with uncertainty, felt her fair face redden in the wind. She chose not to ally with Husan. As for the fundamental interests of the world he spoke of, she could not yet fathom their depth. Never mind, I shall at least warn that scoundrel. With a sigh, Chu Cixue acknowledged that while the scoundrel was detestable, he had been reliable, providing her with essentials in every transaction. She opened the chat window with Yong Xiao and composed a message. "Do not be too ostentatious. Someone has begun to target you." Unbeknownst to Yong Xiao, who was wandering in the wilderness, he was completely oblivious to the message. Having no time to glance at his phone. Come on, Teddy, move. Are you even a god? You walk 2 steps and then plop down to pretend to be tired. No deity behaves so lowly. Yong Xiao looked at Teddy with exasperation, who at that moment was leaning against a tree, munching on a chicken leg of Yong Xiao's. What's the rush? Why the hurry? Teddy seemed utterly unconcerned, swaying his head while savoring the delectable chicken leg. At this rate, when shall we reach the soul-guiding cave? Yong Xiao furrowed his brow and, disregarding Teddy's protests, hoisted him onto his shoulder and pressed onward. The duo had established a travel plan prior to their departure, intending first to trek from their territory to the desolate woods 5 kilometers away, where essential materials for crafting guiding beacons could be found. They would then use a teleportation orb to instantly arrive at the entrance of the soul-guiding cave, gather the remaining materials, and finally, once all materials were collected, both would enter the cave to acquire the schematics for the guiding beacons before returning to their territory. However, nearly an hour into their journey, they had scarcely covered a kilometer. At this rate, they might not reach the desolate woods before nightfall. Release me, I am a god. Show some respect. Teddy flailed his short limbs, yet could not escape Yong Xiao's grasp, resorting only to feeble verbal threats. Yong Xiao paid him no mind, continuing his solitary advance. In the wilderness, with Yong Xiao carrying Teddy upon his shoulder, their pace noticeably quickened. After 2 hours, Yong Xiao set the compliant Teddy down, and upon lifting his gaze, the desolate woods lay before them. In the midst of the desolate wilderness, a carpet of withered yellow leaves lay scattered on the ground, leading to a grove of trees, all of which bore the pallor of impending death. Every leaf had fallen, leaving the branches completely bare. Truly, this was a forsaken woodland, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Yong Xiao clicked his tongue, observing the ground strewn with leaves, while not a single one remained on the trees. At first glance, one might assume this place had suffered some calamity. Where is the heart of the withered tree you mentioned? Yong Xiao turned to Teddy and inquired. The heart of the withered tree is a unique treasure of the desolate grove, rumored to possess miraculous powers that embody the essence of nature, serving as a vital component for guiding beacons. Teddy twisted his sore neck, silently lamenting the rigidity of Yong Xiao's shoulder. The heart of the withered tree lies at the core of the desolate trees. Despite the leaves lying on the ground, this is precisely what makes the withered trees extraordinary. They grow inverted. The heart is concealed among the fallen leaves, but only the leaves of trees over a century old will suffice. Yong Xiao frowned at this revelation. How can one discern the age of leaves that have already fallen? Teddy, with an expression of disdain for Yong Xiao's naivety, replied, while they may be called fallen leaves, these leaves actually grow from the withered trees themselves. These trees never shed their leaves. They die in their entirety. Yong Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Skeptical, he reached down to pick up a fallen leaf, only to lift an entire cluster of them. It appeared that the withered yellow leaves were interconnected through roots and stems, ultimately leading back to the roots of the withered trees. At that moment, a shadow darted out from beneath the lifted leaves, hurtling towards Yong Xiao's face with such speed that he could hardly react. Just then, a flash of purple lightning grazed his brow, striking the shadow, and Yong Xiao froze in place, finally discerning what lay beneath the leaves. To his shock, it was a colossal ant adorned with semi-transparent wings, which had attempted to launch an assault on him. A flying ant? Yong Xiao exclaimed, instinctively taking a step back. Who told you to recklessly disturb the leaves? This ant is known as the ground ant. Not only can it fly, but it is also sharp-witted and highly aggressive. Teddy perched on Yong Xiao's shoulder, adopting an air of maturity. Did you think the heart of the withered tree was easily obtained? None of the materials for crafting guiding beacons are readily accessible. What do you mean? Yong Xiao, feeling vexed after nearly being harmed by an ant, questioned. Every desolate grove harbors ground ants, which dwell beneath the leaves of the withered trees, guarding the heart of the withered tree. What you have just disturbed is merely a casual leaf on the periphery. When you attempt to lift the leaf concealing the heart, you will realize just how fearsome these little creatures can be, Teddy explained. finally finding a sense of authority as an elder, for he was indeed a bona fide deity. Is there any way to eliminate them? Yong Xiao frowned, recalling that dealing with ants in the human realm was a troublesome affair, as these creatures seemed omnipresent and impossible to eradicate completely. It's simple. Capture the queen first. Slay the ant queen, and the rest will fall apart without a fight, Teddy responded. Upon hearing Yong Xiao's words, the furrowed lines of his brow began to ease, suggesting that all hope was not lost. Even the most eloquent ant must still partake in sustenance, he mused, as he extracted a piece of dried chicken leg from his backpack. What are you doing? Teddy exclaimed, clenching the chicken leg in his jaws, ready to defend it fiercely. You mentioned that we should eliminate the queen ant first. I intend to use this chicken leg as bait. Surely, the ants from this barren land will transport it back to their queen. This strategy could provide us with a direct opportunity to eradicate her, and possibly even lead us to find Araki's heart, Yong Xiao declared with a smile, as he pried open Teddy's mouth, provoking a series of growls and bared teeth from him. Chapter 19. Separate actions. A gentle breeze rustled the fallen leaves upon the ground as Yong Xiao and Teddy concealed themselves nearby. They were intently observing a piece of chicken leg bone lying not far away, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the harvester ants. Here they come. Yong Xiao gently tapped Teddy on the head, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid startling the foraging ants. Teddy shot Yong Xiao an annoyed glance before turning his attention back to the two dark harvester ants. Their wings fluttered in the air, and the little creatures descended upon the chicken leg bone with remarkable speed. Typically, harvester ants are drawn to sweet treats. Yet Yong Xiao's culinary skills have been elevated through systematic training, enabling him to create dishes that could attract these ants. The two harvester ants sniffed the chicken leg bone for some time before confirming the absence of danger. They then began to communicate with their companions in a unique manner, emitting a series of hissing sounds. Before long, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Yong Xiao's eyes. Dozens of harvester ants emerged from the thicket, the smallest among them measuring about 2 or 3 centimeters. They eagerly swarmed onto the chicken leg bone, which measured 50 centimeters in length and width, becoming densely populated with the tiny creatures. Yong Xiao instinctively swallowed hard. Had a survivor with a fear of clusters been present, they would likely have fainted at the sight. Remaining calm, he reminded himself that while the queen ant possesses exceptional reproductive capabilities, it is virtually immobile. If they could locate her, eliminating her would be a straightforward task. Teddy, witnessing the scene before him, shuddered, harboring a deep-seated aversion to these minuscule beings. The large chicken leg bone was soon lifted by the harvester ants, gradually being transported into the thicket. A sense of concern washed over Yong Xiao as he pondered aloud. They've taken it into the thicket. How are we to proceed? The entire forest is carpeted with countless fallen leaves, each concealing a harvester ant. Who knows how many more lie within? The thought of being surrounded is chilling. I can hover above and pinpoint the queen's location. Then we can directly attack that specific leaf, Teddy remarked, curling his lip. Before Yong Xiao could respond, a purple glow began to emanate from Teddy's body, and he gradually floated into the air. Yong Xiao gazed up in awe at Teddy, who, despite being the size of a small lamb, was enveloped in purple light and levitating. It was a sight that seemed almost unbelievable. The harvester ants moved at a leisurely pace, and with Teddy keeping watch, Yong Xiao redirected his attention to his phone, curious about recent events. To his surprise, upon opening the app, a private message from Chu Xishue popped up. After reading it, Yong Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Is someone targeting me? All survivors have been dispersed throughout this world, and he hadn't encountered another living soul, let alone someone with intentions against him. Yong Xiao reassured himself. I'm overthinking this. Survivors have yet to band together, so how could anyone target me? To his astonishment, as soon as he sent the message, Chu Xishue replied instantly. Chu Xishue, do not let your guard down. That man appears to be affiliated with an organization, and his profile picture even features him wearing a mask. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow deeper. He had never encountered anyone capable of concealing their identity so thoroughly. Chu Xishue. In any case, just be wary of anyone with a character in their name. You must not come to harm, as you still owe your great aunt a considerable debt. This little girl. Yong Xiao noted the hint regarding the character in his mind, feeling a warm sentiment stir within him. He gazed at the young girl in Chu Sishua's profile picture, reflecting on his emotions. In this primal and perilous wilderness, perhaps trust had become a rare commodity, yet at least this girl harbored no ill intentions. Meanwhile, news arrived from Teddy, who perched upon Yong Xiao's shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. "My lord, I have spotted her. The Ant Queen is located at the very center of the wild forest, beneath the leaves of the stoutest tree. You were correct. The wildwood hearts are also present. And there are indeed 3 of them." Yong Xiao nodded, perplexed. 3 is considered many? Is this wildwood heart truly precious? Teddy shook his head, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. While not particularly rare, typically only 1 wildwood heart would be found in a forest. The presence of 3 indicates that something underground is nourishing this area. Are you suggesting that treasures might lie beneath? Yong Xiao exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated Teddy's keen observation of such subtle changes. Indeed, Teddy affirmed, before adding, "For now, we shall let this go. We must record the coordinates of this location. With your current abilities, you are not yet qualified to explore it. We shall return in the future. There are undoubtedly great treasures hidden below." Yong Xiao nodded, marking this wild forest with a special notation on the map. Next, it was time for them to strike and eliminate the Ant Queen. Quickly, while the Ant Queen is feeding, you must divert the attention of the wasteland ants. And I will deliver a fatal blow from the air. Teddy soared into the sky, and before departing, they devised a straightforward battle plan. Yong Xiao smiled subtly. He was no longer the naive newcomer to the wilderness. He had even mastered the forces of nature. With his hand shaped like a claw, a faint purple glow coalesced in his palm. Compared to the previous encounter, Yong Xiao exhibited much greater proficiency this time. In the next instant, the purple lightning shot forth from his hand, striking the root of a tree at the edge of the wild forest. With a resounding bang, leaves danced in the air as the acrid scent of burning filled the atmosphere, startling the nearby wasteland ants, which took to the air and, having locked onto Yong Xiao, launched their assault. "Teddy, quickly!" Yong Xiao shouted, but he was unable to unleash a second palm thunder. The swarm of wasteland ants was rapidly approaching, and the situation was dire. Teddy glanced down, realizing Yong Xiao was in peril. After a moment's hesitation, just as he contemplated abandoning the attack on the Ant Queen to rescue Yong Xiao, "That scoundrel is resorting to such underhanded tactics again," Teddy muttered under his breath, choosing to disregard Yong Xiao, and began to concentrate intensely, gathering his own power to launch a decisive strike against the Ant Queen. Meanwhile, on the ground, Yong Xiao repeatedly attempted to harness his strength to no avail, ultimately resorting to retrieving the legendary indestructible iron rod from his backpack. Swinging it recklessly in the air, the swarming wasteland ants, oblivious to the danger, entered the range of the iron rod's attack, and the outcome was inevitable. The ants fell one after another. "Blast it, there are more and more," Yong Xiao exclaimed, after several minutes of frantic swinging, only to discover that the number of wasteland ants showed no signs of diminishing, but rather appeared to be increasing. His arms ached with fatigue, and he could only urge Teddy to hasten his actions. Teddy glanced up and noticed that a significant portion of the wasteland ants in the desolate forest had been drawn towards Yong Xiao, while beneath him lay a mound of unconscious ants. "Not human," Teddy muttered, seizing the moment when the number of ants surrounding the Ant Queen was relatively low. He unleashed a formidable bolt of purple lightning from his mouth, fierce and swift, descending with an overwhelming force directly upon the Ant Queen. Chapter 20. Gathering the wasteland ants beside the edge of the desolate woods, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Teddy perched upon Yong Xiao's shoulder, gazing down at him as he heaved for breath, and scoffed. "Weren't you supposed to have remarkable stamina? How is it that you falter now?" Unfazed by Teddy's mockery, Yong Xiao swatted him off his shoulder with a firm hand. "Of course, my body is not weary, but the psychological strain is immense. Is it not permissible to catch my breath after a battle?" His eyes fell upon the scattered wasteland ants lying around, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. This endeavor had been recklessly audacious. Had it not been for the legendary iron staff, he might have lost his life today. Just moments ago, when Teddy's electric strike had felled the Ant Queen, the anticipated one-hit kill had sent the disoriented wasteland ants into a state of confusion, halting their attacks as they aimlessly flitted about before dispersing. Where do those fleeing ants go? Yong Xiao inquired. They're off to the next desolate woods. These creatures cannot be exterminated entirely, Teddy replied, shaking off the dust that clung to his wool. Afterward, he strode directly into the wild woods, for even in death, the Ant Queen represented a valuable resource. Without his assistance, Yong Xiao, as a mere survivor, would never have been capable of defeating such a formidable creature. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao, standing astounded behind Teddy, couldn't shake the feeling that the creature had begun to resemble a dog in its behavior. He soon followed Teddy into the desolate woods, collecting both the desiccated Ant Queen and the withered wood, the former being one of the materials necessary for crafting a guiding beacon, and the latter being useful for concocting highly valuable potions. What do you plan to do with the wasteland ants you knocked out? Teddy languidly inquired from his perch on Yong Xiao's shoulder. Can these creatures be sold? Yong Xiao asked, surveying the heap of ants sprawled around him. Indeed, while they lack the value of the Ant Queen, everything in this world can be listed on the trading platform, Teddy remarked, observing Yong Xiao's efforts to pack his belongings. However, these are still alive. I suggest you consider breeding them. These little ones might yield you another Ant Queen. Yong Xiao was taken aback. I lack the desolate trees. How could I nurture these creatures? Indeed, wasteland ants must dwell beneath the leaves of desolate trees. Teddy rolled his eyes and continued. There are desolate tree leaves scattered everywhere. Gather some, and once we return to your territory, your book contains the methods for cultivation. Understanding dawned upon Yong Xiao as he grasped Teddy's intention. If he could rear an Ant Queen to follow his commands, it would equate to possessing an inexhaustible arsenal of wasteland ants, a venture with boundless profit. Subsequently, Yong Xiao stowed the unconscious wasteland ants into his ring, gathered a collection of desolate tree leaves, and prepared to utilize the teleportation orb to reach the soul-guiding cave. What material is your ring made of that allows living creatures to reside within? Teddy's eyes widened in curiosity as he scrutinized the silver ring on Yong Xiao's finger. I obtained it from opening a treasure chest, Yong Xiao replied, maintaining his usual enigmatic demeanor. Teddy was momentarily taken aback, pondering the extraordinary fortune of this individual, who had managed to extract such marvelous treasures from the treasure chest. Subsequently, the man and the sheep stood still in a clearing, preparing for their teleportation. Holding their breath, they focused on their intended destination. The initial experience often brought dizziness, but one would soon adapt. Teddy provided Yong Xiao with a brief prelude on the process. Yong Xiao nodded, inhaled deeply, and retrieved the teleportation orb from his backpack. This peculiar sphere, with a texture akin to jade, was indeed transparent, its center ensconced in intertwining lines of deep red energy. Soul-guiding cave, teleport. Yong Xiao crushed the orb, and the deep red energy lines erupted violently, enveloping both him and Teddy. In the blink of an eye, they vanished beside the desolate woods. At the far end of the wilderness continent, a chilling wind swept through the air, the temperature markedly lower than that near Yong Xiao's territory, casting a gloom over the sky. Suddenly, the figures of the man and the sheep materialized in this eerie place. The once vibrant energy lines now dimmed and reformed into the teleportation orb, which bore cracks upon its surface. Here we are, outside the soul-guiding cave. Keep the teleportation orb safe. We will need it to return. Though it now possesses only the ability to take us back, Teddy declared as he leapt down from Yong Xiao's shoulder, feeling invigorated. After a moment of silence, Teddy turned to see Yong Xiao, clutching his stomach, retching. How embarrassing. I warned you that the first time can induce dizziness, Teddy remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Yong Xiao, feeling utterly miserable, found the sensation of teleportation far more disorienting than the first time he had ridden in a car. It felt as if the world were spinning, his stomach churning without respite despite having eaten little. Teddy, this is not mere dizziness. It feels as though my very life is being drained away, Yong Xiao groaned, squinting in discomfort. With no other option, they sought refuge on a large rock, resting for what turned out to be half an hour. Once he regained his composure, Yong Xiao began to survey his surroundings, growing increasingly familiar with the scenery, which evoked a strange sense of déjà vu. The underworld, he exclaimed in surprise. Teddy's expression fell. This is the wilderness. It bears no relation to your human world. Thus, the man and the sheep said about searching for the materials needed to construct a beacon. Throughout their journey, Yong Xiao's brow remained furrowed as humanoid monsters passed by, and though he made a conscious effort to avoid them, he soon realized that those creatures could not perceive him at all. At that moment, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on the figures of both Yong Xiao and Teddy. Chapter 21. Discovery 30 seconds is a precious commodity. Hurry. On the desolate land, a multitude of grotesque humanoid figures wandered aimlessly, while Teddy and Yong Xiao swiftly maneuvered between them, their expressions fraught with anxiety. The cause for their distress was simple. After a human and a sheep had traversed through the portal, the 30 seconds of concealment described by the transmission sphere had no time limit, which had lulled Yong Xiao and Teddy into a false sense of security. However, they were unprepared for the sudden onset of the time limit as they began to meander outside the soul-guiding cave, causing their cloaking status to become precarious. What happened if they were discovered? Yong Xiao's gaze darted around, scanning every nook and cranny for potential materials. Teddy, without so much as a moment's hesitation, with violet gleams flickering in its eyes, accelerated its search for materials. If these uncanny beings were to uncover us, we would be assimilated. This revelation from Teddy nearly caused Yong Xiao to collapse in shock. The repercussions were far more severe than he had anticipated. What exactly was this soul-guiding cave? Surely, they wouldn't meet their end here? Yong Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of unease at the sight of those monstrous figures. Teddy, undeterred, continued its swift movements, darting to a colossal rock, where it swiftly bit off a flower growing at the edge and tossed it to Yong Xiao. The soul-guiding cave is the most unique location in the wilderness continent. The materials found here are unparalleled and cannot be replicated anywhere else. The reason for this is singular. The materials near the soul-guiding cave have accumulated over time, becoming imbued with the resonant properties of nature. It is precisely due to this attribute that the materials from the soul-guiding cave are essential for crafting the guiding beacons. The operational principle of these beacons relies on resonance with nature, allowing for instantaneous traversal across the vast expanse of the wilderness continent. Upon hearing Teddy's explanation, Yong Xiao could not help but smile wryly as he accepted the flower thrown by Teddy, hastily stowing it in his backpack. This task was no ordinary challenge. At this moment, the cloaking status of both the human and the sheep was on the verge of dissipating, and reluctantly, they had no choice but to halt their search and conceal themselves at the entrance of the soul-guiding cave. What should they do? These monsters continued to meander outside, and 30 seconds was hardly sufficient for them to gather the necessary materials. Yong Xiao, feeling despondent, sat down, realizing that thus far, they had only collected 3 of the 12 materials required to create the guiding beacon. There remained a considerable distance to cover, yet time was slipping away. Teddy's ears drooped, and its small face was a canvas of distress. How peculiar! Was today a special occasion? Typically, these restless spirits would not roam the outdoors. Why was today so extraordinary? They not only congregated outside the soul-guiding cave, but also appeared to be partaking in some strange ritual. Teddy gazed at the humanoid creatures outside, perplexed. Yong Xiao lifted his head in response. According to Teddy, were these humanoid figures originally inhabitants of the soul-guiding cave? Perhaps they are wandering for some peculiar reason? Suddenly, a flicker of contemplation crossed Yong Xiao's eyes. He gently patted Teddy's head and remarked, "I perceive that these humanoid monstrosities, though seemingly aimless in their aimless meandering, are actually moving in a rhythmic pattern, repeating their movements incessantly. When the paths of these beings are amalgamated, they appear to form a colossal design." The gazes of the individual and the sheep turned towards the cave entrance, and indeed, upon calming themselves and scrutinizing closely, they discerned the peculiar nature of these humanoid creatures. Each one of them perpetually traces a design, which, when combined, resembles an immense and magnificent saurian blossom. Teddy suddenly exclaimed, his eyes reflecting an expression of incredulity. Saurian blossom? Yong Xiao inquired skeptically. What is that? Teddy elucidated. The Saurian blossom, also known as the Saurian totem, is a primal lineage of the wilderness continent. Unlike myself, who is a being born of divine essence, they are a tribe that has perpetuated its existence through relentless propagation. It is rumored that the Saurians possess a ferocious temperament, but also possess a wondrous ability to resonate with space. The guiding soul cave is their ancestral abode, with the initial guiding beacon formed from the corporeal body of an adult Saurian. As he spoke, the astonishment in his eyes remained undiminished. According to Teddy's experience, the emergence of a Saurian totem in the wilderness signifies the impending resurgence of the Saurian tribe. Yet, this group of survivors had only arrived in the wilderness continent less than a week ago. Are these ghastly beings the Saurians you spoke of? Yong Xiao frowned, realizing that if Teddy's assertions held any truth, they were in grave peril. Is it not akin to courting death to intrude upon their domain without any genuine prowess? No. These entities are merely the servitors of the Saurians, lacking independent thought, products created by the unique arcane arts of the Saurian tribe, Teddy replied. Are these beings specifically crafted by the Saurians? Yong Xiao's confusion deepened. Indeed, these are humans captured over countless years by the Saurians, forced to undergo a grotesque fusion with monsters, thereby becoming a new species, employed for their amusement and servitude. Teddy hesitated, knowing that such revelations were startling for Yong Xiao, who shared the same humanity. As expected, a fleeting look of astonishment passed through Yong Xiao's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a growing sense of gloom and indignation. Is this truly how the indigenous races of the wilderness treat humanity? Yong Xiao queried, his voice unervingly calm. Teddy shook his head, not entirely. The Saurian tribe was once vanquished for their egregious transgressions against the natural order, leading to their total annihilation. Now, only these soulless humanoid monstrosities remain. But judging by the Saurian blossom, it seems this tribe may soon resurface. Concern flickered in Teddy's gaze, as no one wished to witness the return of such a brutal and deranged race. Yong Xiao remained silent, though suddenly a hand clapped upon his shoulder. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly, only to see a shadow emerging from behind the corner of the wall. Bathed in the light from the opening, Yong Xiao could barely discern the figure approaching. Who goes there? Teddy asked, turning back warily, as violet sparks crackled around him. The shadow gradually revealed its features. A human adorned with horns, towering at approximately 6 feet tall, his physique robust, with 2 pure black horns protruding from his forehead. Who are you? He inquired, his voice dry and obscure, barely audible unless one strained to listen. At that moment, they exchanged glances. Chapter 22. The Cleansing Spring. 5 minutes later, Yong Xiao and Teddy finally discerned the identity of the visitor. Outside, the grotesque figures had increasingly pronounced patterns beneath their feet. Here, the sky remained perpetually overcast, rendering Yong Xiao's perception of the external changes somewhat obscure. Are you one of those who voluntarily stayed here hundreds of years ago? Teddy floated in the air, exuding an air of authority. This creature, obsessed with appearances, would undoubtedly maintain his divine demeanor in the presence of outsiders. Indeed, by remaining here, in this world, I have attained true immortality. That is the essence of cultivation. That is a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. The Horn Man exclaimed, his expression frenzied with excitement. At this moment, Yong Xiao turned to approach Teddy, frowning as he regarded the deranged man. Have you figured it out? What is wrong with him? Teddy sighed. This individual was a seeker who arrived hundreds of years before you. However, after surviving in the wild continent, he was seduced by the Suo beast clan, here in pursuit of eternal life. Yong Xiao inquired further, eternal life? A seeker from centuries past? So, has he not succeeded? Teddy shook his head. Success? Hardly. Do you not see the horns upon his head? They are the marks left by the Suo beast clan. As for eternal life, this unfortunate soul has merely been abandoned by them. Why was he abandoned? Yong Xiao was utterly perplexed. The Suo beast clan once roamed the land, capturing humans to merge with their monstrous beings. Occasionally, seekers with insufficient fortitude would succumb to the monstrous genes and thus be discarded by the Suo beast clan. transforming into grotesque hybrids of man and beast. Teddy lamented. What he refers to as eternal life is nothing more than eternal servitude to the Suaw beast clan, forever stripped of his consciousness, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. At that moment, Yong Xiao comprehended the depth of the man's madness, the result of centuries of torment. The two companions fell into silence, their pressing mission still unaccomplished. Not only were they trapped in the cave by those humanoid monsters, but they had also encountered a lunatic from centuries past. Suddenly, the madman leaned closer, speaking conspiratorially. I know why you are here. You seek the blueprint for the guiding beacon, do you not? Yong Xiao and Teddy turned to look at him, non-committal, yet acknowledging with a nod. The madman continued with a grin. I know where the blueprint is hidden, and the cave is quite secure now. Those humanoid creatures have vacated. The blueprint is unguarded, and I can lead you to it. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, lowering his voice to speak to Teddy. I have a feeling this fellow is not trustworthy. Perhaps we should search for it ourselves. Teddy nodded in agreement. You are right, but I also do not know where the blueprint lies. The passages within the Soul Guide cave are intricate, and one could easily stray off course. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao regarded Teddy incredulously, while the latter innocently blinked back at him. Damn it, unreliable Teddy. Yong Xiao inwardly cursed Teddy vehemently, feeling utterly helpless. With both a man and a sheep unable to escape for the time being, their only option to save time and procure the blueprints was to follow this madman. I can't believe I have to rely on a lunatic as my guide. It's utterly absurd. Yong Xiao grimaced, clairly displayacet. At that moment, the madman suddenly turned, his expression grave as he declared, as a condition for guiding you to obtain the blueprints, you must assist me in fulfilling my destiny of immortality. His demeanor was so serious that it conveyed the notion that should they decline, he would not hesitate to end their lives. Both the man and the sheep exchanged glances, surveying the grotesque figures outside and the solemn madman before them, feeling a profound sorrow for the world they inhabited. Reluctantly, they acquiesced to the madman's terms, and he began to lead Yong Xiao and Teddy deeper into the Soul Guide cave. On the other hand, due to the peculiar weather and environment within the Soul Guide cave, Yong Xiao found it impossible to gauge the passage of time, unaware of how soon darkness would descend. After all, the lurking dangers of the wasteland were ever present, leaving them vulnerable even within the cave. Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged a knowing glance, and the latter nodded in understanding, indicating he would remain vigilant. Just then, the madman, walking ahead, abruptly halted. Yong Xiao looked up and was astonished to see a radiant cavern ahead. The air within the Soul Guide cave was imbued with a faint floral fragrance, and the walls glimmered with a white light, seemingly reflected from some unseen source. At that moment, Yong Xiao, aided by the ethereal illumination, finally discerned the true nature of the cave. A bizarre cavern filled with irregularly shaped stones, their reddish-brown hues cool to the touch, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Here we are. This is the first trial you must face. The madman gestured aside, allowing Yong Xiao and Teddy to pass. He continued, to enter the depths of the Soul Guide cave, you must first traverse this purifying spring, cleansing yourselves of filth and malevolence, with a heart full of sincerity, thus enabling you to behold the blueprints. Yong Xiao regarded the madman's expression, which radiated genuine piety. He scoffed inwardly. It was ironic to speak of washing away evil and filth when the most malevolent and corrupt beings resided within the Soul Guide cave, the Soul Beast clan. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the blueprints, Yong Xiao and Teddy pressed onward. From the madman's guidance, they saw before them a shimmering spring, its waters appearing to flow continuously. Yong Xiao stepped into the spring and peered down. The water was crystal clear, even adorned with a faint luminescence that bestowed a sense of sanctity upon it. Beware. This spring is called the purifying water. It may react with a burning sensation upon your skin. Be sure to envelop yourselves in natural energy when you enter. Teddy whispered from Yong Xiao's shoulder. Rest assured, I'm not foolish, Yong Xiao replied with a smile, appreciating Teddy's attentiveness. At that moment, the madman urged them from behind to hasten their descent into the spring. Upon witnessing this, Yong Xiao and Teddy promptly prepared to enter the water, summoning the natural forces within their bodies. As they submerged into the spring, they enveloped themselves in these natural energies. Beneath the surface, the forms of one man and one sheep were cocooned in a delicate violet glow, shielding them from the spring's waters. At that moment, through the veil of natural protection, Yong Xiao sensed the intense heat of the spring. It appeared Teddy's words held truth. Without the natural power, he would likely have shed a layer of skin in the scorching waters. Thus, aided by the external force of nature, they effortlessly traversed the cleansing spring. Behind them, the madman's expression shifted dramatically. As Yong Xiao and Teddy turned back, he suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Heavens! How is it that you can disregard the sacred power of the cleansing spring? You must be of the purest race, as noble as deities." This left Yong Xiao and Teddy utterly perplexed, prompting Teddy to cautiously inquire, "What do deities even look like?" Chapter 23, the so-called deity. Teddy's inquiries evidently aimed to extract valuable information from the madman, particularly regarding the identity of this deity. Upon hearing the mention of the divine, the lunatic's face suddenly radiated an expression of fervent worship, as if the mere utterance of the deity's name filled him with boundless admiration. The visage of the deity, of course, was beyond the perception of a mere mortal like myself. However, I had the rare fortune of glimpsing the deity's feet during a moment of reverence. They were feet of unparalleled sanctity, unlike any I had ever encountered. As the madman spoke with increasing fervor, his excitement manifested in animated gestures. Yong Xiao, suppressing the urge to berate him, patiently inquired, "Could you describe the feet of the deity you speak of?" The madman paused momentarily, a look of profound longing illuminating his eyes as he slowly articulated the deity's feet. They possess only 3 toes with long nails, and the soles are vast, entirely black. His gaze brimmed with a zeal that seemed as though it could engulf both Yong Xiao and Teddy. Yong, opting to disregard the madman's intense stare, turned his scrutinizing gaze toward Teddy, who nodded gently and whispered, "Indeed, these pure black 3-toed feet belong to the Suab beast." It became crystal clear to the two of them. They had confirmed that this madman was merely a human deceived and manipulated by the Suab beast clan. "Very well. Now it is your turn," Yong Xiao remarked with a tinge of pity as he glanced at the madman. My body remains in a state of utter filth. Each encounter with the cleansing spring inflicts immense suffering upon me. My sins are far too grievous. I beseech you to grant me redemption." The madman mumbled vacantly to himself. "Enough, come over here quickly. Once we locate the blueprint, we shall grant you eternal life," Teddy urged, his brow furrowed in impatience. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Yong Xiao and Teddy. The madman slowly began to remove his clothing, revealing a physique in which not a single inch of skin appeared unscathed. The entirety of his skin was a vivid crimson, adorned with desiccated scabs, and certain joints bore severe charcoal black marks, as if scorched by some corrosive substance. Could this be the result of soaking in this cursed spring? Yong Xiao swallowed hard, stifling a wave of nausea. The state of the madman's skin resembled a grotesque amalgamation of every conceivable skin ailment, compounded by ghastly decay. In the next instant, the madman, with an expression of devoutness, stepped into the water. As his skin made contact with the spring, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. It was evident that he was enduring excruciating pain, his horned visage drained of color, his teeth biting into his pallid lips until blood emerged, his body reflexively convulsing from the intensity of the torment. "Oh my goodness, the Suab beast is truly a beast." Yong Xiao, unable to bear the sight, turned away, refusing to witness this brutal and repugnant spectacle. Teddy whispered into his ear, "It seems this madman has lost a part of his human stress response. His body is no longer entirely human. Such excruciating pain would cause any normal person to faint, yet this fellow astonishingly retains clarity amidst his agony, devoid of any willpower." Yong Xiao sighed, contemplating the premature end of this man's life to alleviate his suffering. 2 minutes later, the madman emerged from the purifying spring, his form unsteady and gravely injured. Yet his expression betrayed remorse and frustration, as if feeling that enduring the pain was somehow his own fault. "I am a sinner," the madman lamented, unable to pass through the purifying spring and scathed. "Please redeem me." He wept uncontrollably, even striking his own body in despair. "Enough. Quickly put on your clothes and move forward," Yong Xiao interrupted, vowing never to return to this place. At his words, the madman ceased his actions. After Yong Xiao and Teddy safely traversed the purifying spring, the madman revered them as deities, believing that these two divine beings were the true harbingers of his immortality. Consequently, he obeyed Yong Xiao without question, gradually distancing themselves from the purifying spring. The soul-guiding cave descended into a dimness. And soon Yong Xiao heard haunting screams emanating from ahead, tightening his heart as he inquired, "Hey, what lies below? Why do I hear cries of despair?" The madman continued his pace, yet spoke with utmost respect. "Beyond this point lies the second trial of the soul-guiding cave, the bell-sound ancient path. Those screams belong to the lost souls wandering the ancient path. They cling to earthly desires and are unworthy of immortality." Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged glances, realizing the necessity of eradicating those fervent cultists who had lost even the most fundamental aspects of humanity. Soon, the madman halted once more, and this time the screams were painfully clear and incessant. "Dear deities, we have arrived at the bell-sound ancient path. Proceed forward, and you shall hear tales of earthly beauty. Reject them, and we may continue our descent," the madman declared. Yong Xiao looked ahead, revealing a corridor approximately 10 meters long, constructed of crimson stone, with enormous bells etched into the walls, each adorned with grotesque figures and demons. Strangely, these carved bells emitted human screams, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged glances, realizing that the protective barrier of natural forces would likely fail to shield them from the transmission of sound. Yet, they were resolute in their aversion to experiencing this so-called trial. Just as uncertainty clouded their minds, Yong Xiao suddenly brightened, exclaiming to Teddy, "Look, it's the wild spirits. They appear unaffected by the tolling bells. It seems night has fallen outside." Teddy nodded in agreement. Wild spirits are formed by nature. They can shield themselves from such sounds, thus remaining unperturbed. Yong Xiao's expression brightened with joy upon receiving Teddy's affirmative response, and it was then that he recalled the vital item he had in his backpack. "We can make it." Chapter 24. The final moment, a look of astonishment crossed Teddy's face as he failed to comprehend Yong Xiao's sudden surge of excitement. Within the Soul Guide Cave, at the entrance of this ancient path, Yong Xiao and Teddy prepared to proceed. Yong Xiao retrieved some wilderness essence from his backpack and discreetly offered Teddy 2 pieces. "If we block our ears with this, perhaps we can shield ourselves from that ghastly bell tolling?" he inquired softly, casting a meaningful glance at Teddy. Teddy looked at Yong Xiao with a mixture of surprise and confusion, unable to fathom how this young man could ingeniously employ wilderness essence in such a manner. After a moment's contemplation, Teddy nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Yong Xiao's theory. Apart from enhancing equipment, the wilderness essence possessed the unique characteristic of pure natural attributes. With Teddy's affirmation, Yong Xiao's face brightened. The duo, one human and one sheep, inserted the wilderness essence into their ears, and indeed, the anguished cries reverberating throughout the Soul Guide cave faded into silence. In the next instant, Yong Xiao stepped forward, placing his foot upon the ancient path. He immediately sensed a ripple on the wall where the bell was etched, seemingly resonating with the fabled tolling, yet it was inaudible to him. Teddy, perched upon Yong Xiao's shoulder, shared the same sensation. Together, they advanced step by step, and what was merely a 10-meter distance felt like just a few strides to Yong Xiao. Before long, they reached the end of the ancient path. However, to the madman observing them, the scene appeared entirely different. Admiration gleamed in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him of Yong Xiao and Teddy's subtle actions, he surmised they were utterly oblivious to the bell's sound. Could anyone truly immune to such a toll still be considered human? The madman's gaze sparkled with exhilaration. Were it not for Yong Xiao's distinct footsteps, he might have mistaken him for a divine being. "Wait for me," the madman bellowed, recklessly sprinting towards Yong Xiao and Teddy, despite the tormenting toll that contorted his features and caused blood to seep from his ears. It was precisely because of the madman's unwavering faith that he remained undeterred along the 10-meter stretch of the ancient path. Observing the madman's pitiful state, his ears bleeding, Yong Xiao felt a pang of compassion and decided against prolonging their time. He turned and said calmly, "Let us proceed to the next location." The madman nodded frantically, leading Yong Xiao and Teddy deeper within. This venture took longer than the previous one, as vibrant and bizarre lights began to manifest within the Soul Guide cave, casting an eerie glow upon the madman's distorted visage. Unbeknownst to them, all the wilderness essence had vanished. "It seems dawn has arrived. We have traversed the night," Yong Xiao remarked, feeling no fatigue. With the infusion of natural power, sleep had become merely a habit and a pastime for him. Teddy nodded, shifting his position upon Yong Xiao's shoulder. They had long agreed that once the madman helped them locate the blueprint, they would grant him liberation, freeing him from this world and the deceit that had ensnared him for centuries. "We have arrived, sir." The madman turned to Yong Xiao, nodding fervently and bowing repeatedly, resembling a serval hound. It is likely that centuries ago, he displayed the same obsequiousness towards the beast of sorrow. Yong Xiao nodded in acknowledgment, his gaze lifting to the scene before him. What lay ahead was a mirror. Confused, Yong Xiao voiced his thoughts. Indeed, it was a mirror. It bore an unusual quality. Teddy, equally perplexed, stared in astonishment. Before them stood a mirror, eerily silent, but curiously devoid of any reflection of themselves. Instead, it cast an image of the madman. Another peculiar aspect was that this mirror seemed to have sprouted from stone, its base firmly rooted in reddish-brown rock, with the central portion exhibiting a fleshy texture. A mirror emerging from stone, yet failing to reflect them? What could this possibly mean? Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged bewildered glances, ready to inquire about the madman, only to find that his previous reverence had evaporated, replaced by an icy malevolence. "What is wrong with you?" Yong Xiao asked, narrowing his eyes in caution and instinctively taking a step back. This query appeared to trigger something within the madman, whose eyes widened dramatically, veins bulging, and pupils threatening to burst forth. "You deceive me. The mirror of life and death cannot reflect you. You are not living beings at all." The madman snarled in rage, his eyes aflame, his body trembling with fury. "What is happening? Why does the mirror not show us?" Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, subtly retrieving the legendary iron rod from his backpack, prepared to strike the madman if necessary. Teddy, too, wore a troubled expression, but suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he spoke. "I understand now. This mirror is indeed the one he referred to as the mirror of life and death, but its power only reveals the deceased. Legend has it that the beasts of sorrow resonate with the fabric of space due to a pact forged with the sea of death, having traded their souls to become undead. Consequently, the monsters they create cannot be classified as living beings either. The sea of death, another forbidden realm on the wild continent, serves as the final resting place for all departed souls and is home to malevolent sea spirits, making it exceedingly perilous." "You speak nonsense. You too are the dead. Vengeful spirits. I don't know how you managed to evade the trials of the first two gates, but you cannot escape this final mirror. You deceive me. How could the dead know the secrets of immortality? You are no deities, but rather filthy, wicked lower-class dead." The madman, consumed by rage, felt his horns morphing into razor-sharp points gleaming with a deadly sheen, and barbed black spikes sprouted from his fingertips. His speech gradually devolved from human language into hissing sounds. "This is bad. When these humans, infused with the emotions of monsters, undergo such intense transformations, they become mutated and highly aggressive. Run." Teddy's face paled as he urgently urged Yong Xiao to flee. There exists but a singular reason. It cannot ascertain whether its assault would be sufficient to eliminate this madman in one fell swoop. Should it falter within the confines of this cramped cave, Teddy would find no opportunity for a second strike. As for the luxury of time to gather its most formidable blow, that was a privilege long forfeited. The only recourse left was to flee. Chapter 25. I am the final nexus. I shall slay you all. The madman uttered his final words, followed by a piercing scream as the black spikes on his hands lunged toward Yong Xiao and Teddy. At that moment, Yong Xiao remained rooted to the spot. How infuriating! You imbecile! Why are you dawdling at such a critical juncture? Teddy, witnessing Yong Xiao's inertia, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. In a desperate bid to buy him time to escape, Teddy gritted his teeth and positioned himself protectively in front of Yong Xiao. You owe me countless roasted drumsticks, Teddy bellowed, a tremendous surge of violet energy erupting from his diminutive form. The confines of the cave were too tight. He feared that an explosive counterattack might cause the cave to collapse, entombing Yong Xiao within. Thus, Teddy could only assume a defensive posture. A colossal purple barrier materialized before him, separating them from the madman. However, the power of the violet energy was tempestuous and unyielding, inherently unsuited for defense. The hastily conjured barrier trembled precariously, on the verge of shattering. In that critical moment, Yong Xiao burst into laughter. He took a step forward, unperturbed by the frenzied assault of the madman, even as the sharp black spikes loomed perilously close. In the next instant, Yong Xiao swung his arm from behind, wielding a legendary iron rod. This strike was charged with formidable energy, and when he unleashed it, it was an unstoppable force. With a resounding crack, the legendary iron rod struck the madman squarely on the forehead, rendering him motionless, his limbs stiffening as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Teddy's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the fallen madman, then turned to gaze at the triumphant Yong Xiao, realizing that his concerns had been utterly unfounded. This fellow wielded a rod capable of incapacitating even himself. What was there to fear from this madman? Teddy had been overly anxious, momentarily forgetting about the iron rod. Who would have guessed you were willing to shield me? Yong Xiao chuckled, gently placing Teddy upon his shoulder. Nonsense. I merely feared your demise would implicate me, Teddy retorted, turning his head away in annoyance. After Yong Xiao decisively dealt with the madman, he swung the iron rod to shatter the mirror of life and death, revealing a clear path ahead for the pair. Before them lay a vast pool of molten lava, the intense heat rendering the surrounding reddish-brown stones of vivid crimson. The lava churned with boiling fury, the pool measuring 2 meters in both length and width, with a solitary stone at its center. Upon this stone rested a sheet of paper, inscribed with the schematics for the guiding beacon, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. That is indeed the blueprint for the guiding beacon, Teddy exclaimed, soaring into the air to retrieve the schematics and deliver them into Yong Xiao's hands. The oppressive heat within the cave caused beads of sweat to form on Yong Xiao's brow. Indeed, this was the blueprint for the guiding beacon, but the reverse side bore an ominous inscription. I have always played the role of the guide. Countless lost souls tracing their paths back to safety through the radiance. In contrast to their gratitude, I find greater pleasure in conquest. Submit or perish. To punish these ungrateful humans, I have sealed their souls within each guiding beacon, subjecting them to the eternal torment of being torn apart by space. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. The tone suggested that these words were penned by the creator of the guiding beacons, a creature of torment. It seemed he aspired to dominate the humans who wielded the beacons, but faced opposition, ultimately imprisoning the souls of the rebels within the materials used to construct the beacons. What a wretch! Yong Xiao struck the wall beside him with a fist, a wave of fiery frustration surging within him. Hold your horses. Let's learn quickly and get out of here, Teddy advised calmly. Yong Xiao nodded, studying the schematics of the guiding beacon. Strangely, while other blueprints vanished upon being learned, this one remained. Yong Xiao, filled with suspicion, examined the materials required for its creation. He discovered that aside from the Iraqi heart, soulflower, and amethyst he had gathered today, the remaining materials were all so-called souls, leaving only one truly missing component, something called the eternal light. What is the eternal light? How does one acquire it? At this moment, Yong Xiao had lost all interest in this malevolent race, his sole desire being to escape this place of strife. After a moment of recollection, Teddy spoke. The eternal light is the energy core of the guiding beacon, capable of emitting beams indefinitely. Acquiring it is quite simple. Such a vital component is usually found alongside the blueprints. If you shatter the stone at the center of the magma, you will obtain the eternal light from within. Yong Xiao nodded, a flicker of purple lightning coursing through his palm as he unleashed a bolt upon the stone. With a thunderous crash, the stone shattered into fragments that rained down into the magma, while a radiant energy core hovered amidst the debris. Teddy channeled divine power to present the energy core into Yong Xiao's hands. It felt weightless, and through the luminous aura, he discerned an irregular stone, adorned with intricate patterns and emitting a glow. "All right, let us retrace our steps," Yong Xiao said, stowing the eternal light in his backpack. As he turned to leave, Teddy halted him. Turning back, Yong Xiao noticed Teddy gazing at him as if he were a fool. "There's an exit over there," Teddy said in a low voice, tinged with incredulity, as if questioning Yong Xiao's wit. Following Teddy's gaze, Yong Xiao indeed spotted a stone door beside the magma pool, now wide open, revealing the light beyond. Though still shrouded in gray, it was a significant improvement over the soul cave. Ahem. Yong Xiao cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed as he and Teddy hastened out of the soul cave. However, upon re-emerging into the light, they found themselves once again frozen in place. "What is happening?" Yong Xiao stood there, eyes wide with astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Teddy wore a similar expression. Outside the soul-guiding cave, the once repetitive, humanoid monsters had vanished, and in their stead arose a colossal totem of a beast, its intricate patterns pulsating with a deep crimson hue. The final stroke of this totem traced the very path that Yong Xiao and Teddy had taken upon exiting the cave. "Damn, we've been manipulated by that lunatic. He was deliberately guiding us to complete this enigmatic totem," Teddy exclaimed in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao could only murmur in disbelief. "I'm at the final focal point?" Chapter 26. Return to the territory. As Yong Xiao engaged in his soliloquy, the land surrounding the soul-guiding cave began to tremble violently. The intricate patterns of the colossal totem of the beast surged with a frenzied energy as if threatening to fracture. Or perhaps something was desperately striving to emerge from the depths below. "Let us depart swiftly using the teleportation orb," Teddy exclaimed decisively, his voice resonating with urgency. It was evident to anyone not lacking in common sense that this was not a place to linger. Ominous events were unfolding. Fortunately, they possessed a teleportation orb, allowing them to vacate this perilous locale in an instant. Nodding in agreement, Yong Xiao retrieved the now dim orb from his backpack and crushed it with force. In an instant, both he and Teddy were enveloped in the swirling energies of teleportation. Just as they vanished, a gargantuan black hand emerged from the soul-guiding cave, endowed with 3 grotesquely textured fingers, skin resembling that of a plucked fowl. Meanwhile, the lunatic whom Yong Xiao had previously subdued within the cave now stood grinning malevolently on the surface of the soul-guiding continent, his hair singed away by molten rock, revealing a starkly white scalp emblazoned with the character for fool. "Yong Xiao, we shall meet again." In a desolate grove, Yong Xiao and Teddy lay exhausted on the ground, utterly spent after undergoing 2 lengthy teleportations in rapid succession. The teleportation orb lay shattered at their feet, its luster extinguished, reduced to an unremarkable stone. "Finally back. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since last night," Teddy exclaimed, eagerly accepting a sizable piece of dried chicken leg from Yong Xiao, sinking his teeth into it with fervor. Yong Xiao, on the other hand, gulped down several swigs of water before sitting upright, a trace of worry etched upon his features. "Teddy, have we inadvertently unleashed something?" He pondered aloud. Teddy fell silent, neither confirming nor denying the concern. After a moment, he replied, "This is the wasteland continent. Anything is possible here. There is no right or wrong, no cause and effect. Do not dwell on it. Let us replenish ourselves and then return home. After a day's rest, we shall seek out our next territory. Life must go on. Mustn't he it?" In a rare display of affection, Teddy nuzzled against Yong Xiao's cheek, the softness of his wool easing Yong Xiao's troubled mind. With a resolute nod, Yong Xiao rose to his feet once more and turned his head. With a mere glance, Teddy's lips curled into a smile as he leapt onto Yong Xiao's shoulder. Teddy's words held wisdom, and through this arduous journey, A deep bond had formed between the man and the sheep. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze as Teddy continued to wrestle with the last morsel of chicken, while Yong Xiao ambled along, engrossed in his mobile device. During this outing, he had amassed a considerable number of wasteland ants and contemplated whether he might sell some of them. The previous amethyst crystal had been utilized on the research platform, and Yong Xiao was also considering whether he could acquire another from the trading platform. In the brief span of a day and night, the offerings on the trading platform had significantly increased. The survivors who remained had largely deciphered the rules of survival and were adeptly navigating the challenges of life in the wasteland. Though they may not rival Yong Xiao, they certainly would not lose their lives in vain under normal circumstances. As Yong Xiao walked and observed, he perused dozens of pages without discovering a single amethyst stone, leading to his growing frustration. Unable to find what he sought on the trading platform, he resolved to seek assistance in the World Channel. In the World Channel, Yong Xiao meticulously crafted his inaugural message, then clicked send. Yong Xiao, who possesses amethyst stones, I am willing to purchase at a premium, negotiable, please message privately. At that moment, the World Channel had transitioned from its initial state of panic and complaints to a more leisurely, primitive existence, with numerous individuals engaging in casual conversation. Who knows how to increase the territory banners? I envy the grand territory of Yong Xiao with its expansive luxury. Stop dreaming. The assets of Yong Xiao are beyond your reach. Territory banners are currently obtained from treasure chests, purely by chance. Wait a minute, oh my. Yong Xiao is speaking in the World Channel. Collecting amethyst stones? Goodness, what a figure. The items he requires are beyond my comprehension. What purpose do they serve? At this juncture, Yong Xiao's phone emitted a series of beeps. Thanks to his titles of small landowner and landlord, his message stood out prominently in the World Channel, not buried beneath the flurry of other survivors' posts, resulting in a swift response. Upon opening his phone, he was greeted by dozens of private messages. What on earth is this? Yong Xiao frowned. Most of these individuals seemed to be idly seeking conversation. Queries ranged from how to acquire territory banners, whether one had a girlfriend, to even a bizarre inquiry about treating kidney deficiency. Only two messages truly captured Yong Xiao's attention. One from his acquaintance, Chu Xishua, and another announcing the availability of the amethyst stones he sought. Chu Xishua, oh my, you can also speak in the World Channel? Amethyst stones? Are you also vying for the guiding beacons? Give it up. That endeavor is exceedingly difficult. Lu Fuqi, big shot, I have amethyst stones. I will sell them to you. With a sigh, Yong Xiao first responded to Chu Xishua with an emoji, then engaged in conversation with Lu Fuqi. Yong Xiao, all right. What do you wish to exchange? Lu Fuqi, I wish to be friends with you. Yong Xiao. After 5 minutes of dialogue, Yong Xiao traded water resources for an amethyst stone and, rather reluctantly, agreed to befriend Lu Fuqi. Just as the exchange concluded, he and his companion sheep were nearing the vicinity of his territory. At that moment, Teddy suddenly stood on Yong Xiao's shoulder, gazing contemplatively at the fire pit beside the territory. Could it be that someone discovered your territory and attempted to raid it, but was unsuccessful? Teddy inquired, seated on the grass and observing the now-cold fire pit. Yong Xiao shook his head. He had already accounted for everything within the territory, finding nothing amiss. Moreover, the territory banner clearly indicated that unfamiliar survivors could not enter each other's territories. The fire pit had grown cold, suggesting it was not from the previous night. Yet, what necessity was there for a fire during the day? Yong Xiao squatted beside the fire, contemplating that perhaps someone was merely seeking warmth. Teddy let out a yawn and turned to retreat into his territory. Since nothing was amiss, he chose to disregard the matter. Just as Yong Xiao intended to say something to him, he glanced up and discovered that Teddy had already dashed back to his domain. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, "You lazy dog, Teddy, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating." He too rose and returned to his territory, while something seemed to be concealed within the flickering flames of the fire. Chapter 27. The treasure in the campfire on this day. The weather was delightful, with the sun shining gently upon the earth. It marked the 7th day since Yong Xiao had arrived in the wilderness continent, a full week. After a week of diligent effort, Yong Xiao had transformed remarkably. He now possessed stable sources of food and water, along with 4 apple trees that continually bore fruit. Additionally, he had harvested a native juvenile deity from this wild realm. At this moment, Yong Xiao reclined on his woolen bed, leisurely gazing at the starry sky through the window. Yet, on the 7th day, he found himself lacking extra territory flags to expand his domain, which limited his development. The 40 square meters he possessed was becoming insufficient. Within the mobile app, the leaderboard for territories shifted daily, yet Yong Xiao's position at the top remained unassailable, impervious to any challengers. From the 2nd to the 10th ranks, all shared the same 9 square meters, as if some unseen barrier constrained everyone's territorial expansion. Ding! Today's sign-in reward has been updated. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received today's sign-in rewards. 1 legendary quality piggy bank, 10 basic resource chests, and 10 fine resource chests. All was well, except for this legendary piggy bank. What on earth could it be? Moreover, in this primitive world, did the concept of money even exist? The items provided by the system were becoming increasingly arbitrary. Yong Xiao rubbed his head as he examined the golden piggy bank in his hands, a small trinket exuding a faint golden glow. As for the material chests, he could only scoff at the system's casualness, for they contained merely a handful of materials and supplies, of which he had an abundance. What purpose does this golden pig serve? Yong Xiao mused, toying with the piggy bank, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Legendary piggy bank. A legendary piggy bank with a singular effect. Change the heavens and swap the earth. The wealth stored within is rendered invisible to others. But there is no money in this world. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, a familiar white figure burst through the door, diving into Yong Xiao's embrace. However, upon catching sight of the golden pig in his hands, it recoiled as if facing a formidable adversary, its expression suddenly grave. What are you doing with that? Toss it aside. Teddy's eyes bore an intensity akin to that of facing a fierce opponent. Yong Xiao, now utterly perplexed, inquired, "Do you know the origins of this pig?" Teddy glanced up at him, and upon seeing the genuine confusion in Yong Xiao's eyes, reluctantly began to explain. This piggy bank is one of the other 11 deities. Do not be deceived by its seemingly innocent appearance. It harbors a cunning and treacherous heart, often indulging in idleness, and may very well stab you in the back when you least expect it. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the piggy bank bestowed by the system was associated with a deity of Teddy's caliber. Was it truly a golden pig? Yet, it was merely a piggy bank. Yong Xiao waved his hand dismissively, asserting that this golden pig was not the deity Teddy spoke of, but merely an ordinary piggy bank. He initially intended to inquire of Teddy whether he knew the purpose of the golden piggy bank, as this world lacked any circulating currency. Observing Teddy's indifferent demeanor, he decided against it. Could there be discord among the 12 deities? Yong Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the morose Teddy, pondering silently. After several days of growth, his pet arena had upgraded, unlocking greater privileges, allowing Teddy to maintain a certain distance from Yong Xiao. Soon, Yong Xiao's curiosity found resolution through his mobile device. At that moment, all survivors' phones chimed simultaneously. The sound signaled an official announcement from the Wilderness Survival app. The last occurrence of such a phenomenon had been during the rising lake waters. Was another calamity imminent? Yong Xiao glanced at the serene lake outside, feeling a twinge of doubt. The screen displayed a notice. Attention all survivors, a week has elapsed, and we trust that those who have persevered are the elite among the survivor community. We encourage you to continue your efforts. Next Monday, we will unveil a new currency section, and concurrently, the exchange system will commence, allowing survivors to trade currency for items. At that moment, Yong Xiao realized that his week-long stay had been marked by the sign-in system, which never provided nonsensical rewards but instead offered subtle hints. Just as the planting encyclopedia had indicated it was time for him to develop his agricultural ventures. The Golden Piggy Bank also served as preparation for the forthcoming currency section of the Wilderness app. But did this semi-gamified world truly necessitate a piggy bank? Was this currency a tangible entity? However, with such a diminutive bank, how much currency could it possibly hold? Yong Xiao shook his head. stowing the golden piggy bank in his backpack. This reward seemed rather superfluous. Rising, he stepped outside to find his 40-square-meter territory nearly filled to capacity. During his day of rest yesterday, Yong Xiao had not been idle. He enclosed part of his land, releasing all the wasteland ants from his ring into it, and spread the barren leaves throughout. Teddy was correct. The planting encyclopedia indeed contained methods to cultivate wild woods using wasteland ants, ensuring he would eventually possess his own resource of wild timber. On another front, Yong Xiao had refurbished and expanded his house, leaving him with scant territory remaining after these endeavors. At that moment, Teddy's barking reached Yong Xiao's ears, prompting him to rush over. At the edge of his domain, Teddy was baring his teeth at the extinguished campfire from 2 days prior. "What is the matter? You're becoming more dog-like by the day," Yong Xiao remarked, stroking Teddy's head and squatting to observe the cold ashes of the fire. After entering the territory 2 days ago, he had been preoccupied all day, neglecting this matter. It was now time for a cleanup. Regardless of who had left it beside his territory, since no social information had been provided, Yong Xiao was indifferent. With his current strength, he had no need to ally with anyone. Yong Xiao retrieved a spade from his territory, preparing to shovel the fire pit, only to find it lodged in the earth. Why is the soil so hard beneath? He wondered, bending down to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the object obstructing his spade was not merely dirt, but rather a gravestone buried within the flames. He recognized it as such due to the inscription it bore. The soul of the deceased arrives at the sea of death, yet is sent back by the sea spirit, deemed irredeemable for its heinous sins. Thus the forlorn spirit wanders aimlessly in the wilderness. This revelation caused Yong Xiao's expression to fall. The discovery of such an ominous fire pit next to his territory was disheartening for anyone, especially for those who had just returned from the soul-guiding cave. "Teddy, have you ever encountered a gravestone like this?" Yong Xiao inquired, glancing at the irate Teddy beside him, filled with suspicion. "Why is it reacting so strongly?" Chapter 28. A stroke of misfortune, the sun cast its rays upon Yong Xiao, his shadow stretching across the ground. It was the early morning sun, typically a source of warmth. Yet, Yong Xiao felt an icy chill enveloping him, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. This gravestone was ominously known as the Cursed Tombstone, a natural formation of the wilderness continent. Each time a soul was entirely consumed and obliterated by the sea of death, a cursed tombstone would emerge from the wilderness, absorbing the resentment of the departed spirit. The first to touch it would befall a lifetime of misfortune, a curse intertwining life and death, marked by its malevolence. Teddy's expression mirrored Yong Xiao's dismay. Their fates were now intertwined. Should Yong Xiao be afflicted by this ill fortune, Teddy would suffer alongside him. How could it be that he perished right at the threshold of my territory? Yong Xiao's countenance darkened as he hastily discarded the gravestone, vigorously brushing off the ashes from his hands. Teddy, observing the situation, shook his head, his demeanor calm. The fact that this tombstone lay buried within a pyre suggested that the soul had not met its end through natural means. Souls inherently harbor a fear of flames. It was unfathomable that one would approach a bonfire, let alone be buried beneath it. "Are you implying that someone is framing me?" Yong Xiao's realization struck him, his expression shifting to one of utmost dread. He had indeed been ensnared in a sinister plot. "Precisely. Someone must have captured the soul, dispatched it at your territory's entrance, and orchestrated it so that you would inherit this ill fate, inescapable for a lifetime," Teddy affirmed with a nod. "Who has such a lack of decency?" Yong Xiao seethed, but his expression soon morphed into one of alarm as he and Teddy exchanged glances, both contemplating a troubling possibility. "This person, who seeks to frame me, not only knows the location of my territory, but has also managed to seize the soul. They cannot be an ordinary survivor. Perhaps they are lurking in the shadows, observing us even now." Yong Xiao retreated cautiously back into his territory, vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. Only the natives and half-natives possess the capability to execute such a scheme. "But why would you attract their attention?" Teddy inquired, perched upon Yong Xiao's shoulder, his curiosity piqued. "What are you talking about?" Yong Xiao turned to question. "Natives are those who, like the beast folk, were born of the wilderness. While half-natives are akin to the deranged souls found in the soul-drawing cave, survivors who have endured through extraordinary circumstances and methods, continuing to exist in this world, Teddy explained, recalling that Yong Xiao was unfamiliar with these terms. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as a potential theory dawned upon him, one he withheld from Teddy for the moment. It concerned the drift bottle concealed within his backpack, preserved since the tide had risen. At that time, the app had offered a substantial sum for such bottles. Yet to Yong Xiao, it seemed more likely that the app sought to obscure certain truths, particularly the contents of the note within. He had opted not to exchange the bottle with the app. Could this be the reason someone sought to bring him harm now? Damn it, what is the nature of this secret? Yong Xiao clenched his teeth, the thought echoing within him. At this moment, within his personal status section, there indeed existed a negative misfortune buff, and its duration was indefinite. The presence of this detrimental buff implied that from this day forth, the treasure chest Yong Xiao opened would yield no rewards, and his likelihood of encountering danger in the wilderness would significantly increase. This method, which did not directly slay him, but rather tormented him with misfortune, was truly ingenious. Was there truly no way to dispel it? Yong Xiao lamented. Teddy sighed, shook his head, and replied, "No, unless your strength reaches a certain level, at which point you can disregard misfortune." Nonsense, thought Yong Xiao. With misfortune weighing upon him, his development would be exceedingly slow. It would be ages before he could become powerful. He pursed his lips and fell silent. Teddy noticed his dejection and promptly changed the subject, saying, "Don't dwell on it. As long as I'm here, you won't face any major issues. We should stick to the original plan and quickly find a second territory. Since those who are secretly targeting you are already aware of this place, it is no longer safe." "You are right, but I no longer possess any extra territory flags," Yong Xiao replied, turning back toward the house, only to stumble and fall at the entrance. "Damn!" Yong Xiao covered his mouth, cursing the unseen adversary 1,000 times over. Tomorrow, on Monday, the exchange system will activate within the app, and territory flags will be available. "We should prepare to seek out a territory," Teddy asserted confidently, drawing from his prior experience. In the wilderness continent, every time a survivor entered, territory flag exchanges would commence after a week. The first week was merely a matter of survival, but from the second week onward, true competition in the wilderness would begin. The larger one's territory, the faster one could develop, even dominating the wilderness and becoming the king of all survivors. Yong Xiao turned to Teddy, refraining from unnecessary chatter, and pulled out the map to begin searching for territory. Teddy's earlier assurance of "as long as I'm here" had already lifted Yong Xiao's spirits. He was not one to wallow in despair, or he would have perished at the outset. Teddy observed Yong Xiao quickly regaining his composure, surprised by how swiftly he rebounded. Thus, the two, one man and one sheep, lay on the bed, intently watching the ever-changing scenes on the map. What about this area? Hills with abundant minerals below, perhaps even gemstones. Teddy pointed excitedly at a particular scene. After some contemplation, Yong Xiao shook his head, saying, "This place has nothing but minerals, and it is too close to my first territory. Those who wish to target me would easily find it, rendering our relocation meaningless." Teddy looked up and asked, "Are you suggesting we aim for a second territory at a considerable distance to evade those lurking in the shadows?" Yong Xiao nodded, pulling the map upward, causing the scenes to shift rapidly, so fast that the details were nearly indistinguishable. Only when the colors on the map underwent a conspicuous transformation did Yong Xiao cease his actions, revealing a landscape of pristine, snow-covered terrain before the two of them. The expanse before them was a vast, desolate white, starkly contrasting with the perennial spring of the wilderness. "You intend to relocate to the land of snow?" Teddy exclaimed in astonishment. "That place is utterly barren, devoid of life, save for the endless snow. Apart from a few materials related to ice and snow, and some forbidden zones, it offers nothing of particular interest. It is hardly suitable for our existence," Teddy opined. "No, I am referring to this area," Yong Xiao declared, as he traced his finger across the map, revealing an entirely new scene before the two companions. Chapter 29. The Unfortunate Yong Xiao upon gazing at the map. A vast expanse of azure ocean emerged, with a small island nestled at its center. Curiously, the map depicted an endless white surrounding the blue waters, while the heart of the ocean was adorned with a verdant isle. Such drastically contrasting environments and climates could only manifest on the wilderness continent. This island appeared promising, boasting a pleasant climate and an abundance of resources due to its encirclement by the sea, alleviating any concerns regarding supplies. Yet, Teddy nodded, though a look of concern crossed his face. But what then? Yong Xiao inquired. It's just that this small island is entirely surrounded by water, and beyond that lies an entire continent of snow. How do we even get there? Teddy was skeptical that they could traverse the snowy expanse and then cross the ocean to reach the island. It seemed nearly impossible. When next Monday arrives, I will be able to collect a new teleportation orb, Yong Xiao remarked with a smile, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing from his laughter. Thus far, he remained the sole landlord, able to claim a teleportation orb once a week, and next Monday, he could also redeem a territory flag. The others on the leaderboard already possessed 9 square meters of land. If he wished to acquire a teleportation orb, he needed to access the app at the precise moment, or else he would no longer be the sole landlord once the others redeemed their territory flags. But given your current luck, you might not be able to access the system on time, Teddy said, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation, clearly illustrating Yong Xiao's predicament. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow at Teddy's words, which indeed reflected his current struggles. He was afflicted with a negative buff, bringing him immense misfortune. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone to attempt entering the Wilderness Survival app, but as expected, he was unable to even reach the initial interface. Damn, what terrible luck! After waiting several minutes, the screen continued to spin endlessly. Yong Xiao reluctantly set down his phone. Evidently, his bad luck was adversely affecting the phone's performance. For the remainder of the day, Yong Xiao endured a series of unfortunate events. During lunch, he nearly choked, and even the items listed on the trading platform were met with app notifications indicating data errors, rendering them unlisted. By evening, Yong Xiao could only retire to bed early, doing nothing further as he feared that any careless movement might lead to disaster. The shattered glass at the doorway was particularly conspicuous. It had fractured the moment Yong Xiao entered. Had he not been quick to dodge, he would have sustained serious injury. Goodness, what a tremendous amount of ill fortune, Teddy remarked, squatting by Yong Xiao's bedside, gazing at him with pity. If I find out who did this, I will surely take my revenge. Yong Xiao could only curse helplessly. As midnight approached, the app was on the verge of launching its currency and exchange functions, yet he was struggling even to change interfaces. At that moment, the screen was frozen on the World Channel, with messages flashing incessantly. I have been exceedingly unfortunate. Upon opening a treasure chest, I was met with a venomous serpent. Had I not previously acquired an antidote, I would surely have met my demise in this instance. And you up there, what do you have to say? At the very least, you possess an antidote. Look at me. I found myself tumbling down a cliff, sustaining numerous superficial injuries, and I am without any medicine, in excruciating pain. Alas, we find ourselves in the wilderness. Such misfortunes are not uncommon, occurring to everyone once or twice. One shouldn't be so sensitive. Indeed, yet if only there were something in this world that could absorb all misfortunes. The other survivors were oblivious to Yong Xiao's dire predicament. It was evening, and after a long day's toil, they were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, an extraordinary thought sparked in Yong Xiao's mind. While misfortunes cannot be eliminated, bad luck and negative buffs certainly can be. However, he was uncertain if this item could absorb such fortunes. After contemplating, a rare smile graced his face. He retrieved a golden piggy bank, which he had opened earlier, and the adorable, comical visage of the pig radiated joy and exuberance. Are you so unfortunate that you dare to bring this out? Aren't you afraid it will attract even worse luck? Teddy scoffed, turning his head away. He had never been fond of the golden pig. You mentioned earlier that the pig's purpose is to turn the tides of fate, correct? Yong Xiao inquired eagerly, but his grasp faltered, and the piggy bank fell directly to the ground. Oh no, Teddy, please catch it. Yong Xiao's expression changed. This was his only beacon of hope. and if it shattered, all would be lost. Teddy, upon seeing Yong Xiao's distressed face, felt an inexplicable irritation. Though he could have caught the pig, he remained motionless, watching as the bank fell. "Are you that anxious about this wretched pig? It's made of plastic. What's the point?" With a soft thud, the pig landed on the ground, rolling a couple of times before coming to a halt. Due to its plastic nature and the low height of the bed, it remained unscathed. Yong Xiao stared at the pig, his heart finally settling back into his chest. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. "What I mean is, can the turning of fate replace my luck?" He looked at Teddy with resignation, puzzled as to why this creature would quibble with an ordinary piggy bank. Teddy, upon hearing this, softened slightly and pondered before responding. "That thing consumes everything. It stands to reason it can absorb bad luck. This is indeed a clever idea worth exploring." Yong Xiao's face lit up with joy. "Then please retrieve it for me. I lack the courage to get out of bed." Teddy had initially intended to refuse, but, upon seeing Yong Xiao's pitiful expression, used his powers to throw the pig back onto the bed. Yong Xiao took it in hand, opened the switch on the pig's belly, and silently invoked the words to absorb misfortune. A miraculous scene unfolded before him. Yong Xiao was overjoyed. There was hope. Chapter 30. The ring. As Yong Xiao silently recited a phrase in his heart, the golden pig in his hand began to tremble incessantly, its surface radiating an even more resplendent golden light. Soon, the pig began to levitate, detaching itself from Yong Xiao's palm. The two small nostrils of the pig emitted an inward suction, drawing away the misfortune clinging to Yong Xiao. "It works." Yong Xiao blinked in astonishment, witnessing wisps of black mist being extracted from his body by the golden pig. Teddy looked on eagerly, his lips curling in disdain as he remarked, "This wretched creature is not picky at all. It even devours the misfortune of these lost souls." As the golden pig accelerated in its absorption of bad luck, Yong Xiao distinctly felt a lightness enveloping him. Unbeknownst to him, his body had grown heavy due to this misfortune, which had deterred him from moving. Approximately 5 minutes later, the pig ceased its extraction, and the last remnants of misfortune were drawn into its nostrils. With a flash of golden light, it resumed its normal appearance, landing back into Yong Xiao's hand. At that moment, Yong Xiao felt utterly unburdened, and upon checking his status bar once more, he was delighted to find that the indefinite misfortune buff had vanished. Entering the app on his phone again, it functioned seamlessly without a hitch. "We did it, Teddy!" Yong Xiao exclaimed, jumping off the bed and gleefully pacing by the door, unimpeded by any occurrences. Teddy nodded, waiting until Yong Xiao had stowed the golden pig back in his backpack before settling on his shoulder. "But do not let your guard down. There are those watching you from the shadows." Teddy, not wishing to dampen Yong Xiao's spirits, felt compelled to remind him of the gravity of the situation. In the wilderness, exposing one's territory posed a significant risk, especially since those lurking in the shadows possessed the capability to eliminate lost souls and were well-versed in the unspoken rules of this world. Our mission to the second territory cannot be delayed any longer. Before we depart, you must feign being still beset by misfortune to avoid arousing suspicion. No sooner had Teddy finished speaking than he noticed Yong Xiao's expression shift dramatically, his excitement transforming into a sly grin. "Not only that, but I also intend to orchestrate a little surprise for our unseen adversary before we leave." Yong Xiao's face darkened, his eyes glinting with cunning as the firelight accentuated his shrewdness. Teddy's expression tightened at this, asking, "Are you not planning to keep this territory?" "Certainly not. A territory that has been discovered is better off non-existent," Yong Xiao replied, leading Teddy back inside the house. He settled onto the bed, interlocking his fingers as he continued. "Previously, I refrained from confronting them head-on due to my misfortune. Now that I am unencumbered, why not unsettle them a little?" The guiding beacon had yet to be crafted, so he could take everything here and leave behind a hollow shell to be destroyed without regret. Teddy gazed at Yong Xiao's serious demeanor, sensing for the first time the man's wisdom and ruthlessness. "What do you intend to do?" Teddy inquired, his eyes fixed on Yong Xiao in anticipation. Yong Xiao took a hearty sip of water, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he declared, "First, we shall thoroughly clear this place of all its movable resources. Second, I will set traps along the borders of my territory to ensnare those lurking in the shadows. Third, we will retreat to the small island, where we shall recuperate until my strength is formidable enough to conquer the wilderness. With each word, Yong Xiao unveiled his grand plan, his eyes radiating brilliance. Perhaps this individual truly harbored the potential to achieve feats unattainable by humanity throughout history. Teddy observed the confident Yong Xiao in silence, a burgeoning sense of his inevitable success swelling within him. What are we waiting for? Let's act. Yong Xiao turned to Teddy with a grin, patting his small head as he prepared to set things in motion. What shall we do? Teddy inquired. Yong Xiao's fervor subsided momentarily as he rose and strode purposefully out the door. By the lakeside, a territory of 40 square meters lay in disarray. Yong Xiao had endeavored to remove as many items as possible, his backpack brimming to capacity, even his ring nearing its limits. There is still half left to take. But you have no more room, Teddy remarked, feeling somewhat fatigued from assisting Yong Xiao in the process. The essence of the wilderness can enhance my ring. These hundreds are sufficient to relocate this entire mountain. Yong Xiao pointed to the wilderness essence he had extracted from his backpack, a staggering quantity of several hundred. Initially fearful of failure due to his previous misfortunes, he now felt assured of success. Teddy nodded, impressed that Yong Xiao had considered everything. He tilted his head slightly, gazing up at the towering figure before him, a smile gracing his face. This human possessed remarkable intellect. Had he been more familiar with the intricacies of this world, he might have truly occupied a position beyond the reach of many. Next, Yong Xiao began to utilize the wilderness essence to enhance his ring, casting the essence onto the silver-white ring as if it were of no consequence. Enhancement of the silver-white ring successful. Internal space doubled. Enhancement of the silver-white ring successful. Internal space doubled. Enhancement of the silver-white ring successful. Internal space doubled. Enhancement of the silver-white ring failed. Internal space unchanged. In a short span of time, all the wilderness essence had been consumed. He then focused his thoughts on inspecting the internal space of the ring, which had expanded to an astonishing magnitude, now hundreds of times larger than its original size. To further enhance, it would require a steep price. This is sufficient, Yong Xiao said with a satisfied smile. The internal space of the ring could now, without exaggeration, accommodate the entirety of the mountain by the lakeside. As the time approached, he prepared to claim the teleportation sphere. While Teddy utilized his divine power to assist Yong Xiao in organizing their supplies, he also kept a vigilant eye on the time. With 3 minutes remaining until midnight, Teddy promptly alerted Yong Xiao, urging him to ready himself for entry into the app. Not a problem. Yong Xiao swiftly retrieved his phone, adeptly entering the Wilderness Survival app, this time without experiencing any lag. At this moment, within the World channel, everyone eagerly awaits the update of the app. This time, a currency module is set to be introduced. Do you think it will evolve into a facet of human society? Or are we merely transported back to the primitive era of Earth? The imagination above is quite expansive. Do you think this is a novel, where one can return to primitive times with a mobile phone? I have heard that many items can be exchanged. If there were territorial flags, I would certainly endeavor to expand my domain, as these few square meters are quite uncomfortable for sleeping. I wish to exchange for a girlfriend. Hee hee hee. The audacity above is remarkable. I wholeheartedly agree. Chapter 31. The frenzy for currency. The night was prolonged, with the lake's surface shimmering under the moonlight, and Yong Xiao's territory lay barren. A series of notification tones echoed, drawing Yong Xiao's attention to his mobile screen. Attention, all survivors. The world is about to undergo an update. As it is the inaugural opening of the currency sector, the system will unlock the currency pool tonight, allowing all survivors to seize the currency at will. There is a limit to the amount of currency each individual can acquire. This announcement ignited a fervor within the World channel, as everyone eagerly awaited their chance to snatch the currency. Yong Xiao, however, was persistently refreshing the rewards interface, confident in his abilities to remain affluent. Yet the teleportation ball represented his sole opportunity to change territories. 3, 2, 1. Yong Xiao's gaze was fixed on the screen, and as he counted down, the refresh completed, transforming the teleportation ball's claim button into an accessible state. Click. Claim. In one fluid motion. Success! Teddy exclaimed with excitement, nearly tumbling off Yong Xiao's shoulder. At that moment, those who had been lurking in the world channel had mostly secured their currency, while Yong Xiao remained oblivious to its appearance. Exiting the rewards interface, he noticed a newly added currency bar at the upper right corner of the screen. It indicated that each person could only obtain a maximum of 100 units of currency daily, and the currency was shaped like a triangle, radiating a deep purplish hue, with a tiny symbol of inscribed at its center. Beneath the currency bar, there was an option for a grand prize pool. With the teleportation ball firmly in hand, Yong Xiao felt unburdened and ventured into the grand prize pool interface. In the next moment, his phone screen was inundated with cascading currency, and at the bottom of the screen, a basket-like receptacle appeared, suggesting a straightforward game mechanic. The objective was to maneuver the receptacle to catch the currency falling from above. Whatever was collected within it would belong to him. Yong Xiao dived into the gameplay. Although many had already claimed their currency, the screen continued to release a steady stream of it, indicating that a significant number of survivors still thrived in the wilderness continent. You folks are quite generous, Yong Xiao remarked, swiftly sliding his finger across the screen to maneuver the receptacle, sharing a laugh with Teddy. Honestly, I have no idea who developed this app. It has simply existed since my birth, Teddy replied, nonchalantly, assuming a human-like posture and shrugging. Yong Xiao nodded, realizing that the secrets of this wilderness survival app were of a higher caliber than those of these primordial deities. Before long, Yong Xiao had amassed his 100 units of currency. He then retrieved a golden piggy bank and deposited all these units within. As anticipated, his expression brightened. His hypothesis was confirmed. The golden pig could store all material possessions and completely erase their traces within the wilderness realm. At this juncture, Yong Xiao's currency bar returned to 0, allowing him another chance to enter the grand prize pool and seize more currency. It seemed that all the rewards from the sign-in system were meticulously tailored to prepare Yong Xiao for the impending challenges and transformations ahead. The golden piggy bank is bestowed for 2 reasons. Firstly, to absorb Yong Xiao's misfortunes, and secondly, to enable him to accumulate wealth wildly on the night of the currency release. Thus, Yong Xiao persistently engaged in seizing currency, filling the golden piggy bank to its brim once he reached the maximum limit, only to continue his relentless pursuit. The amount of currency in the piggy bank gradually increased, drawing the attention of other survivors. While they perused the exchange page, alerts echoed in the world channel, captivating everyone's curiosity. Congratulations to Yong Xiao for achieving a Grand Slam. Congratulations to Yong Xiao for achieving a Grand Slam. Congratulations to Yong Xiao for achieving a Grand Slam. At this moment, nearly everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Yong Xiao had long been absent from the public eye, his standing on the territory leaderboard remarkably stable, and the trading platform consistently operational. Gradually, other survivors began to forget Yong Xiao, viewing him merely as a merchant with numerous territories. However, how could a merchant repeatedly seize currency, and each time achieving a Grand Slam? Did this fellow's currency limit not exist? In the world channel, confusion reigned. How was Yong Xiao able to seize currency time and again? This defied logic. To the commenter above, is there truly anything in this world that adheres to science? I, for one, wholeheartedly support the esteemed Yong Xiao. This man is simply captivating, and I wish to be his follower. Could it be that his currency has no limits? Surely, this fellow isn't cheating, right? It's laughable. The previous commenter is clearly an obsessed fan, supporting someone who cheats. Show me your cheat if you can. It's easy to disparage what one cannot attain. Survivors in the world channel divided into 3 factions. The steadfast supporters of Yong Xiao, those advocating for the suppression of Yong Xiao, and the neutral spectators. In reality, Yong Xiao's fingers were beginning to ache. He had lost count of how many times he had performed this maneuver. Enough is enough. Do you not fear that the app will discover your cheating and ultimately ban your account? Teddy, observing Yong Xiao's frenzied accumulation of wealth, offered a friendly caution. In all its encounters with humanity, it had never witnessed anyone successfully outsmarting the app. One must concede, Yong Xiao was indeed extraordinary. What is there to fear? My golden piggy bank shields me from all adversity. Even the most oppressive misfortune cannot penetrate it. This app remains oblivious. Yong Xiao chuckled, reveling in the ease of his fortune. When Teddy inquired about the origin of the golden piggy bank, Yong Xiao replied with the familiar tale of opening a treasure chest. He had contemplated this question himself, but soon dismissed any doubts. If the wilderness survival app could detect the rewards from his sign-in system, it would have uncovered it on the very first day. There would be no need to wait until now. After their discussion, the currency flying across the screen finally began to slow. 5 minutes later, the grand prize pool option was entirely closed, and Yong Xiao's currency tally had reached 100, a grand slam once more. He nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to examine the vast accumulation of currency within the ring. After a thorough count, he found it amounted to an astonishing 8 or 9,000. This meant he had single-handedly taken the wealth of at least 80 or 90 individuals. Truly a great corrupt official. At that moment, Yong Xiao's private message channel chimed, revealing a message from Chu Xishue. Chu Xishue, have you been cheating, you rascal? How did you manage to win the grand prize so many times? Yong Xiao, huh? How did you know? Chu Xishue, you fool. Don't you realize that every grand prize when it's broadcasted on the World Channel? While others manage to win 60 or 70 at most, you, on the other hand, seem to win the grand prize every time, and it appears there's no limit. Yong Xiao fell silent on the other end of the phone, having not anticipated this aspect. This wretched app had disclosed his every grand prize achievement to the world. Now, it seemed everyone would remember the name Yong Xiao. After all, when it comes to money, human memory is remarkably keen, especially with his unrestricted grand prize announcements. Damn it, that dastardly app has betrayed me. Yong Xiao cursed under his breath and quickly switched to the World Channel. Chapter 32. Ingenious Utilization Within the Realm of the World Channel. Yong Xiao meticulously composed a message and promptly dispatched it. Yong Xiao, what is happening? Could it be a system glitch? I have only achieved 1 grand slam. Beside him, Teddy regarded Yong Xiao's actions with indifference, speaking in a measured tone. Is this not akin to the proverbial, not a single silver dollar hidden here? Upon hearing Teddy's words, Yong Xiao's expression shifted, clearly acknowledging the validity of Teddy's observation. However, the app had already publicized each of his Grand Slam achievements, leaving him with no recourse but to adamantly deny the excess. If I stubbornly refuse to admit it, then I have not acquired more. Yong Xiao gritted his teeth and declared. Following the dispatch of Yong Xiao's message, the denizens of the World Channel erupted in fervent discussion, with the same 3 factions engaging in heated debate. A significant portion of those opposing Yong Xiao were his competitors on the trading platform. Given the current state of the trading platform, each survivor's condition was largely stable, save for the persistent scarcity of water, while food had become relatively plentiful. The only high-value food item Yong Xiao could sell in bulk was the vitamin-rich apple. Due to his overwhelming surplus of apples, Yong Xiao was compelled to lower their prices, lest they spoil and rot in his possession. This maneuver caused considerable distress among other apple sellers, as Yong Xiao's price reduction rendered their products unsellable, a primary reason for their opposition to him. Conversely, those who supported Yong Xiao were predominantly swayed by his prowess, with a significant number being female survivors. After providing his explanation, Yong Xiao ceased to monitor the World Channel. With an influx of currency at his disposal, he intended to swiftly expend it on the exchange page. He settled onto a stone within his territory and accessed the newly unveiled exchange page, which presented only 3 simple items for redemption, while a plethora of others awaited unlocking. Refreshed weekly. The available items included territory flags, random seed packs, and fertilizers. Evidently, the items this time were all related to agriculture, enticing all survivors to cultivate the land. Yong Xiao murmured. His supply of fertilizer had been depleted, and he possessed only apple seeds. Nevertheless, the fertilizers he obtained from the sign-in system were of exceptional quality, far superior to those available for exchange within the app. Opting not to redeem fertilizer, he instead exchanged for 100 random seed packs, converting the remaining currency into territory flags. The currency transferred seamlessly, with the redeemed items automatically populating Yong Xiao's inventory. In a mere 3 minutes, You expended such a vast sum? Teddy was left agape, astonished by Yong Xiao's rapid spending. What do you know? Holding on to such a large sum leaves me uneasy. Spending it brings me comfort, Yong Xiao chuckled. Now, his territory could expand several-fold, nearly encompassing the size of an opulent villa district. Subsequently, Yong Xiao glanced at the territory rankings, noting that the territories from rank 2 to 10 had indeed surpassed 10 square meters, establishing themselves as landowners in the wilderness. However, as they were not the first, these landlords did not possess such a miraculous artifact as the transmission ball. Tonight, however, could be deemed a fruitful return. Yong Xiao exhaled contentedly, stepping outside and instantly feeling a sense of hopeful anticipation wash over him, his whole being relaxed. Gazing at the moonlight, Yong Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Teddy. Both understood each other's intentions and shared a mischievous grin. The next step was to prepare traps for those lurking in the shadows. Yong Xiao and Teddy sprang into action, first crafting several nails and animal traps. Under the cover of night, they laid these devices across the land surrounding their territory, skillfully concealing them with underbrush. Yet, Yong Xiao felt an insatiable desire for more. Was there another method they could employ? As a deity, it was Teddy's first experience in setting traps to ensnare others, filling him with a sense of novelty and excitement. Observing the exhilaration on Teddy's face, Yong Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing that this little lamb was even more ruthless than himself. With a chuckle, he retrieved a black glass jar from his ring. I'm on the same wavelength as you. This is far from over. I intend to let them taste the flavor of the wasteland ants. Upon opening the jar, a swift tide of blackness receded, revealing the transparent glass once more. Those black figures were none other than the densely packed wasteland ants. Since Yong Xiao had brought them back from the wildwoods and cultivated them with knowledge from the planting encyclopedia, their breeding rate had surged exponentially, even yielding 2 ant queens. Impressive indeed. I hadn't noticed earlier, but these weeds are actually crushed leaves from the wasteland trees, Teddy remarked, his nose twitching with astonishment. No wonder the wasteland ants, upon emerging from the jar, immediately concealed themselves beneath the underbrush. It was their original habitat. Yong Xiao truly was remarkable. Subsequently, Yong Xiao retained a smaller ant queen and placed it beneath one of the animal traps, ensuring only half of it was positioned there. What is the purpose of this? Teddy tilted his head in confusion. Yong Xiao grinned widely, his smile radiant as he explained, these traps are interconnected. Triggering one will set off the others in a chain reaction. By placing the ant queen beneath one trap and only covering half of her, it ensures that those in hiding might inadvertently crush her. Given her resilient nature, she won't perish immediately, and that injured, perilously weakened queen will command the wasteland ants to retaliate against their adversaries. With each word, Yong Xiao's expression grew increasingly animated, culminating in a sense of vengeful satisfaction. Teddy, who had never harmed anyone, was left speechless, ultimately managing to stammer incredible. Why would these people provoke you? How terrifying! Yong Xiao scoffed. This is the fate that befalls those who unwittingly invite a lifetime of misfortune upon themselves. As the night stretched on, the pair made their final preparations for a dawn. They would depart from this place. Chapter 33. Hunters on the island. As the sun began to rise, the wilderness continent came alive with vitality. In one corner of this vast expanse, a white land was enveloped by a cerulean sea, at the heart of which lay a verdant isle. Yong Xiao and Teddy, panting heavily, had spent the past 2 hours on this small island, having arrived via a peculiar method of transmission. However, their hopes of settling down had been dashed. Instead, they found themselves in a relentless flight. Damn it! How can these creatures be immune to natural forces? Yong Xiao gasped, his face flushed and bent over. He was still burdened with a backpack, and after clearing out their territory by the lakeside the previous night, he had anticipated a smooth establishment of camp here. Little did he know, this island harbored other life forms, primordial hunters from the wilderness. These beings bore a resemblance to humans. Yet their attire was akin to that of indigenous tribes on Earth. Their bizarre cries echoed through the air, reminiscent of savage wild men. Not only were these hunters completely impervious to natural forces, but their speed was astonishingly swift, rendering Yong Xiao's legendary iron rod ineffective against them. Thus, he and Teddy found themselves in a most dire predicament, pursued by these relentless foes. During these 2 hours, Yong Xiao and Teddy had been in a constant state of flight, setting traps and obstacles along the way to create a modicum of distance between themselves and their pursuers. Yet the island was thickly forested, teeming with towering trees and thorny underbrush, and any distance gained would soon be closed by the hunters. This cannot continue. This is their domain. We must devise a strategy to counter them, Teddy remarked, his woolen coat now coated in dust, a wound on his hind leg, a reminder of the moment he had soared into the air, only to be grazed by a spear thrown by the hunters. It was evident that everything here was under the control of these predators. Establishing a territory in this place would not be a simple endeavor. Both Yong Xiao and Teddy were nearing exhaustion. If they persisted in this manner, their demise was inevitable. Yong Xiao maintainait a stoic silence, realizing that the predicament they faced was the most perilous since his arrival in this wild world. His only hope now lay in enduring until the sign-in system granted its daily rewards, which might empower them to retaliate. Though this hope seemed elusive, he had no alternative. "Hey, what are you staring at? They're coming after us again. Keep running." Teddy's ears perked up, and suddenly his expression changed as he shouted at Yong Xiao. Indeed, the familiar cacophony of cries reached Yong Xiao's ears, a harbinger of the hunters' next assault, as their hiding place had been compromised. "Run!" Yong Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing his legs, which felt on the verge of cramping, into motion, following Teddy without a glance back. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air behind them, and Teddy turned his head, his face paling instantly. The source of that sound was an extraordinarily sharp spear, stained with dried blood, glimmering ominously under the sunlight. This spear was aimed directly at Yong Xiao's back, and judging by the stance, in 2 seconds, Yong Xiao will be pierced through, rendered cold by this lethal weapon. "Damn it! I'm a god!" Teddy's eyes suddenly filled with fury, and the familiar purple lightning surged around him, roaring and thundering, even unleashing a deafening crack. The sky and earth were dimmed by ominous clouds, as if Teddy's emotions had reached the heavens. A brilliant purple aurora erupted from a grove on the island, dispersing the heavy clouds above. "Bow to me." In that moment, Teddy resembled the son of thunder, enveloped in boundless purple lightning. A colossal bolt of purple energy shooting forth from him, intersecting with the spear. A thunderous explosion resounded, sending a colossal wave across the island, uprooting trees within a 100-meter radius, and even causing tremors in the ground beneath. Teddy, though still a young deity, would never have been capable of such a powerful attack under normal circumstances. Yet Yong Xiao's peril ignited an overwhelming surge of emotion within him, compelling Teddy to overdraw his life potential for this strike. All to save Yong Xiao. Over these past few days, he had come to regard Yong Xiao as his comrade, his friend, a deity. He must protect those he wishes to safeguard. Yong Xiao was thrown several meters away by the enormous shockwave, covered in dust and coughing repeatedly, his once pale face now obscured in gray. "Teddy?" Amidst the thick smoke, Yong Xiao struggled to discern Teddy's condition. Just before the shockwave struck, he distinctly felt a chill behind him. Yet, apart from Teddy's furious roar, he was left in ignorance. "Cough, cough, cough. Teddy." Yong Xiao continued to cough, as a cloud of dust filled his nostrils, nearly suffocating him. Finally, from the smoke emerged a figure, exhausted from expending his divine energy and life potential. It was Teddy, staggering, his frail form on the brink of collapse, as if a mere breeze could topple him. In that moment, Teddy's sole belief was in Yong Xiao. Upon seeing him still alive, he took just 2 steps toward Yong Xiao before collapsing to the ground. Following him from the smoke were several tall, robust figures, the hunters. Clearly, Teddy's ultimate strike had inflicted significant damage upon them, for they no longer bore the confident demeanor they had initially displayed. Instead, Teddy's desperate resistance had awakened the ferocity buried within them. Now, the hunters were consumed by a singular desire for slaughter. Their spears lay broken, their bodies marred with wounds of varying severity, and scales began to shed from their forms, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Yong Xiao rushed to embrace the fainting Teddy tightly, fully aware that Teddy had risked everything to deliver such a reckless attack in his defense. At this moment, Yong Xiao was nearly exhausted, and the figures of the hunters drew ever closer, as if he were truly ensnared in a dire predicament. Ha ha ha, Teddy, this journey through the wilderness has been worthwhile for having met you. Although Yong Xiao appeared disheveled, he revealed not a trace of fear. Instead, faced with imminent death, he radiated an even greater sense of carefree bravado. It is I who have led you into this predicament, to this island, falling prey to these wretches. Fear not. Let us face our demise together, in a manner befitting our spirits. The hunters approached ever closer, to the point where Yong Xiao could discern their faces, spotting the thrill of murderous intent gleaming upon them. Damn it, I still refuse to yield. Yong Xiao grinned, a spark igniting in his eyes, though he lacked the strength to rise. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Chapter 34. Teddy Awakens. Today, as sign-in rewards have been distributed. Please check host. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Rewards received. Pet Talent Pill X1. Infrastructure Maniac Fruit X1. Swift Boots X1. Yong Xiao heard the voice and momentarily paused, but the next second, the hunter before him had already raised his spear, ready to strike. Clenching his teeth, Yong Xiao summoned the last of his strength to roll away. At that moment, a pair of reddish-yellow boots appeared on his feet, adorned with two white wings on either side. Damn it, finally a reward. Yong Xiao corset inwardly, already feeling the extraordinary nature of the boots beneath him. He stood up almost effortlessly and with a slight shift of his weight. He unexpectedly soared 3 to 5 meters away. This, Yong Xiao marveled at his feat, then looked up to see the hunter's expressions of frustration. Goodbye. Without a moment's hesitation, Yong Xiao clasped Teddy tightly and took off running. Within just a few strides, he found himself flying 10 meters away. The forest was left with bewildered hunters exchanging glances, one of whom bore a faint insignia of a mustache on his arm. In a remote cave on the island, Yong Xiao shattered the stone entrance with a bolt of purple lightning, burying himself and the unconscious Teddy within. The air was thick with the musty scent of old dust as Yong Xiao propped a torch against the wall, its flickering light illuminating Teddy's tightly shut eyes. Teddy's body was cold. Having exhausted its life potential, it had, strictly speaking, lost the ability to grow into one of the 12 deities. Merely surviving was a blessing. Yong Xiao too removed his boots. Though they granted incredible speed, they drained the user's stamina significantly. His feet were now entirely numb, feeling as if they belonged to someone else. The frantic escape had seemingly been an explosive burst of potential in a moment of desperation. Now, Yong Xiao finally had the time to glance at the rewards he had received today. Pet Talent Pill can be used on pets. The one who consumes this pill will gain an opportunity for a complete physical transformation. Talent is never purely innate. Infrastructure Maniac Fruit. The consumer will become an infrastructure maniac with all building talents maxed out, transforming into a master builder with exceptional expertise in construction. Upon reading this, Yong Xiao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. There was no doubt he felt like the one lacking in strength. Looking at his completely numbed feet, he wondered if he might end up losing a limb. Yong Xiao was on the verge of tears, desperately contemplating a solution. But before that, he needed to bring Teddy back from the brink of death. As Yong Xiao's thoughts crystallized, a warm, smooth pill materialized in his palm. This pill was a rich earth tone, exuding a subtle fragrance of jasmine that was incredibly refreshing. He cradled the cold, unconscious Teddy in his arms, prying open its mouth with his fingers to insert the pill. Indeed, the divine elixir bestowed by the sign-in system is truly remarkable. Such a sizable pill dissolves effortlessly upon entry. Under Yong Xiao's watchful gaze, the pill transformed into a stream of medicinal liquid, flowing seamlessly into Teddy's body. Subsequently, Yong Xiao awaited Teddy's awakening, yet silence lingered. You must awaken swiftly. I have prepared a plethora of roasted chicken legs for you, my little lamb. Come back to me, he implored. You are God, the God of thunder. Is this how you succumb? He exclaimed in frustration. Awaken for me, and I shall grant you any wish. At this juncture, Yong Xiao's voice trembled with emotion. If Teddy did not awaken, he too would accompany the young deity to his demise within this cave. After a period of anxious waiting, Teddy remained still in his embrace. Yong Xiao held him tightly, as if he had never embraced him so fervently since their acquaintance. "Hey, you are making it hard for me to breathe." A nearly inaudible voice emerged from Yong Xiao's arms. "You've awakened? How do you feel?" Yong Xiao exclaimed, pulling back to gaze at Teddy, who blinked wearily but displayed a flicker of vitality. "I feel quite unwell. Is it true what you said about granting me any wish?" Teddy, though weak, managed to muster a smile. Hearing this, they exchanged knowing looks, a shared understanding that nothing could sever their bond. "Then I desire fried chicken legs. I've grown tired of roasted ones," Teddy declared, shifting into a more comfortable position, his earlier fatigue forgotten, his face alight with anticipation, a trickle of saliva at the corner of his mouth. "Are you deceiving me?" Yong Xiao chuckled, feigning annoyance as he playfully tossed Teddy onto the ground. Now it was clear that the elixir was indeed miraculous, not only mending Teddy's wounds, but rejuvenating his spirit as well. "Hey, I sacrificed my chance at divinity to save you, and you repay me by being ungrateful and throwing me to the ground," Teddy protested, rolling over in dissatisfaction. Yong Xiao rolled his eyes, retorting, "Nonsense. Your body is perfectly fine now, even better than before. How could I have obstructed your path to godhood?" Teddy instinctively opened his mouth to argue, only to realize the anomaly of his own body. "How is this possible?" he gasped, recalling how he had recklessly expended his life potential before losing consciousness, damaging his innate natural powers. Yet now, he felt more robust and stable than ever, the essence within him even more potent than that of the mightiest dragon deity. "What have you done to me?" Teddy inquired, astounded as he examined his own body. "Nothing much. You merely ingested a pill," Yong Xiao replied nonchalantly. "What pill? Do you have more? I'd like to consume 2 more. Get lost." Once Teddy was assured of his well-being, the burden weighing upon Yong Xiao's heart was finally lifted. However, just as he had begun to feel a fleeting sense of joy, he caught sight of his numb feet, which caused his expression to darken once more. "What's wrong?" Teddy inquired. "I might have to undergo amputation," Yong Xiao lamented, his face a mask of despair. Chapter 35. Cultivation and Recovery. Amputation. Teddy looked at Yong Xiao with a puzzled expression, repeatedly confirming the lack of sensation in his legs. "Are you saying that these boots helped us escape, yet they're also the reason your feet must be amputated?" Teddy remained skeptical, circling the boots twice. "Why would I deceive you? Do you have any means to salvage this?" Yong Xiao asked, his face contorted in despair. "Yes, of course. In this world, if nothing else, there is an abundance of medicinal herbs," Teddy replied with a smile, his words flowing effortlessly. "You should purchase silver flower grass, lion's tail lotus, and golden-footed centipede from the trading platform. I possess an exclusive recipe that, when combined with thunderbolt essence, will restore your blood circulation. It is the perfect treatment for your feet." Observing Teddy's unwavering confidence, Yong Xiao regained his own resolve. "Let's get to work." He retrieved 2 territory flags from his backpack and planted them firmly into the cave floor, establishing a 4-square-meter territory, with hundreds of square meters of flags at his disposal. This was a trivial addition to his assets. Next, Yong Xiao constructed an alchemical pot and procured the herbs Teddy had mentioned from the trading platform. Fortunately, the prices of these herbs were modest, as their true potential was yet to be recognized by others, keeping their value low. "How did you come to know this exclusive recipe?" Yong Xiao inquired curiously while following Teddy's instructions to brew the medicine. "Hee, the bull god is my good brother. He has an exceptional understanding of the attributes of these herbs. I happened to overhear it once," Teddy replied with a slight grin. Before long, a fragrant aroma of the herbs wafted from the stone pot, refreshing the stale air of the cave and invigorating Yong Xiao. He ladled the medicinal broth into a wooden bowl, ready to drink, but was halted by Teddy. "Who said you could drink the broth? It's not meant for drinking." Confused, Yong Xiao asked, "What is it for then?" Teddy proceeded to explain in detail. Yong Xiao soon grasped the uniqueness of the exclusive recipe. The broth was intended for soaking his feet, while the thoroughly cooked centipede was the actual substance he was meant to consume. Although it was difficult to accept, Yong Xiao steeled himself, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth as he swallowed the cooked insect for the sake of his feet. Approximately half an hour later, a tingling sensation began to return to his feet. Yong Xiao's face lit up with joy. "It's working. I can feel my feet," Teddy grunted, sitting nearby while munching on a chicken leg. "That's right. The effect of soaking your feet in this broth is unparalleled. Nothing else will suffice. The soaking is the best effect. Then why did you make me eat the centipede?" Yong Xiao turned, bewildered, to look at Teddy. Suddenly, Teddy faltered, distancing himself by 2 meters before speaking. "The centipede. 1,000 legs. Haven't you heard the saying, 'You are what you eat'?" Yong Xiao swore that if he were not currently soaking his feet, he would have dealt with that little rascal. The night in the wilderness descends upon them, as Yong Xiao and Teddy find themselves nestled within a small cave. After a day of recuperation, both have regained their prime condition, perhaps even stronger than before. "According to your description, those hunters can withstand my strongest strike without succumbing. How can we possibly defeat them?" A rare frown creases Teddy's delicate face. "They cannot remain in this cave indefinitely. The old territory is no longer accessible, and they cannot conquer a new one. Are they doomed to shelter in this cave forever? No, those hunters are not entirely impervious to the forces of nature. The true resistance lies in the scales upon their bodies. If we can devise a method to breach those defenses, we may have a chance to vanquish them." Yong Xiao reflected on the events of the day. "But their speed is astonishing. We can barely even touch them." Teddy nodded, still troubled. Yong Xiao continued, "I suspect these hunters are not uniformly powerful everywhere. Rather, they possess a specific range within which they thrive. Outside of that domain, their scales may become fragile." The more Yong Xiao pondered, the clearer his thoughts became. He recalled that not all the scales were obliterated by Teddy during their earlier encounter. As the hunters approached, it appeared that some scales began to shed spontaneously. "Is that so? This is a significant discovery." Teddy sat up abruptly, fixated intently on Yong Xiao. "Yes, we can certainly test this at the site from yesterday. I will construct several traps to ensnare them, and you can attempt to strike at their flesh where the scales have already fallen away." Yong Xiao nodded solemnly, recognizing the gravity of their undertaking. He did not believe the system would grant him another chance at survival. They had but one opportunity to try. Subsequently, Yong Xiao set to work crafting a research station, the cave resonating with the sounds of clanging and clattering. With the enhancement from the infrastructure maniac fruit, every trap he fashioned was potent and resilient. "When did your construction skills reach such heights?" Teddy inquired in astonishment, observing Yong Xiao occasionally modify the crafting plans in the research station, seemingly with success. "I am indeed an infrastructure maniac." Yong Xiao chuckled, his hands moving with unwavering speed. As dawn approached, he finally completed the traps. This time, he synthesized the essence of all the traps within the research station, creating a colossal composite marvel. Before them lay a massive trap, intricately assembled from countless components. With a flick of Yong Xiao's remote control, this gigantic mechanism could transform into various shapes upon the ground, leaving Teddy utterly astounded. Is this truly the legendary ingenuity of humankind? With the morning light, a resounding blast echoed from the cave's entrance as Yong Xiao emerged, dragging the enormous trap behind him. On his shoulder, Teddy clutched a crackling bolt of violet energy, subtly glowing with anticipation. After nearly a day and night, a man and a sheep once again breathed in the fresh air. The rising sun hung in the sky, casting warm rays upon their faces, enveloping them in a gentle warmth. This also signified that their counterattack was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 36. The desolation of the hunter's stronghold on an island lush with trees. At its heart resides a tribe, indigenous to the wild world, known as the Hunters, who are the sole sovereigns of this realm. At this moment, Yong Xiao and Teddy are patiently waiting amidst the thicket at the center of the island. Indeed, the scales of these beings possess their greatest strength at a specific time and location. A glint of excitement flickers in Teddy's eyes as he observes the scales of the hunters fading in brilliance. "Do not rush. Soon I shall lead them into my trap, and this island will bear my name," Yong Xiao remarks, his eyes narrowing as he has meticulously arranged everything, now merely awaiting the hunter's next expedition. This island, spanning several tens of thousands of square meters, has long been isolated, fostering a complete ecosystem and giving rise to 6 formidable hunters. They are robust and sinewy. With bronze skin, their lifestyle reminiscent of primitive tribes on Earth. Among them, the leader is the only one adorned with a feathered cap. The time has come. Quickly hide. Yong Xiao glances up at the sun, estimating that the moment has arrived for the hunters to commence their activities. After yesterday's skirmish, Yong Xiao and Teddy have discerned the shortcomings of these beings. They remain, after all, primitive tribesmen confined to their island, their intellect rather limited, driven solely by instincts of slaughter and survival. Every time they venture out to capture prey, they do so en masse. Their survival thus far is merely due to the absence of my formidable presence. As Yong Xiao observes the retreating figures of the 6 hunters, he inhales deeply. He has just witnessed the bountiful resources stored within the hunter stronghold, seemingly inexhaustible and countless. They have wandered far. Let us proceed. Teddy whispers in Yong Xiao's ear, and together, they boldly stride out of the underbrush and directly into the hunter's stronghold. The majority of the structures in this stronghold are constructed of wood, and within this vast space, there are only 2 rudimentary wooden houses, one clearly occupied and the other presumably for storage. The storage house is significantly larger than their dwelling, prompting Yong Xiao to head straight for it, disinterested in the living quarters of the savages. With a creak, Yong Xiao pushes open the wooden door, and in an instant, both he and Teddy are taken aback by the sight before them. This is not merely a storage house for isolated savages. It is more opulent than all the resources accumulated by survivors in this world combined. The room is replete with an abundance of minerals. Aside from all the materials Yong Xiao has previously encountered, there are even some gemstones whose names escape him. However, the food present is rather mundane, indicating that the hunter's diet is rather poor. Most crucially, Yong Xiao does not spot any weapons or tools. He had hoped to discover within these implements the scales that render the hunters immune to natural forces, but alas, such treasures are nowhere to be found. The scales appeared to be an innate characteristic of these hunters. After Yong Xiao and Teddy had meticulously assessed the supplies, he hastily stuffed into his satchel the accumulated provisions of the hunters, which had likely taken them years to amass. In an instant, the once expansive room lay barren of all items. Let us examine their dwelling. Perhaps there lies a secret to the scales, Yong Xiao proposed. Teddy furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to enter the lair of these savages, yet he followed Yong Xiao inside. As anticipated, the moment they crossed the threshold into the hunter's quarters, they were assailed by a foul stench reminiscent of wild beasts, nearly compelling them to retreat. With no other option, Yong Xiao produced some mint leaves to cover his mouth and nose, allowing him to endure the wretched ambience. Disgusting and chaotic, these hunters are truly no different from savages, Teddy remarked, his expression rife with disdain. Yong Xiao cast a glance at him, then turned his attention to the hunter's bedding, which appeared untouched and littered with refuse. He hoped to find discarded scales among the detritus for his own use, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. It was Teddy who, in a corner, stumbled upon a grimy bottle. Yong Xiao, come and see if this resembles the message bottle you mentioned, he called out. Yong Xiao approached, bending down to retrieve the filthy bottle. Upon handling it, he grimaced. The size and shape bore a resemblance to a message bottle, yet the texture felt different, likely obscured by the layers of grime. He promptly produced several bottles of purified water and began vigorously rinsing the dirty vessel. After a few minutes, the surface grime was washed away, revealing its true form. It is indeed a message bottle, Yong Xiao exclaimed, elated to discover the very artifact he had sought, unexpectedly found within the hunter's stronghold. Perhaps the note inside contained profound secrets about this world. Just as Yong Xiao was about to open it, strange cries echoed from outside. He and Teddy exchanged alarmed glances. The hunters had returned prematurely. Soon, the hunters detected the scent of intruders within their lair, causing a palpable unease among them. The sole leader, after a careful assessment, confirmed that the intruders were indeed the same man and sheep from the previous day. Enraged, the hunters charged into the room, 6 of them brandishing spears. In that fleeting moment, Yong Xiao and Teddy had no time to retreat. So they hastily set up a massive trap within the confines of the hunters' quarters, preparing to confront their adversaries. As the two sides met, tension filled the air. At the entrance stood 6 furious hunters, while by the bed, Yong Xiao and Teddy braced themselves for the impending clash. Those scales you knocked off them yesterday have yet to regrow. When the fight begins, aim for the exposed flesh beneath the scales, Yong Xiao whispered urgently, his mind racing with escape strategies. Teddy nodded, harboring no semblance of goodwill towards these adversaries. With a sudden outburst, he unleashed a formidable bolt of violet lightning, striking directly at the bloodied flesh of the leader's arm. That very spot had been grievously wounded by Teddy's most potent attack the day prior, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Indeed, the leader, relying on his scales for protection, underestimated Teddy's precision. The flesh on his arm was obliterated, leaving it a disarray of carnage, and even the adjacent scales seemed on the verge of detachment. The leader, overwhelmed by pain, erupted in furious cries, signaling his 6 hunters to raise their spears, an ominous prelude to their impending assault. Should they pierce their target, the consequences would be nothing short of fatal. At this moment, Yong Xiao wore a serene smile, his finger pressing down firmly on the remote control. There was no need for alarm, for he was well prepared. Chapter 37. The moment of the hunt, the hunter's spear was suddenly hurled forth, its tip aimed directly at Yong Xiao and Teddy. As Yong Xiao pressed the button, a colossal trap positioned between them and the hunter rose, unveiling a net woven from alloyed steel wires. The spears struck the resilient metallic mesh. Although they pierced through, their momentum was lost, leaving them ensnared within the net. At this moment, Teddy had already targeted the wounds of the remaining 5 hunters, unleashing a flash of purple lightning within the room. The hunters clutched their injuries, their expressions contorted in agony. The scene became a tense stalemate, as every assault from the hunters was thwarted by Yong Xiao's formidable trap, while Teddy intermittently inflicted further pain upon their wounds, eliciting grimaces of distress. Eventually, after a prolonged standoff, the leader, maintaining a stoic demeanor, gestured for the 6 hunters to retreat temporarily, seemingly in search of more effective strategies. Yes, we won. How exhilarating. Teddy exhaled deeply, his tension dissipating as the hunters withdrew, delight illuminating his countenance. However, Yong Xiao remained unperturbed, his expression still grave. He remarked calmly, "We must remain vigilant. Our success in driving them away was merely due to our advantageous position. The hunters could not exploit their speed within this cramped space. They were forced into a frontal assault. Once we venture outside, we shall face their spectral agility. We must adhere to our original plan and lead them back to yesterday's location." Having spoken, Teddy too subdued his jubilance. After ensuring no hunters lingered outside, the duo stepped out. Yong Xiao retracted the colossal trap, intending to depart hastily with Teddy, when suddenly a glint of cold steel flashed from behind. Yong Xiao's body instinctively bristled. These scoundrels, attempting a sneak attack. Fortunately, the massive trap he had been dragging caught the sharp spear, which halted perilously close to his back, a mere few centimeters away. How close? The Haven T retreated? Yong Xiao turned to confront the assailant, realizing that the leader had temporarily departed with 4 others, leaving one behind to watch over them. The remaining hunter, upon seeing Yong Xiao unscathed, widened his eyes and prepared to scream. Palm thunder. Yong Xiao bellowed, conjuring a surge of violent purple lightning that shot into the hunter's mouth, rendering him mute. "I refuse to believe you possess scales within that mouth. Want to call for help? We shall face you alone." No sooner had he spoken than Teddy unleashed another bolt of purple lightning, striking the unprotected thigh of the hunter, toppling him to the ground. "Now, charge!" Yong Xiao shouted, drawing forth the long-abandoned legendary iron rod and swiftly approaching the fallen hunter. He intended to render this foe unconscious to thoroughly examine the scales adorning his body. Unexpectedly, even after being felled, the hunter's speed was still beyond Yong Xiao's reach. Remarkably, he managed to distance himself from Yong Xiao using only one leg. Furrowing his brow, Yong Xiao commanded, "Teddy, eliminate him. Our time is limited." After all, this was the hunter's stronghold, and they could not afford to linger here. If this one proved uncooperative, there were still 5 more subjects to consider. Thus, it was best to end it swiftly. Teddy nodded, appearing to have awaited this moment for some time. With a sharp exclamation, he summoned a potent surge of violet energy, and after a brief moment of concentration, a bolt of purple lightning, thick as a wrist, struck the fallen hunter's thigh. Seizing the opportunity, Yong Xiao crouched down, focusing his palm thunder on the hunter's injured leg, poised to synchronize with Teddy's lightning for a decisive strike. With a resounding crash, the unfortunate soul was dispatched by Yong Xiao and Teddy before he could even emit a cry of anguish. Following the hunter's demise, the scales upon his body rapidly dulled, and when Yong Xiao touched them, he found they had lost their former hardness. Did these scales rely on the life of the hunter to maintain their strength? Yong Xiao speculated that if this were the case, his intent to collect the scales would have to be abandoned. After eliminating this hunter, the duo vanished into the depths of the forest. When the leader returned with the remaining 4 hunters, he was met only with the lifeless body of his comrade, which ignited his fury. He followed the trail left by Yong Xiao and Teddy into the woods. As he entered the trees, it seemed as though a spark of wisdom struck him. He instructed the remaining 4 hunters to split into 2 groups and search for Yong Xiao and Teddy, signaling their companions immediately upon any discovery. After a few eerie calls, the 5 hunters also disappeared into the foliage. Had Yong Xiao been present, he would have been astonished by the new weapons in their possession. Shotguns, artifact from the human world, perched atop a grand tree in the island's woods. Yong Xiao and Teddy keenly observed the hunters below. This fellow is clever, pairing off. How shall we strike? Teddy expressed his frustration. Yong Xiao scoffed, in terms of intellect. These savages are no match for me. He then fashioned a rope from the branches above and created a straw effigy, adorning it with his own jacket and lowering it down the tree with a rope. What are you doing? Teddy asked, puzzled. Yong Xiao explained, I will use this effigy to draw their attention, while we circle around to ambush them from behind, 1 for each, and strike swiftly. Teddy's eyes brightened with understanding, and he nodded. Once Yong Xiao secured the effigy, they swiftly set their plan into motion. On the ground, one hunter, alerted by a noise nearby, suddenly turned to see a familiar figure leaning against a tree. Overjoyed, he quickly summoned his companion, and the 2 hunters stealthily approached the effigy, unaware that the real Yong Xiao and Teddy had already maneuvered behind them. As the hunters drew ever closer to the doll, they ultimately sensed something amiss. Realizing they had been deceived, the 2 hunters turned around, only to behold 2 familiar faces grinning back at them. Thunder in the palm, a mouth bursting with thunder. Chapter 38. Relics of Humanity within the depths of the forest. Yong Xiao and Teddy disposed of the bodies of the 2 hunters. Before departing, they deliberately created a commotion to lure other hunters closer. Yong Xiao even prepared a small surprise for the leader atop the corpses of the 2 men. Shortly after their departure, the leader and the remaining 2 hunters arrived, only to be met with the sight of their fallen comrades. Enraged, the leader fired 2 shots into the sky with a shotgun. Meanwhile, as Yong Xiao dashed through the woods, the sound of the gunfire caused him to instinctively halt. This sound was all too familiar. It was the crack of a firearm. But how could there be shotguns in this wilderness? Had someone discovered the blueprint for the weapon and constructed it? Yong Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the trees. The surprise he had left on the 2 corpses was a thunderbolt bomb. During their hunt for the first hunter, Yong Xiao had realized that the thunderbolt possessed a certain destructive capacity, meaning that it would spread around the wound upon entering the body. Given this, why not deliberately compress the size of the thunderbolt before detonation? By intensifying its concentration, a small explosion could be achieved. He had concealed a minuscule electric orb within the clothing of the corpses. Any contact with the body would trigger the explosion, potentially killing someone if luck favored him. What was that sound? Teddy turned, bewildered, to Yong Xiao. Perhaps another hunter has met their end. Yong Xiao chuckled to himself. His concentrated thunderbolt orb was immensely powerful. After all, the thunderbolt was already one of nature's most ferocious and lethal forces, and it had been further intensified by Yong Xiao. As anticipated, the leader was momentarily stunned by the deafening blast, his ears ringing. When he turned to look, He was horrified to find his last two subordinates obliterated beside the corpses, which had been utterly mangled. His expression shifted from shock to distortion, and then to unbridled fury. Witnessing the demise of all 5 of his men within such a brief span was unbearable. His thirst for vengeance surged to an unprecedented level, subtly transcending his own limits. In that instant, his eyes blazed crimson, and his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Within a mere breath, the leader pinpointed the locations of Yong Xiao and Teddy, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao and Teddy had reached the trap they had previously set, awaiting with bated breath. This place was no jest. It was a death sentence for anyone who ventured here. Before long, an enraged roar echoed in the ears of Yong Xiao and Teddy, causing them to raise their eyebrows in unison and exclaim, "Here he comes." Moments later, the leader's figure materialized before them. And Yong Xiao's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the weapon in the leader's grasp. It truly was a shotgun. In the next instant, he pressed a button, and the colossal trap that had lain in wait sprang up, ensnaring the leader within its grasp. "All done, let us retreat." Yong Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to leave. He is most aware of the colossal trap he has crafted, understanding fully the dire consequences for the hunters ensnared within. There is no need for further observation. At that moment, Teddy suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Wait, can your trap truly function?" Yong Xiao turned to look, only to be confronted with a scene that shattered his comprehension. Before him, the crimson-eyed leader was wildly firing his weapon within the confines of the trap, yet each shot was thwarted by the very apparatus meant to ensnare him. Frustrated, the leader cast aside his shotgun, attempting to break free using sheer brute force. However, the defense provided by his scaled form significantly diminished in this territory, leaving him battered and bloody by the blades within the trap. Strangely, the leader grew ever more invigorated in his struggle, even as deep wounds exposed bone. His blood-red eyes remained fixated on Yong Xiao. In a frenzied state, he began to gnash at the blades with his own teeth. "This madman," Yong Xiao murmured. As the leader's body teetered on the brink of disintegration, Yong Xiao's trap lay in ruins, rendered inoperable by the chaos. With a final, defiant roar, the leader met his demise before Yong Xiao and Teddy, his body mangled beyond recognition, while the blades of the trap lay marred and uneven. At that moment, Yong Xiao found himself momentarily dazed. Just days ago, he was an ordinary human, struggling to reconcile with such a gruesome spectacle. "Enough, let us depart. This island shall henceforth bear the surname Yang." Teddy clapped Yong Xiao on the shoulder, his voice resonating with pure violet energy, rousing Yong Xiao from his daze and the sanguine scene around him. Now awake, Yong Xiao gasped for breath, hastily channeling the violet energy within him to regain his composure. Yet, one lingering doubt remained unresolved in his mind. Who had provided the leader with the shotgun? Could it be that others were orchestrating these events from the shadows? It was evident that, given their intellect and technology, they could not possibly manufacture such a weapon. Throughout the afternoon, Yong Xiao and Teddy busied themselves with the grim task of disposing of the hunter's remains. Regrettably, due to the leader's dismembered state, Yong Xiao failed to notice the faint symbol of a character on his shoulder. Furthermore, the drift bottle he had acquired from the hunter's stronghold faded from his thoughts amid the chaos. It was not until nightfall that Yong Xiao completed the cleansing of the hunter's presence. Officially claiming the territory as his own, he planted all the banners of dominion at the center of the island, marking the successful conquest of his new domain. Exhausted from the day's trials, he resolved to construct a shelter the following day and sought to rest well that night. After an arduous day of conflict, Yong Xiao and Teddy wished only for a moment of peace, savoring roasted chicken legs beneath the moonlight, relishing this fleeting tranquility. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, Chu Cixue entered her chamber, clutching a lifeless rabbit. A mere 5 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream echoed as a rabbit, its eyes stark white and unsettling in the moonlight, bolted from a room. Such occurrences transpired in every corner of the wilderness, countless animals mutating, their eyes transforming to an eerie shade of pure white. In the dead of night, the app issued a global announcement. The second tide is imminent. All survivors are urged to prepare, and it is imperative to avoid any creature with pure white eyes. Remember, any creature. In an instant, the restless survivors engaged in fervent discussions. Some claimed that this tide would usher in an unparalleled opportunity, while others warned that it might bring forth a plague, a dire threat to the survival of many. Yet, amidst all this, Yong Xiao, stranded on a small island, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 39. The secret within the drift bottle. A frenzy of creatures with white pupils has erupted across the wilderness, resembling a contagious affliction. Animals afflicted by this condition transform their eyes to a stark white and exhibit an exaggerated level of aggression. Instances have been reported of infected rodents daringly attacking cats. This contagion appears to enable life forms to disregard traditional predatory hierarchies. However, a stroke of fortune lies in the fact that humanity remains temporarily immune to this malady, granting them a brief respite to resist the onslaught of these frenzied beasts. Within the global channel, during the light of day, nearly everyone has retreated to their territories, too fearful to venture outside. One can never be certain when a previously timid creature might spring forth unexpectedly for an attack. Yet, even as the survivors huddle within their domains, the infected animals continue to perish in droves around their boundaries. What is happening? This cursed wilderness has destroyed my beloved bunny. It is peculiar. This marks the 17th dead mole found near my territory today. Ordinarily, these creatures remain hidden underground and seldom emerge. Everyone, please exercise caution. In addition to the outbreak among the animals, we must prepare for a second tide, especially those survivors along the coast. Stay vigilant. Do you think the meat of these animals is edible? There are over 10 different species of deceased creatures surrounding my territory. Those upstairs. If you're unafraid of infection, feel free to indulge. We shall await your transformation within your domain. At this moment, Yong Xiao had just awakened from a long slumber. He remembered indulging with Teddy late into the night, only falling asleep as dawn approached, and he had no idea he would sleep until now. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have received today's sign-in rewards. Wall Construction Blueprint 1, Water Diversion Technique 1, Wilderness Ruins Map Fragment 1. Wall Construction Blueprint. The Great Wall is a marvel of humanity. Why not create your own sturdy wall? Water Diversion Technique. Water is the source of all life. By learning this method, you can emulate the great ancient figure, you the Great, directing water to where it is needed. Wilderness Ruins Map Fragment. It is said that the wilderness contains remnants left by those before you. This is a gift for you. Collect the fragments and embark on your journey. Upon reviewing the descriptions of today's rewards, Yong Xiao immediately learned the wall construction and water diversion techniques, while the fragment of the ruins map was placed within his ring. Judging by the appearance of the fragment, there should be at least 8 pieces. Surely, the relic left by the ancients harbors many treasures. At that moment, Teddy lay nearby in a deep slumber, sprawled out like a small mutt, with soft woolly fur that felt delightfully comforting to touch. Yong Xiao repeatedly reminded himself internally that this was a divine being, not an ordinary pet, and he must not pet it. He then opened his phone and discovered an important message. Another tide is approaching. Yong Xiao recalled his disheveled appearance during the last tide, furrowing his brow slightly. If the rise of lake waters was so terrifying, what could be said of my island? Surrounded on all sides by the sea, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. There was no ordinary tide, but rather a veritable tsunami. Suddenly, he remembered the contents of the last message in a bottle he had found. After 3 tides, those enigmatic beings would once again descend upon this world. The message in the bottle I retrieved from the hunter's base yesterday. It is time to unveil its secrets. With a firm slap to his forehead, Yong Xiao swiftly extracted the bottle from his backpack. Time was of the essence. Besides this matter, he also needed to hastily devise countermeasures against the impending tide to avoid drowning. Judging by the previous lake tides pattern, the possibility of this island being submerged was certainly not negligible. As the cork was pulled from the glass bottle, the sound echoed as he opened it, and he poured out the aged, yellowed note within. Despite its wear, the handwriting remained legible. On the day of the dual moons, chaos shall reign in the wilderness. The balance of darkness and light shall be shattered, ushering in a true era of slaughter. This is the retribution all life deserves, a relentless cycle of cause and effect. Yong Xiao bro furo deeply. Did this imply that chaos would one day engulf the wilderness, leading all survivors to indiscriminately slaughter one another? What retribution? Moreover, the contents of this bottle seemed entirely disconnected from those of the first. Were the messages not interrelated? After pondering for several minutes, Yong Xiao returned the note to the bottle and placed it back in his backpack, awakening Teddy. Teddy, do you recall anything about the day of the dual moons? Yong Xiao inquired. Though Teddy had initially intended to turn over and continue sleeping, upon hearing the mention of the dual moons, its body visibly trembled. Why do you ask that? What's going on? Teddy, now fully alert, sat up abruptly, regarding Yong Xiao with a serious demeanor. Nothing much. It's just that the message in the bottle we found yesterday mentioned the day of the dual moons, stating that all survivors would engage in indiscriminate slaughter. I want to know if it's true. Yong Xiao gently patted Teddy on the head. Teddy nodded, though its expression was far from favorable. It is true, but this catastrophe is not solely directed at human survivors. It concerns the entirety of the wilderness continent. During that time, even as 12 deities would partake in slaughter. The battle was so fierce that the skies darkened. I even took the life of my closest friend. Teddy seemed to be drawn into memories of a past it wished to avoid, its expression pained. Enough reminiscing. Our immediate priority is to prepare for the impending tide. Yong Xiao infused his voice with a hint of natural power, swiftly rousing Teddy from its painful reverie. Gasping for breath, Teddy looked at Yong Xiao with gratitude in its eyes. Trembling as it spoke, the day of the dual moons is a calamity of the utmost severity. Yong Xiao nodded slightly. From Teddy's reaction, it was evident that all lives affected by this calamity had endured tremendous repercussions. Is this what is referred to as karmic retribution? Yong Xiao pondered inwardly as he exited the room alongside Teddy. They needed to swiftly devise a strategy to combat the rising tide. Initially, Yong Xiao had contemplated erecting a wall to completely isolate the tide from the island. However, upon reflecting on the actual size of the island, he decisively abandoned this notion. Such ill fortune? I had anticipated that the second tide would arrive only after we had made some progress. Who would have thought that just after seizing the island yesterday, the tide would come today? Teddy sighed, harboring doubts that Yong Xiao had truly liberated himself from that lifelong streak of misfortune. Chapter 40. The arrival of the rain god Yong Xiao and Teddy stood at the center of the small island, and whether it was merely an illusion or not, they could faintly discern the waves rising several kilometers away. Time was of the essence. Perhaps they should construct a wall to enclose what they could. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that in such a limited time frame, he was utterly at a loss for a suitable solution. Teddy shook his head and remarked, even if you're a construction enthusiast, it is impossible to encircle the entire island in such a short period, let alone our territory. What the land beyond the wall? The answer was evident. They could not simply abandon it. Both men fell silent, for even a skilled artisan struggles without materials. Yong Xiao's predicament was such that he had no time even to prepare a meal. He frantically searched his mind for a solution to the impending tide and rummaged through his backpack in vain. There was nothing of use. Perhaps you should consult others. They might inspire you, Teddy sighed. At this juncture, they could only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. If they could not withstand the rising tide, not only would their past foundations and accumulations vanish, but even their names might be at stake. After all, this time they were not merely contending with a lake. With a sense of helplessness, Yong Xiao took out his phone. However, he could not guarantee that the global channel would be free of adversaries. Last time, Chu Cixue had mentioned that envy was brewing against him. A sudden thought struck him. Chu Cixue. Yong Xiao's eyes lit up. He could privately message her, thus maintaining his anonymity on the island. He was more inclined to trust this girl over others, not solely due to her beauty. Although all survivors lacked the ability for long-distance migration, caution was paramount in this world. Quickly, Yong Xiao composed a private message to Chu Cixue. Yong Xiao, hey, I need to ask you something. To his surprise, the sweet and charming avatar on his screen replied almost instantly. Beep, beep, beep. Chu Xishue. Oh, a rare visitor. This is the first time the esteemed landlord has messaged me first. What can I do for you? Yong Xiao forced a wry smile. He was not in the mood for jest. Yong Xiao, I am in serious trouble. The tide is rising, and I am on a small island surrounded by water. Do you have any suggestions for resisting the tide? Chu Xishue, you've come to the right person. My family has dealt with water for generations. I can surely help you survive the tide. Yong Xiao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon reading her message. Of course, if survival were the only concern, he wouldn't have sought her out. Yong Xiao, I can survive. I am asking if you have any methods to protect my territory, preferably the island as well. Chu Xishue, how large is your territory? Just build a wall. Yong Xiao, a few hundred square meters, I suppose. The young girl on the other side of the screen widened her eyes in astonishment. Just yesterday, she had refreshed the territory leaderboard, and Yong Xiao's territory still measured a mere 40 square meters. When had it surged into the hundreds? She quickly switched to the private chat channel to refresh the leaderboard, and, as expected, the man at the top remained beyond her reach. Chu Xishue, what a wealthy individual. Where on earth did you acquire so many territory flags? Speak, have you been cheating? Yong Xiao responded with a helpless expression. Sister, let us focus on the matter at hand. Chu Xishue composed herself, shaking off her shock, and began to devise a strategy for Yong Xiao to withstand the impending tide. On the summit of a high mountain, a girl rested her chin on her hands, a bite mark from a creature marring her snow-white thigh as she contemplated. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with realization, and she spoke to herself. I've got it. Since we cannot hold back the tide, why not allow it to flow in? With proper guidance, we can keep the entire island safe. With that, she took out her phone to compose a message. Chu Xishue, you can purchase a substantial quantity of fire fruit seeds from the trading platform. This fruit has no time constraints for growth, but it does require a significant amount of water resources. Yong Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he asked, are you suggesting that instead of resisting the tide, we allow it to nourish the fire fruit? The fire fruit will help manage the water? Chu Xishue confirmed, exactly. I've assisted you. How do you plan to repay me? However, just as she sent the message, Yong Xiao's avatar turned gray. He had logged off. Infuriated, Chu Xishue gritted her teeth and muttered, what an ungrateful scoundrel. Using me and then vanishing. Next time, I won't help you. Teddy, having overheard Yong Xiao and Chu Xishue's plan, pondered deeply before speaking. Theoretically, it's feasible, but I recall that fire fruit needs to flower to absorb a significant amount of water. The seeds you purchase may not be immediately useful. Yong Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but as he recalled something stored within his ring, his expression brightened. I have a solution. I can make the fire fruit bloom before the tide arrives. Teddy tilted his head, questioning Yong Xiao's sanity. Are you out of your mind? The tide is too fierce. The fire fruit seeds won't be able to absorb it, and getting them to bloom requires abundant water resources, which must be gentle. The pure water you've gathered is hardly sufficient. Quick, help me dig the soil. I need to plant a vast quantity of fire fruit, Yong Xiao urged, tapping furiously on his phone. Teddy, however, remained unmoving on Yong Xiao's shoulder, saying, there's no need. Apart from needing ample water, fire fruit has no other requirements. Simply scatter some on the ground, and it will flourish. Yong Xiao was overjoyed by this revelation. He hurried to the trading platform and searched for fire fruit, discovering an abundance of seeds available at remarkably low prices. In truth, fire fruit is highly nutritious and possesses extraordinary medicinal value. Yet the water resources required for its cultivation are prohibitively high for most survivors, which is why it is sold at a bargain. This fortunate circumstance allowed Yong Xiao to seize a great opportunity. He promptly cleared the trading platform of all available fire fruit seeds, acquiring thousands of them. Before him, countless seeds lay strewn upon the ground, their crescent-shaped green skins enveloping the vibrant red cores within. These were the seeds of the fireberry. Teddy, utilize your divine power to evenly distribute these seeds across the island. Yong Xiao commanded. Upon hearing this, Teddy, though unaware of Yong Xiao's source of confidence, nonetheless ascended into the air, employing gentle natural forces to scatter the seeds across the isle. Beneath him, Yong Xiao retrieved from his ring a sphere of exuberant energy, a gift he had received days earlier, the blessing of the rain god. Chapter 41. All about the fireberry. The sky was exceptionally clear at this moment. Yet the sea presented an entirely different spectacle. The waters churned wildly, with towering waves reaching hundreds of meters, a tumultuous display heralding the arrival of high tide. Almost all survivors near any water source were exerting their utmost efforts to withstand the impending tide, but Yong Xiao chose to act contrarily. He intended to invoke the blessing of the rain god at this moment, conjuring a torrential downpour over the entire island. Suspended in midair, Teddy sensed a powerful yet gentle natural force emanating from the ground. Lowering his gaze, he observed a familiar energy in Yong Xiao's hands. Was that the energy of water? What peculiarities does Yong Xiao possess? At this moment, Teddy grasped Yong Xiao's plan. The water energy in his hands could summon a vibrant downpour, nourishing the seeds of the fireberry, which would flourish across the island, desperately thirsting for water to absorb the tide. This lad possesses remarkable audacity. Does he not fear that too much water might submerge everything? Nevertheless, I relish this adventurous spirit. Ha ha ha. Teddy ascended further, unleashing a more potent energy of thunder from within. On the land below, Yong Xiao burst the energy orb in his hand, and instantly, a gentle yet formidable energy surged skyward. The previously clear sky transformed in an instant, cloaked in dense clouds. A beam of energy soared upward, piercing the thick clouds and seemingly moistening the very air of the world. From the distant horizon came an ancient and mysterious voice. It was the blessing of the rain god. In an instant, a torrential rain began to pour over the island, drenching it and nourishing all living things, awakening every seed of fireberry to stir with life. A surge of vitality emerged upon the island. Yong Xiao, observing the intensity of the rain, looked up and cautioned Teddy, "You should return. With such a deluge, flying so high might lead to a lightning strike." Upon saying this, he noticed Teddy's disdainful expression and immediately regretted it. "I am the god of thunder. You dare worry that I might be struck by lightning?" Teddy scoffed, his primal energy resonating harmoniously with the rainwater. This rainfall would greatly benefit him as well. He ascended higher, until he encountered the hidden lightning within the storm clouds. Meanwhile, under this downpour, Teddy had the opportunity to directly engage with the purest source of lightning energy, while the fireberry seeds scattered across the island gradually pushed through the soil, emerging in response to the nourishing rain. The once lush island began to reveal countless red blossoms, their petals radiating warmth, the fiery red blooms standing true to their name. Soon, Yong Xiao realized that this deluge would no longer suffice for the multitude of fire flowers. These assertive blossoms began to encroach upon the neighboring flora, siphoning their moisture. If this continued, the island might face the peril of drought. The water absorption capability of the fiery fruit is truly astonishing. Yong Xiao clicked his tongue in amazement. Under the relentless downpour, he could feel the temperature on the island rising by several degrees. It was no wonder that no one cultivated fiery fruit. This plant thrived in arid conditions, rendering it a challenging endeavor. Yong Xiao reflected, while in the distance, the waves of the sea seemed to harbor a threatening inclination toward the land. With a notification chiming from his phone, the second tide of the wild continent commenced. A resounding boom echoed, and Yong Xiao visibly witnessed colossal waves blotting out half the sky, and innumerable torrents surging toward the island. "Such ferocity!" Yong Xiao exclaimed, tilting his head to observe the fields above, where lightning was being absorbed, before retreating once more into his humble abode. Though he now possessed several hundred square meters of territory, he had constructed merely a small shelter of a few square meters to reside in last night. Unexpectedly, this modest dwelling had become his final refuge. Due to its compact size, the materials used for construction were exceptionally sturdy alloys, capable of withstanding the onslaught of the tide. Outside the house, the turbulent waters and the fiery blossoms seemed to engage in a fierce struggle. The relentless tide surged forth, yet upon meeting the ground, it was swiftly absorbed by the vibrant fiery flowers, leaving no trace behind. The waves continued to cascade down, while the fiery blossoms thrived, emanating an even more intense heat. As if determined to desiccate the very air, Yong Xiao stood at the window of his small house, watching the scene outside, murmuring, "I've gained insight. The rising sea cannot rival the thirst of these flowers." At this rate, the second tide would not only spare Yong Xiao any detriment, but would ultimately bestow upon him an entire island of fiery fruit. What a fortune! Just then, a refreshed Teddy flew in through the window, a hint of electricity dancing in its eyes. "Have you finished your task?" Yong Xiao instinctively reached to pat Teddy's head, only to be astounded that this creature had entered from the torrential rain completely dry, not a drop of water clinging to its wool. It appeared as though an energy barrier shielded Teddy from the rain. "Indeed, I have absorbed the pure power of thunder. My strength has advanced once more. In this downpour, I am the one reaping the greatest rewards," Teddy chuckled, shedding its earlier fierceness and sitting on the bed, voraciously gnawing on a roasted chicken leg. Yong Xiao looked on with envy at Teddy, noticing that it still behaved like a greedy little dog. Even with enhanced power, Teddy remained insatiable. Subsequently, Yong Xiao and Teddy stepped outside, the rain having ceased, and thanks to the protection of the fiery blossoms, the fierce tide could not approach Yong Xiao at all. "Look over there. Due to the terrain, the tide has flooded, and your flowers are submerged," Teddy remarked, its gaze sharp as it whispered in Yong Xiao's ear. Following the direction of Teddy's voice, Yong Xiao indeed spotted a low-lying area not far off, where a considerable amount of tide had accumulated, and the fiery flowers were overwhelmed, struggling to absorb the water. Upon witnessing this scene, Yong Xiao suddenly conceived a method for diverting water, which was his reward for signing in today. After acquiring the technique, Yong Xiao developed an extraordinary affinity for water. "Leave it to me," he proclaimed with a confident smile as he shouldered his shovel and rushed forward. In no time, he skillfully redirected the accumulated tide to other areas. The island was replete with similar locations, and Yong Xiao and Teddy immediately set to work, becoming engrossed in their task. Chapter 42. Humanity infected. For an entire morning, Yong Xiao dedicated himself to redirecting the tidal waters from the puddles on the small island to other flatlands. After enduring the whole morning, the second tidal surge in the wilderness world finally subsided. The fiery fruit, having absorbed ample tidal water, transformed from seed to fully ripened fruit in merely a few hours. Despite possessing inherent strength and stamina, Yong Xiao felt as though his back might snap from the exertion of traversing the entire island. At noon, he and Teddy had a modest meal, and in the afternoon, they resumed the collection of fiery fruit. "I am utterly exhausted. How long must I continue gathering these fruits from this entire island?" Yong Xiao lamented, clutching his waist with a troubled expression. At this moment, he truly grasped the sensation of having resources to the point of fatigue. Teddy returned to Yong Xiao's shoulder, gazing at him with sympathetic eyes, and remarked, "You must work until dusk at the very least." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao nearly collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. However, the fiery fruit was among the most precious resources known to the survivors, and he could not bear to leave so many fruits unharvested. Thus, he rose once more, gritting his teeth to labor for another 2 hours, until the fiery fruits in his ring had amassed into a small mountain. A considerable quantity indeed. Just as Yong Xiao sank to the ground, utterly drained, his phone emitted a series of notifications. A private message from Chu Xishue. Upon reading it, Yong Xiao's pupils dilated. Shock etched across his face. Chu Xishue. "Yong Xiao, I have contracted an infectious disease that circulates among the animals. Hurry and devise a way to save me. Repay me, please." "Yong Xiao, infectious disease? How could you have contracted such a thing?" He had indeed seen mentions of this infectious disease in the World Channel. But those animals could not breach human territories. How had Chu Xishue become infected? Could it be that the virus had evolved to the point of being transmissible to humans as well? If so, this would spell trouble of monumental proportions. Yong Xiao murmured to himself. In this era, human survival was akin to that of the primitive agrarian age. Contracting such an infectious disease was tantamount to a death sentence. Notably, while resisting the tides and harvesting fiery fruits, he had encountered various creatures on the island, and observed that they exhibited no signs of illness. I'm safe, but the same cannot be said for others. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow. If it were other unfamiliar humans, he might have the heart to refrain from assisting them. Yet Chu Xishue was the first human friend he had made in this desolate world. Hey, what are you mumbling about over there? Teddy returned from afar. He had been sent by Yong Xiao to inspect the safety of the fiery fruits surrounding the island, only to find Yong Xiao lost in thought, speaking to himself. Seeing Teddy return, Yong Xiao's eyes lit up. Perhaps it possessed knowledge of a cure for this infectious disease. Teddy, do you know of an infectious disease among animals characterized by pure white eyes, violent temperament, and the audacity to disregard racial constraints in their ferocity? Yong Xiao relayed all the information he had gathered from the World Channel in recent days to Teddy. Indeed, I understand. How so? Teddy nodded, seemingly recalling some tragic event, and let out a faint sigh. You know, please, do share what transpired. Is there truly no remedy for this? Yong Xiao temporarily set down his phone, determined to discover a way to rescue Chu Xishue. Teddy shook his head and replied, "It is futile. This contagious disease is akin to a divine retribution from the wilderness upon the animals. It is incurable. The only solution is to wait for all infected creatures to perish. How can this be considered a divine punishment for animals, when it equally afflicts humanity?" Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. Humans? They cannot contract this virus. It is exclusively for animals. A flicker of doubt crossed Teddy's eyes, for in its extensive existence within this realm, it had never witnessed a single human infected. Mutations have occurred. Humans have already sought my aid after being infected. Yong Xiao sighed, and although he received a confirmation from Teddy, he remained unconvinced. Logically, infectious diseases are manifold, and experiences from the human world suggested that a contagion exhibiting these symptoms should possess a potential for cure, though the probability of such was uncertain. Mutations? Perhaps, considering this generation of humanity has produced anomalies like you. The notion of mutation is not beyond possibility. Teddy nodded, observing Yong Xiao's expression, as if he were contemplating the salvation of humanity. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Teddy inquired, "You do not mean to suggest that you wish to aid those infected?" Yong Xiao responded with a silent nod. "What? Why?" Teddy's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning. "The other survivors are your competitors. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. You are unscathed, yet you intend to rescue them? Moreover, you currently lack the means to do so." Yong Xiao fell silent for a considerable time, turning away and entering his modest dwelling, leaving behind a weighty remark. "If I do not extend help, then I cannot consider myself human. Winning in competition holds little value." Teddy was moved by this statement, and in that moment, Yong Xiao's silhouette appeared more imposing. Subsequently, its astonishment transformed into resoluteness, and it followed Yong Xiao into the small house. At that juncture, Yong Xiao was already contemplating every conceivable method to heal humanity. "Ko, I have an idea. Perhaps you could give it a try." Teddy entered and nuzzled Yong Xiao's head. Yong Xiao turned, meeting Teddy's unwavering gaze. The two, one human and one sheep, exchanged smiles, resembling kindred spirits united in purpose. "Speak." Teddy nodded and continued, "Since it is a disease, there must be a remedy. It is said that within the snowy continent lies a lost prescription that can cure all ailments. A miraculous remedy that cures all?" Yong Xiao questioned, feeling that such a description echoed the deceitful claims of charlatans selling health supplements in the human world. Nevertheless, in this realm, perhaps the notion of a panacea was not entirely implausible. Teddy elaborated. "The ingredients listed in this prescription are all rare and precious, with one primary ingredient being the fiery fruit. If you wish to save others, it is imperative to locate the lost prescription and give it a try. In other words, we must embark on another journey to the land of snow." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao sighed, his gaze drifting towards the window. To be honest, despite possessing several hundred square meters of territory, he lacked even a modest dwelling. Since arriving on this small island, a series of events had unfolded, leaving him with no time to construct a house. The resources provided by the sign-in system for farming remained unutilized due to his time constraints. Now, They were to set off on another distant expedition. A few minutes later, Yong Xiao's resolve transformed once more into an unwavering determination. Let us depart. Chapter 43. Another survivor's backpack. As dusk approached, Yong Xiao had finished packing for his journey. Teddy suggested that this time they might be away for an extended period, recommending that Yong Xiao construct a portable base core to have a place to rest on the snow-covered continent. However, the materials required for such a construction were excessively complicated. Although they could be procured from the trading platform, Yong Xiao was running out of time. Earlier that afternoon, upon deciding to set out, he opened his phone and saw the next message from Chu Xishue. Chu Xishue, Yong Xiao, I am currently feeling quite weak. You had best hurry, or I shall haunt you even in death. Her time was running short. Yong Xiao was filled with anxiety, but the trading platform limited daily purchases. If he bought everything he needed, he would not be able to depart until the day after tomorrow. Each passing second was a moment of Chu Xishue's life slipping away. He could not afford to wait. Today's purchasing quota had been exhausted, so he resolved to gather the remaining items along the way. Furrowing his brow, he noted that besides the materials for the base core, he was otherwise prepared. Simultaneously, he generously provided Chu Xishue with ample food and water, all ready-made, to prevent the weakened girl from venturing outside her territory. After informing Chu Xishue of his plans, Yong Xiao and Teddy set off. Far atop a distant mountain, a pale girl lay in bed, her complexion ashen. She raised her eyes slightly to behold the mountain of food and water piled in her room, a smile creeping on her lips. This fellow is rather thoughtful. Yet, she pondered, does this count as him pampering me? A faint blush appeared on Chu Xishue's pallid face at the thought. I certainly do not wish for that scheming fellow to take care of me. The snowy continent, located in the northeastern corner of the wilderness continent, is a realm perpetually draped in winter, where snow falls ceaselessly, harboring resources absent in many other regions, yet remaining desolate and uninhabited. Yong Xiao and Teddy found themselves aboard a semi-automatic small boat, their destination set for the snowy continent. Yong Xiao had now acquired the prowess to utilize semi-automatic tools. In his own words, he was truly wealthy. It is worth noting that since the currency section of the app was launched, the rules of the trading platform had shifted to monetary transactions. In recent days, Yong Xiao's trade of water and other resources had elevated him to the status of a top-tier magnate in the wilderness. On the boat, Teddy looked at Yong Xiao with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I must ask, what has suddenly ignited this fervor in you? Wasn't the other survivor you mentioned a fair maiden? A flicker of peculiarity crossed Yong Xiao's eyes as he turned to retort. What of it? My compassion is innate. Thank you very much. It's quite strange, you know. Not everyone possesses my level of benevolence. Teddy, clearly unconvinced of Yong Xiao's purely altruistic intentions, cautioned. But I must remind you, we ventured out without a base core. This means we cannot stay overnight in the snowy continent. Even if we are unafraid of the wild beasts, we must rest, don't you think? In the fervor of rescuing the fair maiden, we must not disregard our own survival. Upon hearing these words, Yong Xiao's expression stiffened momentarily before he replied, It's fine. I have perused the remaining materials. All of them can be gathered within the snow continent, and there will undoubtedly be places to rest. As he spoke, their small vessel had already brought them to the snow continent, revealing a vast expanse of white, where snow and wind intertwined, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. Yet, this trivial wind and cold could hardly affect Yong Xiao and Teddy, for both possessed innate natural powers that allowed them to maintain their body temperature autonomously. Although they were shielded from the biting frost, resources such as food and water were nearly non-existent on this desolate land, which explained its deserted nature. Fortunately, Yong Xiao had brought ample supplies. What shall we do first? Teddy inquired, perched upon Yong Xiao's shoulder, his woolly coat billowing in the gusts, giving him an imposing presence. We mine, Yong Xiao exclaimed, retrieving a pickaxe and a torch from his backpack, a broad grin spreading across his face. Mean it? Brother, it's all snow here. What are you mining? Teddy nearly gasped in disbelief, astonished by the suggestion. Yong Xiao pointed to the screen of his phone, which displayed information about the snow continent, indicating that its rarest resources lay deep within the snow-capped mountains and buried in the caverns beneath the snow. Aside from the materials needed for our base's core, the snow lotus also grows underground, Yong Xiao explained. With a resigned sigh, Teddy could only nod in acquiescence, thinking to himself, I should have stayed on the island to guard your home. Instead of searching for a remedy, we are mining. For the sake of a beautiful maiden. He hasn't even prepared a place for himself. This thought lingered unspoken in Teddy's heart. Soon after, the duo commenced their mining endeavor. The snow cover of the snow continent was quite thick. Yong Xiao dug down to a depth as tall as a grown man before finally reaching rock. As expected of the snow continent, it truly is just snow upon snow, Yong Xiao mused, driving his pickaxe into the stone. Of course, Teddy retorted, his mouth full of the torch, his words somewhat muddled. As night fell, the snow continent became eerily silent, with only the crackling of the torch and the rhythmic sound of Yong Xiao's mining breaking the stillness. Clang. Mining successful. Acquired stone 1. Clang. Mining successful. Acquired stone 1. Clang. Mining successful. Acquired stone 1. After collecting numerous useless stones, Yong Xiao decided to change his mining direction. There's an emptiness on the other side. Each time he mined, he would first strike the stone with his pickaxe. If it produced a hollow sound, it indicated the presence of a cavern behind it, often containing treasure chests. Without delay, Yong Xiao excavated the stone, only to be rooted in place by the sight before him. It turned out there was indeed an emptiness, but it was not the cavern he had envisioned. Instead, it was a tattered backpack. Chapter 44. Dangerous creatures. The backpack was strikingly similar to that of the deceased survivor Yong Xiao had encountered earlier. Is there indeed another survivor here? He exclaimed in astonishment. In the frigid expanse of the snowy continent, where food and water are scarce, the presence of a survivor's backpack was an unsettling revelation. This unfortunate soul must have been doomed from the start, born into such dire circumstances. Let's see what treasures await, he urged as Teddy, clutching a torch, watched the flickering flames dance in response to his words. Yong Xiao set down his pickaxe and picked up the backpack, discovering a wealth of materials within. To his delight, most of these supplies were essential for constructing the core of his base. Tragically, the cause of this survivor's demise was starvation. Brother, had you lived to this day, you would surely have earned your place on the leaderboard, Yong Xiao lamented, brushing off the dust from the backpack with a sigh. It was evident that this individual had perished long ago, at a time when Yong Xiao was just beginning his journey. This indicated that the previous owner of the backpack possessed remarkable survival skills. But alas, he was a victim of fate, born into the nightmarish challenges of the snowy continent. Subsequently, Yong Xiao appropriated all of the materials, instantly completing his base's construction requirements. With a resounding thud, a silver sphere resembling a metal ball landed in his palm. Adorned with irregular patterns, this was the core of his base. Base core allows the establishment of a temporary shelter in the wilderness. Though its security is inferior to that of a territory, an essential tool for exploration. With a mere thought, the silver sphere began to emit a radiant glow. In an instant, it transformed into a pure white beam of light, detaching from his grasp and materializing into a small house, measuring 4 square meters. Yong Xiao stepped inside, finding the furnishings to be exceedingly simplistic, a bed and a table, nothing more. It was akin to a tent from the human world. Nodding in approval, he concentrated again, reverting the base back to its silver metallic form and storing it within his ring. At last, they had a place to rest. Look, this individual did not originate from here. He must have excavated his way from further ahead, Teddy pointed out, urging Yong Xiao to look up and forward. Yong Xiao complied, and indeed, before them lay an endless stone tunnel, presumably the route taken by the unfortunate soul who had starved to death. Let's follow the path he took. It will save us the trouble of searching for a mine, Yong Xiao decided, shouldering his backpack and continuing onward. Teddy cast a resigned glance at Yong Xiao, silently wondering when he would learn to seek out medicinal recipes before trailing behind him. After traversing several hundred meters, the duo finally emerged from the tunnel. Yong Xiao raised his torch above his head, only to be awestruck by the scene before him. His suspicions were confirmed. This unfortunate fellow had indeed tunneled his way from a mine. Before Yong Xiao and Teddy lay a pristine underground cavern. teeming with minerals that were distinctly different from ordinary stones. Coal, iron, ore, and countless other treasures awaited their discovery. However, the core of Yong Xiao's base has already been constructed. Now he merely requires the snow heart lotus and other medicinal herbs from the prescription. Teddy, do you think we could find the snow heart lotus by following this mine? Yong Xiao inquired, his hands remaining busy as he noticed a few gold veins in the corner that needed extraction. It's highly unlikely. The legendary snow heart lotus is said to thrive in the very heart of the snow continent. How could it possibly be found in such an ordinary mine? Teddy scoffed. Yong Xiao nodded and made his way back. What are you doing? Teddy asked, bewildered. What do you think? I'm going back the way we came to find the prescription first. Wandering aimlessly in search of the snow heart lotus could take an eternity. Yong Xiao hoisted Teddy onto his shoulder, casting him a look akin to that one might give simpleton. This remark vexed Teddy, who had long suggested they search for the prescription first. By the time they emerged from the mine, night had already fallen. The snow continent was now home to creatures never before witnessed. As Yong Xiao and Teddy clambered out, these beings all turned their gaze towards them. Each stood at least 2 meters tall, resembling gigantic gorillas covered in white fur, with rough, red faces and pure white eyes. Were these creatures? Yong Xiao pondered, his expression cautious. His instincts warned him that these beings could be dangerous. Teddy's subsequent reaction confirmed Yong Xiao's suspicion. These creatures are unique to the snow continent, snow beasts. Though robust and thick-skinned, they are generally docile, Teddy explained, turning tail and racing back into the mine. Aren't they supposed to be docile? Why are you running? Yong Xiao asked, confused, but caught a glimpse of the snow beasts charging towards him with furious roars. Damn it, that scoundrel deceived me. This is hardly docile behavior. With that, Yong Xiao dove back into the mine to evade the onslaught of the snow beasts. He was not foolish. He would not recklessly attack a creature capable of sending even the god of thunder fleeing. Thus, he and Teddy raced through the mine until they stopped 100 meters from the entrance. Why are you running? He gasped, his breath heavy. Those creatures outside are anything but docile. In his panic, he stumbled, feeling as if a tempest raged within him. Teddy shot him an exasperated glance. Are you blind? Did you not notice their eyes are completely white? They are infected with that contagious disease, and you still hesitate? Of course, I've never seen a snow beast before. How was I to know their eyes weren't originally white? Yong Xiao retorted. The two exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter. At this juncture, Yong Xiao realized that these snow beasts, while imposing, lacked sharp teeth and claws. If captured, he would merely receive a beating. It was precisely for this reason that Teddy had chosen to flee without a word. This rascal is deliberately seeking to get himself beaten. With this thought, Yong Xiao let out a light chuckle. Regardless of how dire the circumstances in the wilderness may be, being with Teddy always bestowed upon him a sense of ease. So, what now? Teddy plopped down on the ground. These colossal snow monsters cannot enter the mine, yet they guard the entrance, leaving them unable to escape. Your suggestion about using medicine to treat ailments reminds me. Perhaps we could experiment with concocting potions for these snow beasts to consume, ultimately discovering the most suitable solution. After a moment of contemplation, Yong Xiao spoke. He did not possess the legendary formulas, but he had plenty of ordinary ones at his disposal. Are you capable of this? Teddy regarded Yong Xiao with skepticism, doubting his ability to brew potions. Just watch and see. Yong Xiao retrieved the alchemical pot from his backpack, preparing to kindle a fire. Within his ring, he had stored a considerable amount of common herbs and a vast quantity of fiery fruits. In this semi-game-like world, the properties of all herbs were displayed. And of course I can give it a try, Yong Xiao thought to himself, casting a glance at the doubtful Teddy. Chapter 45. Unlocking a new identity on the fringes of the snowy continent. A desolate expanse of land blanketed in pale snow. A group of snow beasts with pure white eyes encircled an opening, seemingly awaiting the emergence of some entity. From within this opening, tendrils of smoke began to waft outward, accompanied by a subtle aroma of medicinal herbs. Inside the mine, Yong Xiao and Teddy were locked in a gaze of astonishment at the pill that had taken form before them. It was a light gray hue, radiating a refreshing fragrance that was undeniably therapeutic. Clearly, Yong Xiao had succeeded. You really have a knack for alchemy, don't you? Teddy blinked his somewhat parched eyes. Turning to Yong Xiao. This human possesses a plethora of skills. Is he truly a jack of all trades? Yong Xiao chuckled, picking up the light gray pill and holding it in his hand. Am I not convincing enough? This pill is designed to alleviate heat and deficiency. Given your thunderous temper, perhaps you should give it a try? Upon hearing this, Teddy instinctively took a step back. Could this novice-concocted pill truly be safe for consumption? Little did Teddy know, for a survivor like Yong Xiao, crafting such ordinary pills boasted a high success rate. It was the exceptional medicines that eluded him. This was primarily due to the semi-gamified nature of the world, where every attribute of the herbs was manifested, allowing the alchemical pot to guarantee the creation of standard pills. Yong Xiao estimated that the efficacy of this pill was comparable to those worth mere coins in the human realm. Although the alchemical equipment in this world was rudimentary, it was enriched by the abundance and variety of herbal materials. Observing Yong Xiao's confident demeanor, Teddy hesitated before parting his lips to swallow the light gray pill. It entered warm and had a slightly bittersweet taste. It can be consumed, but it seems rather ineffective. Can this truly heal the snow beasts outside? Teddy mused, pressing his lips together. As a deity, he was acutely aware of changes in his own body. While the pill posed no toxicity, it bore no discernible benefits. Yong Xiao regarded Teddy with curiosity. It might be because you're a deity that this remedy holds no effect for you. You make a valid point. These ordinary pills are unlikely to cure the snow beasts outside. He nodded in resignation, acknowledging that he lacked the ability to concoct pills capable of treating infectious diseases. His pot simply would not allow it. So what now? These snow beasts are quite stubborn. If we don't venture out, they will remain at the entrance indefinitely. We can afford to wait, but can your lovely little sister? Teddy shrugged, shifting to perch on Yong Xiao's shoulder for a respite. At that moment, Yong Xiao's phone chimed with a new notification from the Wilderness Survival app. Detected activation of the occupational identity system. Initial assessment indicates your professional identity as a doctor. Do you wish to confirm? The Great Landlord can unlock the occupational identity page, select their identity, and enhance their capabilities. What is this? Yong Xiao inquired, gazing at the page that had appeared on his phone screen. Teddy lowered his head and exclaimed, "Ah, I almost forgot. The first survivor to become a landlord can receive a teleportation ball as a reward, and the landlord can upgrade to a grand landlord. The requirement for upgrading is to have a territory exceeding 100 square meters. Your current territory spans several hundred square meters. So you could have activated your profession page long ago. It's just that you haven't done so yet." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao's expression changed, and he inquired, "What benefits can this profession bring me?" Teddy continued, "It's quite straightforward. If you choose the doctor profession, your medical talent will increase, allowing you to excel in all matters related to the medical field." Yong Xiao felt a flicker of interest, but still wished to explore other career options. Teddy, perceiving his hesitation, cautioned, "Do not think you can weigh your options indefinitely. Each career choice is immediate. If you miss this opportunity, it will not come again. Moreover, every living being falls ill, making the doctor profession highly sought after. Besides, you could certainly benefit from it now." After much persuasion from Teddy, Yong Xiao decided to become a wilderness doctor. Ding! You have become a doctor in the wilderness world. Your profession level can be upgraded. Strive to enhance your medical talents. After reading this message, Yong Xiao noticed that next to his name, a doctor emblem had appeared. The benefits of the doctor profession now included Fire Energy Affinity 1, Healer Talent 1. The essence of these talents meant that Yong Xiao could now better control the heat in potion making and possess a keener perception of diseases. As Yong Xiao processed this information about being a doctor, Teddy's gaze towards him subtly shifted. This young man, perhaps he could truly become a force for change in the wilderness. His voice was barely a whisper, unheard by the absorbed Yong Xiao, who remained oblivious to the fact that in the wilderness world, each survivor can only attune to one type of natural energy, with only a rare few geniuses being able to harmonize with two. Yet, Yong Xiao had already demonstrated affinities for 3 entirely different types of natural energy, even directly mastering lightning energy. Both water and fire affinities had manifested within him, leaving one to wonder what kind of extraordinary outcomes might arise in the future. While Yong Xiao was lost in thought, Teddy discreetly retrieved the first chicken leg from his backpack. Despite the shock, even a deity must satisfy their hunger. At that moment, Yong Xiao finally comprehended the information regarding his new role as a doctor, feeling a slight heaviness in his head. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the young medical students in the human world, realizing that the mental capacity required for this profession was indeed not something ordinary individuals could easily possess. Chapter 46. The Art of Deception. What are you doing? Yong Xiao exhaled a deep breath and stretched languidly. Turning to Teddy, he noticed the latter's greasy mouth and evasive eyes. In nothing, Teddy stammered, an unusual occurrence for him. Having pilfered countless times without detection, he wondered why today was different. Upon seeing the remnants of a chicken bone, thoroughly devoured behind Teddy's tail, Yong Xiao realized that the gluttonous creature had once again indulged in theft. Since he had eaten, they needed to devise a plan to escape. The quest for a remedy was becoming increasingly urgent. Yong Xiao decided to ignore Teddy's misdemeanors, as there were plenty of chicken legs available. Teddy, upon hearing this, felt a slight sense of relief. It wasn't he that he feared stealing. Rather, being caught while pilfering as a divine being was quite humiliating. I suggest you inquire with that girl about how this infectious disease is transmitted. It's crucial. You are a doctor now, so further understanding of this ailment may yield different insights. Yong Xiao nodded in agreement. Teddy's advice was always prudent. Thus, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to Chu Xue. Yong Xiao, are you there? Please recount the details of your infection process again. It is vital for my ability to treat you successfully. Before long, a response arrived. Chu Xue, I remember bringing back a rabbit that day, and as soon as I entered the house, it bit me. At the time, I thought little of it, but in the following days, I suddenly felt unwell. Now even getting out of bed is a struggle. Upon reading her message, Yong Xiao, guided by his instinct as a physician, gained a newfound understanding. A rabbit's bite seemed to be the sole vector for the virus. Otherwise, with the multitude of infected animals, humanity would have long succumbed. The absence of immediate symptoms following the bite indicated that the virus possessed an incubation period. Given Chu Xishue's current condition, although the illness was severe, it was not rapidly fatal. From the symptoms observed in the snow monster, Yong Xiao deduced that the virus likely possessed fiery attributes, causing a transformation into a state of rage and agitation. Teddy, listening intently to Yong Xiao's analysis, nodded vigorously. His assertions were undeniably sound. This affliction had been referred to in the wilderness as the curse of the fire god. Yong Xiao silently acknowledged his insights, beginning to formulate a plan. He promptly messaged Chu Xue. Yong Xiao, take care of yourself. I preliminarily suspect that the virus is fire-related. For the next few days, avoid consuming hot or fiery foods and substances. This may slow the progression of your illness. Hold on. I will certainly find a cure for you. Due to his role as a physician, Yong Xiao now approached his patients with a compassionate heart. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Chu Xue felt a warmth bloom within her upon reading Yong Xiao's message, unexpectedly captivated by his profile picture. After setting aside his phone, Yong Xiao glanced at the entrance of the cave, realizing dawn was approaching. He had gone an entire night without sleep. Nevertheless, feeling unwearied, he resolved to concoct another remedy, determined to subdue the snow monster this time. Upon hearing this, Teddy curiously inquired, are you going to concoct a potion again? What do you intend to create this time? Yong Xiao chuckled softly, responding, my previous thoughts were too narrow. While I have not yet fully mastered the ability to heal the snow monsters, that does not imply I cannot temporarily pacify them. After all, our goal is merely to exit this cavern. Then, meeting Teddy's puzzled gaze, Yong Xiao continued, I can craft some extremely lean pills to temporarily suppress the virus within the snow monsters. If that fails, I shall prepare a few sleeping pills to ensure they slumber until nightfall. With that, Yong Xiao resumed his activity beside the alchemical cauldron. Teddy, astonished by Yong Xiao's intentions, felt a pang of sympathy for the snow monsters, realizing there was a significant chance they would be the first beings in this realm to consume sleeping pills. Before long, the cauldron began to bubble, and Yong Xiao lifted the lid, revealing several pills nestled inside. their scent nearly causing Teddy to retch. "Is this a failure? Why does it smell so terrible?" Teddy asked, his face contorted in bitterness. Yong Xiao shot him a glance, retorting, "What do you know? This is the essence of a bitter medicine. These are the extremely keen pills that should temporarily suppress the virus within the snow monsters. Let us venture forth and test them." Prior to this, Yong Xiao had also prepared the sleeping pills, ready to administer them should the Een pills prove ineffective. However, Teddy questioned, "How do you plan to make them ingest the pills? Do you think these ferocious snow monsters will obediently open their mouths for you?" Still grappling with the bitter taste of the pills, Teddy kept a considerable distance from Yong Xiao. "Fear not, for I am well prepared," Yong Xiao replied with a mischievous grin, a glint of cleverness in his eyes. He produced a small contraption from behind him, leaving Teddy dumbfounded, marveling at the peculiar items within Yong Xiao's mind. "With this, those snow monsters will have no choice but to consume my pills." Yong Xiao held the small object in his hands, thoroughly pleased after testing it a few times. This contraption was a slingshot, crafted from rubber and wood, a trivial task for someone as adept at construction as he. Having completed his preparations, both Yong Xiao and Teddy ensured they were well fed and ready, setting out towards the cave entrance to administer the medicine to the snow monsters. "Will this work?" Teddy pondered while nestled on Yong Xiao's shoulder, but then resolved, "If it does not, I shall unleash a storm of thunder to obliterate those snow monsters, even if it displeases that formidable being. I cannot allow Yong Xiao to come to harm." At this moment, they arrived at the cave entrance, where several imposing figures were clearly visible, the mindless giants indeed guarding this spot. Yong Xiao grinned widely, tossing a torch into their midst, the splintering flames igniting the ferocity of the snow monsters, stirring a cacophony of roars from the cave's mouth. "Come and take your medicine, my friends." Yong Xiao gripped the slingshot in his left hand, with the pills poised on the slingshot in his right, ready to strike. "Take aim. Fire." In a seamless motion, Yong Xiao executed the maneuver with the finesse of a seasoned player, having spent countless hours mastering such devices in his youth. The snow creature, struck by him, initially stood in stunned silence, before realizing something was lodged in its throat. It hastily attempted to extract the obstruction with its hands, but its large appendages were far too cumbersome to fit into its mouth. Moments later, the snow creature suddenly fell silent, sitting motionless upon a stone. It worked. Both Yong Xiao and Teddy exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with delight. Subsequently, Yong Xiao continued the procedure, feeding the remaining snow creatures at the entrance with the potent pills until their roars ceased entirely. Chapter 47. The approaching blizzard. Perhaps it was due to the climate of the land of snow that these viruses could survive within living organisms, which was already quite remarkable. Thus, their external manifestations were minimal and easily suppressed. Yong Xiao gradually gained experience with this infectious disease, muttering to himself. He and Teddy had taken advantage of the quietude of the snow monsters to emerge from the mine's entrance, dealing a pill to any restless snow monster they encountered along the way. At this point, they had traversed over 1,000 meters. "Teddy, where should we search for the map?" Yong Xiao inhaled deeply, although the temperature was not frigid. The perennial gales of the land of snow made it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Teddy, nestled within the confines of Yong Xiao's hat, replied, "Let us head towards the center of the land of snow, where it is rumored a hidden prescription lies." As soon as Teddy finished speaking, they left behind a long trail of footprints in the snow, embarking once more on their quest for the remedy. It was now the nth day since the outbreak of the fire god's curse virus in the wilderness. Not only were vast numbers of animals infected, but there were also increasingly more cases of human infection. Unsurprisingly, these individuals had been bitten by animals carrying the disease while venturing outdoors. Within the global channels, lamentations echoed. "Oh my God, who will save me? I can no longer endure this. This virus is going to kill me. Is there anyone with medicine? Does anyone know how to treat this? This world is terrifying. It is either a tide or an infectious disease. Is survival truly so arduous? Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to generously provide me with some food? I have not left my territory for 3 days and have run out of food and water. I am on the verge of starvation. Better to starve than to be bitten by those creatures. It is rumored that in the later stages of this virus, Every inch of one's skin will rot away. Oh heavens, this is akin to a corpse without a whole body. Who can save us? Meanwhile, Yong Xiao and Teddy continued their quest for the remedy, having journeyed from dawn to dusk. Consulting the map, it appeared they had reached the very heart of the land of snow. The rewards from their recent sign-ins had been rather mundane. Yong Xiao sent the suitable ones to Chu Sushue and inquired daily about her condition. He knew that time was running out for him. Beep, beep, Chu Susue, Yong Xiao. In the end, this disease causes one to rot away completely. I do not wish to die in such an unsightly manner. If I wish to end it myself. Yong Xiao, no, do not speak such foolishness. I have promised to save you. Chu Sushue, thank you. But you have yet to find the remedy, have you? Yong Xiao. Regardless, grant me a little more time. I swear, I shall ensure you survive. Setting down his phone, Yong Xiao gazed up at the sky. In the land of snow, the distinction between day and night was not clearly defined. Everything appeared shrouded in a vast whiteness. He concealed the moisture welling in the corners of his eyes amidst this white expanse. Sensing the shift in Yong Xiao's emotions, Teddy gently inquired, has her condition worsened? Yong Xiao nodded in silence. It was only now that a sense of helplessness emerged from the depths of his heart. Indeed, he had no inkling regarding the legendary prescription. Even amidst anxiety, one must rest. Otherwise, if one collapses, humanity's hope would be extinguished entirely. Teddy sighed, urging Yong Xiao to pause and recuperate. For that elusive prescription could not be discovered solely through sheer determination. Fate would reveal it in due time. Yong Xiao gazed at the vast, white expanse, having seen no other color in recent days. Sensing the ache coursing through his body, he activated the core of the base, leading himself and a sheep inside to escape the storm. Teddy, if I fail to save Chu Sushue, I will bear the guilt for a lifetime, Yong Xiao lamented, lying on the bed with a heavy tone. Teddy, sharing in his sentiment, remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, it is my fault. We should not have placed all our hopes on a mere legendary prescription. Perhaps we should have considered alternative methods from the outset. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Yong Xiao's mind. He sat up abruptly, exclaiming, you've reminded me. I'm a doctor. Why not attempt to treat Chu Sushue based on my own understanding of her condition? He continued, even if I cannot cure her, I can continually administer the utmost pills to suppress the virus within her. Seeing Yong Xiao finally regain his spirits, Teddy felt a flicker of relief, though it quickly dimmed. It's not that simple. The human body cannot be compared to that of a snow monster. The pills suitable for humans remain an unknown. Just as Teddy finished speaking, a series of heavy footsteps resonated from outside the base. That familiar weighty presence, snow monsters. Yong Xiao and Teddy hurriedly peered out the window, confirming their fears as they beheld a horde of over 100 snow monsters rushing towards them. Yong Xiao's expression changed dramatically. Good heavens, how did they gather so many? We're doomed. Teddy, however, was less astonished, his eyes filled with suspicion, as if seeking confirmation of something. Then he spoke, these snow monsters are not here for you. The last time such a migration occurred, a blizzard followed. A blizzard? Yong Xiao's expression tightened. As he witnessed the snow monsters rushing past his base without a glance in his direction, he was convinced. Natural disaster? Could it be that we are this unfortunate? Yong Xiao's face fell. Teddy nodded helplessly, adding, a blizzard is not the worst of it. On the snow continent, each blizzard heralds the emergence of a colossal creature known as the snow tyrant. This being is birthed from the disaster, imbued with boundless destructive power, second only to our deities in this wild world. Should we encounter that creature, it would truly spell our end. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao sank back onto the bed. According to Teddy's description, the snow tyrant was a force capable of crushing them. Now, behind the snow monsters, a towering wave of white surged high into the sky, almost reaching the heavens. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the snow continent, emanating a cataclysmic aura from this colossal wave. The natural disaster, the blizzard, it has arrived. As Yong Xiao and Teddy were caught off guard, they were swiftly engulfed by the towering white wave buried beneath the earth. The colossal wave delivered a tremendous shock to the base, nearly dislodging the remnants of their last meal from their stomachs. Fortunately, the core of the base proved remarkably resilient, withstanding the onslaught of the blizzard and leaving a small pocket of air for Yong Xiao and Teddy to breathe. "Damn it, have we been buried?" Yong Xiao exclaimed, clutching his forehead as his entire body was thrown within the confines of the base during the storm's approach. Teddy, in a state of disarray, weakly nodded before losing consciousness. Concerned, Yong Xiao rushed to assess Teddy's condition, discovering that a blow to the head had rendered him temporarily unconscious, but thankfully it was not serious. Yong Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with such dire circumstances, he could scarcely endure the loss of Teddy. Soon after, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision darkened, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. There was no recourse left. His only hope lay in the signing-in system. "Come on, give me some assistance. Spare me the useless supplies. I need a divine artifact," he implored, sprawled beside Teddy, gradually closing his eyes. Chapter 48. Breakthrough in the blizzard. The land of snow is besieged by a fierce blizzard, and the rumored snow monarch may make an appearance amidst the tempest. This formidable creature, a natural disaster born of calamity, is second only to the wilderness deities and instills great terror. As Yong Xiao gradually regains consciousness, he finds Teddy still unconscious beside him. They are ensconced within the very core of Yong Xiao's base, their last refuge. Yet now, both man and sheep are entombed beneath a thick blanket of snow, unable to escape. The pain is excruciating. Yong Xiao clutches his head as a throbbing ache overwhelms him. This is his first encounter with the disasters of the wilderness. Struggling to gather his wits, he surveys his surroundings. The base remains intact, yet the arrangement and the space where he and Teddy find themselves indicate that this small room is not upright. The blizzard has forced them into a corner of the base, and the gravitational pull beneath them suggests that the base is likely inverted and buried in the snow. Yong Xiao attempts to open the door, but it is barricaded by the heavy snowfall. No matter how hard he pushes, it remains steadfastly shut. Trapped, he feels as if he is entombed in this icy prison. His vision blurs, a sign of the severe injury to his head, and he remains unaware of the extent of his wounds. To make matters worse, the oxygen levels in the air are dwindling, suffocated by the snow. And even if they choose to wait, their time is limited. Since his arrival in the wilderness, the situation has never been so dire. "Teddy, perhaps today is the day we meet our end," he murmurs gently, stroking Teddy's head, but this time his hand receives no response. In the frigid expanse, the will to survive diminishes to its lowest ebb, particularly within a snow-buried base that lacks oxygen. At this moment, Yong Xiao embodies the sentiment of calling out to heaven and earth in vain. He retrieves his phone, yet he cannot face the waiting Chu Cixue, for he is in no position to fulfill his promises. As his gaze fixates on the screen, a private message from Chu Cixue causes his body to tremble involuntarily. It contains a simple yet profound message. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Yong Xiao. If I cannot endure, I hope you can carry my spirit and escape from here." Beneath the snow, in the inverted base, a striking man's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Beside him lies a half-conscious sheep, its breath quickening due to the diminishing oxygen. The words on the phone resonate deeply within Yong Xiao, as a dying girl entrusts her will to survive entirely to him. This heavy and warm burden rekindles a flicker of hope in his heart, which was teetering on the brink of despair. He must escape. With renewed determination, Yong Xiao sets his phone aside, his eyes ablaze with the desire to survive. The supplies in his backpack are scarce, and the thought of digging through the snow with a shovel seems impractical. He furrows his brow, contemplating the lack of tools to excavate their way out. The oxygen within the base is dwindling, and my time is exceedingly limited. My intention is to dig upwards. However, the snow continuously cascades downwards until it hardens into ice. Direct excavation is evidently futile. If I were to devise a feasible route, it is conceivable that both Teddy and I might perish beneath an avalanche triggered by a single shovel's thrust. This is a certain death trap. Yong Xiao leans against the corner of the base, his complexion pale, racking his brain for a means to break free from beneath the snow. Yet, he is even less inclined to confront the grim fate of suffocation. There are individuals he must rescue. As each second ticks away, buried beneath the snow, Yong Xiao remains unaware of the passage of time, recalling only that it was deep night at the moment he was engulfed. Now, he can only place his hopes upon his mysterious sign-in system. However, the timing of this system's daily rewards is erratic, sometimes not notifying him until the afternoon. I must sign in. Yong Xiao murmurs a silent wish, attuning his thoughts to the enigmatic sign-in system within him. 1 minute passes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Just as he is on the verge of despair, a melodious prompt resonates in his mind, akin to celestial music. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in today. You have obtained the following rewards. Golden Ointment 10, Fire God Experience Card 1. Weapon Refinement Card 1, Golden Ointment. A sacred healing remedy, the pinnacle of treatments for external injuries, exceedingly precious. Fire God Experience Card. From the wilderness emerges the flame war god, incinerating all in existence. I'm the true Lord of Flames. The user temporarily possesses 10% of the fire god's strength for 3 minutes. Weapon Refinement Card. An item card that can merge with weapons, endowing the user's weapon with an extraordinary special attribute, forged through countless trials, an unparalleled divine armament. Yong Xiao gazes at the descriptions before him, nearly exclaiming in delight. The sign-in system is truly remarkable, consistently providing him with exactly what he needs during his direst moments. There is hope now. Yong Xiao can hardly contain his elation as he opens a vial of golden ointment, a yellow gourd-shaped container filled with an ointment-like substance, exuding a delicate fragrance. He applies some to his own abrasions and contusions, and the results are indeed remarkable. Initially, the application brings a cool, soothing sensation, the pain alleviating instantly, while the wounds visibly begin to heal. Truly, the holy medicine bestowed by the system is extraordinary. Yong Xiao stows away the remaining 9 vials in his ring and turns his attention to the unconscious Teddy. He first examines Teddy's pupils and heartbeat, preliminarily confirming the absence of cerebral hemorrhage before applying the golden ointment to him as well. However, as Teddy's unconsciousness is not due to external injuries, he remains uncertain of when Teddy might awaken. It is time. Yong Xiao's gaze sharpens. He removes his outer coat and wraps Teddy in it, donning the bundle on his back, standing tall. At this moment, Yong Xiao's posture is upright, radiating an indomitable spirit that declares, "None shall rival me." Refining weapons. Yong Xiao withdrew his legendary iron rod and fused it with the refining card. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. When the legendary iron rod reappeared before him, it bore an additional attribute of clearing a path. Refinement successful. Weapon attribute added. Clear the path. This weapon inherently possesses an unstoppable regal aura, capable of cleaving through the majority of obstacles in the user's path, aiding the user in their relentless advance. Yong Xiao took a deep breath, gripping the iron rod firmly in his hand, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. He uttered a commanding phrase. Core the base. Gather. Chapter 49. Confrontation. As Yong Xiao retracted his base, he was acutely aware of the imminent challenge he would face. The last refuge transformed into a radiant glow that coalesced in the palm of his hand, while the surrounding snow surged ominously towards him. In the blink of an eye, Yong Xiao found himself entombed beneath the snow, with not a sliver of space remaining. Once the depths of the snow settled into a profound silence, a golden light suddenly pierced through the thick blanket, causing the surrounding snow to tremble violently. A thunderous roar resonated from within the snow. Clear the way. Yong Xiao emerged from the snowdrift, his legendary iron staff radiating like golden light, exuding an unstoppable momentum that repelled the snow surrounding him. In that moment, he stood as a deity, cradling the unconscious Teddy in his arms, a backpack slung over his shoulder and a shimmering golden staff in hand. Let the mountains part, he thought, a thrill coursing through him. With a soft chuckle, he swung the golden staff, and before his eyes unfolded a breathtaking spectacle. No matter how thick the snow, it was effortlessly pushed aside by his staff, as if a formidable repulsive force barred all matter from touching him. Teddy, sleep well. I will handle everything from here. he said, glancing down at Teddy. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the swift boots returned to his feet. In the next moment, he called out and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring upwards from the depths of the snow, which parted before him. Yong Xiao's speed was astonishing. In mere seconds, he broke free from the snow, emerging into the open air. Finally out, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. It appeared that the blizzard had buried all life in the vicinity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed nearby, a sound more deafening than thunder, almost generating a sonic wave. Yong Xiao turned to see a colossal white figure traversing the snowy expanse. Merely gazing upon it was enough to compel him to squint against the overwhelming terror it exuded. This must be the snow tyrant. He summoned his base again and gently placed Teddy inside to ensure his comfort. Now, Yong Xiao prepared to confront the tyrant alone. He pondered whether his staff could incapacitate the creature. If not, he still possessed that formidable fire god experience card. Resolute, he felt a gust of wind at his feet, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the imposing figure. The snow tyrant stood nearly 10 meters tall, its form reminiscent of a human. Yet its face bore the features of a tiger, with blood-red eyes brimming with malevolence. Its skin appeared to be composed of ice and snow, emanating a chilling aura. This snow tyrant was born of the blizzards of the snowy continent, a manifestation of natural disaster, inherently vicious and inclined towards slaughter, heralding carnage wherever it appeared. However, there are rumors that defeating him may unveil the true secret rewards of the snow continent. As the snow tyrant sought its prey, a diminutive figure dashed towards him at an astonishing speed, trailing a faint golden glow behind. Before long, Yong Xiao's golden silhouette captured the snow tyrant's attention, standing out conspicuously amidst the vast, white expanse. "Why do you not flee before me, insect?" The snow tyrant's crimson eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Every time he emerged, the creatures of the snow continent would retreat in terror. For the first time in many years, he encountered someone who dared to approach him so boldly. At this moment, Yong Xiao had closed the distance to the snow tyrant, gazing up at the towering behemoth, which loomed several meters high. A slight smile graced his lips as he declared, "Rather than being dragged out and slain by you, I shall take the initiative to challenge you, to contend for the ultimate secret of the snow continent." Though his voice was soft, it resonated far across the howling winds of the snow continent. The snow tyrant erupted into a raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Poor insect, you have come seeking your own demise. Do you dare to think you can best me? I could crush you with but a single finger." The frigid aura emanating from the snow tyrant was overwhelming. Every movement he made sent tremors through the snow continent, and Yong Xiao nearly stumbled under the force of it. "Ha ha ha, you can hardly stand, and yet you aspire to defeat me?" The snow tyrant's eyes gleamed with disdain. He had never encountered such an audacious little insect before. "Enough of your prattle. Let us converse with my iron rod." Yong Xiao steadied himself, grounding his stance, before swinging the iron rod towards the snow tyrant's foot. With a resounding thud, the iron rod struck the icy ground, yet the snow tyrant exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Frowning, Yong Xiao realized that the rod's stunning effect seemed ineffective against the snow tyrant. This cannot be right. Even a teddy bear would be stunned. Surely this snow tyrant cannot be impervious to such an attack. Retrieving the iron rod, he noted that the golden glow had nearly faded, suggesting that this creature before him was not the intended target of the legendary weapon. "What is happening? Ha ha! Little insect, do you truly believe that with a mere iron rod you can defeat me? It is not even worthy of tickling me." The snow tyrant paused, then burst into a wild, mocking laugh. In his eyes, Yong Xiao had become nothing more than a foolish insect, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Without hesitation, the snow tyrant lifted his foot, causing the ground to tremble violently as countless shards of ice and snow cascaded down. He intended to crush Yong Xiao beneath his heel. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the snow tyrant's eyes, accompanied by a grotesque smile. Whenever he emerged, the snow continent would be wrought with suffering, and Yong Xiao was to be the first sacrifice of this occasion. Previously, human survivors had set intricate traps to inflict severe damage upon him, yet they had all failed. while Yong Xiao dared to challenge him with nothing but a broken iron rod. It was utterly absurd. Yong Xiao found himself ensnared by the looming foot of the snow tyrant, his form engulfed by the shadow of this monstrous being, as countless fragments of ice obscured his vision and movement. This is bad. I should not be this close. Yong Xiao's expression changed dramatically as the foot of the snowstorm monarch descended, carrying an overwhelming force that felt akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon him. With no time to flee, Yong Xiao gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. In the final moment before the snowstorm monarch's foot struck, he retrieved the Fire God experience card from his ring. Just as he was enveloped by the relentless onslaught of ice and snow, a flash of crimson light pierced through the white chaos. Amidst the overwhelming blizzard, the red glow intensified, emanating a voice of great authority. I am a fire god. Chapter 50. Disappearance. A thunderous sound emanated from beneath the feet of the snow tyrant, the cacophony of countless fragments of ice and snow splintering. Crushing a presumptuous insect, or perhaps a human, filled the snow tyrant's blood-red eyes with exhilaration. Ha ha ha! Kill, kill, kill! Those who survive the calamity are all prey for me, the snow tyrant. I shall crush you. He laughed heartily, and the blizzards across the snow continent seemed to intensify. At that moment, he sensed a wave of searing heat rising from below, quickly escalating to an unbearable inferno, forcing him to shift his foot away. What is this? The snow tyrant squinted at the center of the footprint, where a fiery figure stood defiantly. A human? You're still alive? Upon recognizing Yong Xiao, the snow tyrant's expression soured, soon morphing into a furious rage. How could such a diminutive insect evade death under his foot? This ignited the snow tyrant's brutality. With a fierce glare, the snow tyrant growled, raising his foot to stomp down again, this time channeling immense force capable of reducing Yong Xiao to mere dust. However, the outcome defied his expectations. Though Yong Xiao remained unmoving beneath his foot, the snow tyrant felt an overwhelming heat, as if his foot were on the verge of combustion. In pain, the snow tyrant instinctively withdrew his foot and looked down. Yong Xiao was engulfed in a raging inferno, his palm raised towards the sky. The flames in his hand so intense, they seemed to distort the very air around them, as if seeking to incinerate all existence. I said I would defeat you, and I shall. Yong Xiao's expression was composed as he lowered his hand, causing the flames surrounding him to blaze even more fiercely. In the next instant, he began to ascend, rising until he could gaze directly at the snow tyrant. At that moment, Yong Xiao was enveloped in flames, clutching a fire that twisted the air around it. His hair transformed to a vivid crimson, each strand standing on end, and a fiery mark blazed upon his brow. He felt an immense power coursing through him. To say that Yong Xiao resembled a divine being would not be an exaggeration. You have mastered the power of fire? Impossible. No human could harness the natural energies of the wilderness to such an extent. The snow tyrant's disdainful gaze shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. This fiery insect before him was not quite what he had envisioned. Yong Xiao, hearing this, regarded the snow tyrant with an icy demeanor. Teddy remained unconscious, and the culprit was this very creature. This time, it is my turn to protect you. Snow tyrant, fire counters ice and snow. My flame shall incinerate everything about you. Be vanquished. The air surrounding Yong Xiao surged with searing heat, and for the first time, he experienced the sensation of soaring through the sky, oblivious to any potential repercussions of this exhilarating flight. The snow tyrant, upon hearing his words, erupted in fury, his expression contorted with rage. Never before had he been so provocatively challenged by a mere human. Insect, do you believe that a mere flame can defeat me? Do not dream. I am a calamity. You are merely a diminutive outsider. Fire can indeed subdue ice and snow, yet it is contingent upon one's strength. Today, I shall demonstrate that flames can also be ensnared by frost and subsequently shatter. The snowstorm monarch let out a fierce roar, inhaling copious amounts of air before exhaling towards Yong Xiao, unleashing a blue-white hurricane imbued with boundless chill. Undoubtedly, should this strike its target, its chilling effect would surpass even that of nitrogen. The frigid tempest surged towards Yong Xiao, yet he remained motionless, suspended in midair. His countenance was serene as he conjured a sphere of blazing fire with a single hand, pushing it forward. Instantly, the fire transformed into a colossal flame sigil. Hovering in the air, becoming a barrier between Yong Xiao and the icy whirlwind. The crimson sigil radiated a terrifying heat, making it difficult to breathe. In the next moment, the icy tempest collided with the fiery barrier, creating a resounding boom as a tremendous shock wave emanated from the point of impact, reverberating through the surroundings. Even a nearby iceberg was fractured by this force, illustrating the immense power of the clash between Yong Xiao and the snowstorm monarch. Impossible. This cannot be. You must perish. The snowstorm monarch, having been thwarted, lost all semblance of sanity upon witnessing Yong Xiao unscathed. With a ferocious roar, he raised his fists, which are now imbued with countless millennia of frozen ice. His hands transformed into icy gauntlets, and he unleashed a barrage of fists upon Yong Xiao, striking like raindrops in a tempest. Despite their size, the strikes were swift. Yong Xiao, however, remained unfazed, his expression shifting only slightly as he effortlessly evaded every attack. The icy fist struck the air with a resonant thrum, but all of the snowstorm monarch's assaults missed their mark, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. Insect, fight me. Are you not capable? The snowstorm monarch bellowed, pivoting to strike again at Yong Xiao. As you wish, Yong Xiao replied softly, his hands no longer resting at his sides, but instead weaving intricate seals in the air. Upon completion, a colossal figure of flames materialized behind him, casting a radiant glow that illuminated half of the sky over the land of snow. The fiery figure let out a furious roar directed at the snowstorm monarch, then swung a fist engulfed in shifting flames, as if intending to sear the very air itself. In the eternal cycle of existence, fire conquers ice. This is an unchanging truth. As the fists of the snowstorm monarch and the fiery apparition collided, a powerful wave of energy surged through the air. With Yong Xiao positioned at the head of the flame figure, his palm upward and fingers curled like talons. This cannot be. Flame apparition, have you mastered the power of the fire god? No. How could a mere human wield divine power? The snowstorm monarch's fists were consumed by the flames, transforming into melting snow. The shifting flames spread across his body like a contagion, relentlessly igniting him. You shall not extinguish my life. I am a calamity, impervious to mere flames. While you may incinerate my corporeal form, my spirit shall elude your grasp. Await your reckoning, for I shall seek vengeance upon you. In an instant, the body of the snowstorm monarch was reduced to ashes, and from the region of his chest emerged a translucent shadow of blue and white, soaring into the air and crying out. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that this calamity possessed little intellect, foolishly revealing such information to his adversary. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. The body of the snowstorm monarch could not be entirely classified as a living being, thus rendering the legendary iron rod ineffective. Do you presume that I cannot bring about your demise? With a casual glance towards Teddy in the distance, Yong Xiao smiled. Chapter 51. The gift of flames of the fire god cannot scorch the soul. Resign yourself to this truth. I shall return to slay you, wretch. The snow tyrant laughed maniacally, convinced that Yong Xiao was powerless against him, emboldened by his arrogance. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically as he witnessed a sphere of violet flame coalescing within Yong Xiao's palm, surrounded by tumultuous lightning. You have also harnessed the power of lightning. No, impossible. No human can wield two forms of natural energy. You are a monster. You are not merely an ordinary survivor. You dare to deceive me. The snow tyrant's soul trembled instinctively, nearly fleeing in terror. Fire cannot extinguish the soul. Yet the force of thunder is its natural adversary. The fusion of fire and electricity within Yong Xiao's palm represented the greatest bane to the snow tyrant's essence. Perish! Yong Xiao hurled the flaming sphere towards the snow tyrant, the violet fireball propelled by a ferocious energy. Too slow, too slow. You are still a step behind, scoundrel. The snow tyrant's demeanor turned utterly frantic, his soul transforming into a flash as it raced away. Yong Xiao's fireball could not match his speed. Yet, a subtle smile graced Yong Xiao's lips as he uttered an incantation. The fireball suspended in midair morphed into a crimson bolt of lightning. Can you outrun lightning? A calm statement lingered in the air above the snow continent as the scarlet lightning pursued the snow tyrant's fleeing soul. Mere seconds later, a piercing scream echoed from afar. The snow tyrant was obliterated. At that moment, across the snow continent, a 10-mile radius surrounding Yong Xiao bore the marks of battle. 3 minutes had elapsed, and Yong Xiao collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Curse it! I should have known the cost would be my stamina. I am utterly spent. Yong Xiao lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes, lacking even the strength to move a finger. The colossal fiery apparition in the sky had dissipated completely, while the snow tyrant's form had melted into a puddle of snow water. Damn it, how long must I rest? Yong Xiao was so fatigued that he could scarcely keep his eyelids open. He wished to retrieve a roasted chicken leg from his backpack to satiate his hunger, but even that was beyond his capability. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar white figure appeared before him, offering a roasted chicken leg to his lips. Yong Xiao blinked wearily, recognizing the white mass before him, and managed a feeble smile, saying, "You're awake, Teddy." "Of course. If I hadn't awakened, you would have been finished," Teddy replied with irritation. He had been roused by the shockwaves of the battle between Yong Xiao and the snow tyrant, witnessing firsthand Yong Xiao's control of the fiery apparition in combat. Still dazed, Teddy moved slowly, finally reaching Yong Xiao as he landed. "You truly have no regard for your life. Who granted you the audacity to challenge the snow tyrant alone? Moreover, what secrets do you still harbor? Moments ago, your prowess bore a striking resemblance to that of a fire deity," Teddy remarked, a fleeting look of compassion flickering in his eyes before he swiftly masked it. Meanwhile, after consuming a roasted chicken leg, Yong Xiao felt a slight resurgence of strength, bolstered by his enhanced physique from the endurance fruit, allowing him to articulate a few complete sentences. "I am merely seeking vengeance on your behalf," Yong Xiao stated. However, when it came to his secret, a look of hesitation crossed his face. This time, the Fire God Experience card could no longer be claimed to have emerged from a treasure chest. Such an assertion was far-fetched. Teddy, perceptive of Yong Xiao's discomfort, turned his head slightly and remarked, "Never mind, I have no interest in your secrets." "Bah!" He spat towards Yong Xiao and turned away, concealing the emotions welling within him. As a deity, he had always been revered and worshipped by countless beings, yet never had anyone risked their life for the sake of avenging him. On this occasion, he chose to respect Yong Xiao's privacy. "Hey, you're a sheep, not a llama. Only llamas spit," Yong Xiao quipped, having managed to shift his position slightly, aided by his remarkable recovery, taking a moment to catch his breath. Legends speak of a secret reward for defeating the snow tyrant in the snowy continent. Where is it? "I see nothing." Teddy, upon hearing this, turned his head, gazing at Yong Xiao as if he were a fool. "Look beneath you." With some effort, Yong Xiao twisted his body to glance below, only to find a key lying beneath him, shimmering in an icy blue hue, approximately 5 to 6 centimeters in length. What is this? Could it be that the secret reward of the snowy continent is merely a key? Yong Xiao inquired with curiosity, lifting his gaze to meet Teddy's. Their eyes locked for a moment before Teddy elaborated. "It is said that the snowy continent was once a vast ocean. The water god practiced here, but was besieged by other deities and ultimately fell. Before his demise, the water god expended all his divine power to freeze his place of death, transforming it into the eternally unmeltable snowy continent. This key is, in fact, the key to the water god's relics." Hearing Teddy's narrative, excitement illuminated Yong Xiao's face. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to unlock the water god's gate." Having experienced the might of the fire god, Yong Xiao longed for the powers of these deities. Perhaps within the water god's relics, there lay a water god experience card. Dream on. Even with a key, unlocking the water god's relics requires formidable strength as a foundation, and you are far from qualified at present. It would be wiser to postpone this venture and invest this time in contemplating how to heal your beautiful sister, Teddy retorted, rolling his eyes. He could easily discern Yong Xiao's intentions. Even in his exhaustion, he was fixated on treasures. What a character! Yong Xiao's excitement waned once again. Realizing he had been so preoccupied with escaping the blizzard and defeating the snow tyrant that he had no clear plan for how to tend to Chu Sishue's injuries. Subsequently, Teddy bestowed a fragment of his divine power upon Yong Xiao, enabling him to stand and walk once more. Perhaps it was due to his recent utilization of the Fire God experience card that a hue reminiscent of a sunset emerged in the sky above the snow continent. Bathed in the glow of the sunset clouds, Yong Xiao and Teddy staggered their way back to the base. Chapter 52 Departure. In the days following the fierce battle between Yong Xiao and the Snow Monarch, the evening sun scattered the clouds, and the snow on the ground transformed back into its crystalline form, enveloping the world in a pristine white, as if nothing had transpired. Within the confines of the base, Yong Xiao held his phone in one hand while biting into an apple with the other. Teddy, I have had an epiphany. After several days of experimentation on the snow beasts and my own personal trials, I have devised a method to suppress the viruses within the human body. As for a complete cure, more time is required. However, they need not perish anymore. Yong Xiao affectionately patted Teddy's head, which had fully recovered after a period of rest. Although Yong Xiao was recuperating in the snowy continent, his ring contained enough resources to sustain him for an entire year, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable existence. Meanwhile, Chu Sishue's condition had deteriorated to a critical state. During the day, Yong Xiao conducted experiments on the snow beasts and himself, and at night, he shared his findings with Chu Sishue, offering her words of encouragement. In addition, the meticulous Yong Xiao had crafted a special ointment to treat skin ulcers. Knowing that a young woman cherishes her beauty, this could restore hope to Chu Sishue. Today marked the first time he had opened his phone during the day to contact her. Beside him, Teddy, with its disheveled fur from being patted, grumbled, "You should just lie there and behave." On the phone, in a private chat channel, Yong Xiao initiated the conversation. "Are you there? Good news. I have successfully formulated a special medicine suitable for human consumption. Taking it will alleviate your condition and curb the virus within your body." After a considerable wait, Chu Sishue replied, "You're contacting me in broad daylight. It feels quite unusual. Are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you?" High atop a distant mountain, Chu Sishue lay in bed, her vitality sustained by Yong Xiao's provisions, but her skin had begun to show signs of ulceration, and time was running short. Others were far less fortunate. They either awaited death in their territories after infection or succumbed to starvation and thirst, unable to venture out for resources due to the pressures of the infectious disease. On the trading platform, the prices of food and water soared. Yong Xiao glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing. "I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I will send you the medicine immediately. Consume it without delay, and report any adverse reactions to me at once." With that, Yong Xiao packaged the beauty ointment and special medicine to send to Chu Sishue. "You shameless flirt. Even sending her beauty ointment, you simply covet her form. Is this what you call kindness?" Teddy rolled its eyes, expressing disdain for Yong Xiao's brazen behavior. It had grown accustomed to seeing him chuckling at his phone screen each night. Yong Xiao, however, ignored Teddy's comments. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yong Xiao's phone emitted a series of beeps. He hastily picked it up, his breath instinctively quickening. He feared that Chu Sishue might experience adverse reactions or even a worsening condition after taking the special medicine. The screen displayed only a single line of text. "Chu Sishue, I can feel the intense heat within me has diminished significantly, but..." Yong Xiao hurriedly inquired, "But what? Is there an issue with the miracle drug? How do you feel now?" High atop the mountains, Chu Sishue burst into laughter, seemingly amused by Yong Xiao's anxious demeanor. "Chu Sishue, it's just that. Your beauty balm works remarkably well. Not only do the skin lesions vanish quickly, but my complexion has also brightened considerably." Yong Xiao, could you refrain from gasping like that when you speak? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Meanwhile, Chu Sishue, with a serious expression, declared, "All right, consider this as me owing you a life. Should you need anything in the future, just call out. Upon seeing this message, a smile crept onto Yong Xiao's lips as he replied, "The danger is not yet past. You owe me at most half a life. Remember, the medication must not cease. Come to me if you run out." After Chu Sishue's condition improved, Yong Xiao evidently felt a great deal lighter. He let out a long sigh and began listing the surplus miracle drugs on the trading platform, stipulating only one exchange condition: a piece of wood. Teddy, observing Yong Xiao's actions, asked, "Are you selling it for such a low price?" Yong Xiao chuckled and replied, "The curse of the fire god is a calamity for all living beings. I do not engage in profiteering during disasters. Besides, I'm already quite wealthy. The curse of the fire god has plunged most creatures in the wilderness into agonizing torment." And when Yong Xiao became a doctor, he resolved to dedicate himself to healing the world. Teddy nodded in agreement, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Within the global channel, nearly everyone was in a frenzy. "I can almost see the divine. Yong Xiao has returned, bringing with him the miracle cure for the plague, and he has listed it on the trading platform for merely a piece of wood. Good heavens, if this medicine proves effective, I would gladly become a follower of Yong Xiao. What a celestial being, intent on healing the world. Perhaps this plague was his creation, merely to garner our admiration. Hey, you there, come over for a private chat. Darling, Yong Xiao is my husband, so no one can compete with me. If anyone tries, I shall fight to the death." While all the survivors were frantically exchanging for Yong Xiao's miracle cure, a few individuals in the global channel attempted to stir discord, only to be drowned out by the overwhelming voices of the survivor army. At that moment, Yong Xiao was discussing plans for their next journey with Teddy. "Let's not return just yet. There remains an opportunity on the snow continent, not far from where we are." Teddy, gazing at the wilderness map, suddenly brightened and said, "This place is called Snow Cliff. It is said that a mysterious elder resides at the base of the cliff, who possesses knowledge of the snow heart lotus and the medicinal formula." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao paused in his packing. Although the miracle drug provided temporary relief for the survivors' ailments, it ultimately did not cure them. Thus, the formula must be found, along with the snow heart lotus. It seemed that a trip to Snow Cliff is unavoidable. Yong Xiao nodded, secured the base's core, and once more embarked on an adventure with Teddy. This time, the objective is not far, merely a few kilometers away beneath the snowy cliffs, to seek out a mysterious elder. "What characteristics does this elder possess?" Yong Xiao inquired. Teddy's fur was tousled by the fierce wind, and with squinted eyes, he seemed to recall numerous memories. "She carries a cane, and this elderly lady possesses the ability to become invisible." "What?" Yong Xiao thought he had misheard, turning his head to gaze at Teddy with skepticism. Chapter 53. The Elder's Trial. A fierce blizzard swept through, and snowflakes clung to Yong Xiao's hair as he found himself precariously hanging from a sheer cliff, torn between the dilemma of ascending or descending. What absurd cliff! Why can you soar above while I must descend? Yong Xiao scowled at the floating teddy bear beside him, who appeared utterly relaxed as he watched Yong Xiao struggle downward. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, they had arrived at this point, and what Teddy referred to as a snow cliff turned out to be a towering precipice hundreds of meters high, prompting Yong Xiao to choose the longer route instead. However, Teddy insisted that there was no alternative path to locate the enigmatic elder, leaving Yong Xiao with no choice but to secure a rope hundreds of meters long and descend inch by inch. At this moment, he had been clinging to the cliff for 3 hours. The biting wind and snow reddened the tip of his nose, leaving his hair a tangled mess. He was in a pitiful state. "Hang in there." Less than 100 meters to the ground, Teddy encouraged him, yet the nonchalant tone gratingly unsettled Yong Xiao. Suddenly, a pure white bird alighted at the top of Yong Xiao's rope, its sharp beak glinting ominously. Hearing the bird's call, Yong Xiao instinctively looked up, only to see the creature inspecting his rope. His expression shifted in alarm as he shouted, "No, fly away. Don't touch my rope." Teddy, however, showed no significant reaction at the sight of the bird. Instead, a flicker of familiarity appeared in his eyes. The bird, undeterred by Yong Xiao's desperate pleas, swiftly pecked at the rope with precision. Strangely, though the resilient rope could support Yong Xiao's entire weight, it succumbed to the bird's light peck. Ah! The rope snapped, and Yong Xiao plummeted downward, his body flailing in a futile attempt to grasp at something, but to no avail. From such a height, he would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. In the depths of despair, as the biting cold wind lashed against his face, Yong Xiao closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Yet, when he landed, he was met not with the anticipated agony, but with an unexpected softness. Huh? Did I die without feeling any pain? Cautiously, Yong Xiao opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, only to discover he lay atop a bed of cotton. At the moment of his descent, the snow-white bird transformed into a streak of light and darted back into a quaint wooden cabin at the base of the cliff, Teddy following closely behind. I'm still alive? Is this truly the bottom of the cliff? Yong Xiao, having narrowly escaped death, sat up from the cotton, gasping for breath, still in shock. Just then, a cane struck his head, causing him to cry out in pain. Clutching his head, he turned to find an elderly woman with porcelain skin and silvery hair glaring at him, her cane firmly in hand. You little rascal, get off my cotton. You've ruined a year's worth of harvest. The elderly lady, lacking any semblance of courtesy, unleashed a torrent of invective upon Yong Xiao, her saliva flying directly at his face. Upon witnessing her wrath, Yong Xiao sprang down from the cotton with remarkable agility, only to find that the cotton had been thoroughly flattened and was no longer of use. I apologize, dear grandmother, Yong Xiao stammered, managing an awkward smile, for he had discerned that the person before him was indeed the mysterious elder he had been seeking, and he dared not offend her. He could not admit that he had fallen from above. Such a confession would be a source of great embarrassment, particularly as he had been ensnared by a mere bird. What brings you and your dog to my humble abode? The old woman said, placing her cane firmly back on the ground, her expression cold as she regarded Yong Xiao. It has been many days since anyone from the outside world has graced this snow-capped cliff. I have come to inquire about something, dear grandmother, and this is not a dog. It is a sheep, Yong Xiao replied, casting a glance at Teddy before clarifying his intent. The old lady's face remained impassive, devoid of any flicker of emotion, though she scrutinized the creature more closely. It is clearly a dog, not a sheep, she retorted. Yong Xiao opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He turned to Teddy, noticing the creature's lack of reaction, which left him perplexed. How curious. This fellow usually takes great offense at the mere mention of the word dog. Even a casual remark would provoke a lengthy tirade. Yet now, when the old lady openly declares Teddy to be a dog, he remains silent. Is he perhaps one to bully the meek? Contemplating this, Yong Xiao shifted his gaze back to the old woman's face, which bore a tranquil demeanor, offering no hint of emotion. Indeed, grandmother, whatever you say it is, it shall be, he nodded, smiling in response. Since Teddy remained unperturbed, he felt no need to tread lightly. Meanwhile, Teddy, standing beside Yong Xiao, felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, but restrained the impulse to speak. Upon hearing Yong Xiao's words, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in the old woman's eyes, and she broke into a smile, revealing a mouthful of healthy teeth, all intact and gleaming. Very well. If your dog can bark a couple of times, I shall divulge the information regarding the medicinal formula and the whereabouts of the snow-heart lotus, she declared. Yong Xiao's immediate instinct was to refuse, yet as realization dawned upon him, astonishment filled his eyes. I came to inquire about these two matters. He had only mentioned seeking counsel without specifying what he was after. This old lady was indeed extraordinary, but to have the son of thunder bark like a dog? Just as Yong Xiao grappled with this dilemma, Teddy took a step forward and spoke, offering a wry smile. All right, dear grandmother, please do not make it difficult for him. He is still just a child. Hearing Teddy's words, the old woman rolled her eyes, her tone begrudging as she replied, I thought you had finally developed a conscience and returned to visit me, but instead, you bring a human to inquire about the formula and the snow-heart lotus. Now it was Yong Xiao's turn to be utterly bewildered. What was happening? Teddy was acquainted with this old lady? Why did she refer to herself as grandmother? I have not forgotten you. It is merely the circumstances that compelled me to bring him along. Teddy forced a smile, displaying no trace of temper in the presence of the elderly lady. Bringing a human along is indeed a first for you. Pray tell, Is this lad your new protege? The old matriarch cast a sidelong glance at Yong Xiao, inquiring with an air of indifference. Well, I am his master, Yong Xiao retorted defiantly. What? The old matriarch's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 54. Snow beneath the snow-clad cliffs of the continent of snow, there stood a quaint wooden cabin, surrounded by fields adorned with cotton. The cabin emanated wisps of smoke, suggesting that something delightful was being prepared within. Yong Xiao and Teddy stood before an elderly lady, their faces adorned with smiles. Is it true that you are this boy's pet? The lady's expression remained one of disbelief. It is worth noting that Teddy was one of the 12 original deities. The god of thunder, embodying one of the primal forces sourced from the wilderness, known for its fierce and masculine tempest. Even in his youthful form, a minor deity could not possibly be tamed by a mere human. The deities of the wilderness were renowned for their proud natures, often dismissing mere mortals, their rivalries and grievances being a matter solely among themselves. How could a seemingly feeble human possibly claim the most tempestuous god of thunder as a pet? Moreover, judging by Teddy's demeanor, he appeared rather content. Let him explain, the elderly lady commanded, pointing a finger at Yong Xiao, her tone imbued with maternal skepticism. This was an unprecedented event in the wilderness realm, a deity becoming a human's pet. She felt compelled to uncover the truth. Should this boy have employed some insidious trick upon the god of thunder, she would not hesitate to eradicate him on the spot. Yong Xiao, upon hearing her words, gently patted Teddy's head and replied, On that fateful day, I merely intended to gather some wool to craft a bed for sleep, but I fortuitously witnessed his emergence. This creature, upon seeing me, possessed an air of arrogance and sought to end my life. However, I managed to render him unconscious with a couple of strikes, thus reclaiming him as my companion. In the days that followed, we experienced countless adventures together. Now, he is less like a pet and more akin to a comrade. Yong Xiao succinctly recounted the events from his initial encounter with Teddy to the present, causing the elderly lady's expression to shift repeatedly. After their exchange, both man and lamb shared a knowing smile, revealing a bond of friendship and affection transcending the divide between deity and human. Wait, a bed? Surely you jest. You possess no bed, yet you claim to have subdued the god of thunder, and you knocked him out with merely 2 strikes? Who do you think you are? The creator? The elderly lady's demeanor sharpened, her eyes glinting with a seasoned ferocity. With a firm tap of her cane against the ground, an invisible wave enveloped Yong Xiao. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pressure and intimidation, as though the very laws of the wilderness were converging upon him, intent on obliterating him. Within mere seconds, Yong Xiao began to tremble violently, beads of sweat the size of soybeans coursing down his pale face as he looked at the seemingly unperturbed elderly lady. Gritting his teeth to endure, the immense pressure compelled him to kneel before the elderly lady. Yet a true man bows only to heaven, earth, and parents, never without reason to an unknown old woman. The words of the younger generation ring true. Yong Xiao's teeth seemed on the verge of shattering as his legs trembled like a sieve. Enough, madam, he implored. What he says is true. I have not endured any coercion. Please, release the pressure. Teddy, witnessing Yong Xiao's distress, tightened his expression and rushed to his side, offering explanations while shielding him from the old woman's oppressive aura. Are you truly defending him? The elderly lady's eyes flickered with surprise. With merely a flick of her finger, the oppressive force enveloping Yong Xiao dissipated instantly. His body returned to normal, and he could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing backward and gasping for fresh air, the previous pressure nearly suffocating him. As he fell onto a soft surface, the old woman's expression darkened once more. As you have just heard, he and I are partners, Teddy remarked with a slight smile, the familiarity in his gaze replaced by a deep appreciation for friendship and bonds. The elderly woman looked at the pair before her with astonishment. Since Teddy had personally intervened, her doubts began to wane. However, a few questions lingered unanswered. Very well, but this young man mentioned that he encountered you because of a bed. If I recall correctly, the minimum requirement to reclaim a pet is to become a landowner. He lacks even a bed. How could he possess a 10-square-meter territory to become a landowner and reclaim you? The elderly lady inquired, a curious glint in her eyes. Teddy glanced back at the resting Yong Xiao and replied on his behalf. That is precisely his remarkable quality. This lad seems to possess extraordinary luck. The opportunities he has encountered in the wild are unparalleled by those of us who are native to this realm. Beyond that iron rod capable of knocking me unconscious. He has acquired many fortunate treasures, including that 10-square-meter territory, all within just 2 or 3 days of his arrival in this wilderness world. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady cast a meaningful glance at Yong Xiao, sighed softly, and turned to enter the small wooden cabin, tossing them a phrase. Come inside and speak. Yong Xiao exchanged glances with Teddy and asked, Teddy, it seems you are acquainted with this elderly lady. What is her background? Teddy gazed at the partially concealed door of the cabin, his tone filled with sentiment as he replied, Ah, she is an ancient being. Long ago, when the water god fell here, I implored her to save the water goddess' life. She has a debt of gratitude to me. Yong Xiao's mind began to whirl with thoughts. The water god, once besieged and slain by several deities, had been saved by this elderly lady. Though this land had transformed into the snow continent, the water god had not perished. What is her name? And what is your relationship with the water god? Is the water god female? Yong Xiao inquired, curiosity piqued. Next, he astonishingly noticed a hint of rosy color on Teddy's face, though it was quickly masked by Teddy, who remarked, What does my relationship with the water goddess have to do with you? Mind your own business. This elderly lady was named Xuan. With that, Teddy turned and entered the quaint wooden cabin, leaving Yong Xiao standing alone. The water goddess is undoubtedly a woman. Observintes hasti retriat, Yong Xiao concluded. To his surprise, this old woman possessed such formidable power. No wonder he had nearly knelt before her with just a mere tap of her cane. At that moment, a peculiar thought suddenly emerged in Yong Xiao's mind. Could he possibly knock her unconscious? With this notion, Yong Xiao shivered, as if he sensed someone watching him from within the cabin. Subsequently, he glanced at the cotton field he had inadvertently trampled, grimaced, and turned to enter the small wooden house of the elderly lady, Xuan. Chapter 55. A surge in strength within the modest confines of the cabin. Adorned with simple decorations and furnishings, Yong Xiao and Teddy sat upon chairs, surveying their surroundings. This space was quite evidently the humble abode of an ordinary elder. Who could have imagined that within this unassuming wooden structure resided an elderly figure of extraordinary prowess, capable of rescuing deities? At that moment, Elder Xuan emerged from the inner chamber. Her cane mysteriously vanished, and she walked with unwavering steadiness, a tray gracefully held in her hands. Once she placed the tray on the table, Yong Xiao and Teddy beheld its contents, gasping in astonishment. The tray held a large bowl of soup, astonishingly prepared with cotton as one of its ingredients. What on earth is this? Yong Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, utterly confounded by the notion of cotton being utilized for soup. Teddy swallowed hard and slowly replied, Elder, I have no injuries, so I won't be needing your cotton soup. Elder Xuan took a seat before them, casting a sharp glance at Teddy, her voice laced with irritation. I am not offering it to you. This soup is for this young man. If you wish to partake, you may have to wait your turn. Hearing this, Teddy sighed in relief, while Yong Xiao's eyes widened in despair, nearly on the verge of tears. Elder, I am uninjured as well, but I appreciate your kindness. His expression was a clear testament to his reluctance. In response, Elder Xuan glared once more, pushing the cotton soup toward Yong Xiao. Enough of your nonsense. This cotton soup is a remarkable tonic. Do not assume that I am blind to your condition. You have just endured a fierce battle. Although you have recuperated, you still bear some weakness. Consuming this soup will greatly benefit your health. With that, Elder Xuan closed her eyes, appearing to meditate, suggesting that she would divulge neither the recipe nor the location of the Shueshin lotus unless he complied. Despairing, Yong Xiao cast a glance toward Teddy, who merely expressed sympathy. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and took a sip of the cotton soup, nearly gagging at the first taste. The texture was extraordinarily peculiar, though it was clearly soup. It felt extremely abrasive on his throat, akin to chewing wax. After just one sip, Yong Xiao set the bowl down. I truly cannot drink this. He grimaced, preparing to refuse further, when suddenly, he felt a transformation occurring within him. The cotton soup he had consumed began to transform into a warm current that nourished his internal organs and bones, a sensation of unparalleled comfort enveloping him. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight enhancement in his internal electrical powers. Yong Xiao's words faltered, his gaze shifting to Elder Xuan with newfound intrigue. This soup was indeed extraordinary. The elder was intent on aiding him in augmenting his strength. No, I have never tasted such a delicious soup. One could hardly find another bowl as delightful in all the world. With renewed determination, Yong Xiao seized the bowl, disregarding Teddy's astonished expression, and gulped down the entire contents in a few swift swigs. "Is this boy out of his mind?" Teddy exclaimed, bewildered, for he was well aware of the soup's peculiar flavor. You simply lack the discernment to appreciate its value." The elder Xuan cast a satisfied glance at Yong Xiao before turning to mock Teddy. Caught off guard, Teddy found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, after consuming an entire bowl of cotton soup, Yong Xiao felt a soothing warmth coursing through his body, akin to a multitude of electric currents flowing through him. With his eyes tightly shut, he consciously directed this warmth to stimulate the energy of lightning within him. Before long, flakes of skin and dark mud appeared on his surface. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a flash of lightning within them. Subsequently, Yong Xiao began to move his body, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, as if he were brimming with boundless strength. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Elder Xin, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for the soup. My body is now restored." Teddy could clearly sense the transformation in Yong Xiao, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could a mere bowl of healing cotton soup enhance Yong Xiao's strength so significantly? "Enough. Go wash yourself behind the wooden cabin. You are utterly filthy," Elder Xun replied, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his aged eyes. Yong Xiao complied and went to bathe behind the cabin. Inside the small wooden structure, Teddy could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Elder, "What is the origin of this soup that can aid in such a remarkable enhancement? When we consumed it, we did not experience such effects." Elder Xuan maintained a calm demeanor and replied slowly, "Your strength back then was already extraordinary. It was a considerable achievement just to heal the injuries inflicted by divine beings. This cotton soup does not possess the ability to augment your powers. However, this lad's strength was initially feeble, and since it is his first experience with the soup, he has attained such results. Nevertheless, it is also related to his innate talent. The cotton in this soup grows naturally, and its energy cannot be artificially manipulated. Yet, this boy has managed to guide and concentrate the energy to enhance the thunderous power within him. Truly a genius." Upon hearing this, Teddy nodded in agreement. His talent is indeed prodigious. Among the many survivors I have encountered, none can compare to him. Perhaps Yong Xiao truly has the potential to alter the fate of the wilderness's cyclical destiny. Elder Xuan's tranquil expression betrayed a hint of emotion as he sighed. One can only hope such matters cannot be sought after. Meanwhile, after finishing his bath, Yong Xiao noticed that his skin had become remarkably smooth and fair, enhancing his already handsome features, making him resemble a delicate young man. With a mere thought, he shaped his hand into a claw, summoning a violent purple lightning bolt into his palm. Just days prior, during his battle with the Snowstorm Lord, Yong Xiao had temporarily assumed the powers of the fire god through a divine experience card, significantly enhancing his control over strength. Now, having consumed Elder Shuyuan's cotton soup to further elevate his abilities, he was capable of condensing the purple lightning into a spherical energy mass, amplifying its potency and precision. Upon examining himself, Yong Xiao realized that the lightning energy within him had multiplied several times over. He was no longer the feeble human who would tire after casting a single bolt of lightning. With that, he donned his clothes and returned to the small cabin, where Teddy and Elder Xuan were engaged in tea and conversation. "I have returned, esteemed elders," he announced. Yong Xiao bowed respectfully to the Elder Xuan. "That is sufficient. There is no need for formalities," the elder replied, a hint of impatience in her gesture. "I prefer it when you address me as old lady." She motioned for Yong Xiao to join Teddy by his side. Subsequently, she continued, "This matter shall be entrusted to the two of you. Before Yong Xiao could inquire further, Teddy spoke up first. No problem, leave it to us. It's a promise. The elder Xuan nodded, her expression warm as she settled them into another stone dwelling beneath the snow-clad cliffs, before taking her leave to prepare for their departure. Chapter 56. The Trial Within the Stone Chamber. A man and a sheep sat upon a bed adorned with cotton, gazing at one another. Teddy, what promise did you make to her while I was bathing? Yong Xiao inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Teddy chuckled at the question, replying, "It was nothing significant. She has a long-standing wish that she hopes we can assist her with. In return, she is willing to share the formula and the whereabouts of the Snow Heart Lotus with us. Are you not already acquainted? Why the secrecy? Moreover, wasn't it merely suggested that you learn to bark like a dog?" Yong Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure upon hearing Teddy's words and instinctively responded. Almost immediately, he sensed a shift in Teddy's demeanor and, upon looking up, found a stern expression on the sheep's face. In a rush, he clarified, "That is not what I meant. It's just that if even Elder Shuyuan couldn't accomplish this task, how can the two of us possibly help? We are simply not on the same level." Seeing the sincerity in Yong Xiao's expression, Teddy's demeanor softened as he explained, "She has some unique reasons that necessitate a human substitute." "What? Do you not wish to save other humans?" Yong Xiao shook his head, insisting, "Of course not. It's just that you still haven't revealed what it is that she needs us to assist her with." Just then, Elder Shun entered from outside, cradling 2 green orbs in his hands. The orbs emitted a gentle green light under the illumination, appearing heavy yet clear. They were remarkably translucent, smooth as jade. "What are these?" Yong Xiao pondered, utterly perplexed. Elder Shun handed the orbs to Yong Xiao and Teddy, stating, "These are the soul-calling orbs, which will allow your souls to traverse to an era that does not belong to you. What I require from you is to return to my youth and retrieve a certain item for me. In addition to the formula and the news of the Snow Heart Lotus, I shall also bestow upon you a treasure." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao gazed at the shimmering orb in his hand, which seemed capable of drawing in his very soul. Quickly averting his gaze, he asked, "We are in a spiritual form. How can we act? Furthermore, what is the item?" Elder Xuan nodded approvingly, continuing, "Indeed, you are quite observant. When you traverse to my era, you will assume corporeal forms equivalent to your current selves. However, those bodies will be incapable of utilizing any energy, lest they disintegrate in an instant. Once you have acquired the item, you may shatter the orb to return. As for the item I wish for you to retrieve, it is a jade bracelet that I have cherished since childhood, regrettably lost that year and never recovered." Teddy nodded in agreement, urging Yong Xiao to accept the task. Yong Xiao replied, "In that case, we shall embark on this journey to retrieve the jade bracelet for you." That night, the rare moon graced the continent of snow with its presence, casting a silvery glow upon the cotton cultivated by Elder Xuan. Yong Xiao was astonished to discover that the cotton, which he had flattened during the day, had returned to its normal state. At that moment, he and Teddy were fully prepared, holding the orbs as they set forth towards Elder Xuan's era. He had inquired with Teddy about the era of the venerable Elder Xuan, a time when all the deities were yet to mature. It was an epoch characterized by the most optimal conditions for biological growth. Energy permeated every corner of existence, and humanity thrived in a flourishing world. "Are you prepared? Let us embark. I wish you a safe journey and a smooth return." The Elder Xuan leaned on his cane, his gaze intent upon Yong Xiao and Teddy, his expression unmistakably meaningful. After bidding farewell to Elder Xuan, Yong Xiao and Teddy directed the energy within themselves into the gem. In an instant, the gem radiated with light, and under the moonlight, their figures vanished amidst a flash of green light, disappearing from the snow continent. Beneath the snow-capped cliffs, Elder Shun gazed at the sky, sighing softly as he returned to his humble cabin, now left in solitude, guarding the endless passage of time alone. Beneath the moonlight, a whisper escaped Elder Shiyuan's lips. Only by defying the conclusion can one fulfill the task. At that moment, Yong Xiao and Teddy found themselves in a different realm. As the green light dissipated, they opened their eyes to behold a quaint tavern, where the attire of the patrons resembled that of ancient humanity. Though it was nightfall, the street remained bustling with life. "Why does this place remind me so much of our ancient times. Yong Xiao mused, feeling nostalgic. Since his arrival in this world, he had not encountered so many living souls around him. It felt akin to returning home. Teddy perched on Yong Xiao's shoulder, remarked nonchalantly, "The era of Elder Chun marks the dawn of the wilderness. The wild spirits and various calamities have yet to emerge. And these are the indigenous inhabitants of the wild world." "And what are the 12 deities?" Yong Xiao inquired, turning his head. "They have yet to mature." Teddy, well aware of Yong Xiao's intentions towards the deities, replied with exasperation, "I advise you to abandon any thoughts of seeking the water god, or I shall shatter your gem with a bolt of lightning, bidding farewell to your precious remedies." Chuckling at Teddy's threat, Yong Xiao boldly stepped into the tavern before him. Even at night, the establishment was teeming with patrons, adorned in an antiquated decor, and the guests donned exquisite garments, engaging in delightful conversations about cultivation. "Waiter, bring me a pot of wine and a couple of local dishes," Yong Xiao called out, settling into a secluded corner. "Certainly. Please make yourself comfortable." The waiter responded promptly, hurrying to serve Yong Xiao, bowing and nodding respectfully. Despite Yong Xiao's peculiar attire, with a goat kid slung over his shoulder, the entrance of a guest was always welcomed. As taught by the proprietress, the waiter cast a furtive glance at Yong Xiao and Teddy, before dutifully fetching their order. Once the waiter departed, Teddy leaned in close to Yong Xiao's ear and whispered, "What dishes are you ordering?" "We have no money." Yong Xiao paused, taken aback, and replied, "Aren't transactions conducted with the currency in our possession?" Upon hearing this, Teddy was rendered speechless, gazing at Yong Xiao as if he were a fool. "You fool! Where on earth is that ridiculous wilderness app? And where is that absurd phone?" Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao felt a sense of dread. However, with so many witnesses present, they dared not brazenly flee. The meal had already been ordered, and they had no means to settle the bill. Yong Xiao's expression could only be described as tragic. The elder Xu and Teddy had mentioned that in this era, nearly everyone possesses energy, yet they found themselves unable to wield any abilities in this world. There was no way to resolve this predicament of an unpaid meal. What to do? Teddy cast a sideways glance at Yong Xiao. Chapter 57. Catastrophe. Just as Yong Xiao contemplated making a hasty exit, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the entrance of the tavern, drawing the attention of numerous patrons. Yong Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Teddy and discreetly followed him to the tavern's doorway, ever ready to flee. At the entrance, a ragged little boy lay on the ground, his body marred by bruises and wounds from a recent beating, and he was wailing pitifully. "Hey, you little brat, get out of here and stop your howling. You're ruining the business here. Watch it or I'll feed you to the dogs." The tavern attendant emerged, glaring fiercely at the boy, full of menace. Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged concerned looks, and the surrounding diners began to leave the tavern. With such a cruel attendant, it was no wonder the establishment was likely run by a heartless merchant. One could only imagine the consequences of a dining experience gone awry. The boy, threatened, could only struggle to rise and limped away toward a shadowy alley. Seeing the patrons depart, the attendant's eyes flared with anger. Mistakenly believing that the boy's cries had merely disrupted the diner's experience, showing no remorse for his own harshness, he then seized a stick from within the tavern and stalked toward the boy. Yong Xiao and Teddy stood outside, watching helplessly as the attendant closed the distance to the boy, their intentions to intervene stifled by their own limitations. Fortunately, the tavern owner soon appeared, called the thoughtless attendant back, and chastised him sharply, thus sparing the boy from further harm. Teddy leaned in close to Yong Xiao and whispered, "Xiao, let us follow him. We cannot gather information in the tavern. Let's south inquire with these street urchins. Their knowledge is often just as insightful." At Teddy's words, Yong Xiao recalled the beggar guilds of the human world, and his eyes brightened as he resolved to follow closely. However, the little boy, despite his injuries, quickened his pace, only to stumble and fall at the corner of the alley. His first reaction upon hitting the ground was not to cry out in pain, but to turn and look at Yong Xiao with palpable fear, exclaiming, "Sir, I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Please, don't hit me anymore. I feel like I'm about to die from your beatings. Please spare me. I'll never return to the Crescent Tavern." Hearing the boy's desperate pleas and witnessing his pitiable demeanor, a flicker of compassion crossed Yong Xiao's eyes. He knelt down, retrieving a cooked chicken leg from his ring and extending it toward the boy. "Child, we are not here to harm you. You must be hungry. Please, have something to eat." At this, the boy timidly raised his head, first catching sight of Yong Xiao's face. Once reassured that he would not be harmed, he suddenly snatched the chicken leg and ravenously began to devour it. Teddy, observing the boy's gluttonous display, felt a pang of sorrow and shook his head, remarking, "I never imagined there were such tragically unfortunate children in this world. There are indeed survivors in the wilderness who form families, yet no matter the circumstances, we shall not bring hardship upon a child." Yong Xiao turned to look at Teddy, surprised to find that this noble and powerful deity harbored a flicker of compassion for a human child. Such occurrences were not uncommon in his world. During the dire famine years, it was not unheard of for people to resort to cannibalism. He handed the little boy a bottle of water and casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Teddy's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Damn, you humans are truly the most ruthless." Yong Xiao shook his head with a smile, declaring that the human heart has always been the most treacherous. While they conversed, the little boy finished his food and drink, sitting on the ground and watching them intently. "What is your name?" Yong Xiao asked with a smile, reaching out to tousle the boy's hair, unbothered by the fact that it had likely been days since it had been washed. "Reporting to you, I am called Su Xiaobao." Though timid, Su Xiaobao sensed that Yong Xiao meant no harm and spoke candidly. At that moment, however, he spoke too soon, causing his injuries to flare up, and he grimaced in pain. "Fortunately, I'm a doctor. Allow me to examine you," Yong Xiao said, promptly retrieving his medical kit from his ring to attend to Su Xiaobao. Ever since his last miraculous medicine had saved numerous survivors, his medical profession level had increased, and he had received a medical kit as a reward containing basic supplies that would replenish automatically. "Doctor, I don't want to. Doctors are very expensive, and I cannot afford it. I wouldn't dare to seek help," Su Xiaobao replied, a glimmer of yearning in his innocent eyes, yet he still declined. Yong Xiao felt a pang of sympathy and reassured him, "There is no charge." With that, he instructed Su Xiaobao to lie down, and, after a thorough examination, he discovered the boy's health was surprisingly robust despite his numerous injuries. His internal organs seemed untouched, and aside from some malnutrition, he only bore superficial wounds. "Little one, your constitution is quite good. These are merely superficial injuries. A bit of disinfectant and some ointment will suffice," Yong Xiao said with a smile. He then took out the ointment from his kit, first cleansing the wounds with water, followed by disinfection and application of a salve. A few minutes later, Yong Xiao put away his kit and stood up. "All done, Su Xiaobao. By tomorrow morning, these wounds will heal. Just remember to keep your distance from these bad people. I must take my leave." Teddy observed Yong Xiao with confusion. This was not what he had anticipated. Yet, Yong Xiao only smiled knowingly. As he turned to depart, Su Xiaobao rushed forward, kneeling before him, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Great benefactor, you are my savior. No one has ever treated me so kindly. I beg you, allow me to follow you. Even if it means being your dog, I wish to repay your kindness." Observing Su Xiaobao's reaction, Teddy understood why Yong Xiao had chosen to turn away without seeking anything in return. It was a strategic maneuver, a form of psychological play. Truly the most cunning of humans. In truth, Yong Xiao had merely intended for Su Xiaobao to follow him willingly, never anticipating that the boy would kneel before him. Notably, this little fellow had not knelt even when threatened outside the tavern, demonstrating his remarkable spirit. "Rise quickly, for I must impart to you a truth. We are men, and beneath a man's knee lies gold. Thus, we should not kneel lightly." Yong Xiao promptly assisted Su Xiaobao to his feet, his tone becoming considerably gentler. "Gold. It must be quite precious." Su Xiaobao gazed blankly at Yong Xiao's face, only to kneel again, declaring, "Then I shall give you all my gold." Yong Xiao, caught off guard, watched as Su Xiaobao fell back to his knees before him, the reasoning leaving him both amused and perplexed. "All right, Xiaobao, please rise. Since you wish to repay your kindness, I shall pose a few questions. If you know the answers, would you kindly share them with me?" Yong Xiao affectionately patted Su Xiaobao's head as he spoke. Chapter 58. The origin of the jade bracelet. Upon hearing the words, Su Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Yong Xiao, noticing this, inquired, "Are you familiar with the young lady from the Qin family?" Su Xiaobao replied honestly, "Yes, the Qin family is the most prominent clan in Qinsheng, and they are exceedingly wealthy. The young lady from the Qin family is not only stunningly beautiful, but also possesses remarkable strength." Yong Xiao exchanged a knowing smile with Teddy, affirming that it was indeed wise to consult such perceptive little beggars. The young lady from the Qin family is none other than the current elder of Xiwen, and the very city they find themselves in is Qinsheng. The young lady possesses a jade bracelet, which was lost early this morning. Do you know its whereabouts? Yong Xiao continued to ask. Su Xiaobao pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze and said, "I'm sorry, benefactor, but I do not know where the jade bracelet is. However, my grandfather mentioned this morning that the jade bracelet is an omen of disaster, and it is better to be rid of it." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Yong Xiao then proposed, "Shall we visit your grandfather?" Su Xiaobao hesitated for a moment before responding. "My grandfather has a rather peculiar temperament. He does not take kindly to strangers. However, since you are a good person, I can take you to see him." "Thank you, Xiaobao," Yong Xiao replied, conjuring a piece of candy from his ring and offering it to Su Xiaobao. As Su Xiaobao tasted the candy, his eyes lit up with delight. It was a flavor he had never experienced before, truly delectable. Following Yong Xiao's treatment, Su Xiaobao's injuries had ceased to pain him, allowing him to walk much more swiftly. The two, accompanied by Teddy, made their way to Su Xiaobao's grandfather. Su Xiaobao led Yong Xiao and Teddy to a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of a rundown slum. In a courtyard by a dry well sat an elderly man. "Grandfather, I'm back," Su Xiaobao exclaimed joyfully as he rushed to the old man, beaming with a smile and embracing him tightly. "Whoa there, take it easy, young lad. Are you not in pain anymore? Why such exuberance?" The old man, with a loving expression, embraced his grandson before scrutinizing him with surprise. "Grandfather, my injuries have been healed by the elder brother doctor. He is right over there." Su Xiaobao pointed towards the temple's pillar. Upon seeing Yong Xiao and Teddy, the old man's expression changed, and he approached them. "I am Su Gaiyang, and I am profoundly grateful for your kindness, young master. I have nothing to repay you with, no riches to offer. If you seek my life, then take it." Su Gaiyang spoke respectfully, performing the highest etiquette of the martial world before Yong Xiao. A flicker of intrigue passed through Yong Xiao's gaze, revealing that this old man was no ordinary beggar, which was indeed fortuitous. "My good sir, you have misunderstood. I treated Xiaobao free of charge and did not come seeking a reward. Rather, I am here to visit you as well," Yong Xiao replied, returning the elder's courtesy with a practiced demeanor, having observed such exchanges in countless martial arts novels. Su Gaiyang appeared astonished and asked, "Young master, are you also a person of the martial world?" Yong Xiao smiled enigmatically and continued, "I have come seeking your wisdom on a few matters, esteemed elder." At this moment, Su Xiaoan hurried over, clutching Su Gaiyang's leg, and said, "Grandpa, the doctor is not a bad person. He has come to ask you questions." Su Gaiyang nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Since you have saved my grandson, I shall speak freely without reservation." Yong Xiao, adhering to his usual approach, retrieved some food and water from his ring and offered them to Su Gaiyang, saying, "Elder, there is no need to rush. It would be better to eat before we proceed with the inquiries." Su Gaiyang accepted the food and water, but gently placed them on the ground, reiterating, "Young master, please ask your questions first. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in eating and drinking." Su Xiaobao chimed in, "Yes, brother, just ask. My grandpa is remarkable. There is nothing he does not know." At that moment, Teddy whispered in Yong Xiao's ear, "You should inquire first. This elder is no ordinary person. He possesses significant influence." Yong Xiao, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment and directly asked, "Miss Qin lost a jade bracelet this morning. I wish to know its whereabouts." Su Gaiyang's expression darkened at the mention. Initially, he intended to keep this matter to himself, but since it was the young master who inquired, he decided to elaborate. The bracelet was originally a celestial artifact discovered by the patriarch of the Qin family at the foot of a cliff outside Qingcheng. Recognizing its exceptional quality, he bestowed it upon his daughter, the heiress of the Qin family. However, the bracelet brought misfortune. Its presence interfered with the young lady's fortune, and for 3 consecutive years, she has known no health. Its mysterious loss this morning may indeed be a blessing in disguise. As for its whereabouts, I know but a fragment. It was stolen by a figure clad in black robes. Yong Xiao pondered this revelation for some time. The bracelet was an artifact from beyond the wilderness? Did that not suggest it was a product from another realm? Moreover, to have brought illness for 3 whole years without a single day of relief? Yet, the item entrusted by Elder Xuan was indeed that very bracelet, and regardless of the calamity it might draw to Qingcheng, Yong Xiao was determined to retrieve it. For in his own time, there are those awaiting his aid. Elder, please provide a detailed description of the man in the black robe. I have significant use for this information, Yong Xiao said, bowing respectfully. Observing Yong Xiao's dignified demeanor and courteous manner, Su Gaiyong sighed and replied, "Very well. It seems all is predestined and cannot be evaded." The man in the black robe is male, approximately 7 feet tall, and his robe bears an embroidered character. The character who? Again, who? Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged glances, both revealing their astonishment. This organization, which had targeted Yong Xiao in the wilderness, had existed since the time of Elder Shu Yuan. After so many years, had this organization grown so powerful and unassailable? A heavy weight settled upon Yong Xiao's heart. As twilight approached, Yong Xiao suggested, "Elder, why not partake of some food and drink? Allow us to stay here for the night, and tomorrow morning I have another matter for which I seek your assistance." Since this matter was entwined with the organization, Yong Xiao was resolute in his pursuit of the truth. Residing here is a reluctant decision. They possess no wealth, and the core of their resources remains in their backpacks, which they did not bring along. With no alternative accommodation available, they express gratitude for the young gentleman's provisions. "It is no trouble at all. We apologize for disturbing your tranquility." Chapter 59. Healing the masses and establishing the Beggars Guild the following day, as dawn broke. Yong Xiao and Teddy emerged from the side room of the dilapidated temple. They made their way to the backyard, where they were greeted by a gathering of ragged beggars. What is the meaning of this? Yong Xiao wondered aloud. At that moment, Su Gaiyong stepped out from the temple, followed closely by Su Xiaobao. With an imposing demeanor, he addressed the assembly of beggars. Yesterday, Xiaobao encountered a noble benefactor who not only provided us with sustenance and water, but also healed Xiaobao's injuries. This benefactor now requires our assistance. What say you? Shall we help? The beggars, upon hearing this, expressed their admiration, erupting in unison with shouts of help. "Help! Help!" Su Gaiyong then spotted Yong Xiao and Teddy, gesturing for them to approach. Yong Xiao felt a surge of emotion and strode forward to stand beside Su Gaiyong, saying, "Senior Su, you flatter me. I am no noble. Last night, I merely did what was within my capacity. If I could receive your assistance today, I would be immensely grateful. Thank you all." The beggars stood momentarily stunned, having never encountered someone so gentle and polite in addressing them. Have you all lost your senses? Are you truly allowing the noble to express gratitude to you? Su Gaiyong barked, prompting the beggars to snap back to reality, and though in disarray, they earnestly insisted that no thanks were necessary. Seeing the eagerness of so many to assist him in locating the figure in the black robe, Yong Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing that many of the beggars bore injuries, he added, "You all have worked hard. Before we set off, allow me to tend to your ailments. Only with good health can we live well." The beggars looked at him with astonishment, unable to fathom that a doctor would deign to treat them. For in this era, physicians were a rare breed, and the cost of medical care was exorbitant. Even ordinary families often found it prohibitive. Goodness, should we not thank the noble? Su Gaiyong observed the beggars once more frozen in place, his frustration evident. After the beggars expressed their gratitude, Su Gaiyong turned to Yong Xiao, saying, "My companions have not seen much of the world. I hope you will be understanding." "Not at all. Your beggars have admirable principles and could achieve great things." Yong Xiao waved his hand, smiling. "Beggars Guild? What are you speaking of, young master?" These beggars are merely my friends. We do not belong to any faction. We are merely a band of idle beggars, Su Gaiyang replied, taken aback. What? Idle? This era has no beggars guild. Yong Xiao chuckled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. For the next hour, Yong Xiao devoted himself to treating the beggar's ailments, most of which were manageable with the supplies in his medical kit. On the rare occasion that he encountered a condition beyond his means, he would directly extract the necessary herbs from his ring to concoct remedies for them. The spectacle left all, including Su Gaiyang, utterly astonished. They witnessed Yong Xiao produce an array of precious medicinal herbs from seemingly nowhere, astonishingly crafting remedies on the spot, a feat that most contemporary physicians would find challenging. After Yong Xiao tended to the ailments, Su Gaiyang, leading the charge, exclaimed, "Truly, you are a divine being, a masterful healer, with remedies that cure all ailments." This declaration startled Yong Xiao. After all, he had merely treated a few patients, yet he was lauded as a deity. Beside him, Teddy muttered, unfamiliar with the world, "If he is a divine being, then I am a god of unparalleled divinity." "No, you are merely the pet of a divine being," Yong Xiao retorted, playfully tapping Teddy's head. Subsequently, he conjured forth an abundance of food and water for the beggars, earning their profound admiration. Once everyone was sated, Su Gaiyang dispatched the beggars to gather intelligence for Yong Xiao. In the dilapidated temple's courtyard, only Yong Xiao, Teddy, and the Su family remained. "Mr. Divine Being, thank you ever so much." Su Gaiyang's address to Yong Xiao had transformed. "There is no need for such formality, my elder, if you do not mind. Let us be friends despite our age difference." "You may call me young friend," Yong Xiao suggested, seeking to bridge the gap between them. "Excellent. Splendid. Young friend Yang." Su Gaiyang rejoiced heartily at the suggestion. "My friend, regarding the beggar sect I mentioned earlier, I wonder if you might be interested?" After some pleasantries, Yong Xiao directly articulated his thoughts. "The beggar's sect? Young friend, I must confess, I do not grasp your meaning," Su Gaiyang replied with a wry smile. Although he recognized the individual characters, their combination perplexed him. How could beggars possibly form a faction? Yong Xiao continued. "The beggar sect is merely a collective of beggars, united as one." "Impossible. Beggars are among the most despised individuals. How could they possibly form a faction? No one would respect us," Su Gaiyang lamented. As a man of the martial world, he longed to return to a life of passionate camaraderie, yet found himself constrained. "My friend, ponder this. How many beggars exist in the world? If they all were to join the beggar's sect, we would not need anyone else, and naturally, no one would look down upon beggars," Yong Xiao asserted, unveiling his vision. "Firstly, the fundamental nature of the beggar sect is that of a communal support group. Once we gather a sufficient number, the sect will flourish. Secondly, we must establish a clear hierarchy within the sect, setting up branches in various locales, appointing leaders and captains, each possessing unique insignias to identify their rank. Furthermore, recruiting members is quite feasible. By banding together, redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor, we need not worry about sustenance. When we present our terms, any beggar who joins the sect will find protection, support in times of conflict, and nourishment in times of hunger and thirst. Thus, we need not fear a lack of recruits." With that, Yong Xiao fixed Su Gaiyang with an intense gaze. He is a man of the underworld, and this beggar gang is indeed a faction of that realm. Yong Xiao believes he will not refuse. As for his intentions, they may stem from an ambitious desire to establish an organization of his own, having emerged from the human world. Or perhaps it is simply a compassionate urge to prevent children like Su Xiaobao from suffering. Chapter 60. Entering the Qin Manor, the sky was perfectly clear, and a gentle breeze danced through the air. In the courtyard of a dilapidated temple, Su Gaiyang wore a solemn expression as he respectfully performed a grand gesture of reverence towards Yong Xiao. "Your exceptional talent deserves the position of the leader of the beggar's sect," he proclaimed. After speaking, he lifted his gaze to meet Yong Xiao's, his aging eyes ablaze with passion. This was his dream of the martial world. Though the hero had aged, his ambitions remained fiercely alive. Yong Xiao's presence and proposal had ignited the fire within Su Gaiyang's heart. "Brother, there is no need for such formalities," Yong Xiao replied with a grin. gently patting Su Guiyong on the shoulder before turning to leave the temple. He and Su Guiyong had agreed to reconvene that evening, where Yong Xiao would share the intelligence he had gathered throughout the day. He still had more pressing matters to attend to before their meeting. As he was about to depart, Yong Xiao turned back and added, "By the way, my brother, a sect requires both a belief and a token. This token, known as the dog-beating stick, belongs solely to the leader. Remember, the entire sect recognizes the stick, not the person." Yong Xiao was uncertain of the impact his actions would have on this era, but at that moment, he wished to present a better state of being to those he encountered. Watching Yong Xiao's departing figure, Su Guiyong's demeanor grew serious. As an elder of the martial world, he could not overlook Yong Xiao's peculiar behavior. Yong Xiao's own admission only deepened Su Guiyong's respect for him. Once outside, Yong Xiao strolled leisurely with Teddy along the bustling streets. Where to next? Teddy inquired, resting on Yong Xiao's shoulder, his wool basking in the warm sunlight, something absent from the snow continent. At that, Yong Xiao slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on a nearby mansion, prominently displaying the characters Qin Manor. "We shall visit the Qin Manor. With their assistance, we can inquire about the experiences of those involved," Yong Xiao stated. Teddy cast a surprised glance at Yong Xiao, then at the heavily guarded Qin Manor, and remarked, "Are you certain? In this era, we cannot use our abilities. Without proper identification, a forceful entry may prove difficult." Yong Xiao simply smiled enigmatically in response, saying, "Who said anything about a forceful entry? I have my own methods." With that, he took 2 swift steps forward, then dramatically fell at the entrance of the Qin Manor, letting out a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground, rolling about in a display of theatrics. Teddy leapt off him, astonished by Yong Xiao's antics. Before long, a crowd had gathered on the street outside the Qin Manor, all eyes fixed on the spectacle of Yong Xiao throwing a tantrum at the manor's entrance. Soon, servants and the steward emerged from within the Qin Manor, their eyes narrowing at Yong Xiao with suspicion. "You there? Who are you, and why are you causing such a scene at the entrance of my Qin Manor?" The steward, sporting a pair of thin mustachios and flanked by several subordinates wielding wooden clubs, stepped forward and sternly demanded. Yong Xiao, after rolling on the ground twice and becoming covered in dust, rose to his feet and addressed the steward, saying, "I have come to seek justice before the gates of the Qin residence." "Justice?" Teddy's expression was one of confusion, unsure of the spectacle Yong Xiao was creating. "What grievance do you speak of? Has someone from the Qin household wronged you?" The steward furrowed his brow. The master of the Qin residence was known for his kindness and desire to maintain his reputation, and in this wilderness era, there existed only the distinction between ordinary folk and those with abilities. No formal government or officials could be found. The fundamental order was upheld by the collaborative management of the prominent families in the city, and this area fell squarely within the Qin's domain. Yong Xiao had inquired about the rules of this age from Su Xiaobao the previous day, and thus understood why a mere tavern attendant could display such rudeness. It turned out that in this era, there were no specific law enforcement agencies, and the great families refrained from meddling excessively in the affairs of commoners. This absence of oversight allowed certain individuals to act with impunity, exploiting the gaps left by these noble families to engage in nefarious deeds within the ordinary populace. Yong Xiao's actions mirrored those of someone seeking redress at a government office. Furthermore, he had learned that Lord Qin was not as ruthless as the heads of other noble families. Rather, he was benevolent and truly a good man. What better place to seek justice than before his very doors? Observing the steward's frown, Yong Xiao turned to the onlookers and suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness, leaving only a small lamb by his side, frantic and jumping about. Witnessing Yong Xiao's fainting spell, the crowd erupted in speculation. What has happened to him? Why has he fainted before the Qin residence? Could there be some grave matter at hand? Is it possible that the Qin household is engaged in some clandestine dealings, leading to a fatality? Really? I must inform my mother at once. She still holds some esteem for the Qin family. Hey, don't spread rumors. This is the Qin residence. Let us wait for the outcome before making claims. Indeed, I would believe anyone capable of underhanded dealings, except for Lord Qin. He is a paragon of virtue. We are still living off the rice he graciously bestowed upon us. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao was carried into the Qin residence by the steward, who laid him in a side room. You all keep watch here. I shall fetch the master to examine this situation. What a commotion this is. The steward wiped his mustache, sighed, and left to find the master. The remaining 5 or 6 servants, lacking any interest in watching over an unconscious man and a lamb, sat down and began to chat idly. You know, that jade bracelet belonging to the young lady is quite sinister. Ever since she wore it 3 years ago, she has suffered from constant ailments. If it weren't for her formidable strength, things might have turned dire. What nonsense are you spouting? Our young lady is as beautiful as a celestial being. How could anything dire come of it? Speak again, and I shall slap you. Huh? Are you infatuated with the young lady? With little else to do, the servants engaged in light-hearted banter, leaving Yong Xiao feigning unconsciousness to passively absorb a wealth of gossip about the elder of Xuan. Moments later, the steward hurriedly entered, and several servants immediately rose to their feet, standing respectfully on either side. The steward also made a welcoming gesture, awaiting the arrival of the person outside. Yong Xiao, noticing the sudden silence around him, discerned that the master had likely arrived. He squinted and discreetly glanced towards the doorway, where indeed a figure had emerged. "Good day, master," the servants exclaimed in unison. "Master, look, this is the individual who caused a scene at the entrance of the Qin residence, claiming to come here for justice, only to suddenly faint." The steward succinctly conveyed Yong Xiao's actions to old Master Qin. In the next moment, Yong Xiao heard a deep, steady voice reply, "I see. You may all leave. I wish to have a word." Subsequently, the servants and the steward exited the side room, while old Master Qin curiously closed the door. He turned to Yong Xiao with keen interest and remarked, "Rise. No need for pretense. Since when has my daughter acquired such an unconventional friend?" Chapter 61. Within the side chamber, Yong Xiao's eyes flew open at the words of old Master Qin, and he quickly rose from the ground. "I beg your pardon, esteemed sir. To conceal the truth from prying ears, I had no choice but to resort to such measures." Yong Xiao dusted off his clothes and smiled at old Master Qin. "Oh, spare me. If you wish to keep it a secret, you might as well announce to the world that an unknown person has entered the Qin residence today," old Master Qin replied, his lips twitching in bemusement at Yong Xiao's antics. Had it not been for the jade pendant hanging from Yong Xiao's waist, he would have certainly disregarded such an oddly dressed stranger. Yong Xiao chuckled, removing the jade pendant from his waist. It was a phoenix pendant, gifted to him by Elder Xuan before his departure. With this pendant, it would enable old Master Qin to recognize me as a friend, he mused, and indeed it proved true. "Old Master Qin, to be candid, I have come to assist in the retrieval of the jade bracelet that Miss Qin has lost," Yong Xiao declared, presenting the pendant to him. Old Master Qin cradled the pendant in his hands, scrutinizing it carefully before finally tucking it away. The jade bracelet was given to Warner 3 years ago. She adored it from the moment she laid eyes on it. Strangely enough, since she began wearing it, she has been plagued by minor ailments. I advised her to remove it, yet her affection for it was unwavering. Now it is lost, and she has sent you, her friend, to search for it. Very well, very well. My daughter, Qin Yuanming, possesses the fortune to ward off all evil. What is there that she cannot wear? Pray tell, how do you intend to proceed?" Yong Xiao nodded, recognizing old Master Qin as a man of great wisdom and deep affection for his daughter. "Esteemed sir, I have discovered that the bracelet was stolen. My associates are currently scouring the entirety of Qingcheng for the thief's whereabouts, and I anticipate news by nightfall. I hope you might lend a hand at that time." With that, Yong Xiao picked up the teddy bear that lay on the ground, glancing at his soiled attire with embarrassment. "I would like to take a bath and change my clothes. I feel quite unclean." Old Master Qin, astonished that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed the capability to dispatch an entire search, acquiesced and arranged for him to bathe. Little did old Master Qin know that the associates Yong Xiao spoke of were merely beggars from the streets. One could only imagine his thoughts if he were to learn the truth. Yong Xiao entered a guest chamber, where a servant presented him with a set of fresh, well-fitting garments. "I must say, you're quite resourceful. Since Elder Xuan entrusted you with the pendant, why did you not present it immediately?" The teddy bear, now comfortably soaking in a tub, languidly inquired. Yong Xiao rolled his eyes in response. Old Master Qin prefers to avoid outsiders. Had I not prepared adequately, I would never have had the opportunity to present the pendant. Do you think every soul in the Qin residence is privy to its significance? Reluctantly, he found himself in a position he would rather avoid, yet circumstances compelled him to comply. What is your next move? The teddy bear asked. Yong Xiao stepped into the tub, the pleasantly warm water enveloping him like a soothing massage, providing immense relief. After a brief pause, Yong Xiao remarked, of course, it is to witness the youthful visage of Elder Xuan. Such an opportunity is rare. Do you not wish to see it? Teddy's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he replied, Indeed, since the moment I met her, she has always appeared as an elderly woman. I too am curious about her appearance in her younger days. As their conversation unfolded, they completed their bath, with Yong Xiao donning attire befitting this era, feeling refreshingly comfortable. Subsequently, he opened the door, whereupon a servant respectfully informed him, Sir, our master requests your company for a meal in honor of your long journey. Ah, is this not an opportunity? Yong Xiao cast a sly glance at Teddy, and both discerned the mischief in each other's eyes. Within the grand hall of the Qin residence, the ancient decor and the round sandalwood dining table exuded an aura reminiscent of a bygone era, evoking in Yong Xiao a sensation akin to time travel. The expansive hall was solely occupied by Master Qin, awaiting their arrival. Where is Elder Xuan? Teddy inquired. Yong Xiao shook his head, signaling him to remain silent and continue masquerading as an ordinary sheep. Young man, you have arrived, Master Qin greeted warmly as Yong Xiao entered, a gentle smile gracing his face. Upon noticing that Yong Xiao had brought the sheep, a flicker of surprise crossed Master Qin's features. No need for formality. We are all family here. My daughter will arrive shortly. Please take a seat. Yong Xiao nodded and settled onto a stool. The attendant, unable to contain his curiosity, approached Master Qin and inquired, Sir, why do you carry that sheep wherever you go? To this, Yong Xiao chuckled. Oh, for this is my pet, raised since childhood. We share an unbreakable bond. The attendant exchanged a glance with Master Qin before stepping back. Meanwhile, Master Qin's lips twitched, though he refrained from comment, feeling somewhat uneasy about dining alongside a sheep for the first time. At that moment, a graceful figure entered, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. Father, Qin Wanner exclaimed, her eyes like shimmer. Master Qin's face brightened with joy, gesturing for Qin Wanner to sit beside him. Why did you arrive so late? You kept your friend waiting. Now that you are here, let us begin the meal. Hearing this, Qin Wanner cast a puzzled glance. Friend? What friend? She did not recognize the man at the table. Her gaze then shifted to the plump, fluffy, and entirely white lamb nestled in Yong Xiao's embrace. Ah, what an adorable little sheep! Qin Wanner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she bounded over to Yong Xiao, extending her fair, delicate hands. May I hold it? Yong Xiao, momentarily speechless in awe of Elder Xuan's youthful beauty, instinctively offered Teddy into her waiting arms. He then came to his senses, but could only watch helplessly as Teddy was cradled in Qin Wanner's arms, returning to her seat. Teddy glared fiercely at Yong Xiao. Could it be that the mighty god of thunder was truly considering him as a mere pet? Chapter 62. News of the dark-robed figure in the main hall of the Qin residence. Once all were gathered, the meal commenced. Perhaps out of consideration for Teddy, Qin Wanner refrained from revealing her true unfamiliarity with Yong Xiao, instead choosing to play with the teddy bear in her arms. Throughout the dinner, Yong Xiao had nearly lost count of how many times he had reminded Teddy to contain his temper. As the meal drew to a close, Yong Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he swiftly embraced Teddy and fled from the Qin hall back to their temporary quarters. How infuriating! Teddy seethed, his teeth clenched, a flash of violet fury dancing in his eyes. Yong Xiao could wager that had it not been for Qin Wanner being the granddaughter of the venerable Xuan, Teddy would have unleashed his wrath upon her without hesitation. While others indulged in the company of cats and dogs, she had the audacity to toy with a deity. All right, calm down. Just consider it as if you were being played with by the venerable Xuan. That should balance things out a bit. Yong Xiao attempted to soothe him. Teddy shot him a glare filled with venom and retorted, Isn't it all your fault, you scoundrel? If others want you, you simply comply. Do Do you think I am just a toy? Yong Xiao could only smile wryly in response. The mission is of utmost importance. The afternoon passed swiftly, and by the end of the day, Yong Xiao and Teddy had forged a strong friendship with the current Qinwaner. Yong Xiao regaled her with amusing anecdotes and jokes from the human world, eliciting peals of laughter from her, while Teddy endured the humiliation of being a pet sheep for the entire afternoon. As dusk began to settle, they finally guided the conversation to the matter at hand. Vanya, was there anything unusual when you lost your jade bracelet? Please think carefully as it pertains to my ability to retrieve it for you, Yong Xiao asked earnestly, suppressing his smile. Something unusual? I can't recall precisely, but at that time, the candied hawthorn sold on the street smelled particularly delightful. I could smell it from quite a distance. Would that count as something unusual? Qinwaner inquired, her expression innocent. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged wry smiles. The current Xuan was, after all, merely a child, albeit one who had lost a jade bracelet due to her gluttony. Did you happen to notice any men in dark robes nearby? Yong Xiao bracelet on. Qinwaner fell into deep thought, and, after a few moments, she seemed to remember something, exclaiming, "Ah, I recall now. There was a man in a black robe who brushed past me. I felt a sharp pain in my palm, and a wound appeared, after which my jade bracelet vanished." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao finally pinpointed the crucial detail, the wound. "May I see your wound?" he inquired. Qinwaner hesitated, as modern young women tend to be reserved, and it was rather improper to show her hand to a man. Yet, seeing the seriousness etched on Yong Xiao's face, coupled with their afternoon of interaction, she felt he was not a bad person. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her hand. "Here, take a look." Yong Xiao's gaze was fixed intently on the palm of Qinwaner, where he discerned a faint scar. It was nearly healed, and given Qinwaner's fair complexion, it was hardly noticeable without a careful inspection. From this wound, Yong Xiao drew several conclusions. Firstly, the injury inflicted by the cloaked figure was shallow, healing in just a few days, indicating that the assailant merely sought to draw Qinwaner's attention before stealing the jade bracelet, thus making her not the ultimate target. Secondly, the ability to swiftly inflict a wound on the palm and then vanish indicates a highly skilled individual, who nonetheless chose such a conspicuous method of theft in a bustling street, suggesting a specific time constraint. Thirdly, even amidst the throngs of people, the assailant opted for an eye-catching black robe, deliberately leaving a strong impression on the victim, which confirmed the significance of the black robe to him. After a moment of contemplation, Yong Xiao spoke. "Waner, it appears that my men should have gathered some intelligence by now. I intend to investigate further. Will you accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Qinwaner's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Absolutely. However, we must sneak out. If my father learns of my late-night departure, he will never allow it." Without delay, the pair, accompanied by Teddy, exited through the hidden passage of the Qin residence. When they emerged, they found themselves in a dilapidated area on the outskirts of the city. "Your family possesses such a secret passage," Yong Xiao remarked, gaining newfound insight. "No wonder prominent families could so easily relocate their assets. A concealed tunnel could traverse the entire city. Isn't this something common to every household? There's no need for such astonishment. Come on, I need to locate my jade bracelet," Qinwaner urged, her stunning visage illuminated under the moonlight. Subsequently, Yong Xiao, along with Teddy and Qinwaner, arrived at the back courtyard of a dilapidated temple, where a group of beggars awaited them. "Everyone, how did the inquiries fare?" Yong Xiao initiated the conversation. Strangely, neither Su Gaiyong nor Su Xiaobao was present. Instead, a beggar, who appeared gravely ill, responded. "Sir, the cloaked figure is currently in the banyan grove outside Qingcheng, surrounded by a dense crowd. I dare not approach too closely for fear of being discovered, so I retreated." Yong Xiao's brow furrowed upon hearing this. In the grove? A crowd of people? It was normal for members of the Huzi organization to have accomplices, yet he remained perplexed regarding their intentions behind stealing the jade bracelet. As it stood, the bracelet seemed merely a decorative item belonging to Qinwaner. If it possessed any particular significance, it was its celestial origin and the calamity it purportedly brought. What could the Huzi organization possibly desire? Yong Xiao murmured to himself. Noticing the multitude of beggars, Qin Wan'er instinctively moved closer to Yong Xiao, exclaiming, "The thief is in the banyan grove outside the city. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and retrieve my bracelet." Just then, an unusual noise emerged from the front door of the dilapidated temple, causing everyone to exchange puzzled glances. Chapter 63: Grave Injury on a Moonless Night. The group exchanged anxious glances in the dilapidated temple's courtyard. In such a desolate place, and at this hour, those who ventured here could only be foes or enemies. "Have you made any enemies outside?" Yong Xiao frowned, realizing that both he and Teddy were unable to utilize their abilities. If trouble had come seeking them, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon hearing his words, Qin Wan'er's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of fear. Despite possessing strength, she was still a young girl, alone in this unfamiliar territory during the dead of night, and thus her trepidation was inevitable. The beggars, too, shook their heads in confusion. One audacious young beggar, unperturbed by the danger, bravely approached the temple's front entrance to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao instructed the others to conceal themselves in the courtyard. These individuals were companions of Su Gaiyong, and any mishap occurring under his watch would be inexcusable. Exchanging a knowing glance with Teddy, they understood each other's sentiments. Teddy leapt onto Qin Wan'er's lap, assuming the role of protector for the young girl. Holding Teddy close, Qin Wan'er felt a slight sense of security. At that moment, Yong Xiao returned to the courtyard alone, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He recalled the words of Elder Xuan before their arrival. Their bodies were merely temporary vessels, forcibly constructed by the precious pearl, rendering them incapable of using any powers lest they shatter under the strain. Regardless of whether Yong Xiao succeeded in retrieving the jade bracelet for Qin Wan'er, they would inevitably have to return to the desolate wilderness of the future. The current situation appeared exceedingly precarious. Soon, Yong Xiao spotted the young beggar who had ventured out to investigate, his face streaked with tears as he stumbled towards him. "Sir, Grandpa Su is in dire straits. He is gravely injured and has lost a great deal of blood. You must help him." Yong Xiao's heart raced upon hearing this. What had transpired? Su Gaiyong was severely injured. Realizing that the strange noises from the temple had originated from Su Gaiyong, he felt a measure of relief. Yet the revelation of his injury sent his heart plummeting once more. "Let us go, lead me to him." He grabbed his medical kit and followed the young beggar out. Under the moonlight, Qin Wan'er, concealed behind a large tree, caught a clear glimpse of Yong Xiao's figure. Her voice trembled as she asked Teddy, "Do you think my master will be all right? What if those who come are villains?" Teddy rolled its eyes, internally exclaiming, "Please, do you even realize your own strength? You are destined to be the formidable Elder Xin, capable of halting divine battles. Why are you afraid of mere villains?" "But my father told me that powers should not be used to harm others, so I cannot recklessly employ my abilities." Qin Vena Abitialik, her delicate fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. She yearned to rescue Yong Xiao, but recalled her grandfather's admonition against the indiscriminate use of power. Inside the temple, dust and cobwebs permeated the air. The dimly lit room contained several filthy mats, while the once revered idol on the table had long vanished, replaced by a few moldy fruits teeming with worms. Su Gaiyong lay on the ground, his complexion ashen and his clothes stained with blood. "Brother Su," Yong Xiao exclaimed upon seeing him, his pupils dilating in alarm as he rushed over. "What happened? How did you end up like this? Who did this to you?" He hastily retrieved various medicinal supplies from the first aid kit and placed his hand on Su Gaiyong's wrist to take his pulse. Given the blood on his garments, it seemed that Su Gaiyong had suffered severe blood loss. "Young friend, I am merely exhausted. This blood is not mine." Su Gaiyong coughed violently, his pallor deepening, his hands beginning to tremble. I went to retrieve the jade bracelet for you." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao's eyes glimmered with emotion. Yet he sensed a chaotic rhythm in Su Gaiyong's pulse, indicating grave internal injuries, with even his meridians showing signs of rupture. "Why would you go alone? This is no trivial matter. Your injuries are severe, and your meridians have been harmed. Are you not concerned for your life?" After completing the pulse check and a cursory examination of Su Gaiyong's body, Yong Xiao found no external wounds. This was the first time Yong Xiao had encountered a person in such critical condition, and his hands shook uncontrollably. My children are merely ordinary people. I am the only one with abilities. My dear grandson has also been captured by those people. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Su Gaiyang's eyes as he grasped Yong Xiao's hand, his voice tinged with desperation. Young friend Yong, I have lived long enough. Those people employ terrifying methods and harbor ill intentions toward Qingsheng. Please, you must save Qingsheng. I can see you're no ordinary person and do not belong here. Therefore, I implore you to rescue Qingsheng. Say my grandson. He is but a child, innocent to the cruelties of the world. Su Gaiyang's complexion grew increasingly pale as remnants of the brutal energy from those assailants wreaked havoc within his meridians. All right, I understand. Yong Xiao urged him gently. Brother, take good care of yourself. I'll handle the rest. He placed 2 calming pills into Su Gaiyang's mouth, yet he was unable to dispel the lingering energy within him. In this era, he could not wield his powers. Yong Xiao's hands trembled incessantly as he watched Su Gaiyang's body succumb to the relentless torment. At that moment, a small beggar tugged at Yong Xiao's sleeve, his voice timid yet resolute. Sir, we are willing to follow you to avenge Grandpa Su. Yong Xiao turned to see the glimmer of tears and determination in the beggar's eyes. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to decide. The current situation was dire. The people from the Banyan Grove had taken Su Gaiyang's grandson, Su Xiaobao, and had injured Su Gaiyang. Judging by the severity of his injuries, it was evident that those assailants were not weak. Yet, he could not utilize his own abilities. Otherwise, the mission entrusted to him by the Elder Xuan would fail, depriving him of the antidote and the Shueshin lotus, leaving him forever unable to cure Chu Sishua's ailment. However, he also could not stand idly by as events unfolded. This chaos was born from his actions, and he could not remain a mere spectator. In a state of turmoil, Yong Xiao carefully placed the gravely injured Su Gaiyang within the confines of a dilapidated temple and turned to summon all the beggars from the courtyard. His dear brother, Su Gaiyang, had sustained severe injuries at the hands of those lurking within the Banyan Grove, and Little Bao had also been taken captive by them. We must rescue Little Bao from the clutches of these nefarious individuals. Yong Xiao gazed upon the gathering of beggars, and a sudden resolve surged within him. The situation had not yet reached an irretrievable point. He still had the formidable support of Qin Wanner's father. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing his own powers. Upon hearing Yong Xiao's words, the beggars were filled with righteous indignation, fervently shouting their intent to confront those assailants and reclaim Little Bao. Yet, they remained merely a group of ordinary individuals. Chapter 64. Persuasion in the courtyard of the dilapidated temple. Yong Xiao inhaled deeply and approached Qin Wanner, saying, Wanner, those scoundrels in the Banyan Grove possess formidable strength. These beggars are mere commoners. In order to reclaim your jade bracelet and rescue Su Xiaobao, we shall need your father's assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanner, aware that Su Gaiyang had ventured into danger to retrieve her bracelet, felt a surge of emotion. Her kind-hearted nature compelled her to respond with a sense of nobility. Previously hesitant towards the beggars, she now saw their willingness to assist her in recovering the bracelet. Rest assured, I shall return and persuade my father to lend his aid. Those ruffians have harmed our Qingxing people. I believe he will not remain indifferent. At that moment, the group united in purpose. Even Teddy began to exhibit a flicker of excitement. Yong Xiao instructed the beggars to keep watch over Su Gaiyang until further news arrived. He, along with Teddy, accompanied Qin Wanner to the Qin residence, where they knocked on the door of the elder Qin, seeking his support. Within the Qin estate, the night was shrouded in darkness and silence. Father, please help them. Those beggars are only seeking my bracelet. Morally and emotionally, we ought to assist them. Qin Wanner knelt on the ground, her tears soaking her garments, while Yong Xiao stood nearby, visibly troubled. In the hall, Lord Qin glared at his kneeling daughter with a grave expression, his voice stern. Who permitted you to sneak out at this hour to meet with a group of beggars? Daughter, I merely wish to retrieve my jade bracelet. Qin Wanner raised her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Utter nonsense. Lord Qin erupted in fury, striking the table with such force that it splintered. Did I not promise to help you find it? Is this how you repay me? Sneaking out is one thing, but to disturb my peace in the dead of night for the sake of some beggars from Qingsheng? Do you not regard me as your father? In that moment, Lord Qin's wrath was palpable, akin to a raging lion, his imposing presence filling the hall. This was the first time he had raised his voice in anger at his beloved daughter, yet her reckless behavior could not be tolerated any longer. Father, I do not understand. I only wish to recover my bracelet, and those beggars are our own people from Qingchen. They have been harmed by outsiders. As the patriarch of our clan, do you not feel compelled to uphold justice? Qin Wanner gradually stood, defiance gleaming in her eyes. She had transformed, stirred by her father's thunderous anger and his inability to discern right from wrong. With a sharp crack, Lord Qin struck Qin Wanner across the face, her cheek instantly flushing red, a testament to his fury. Return to your room at once. You are not to emerge without my command. Lord Qin trembled with rage, pointing at Qin Wanner as he shouted. In the next moment, Qin Wanner covered her face, her eyes wide with disbelief. Throughout her life, her father had never laid a finger on her. Yet today, he struck her across the face for daring to leave the house without permission, and there were others present. Casting a glance at Yong Xiao, Qin Wanner turned and fled back to her room. Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for words. Old Master Qin, what are you doing? We had an agreement that you would assist when encountering wrongdoers. My people have uncovered the location of the assailants, and one of them has been injured. Why this reaction? Yong Xiao queried in confusion. Despite having struck Qin Wanner, Old Master Qin appeared utterly drained, as if the slap had siphoned away his strength. With a heavy sigh, he slumped back into his chair. His gaze, laden with reproach, met Yong Xiao's as he spoke softly. But you did not inform me that your men are a band of beggars from the impoverished quarters of Qingchen. Yong Xiao frowned at this remark. Was Old Master Qin looking down upon the beggars of Qingchen? It seemed he had misjudged the situation entirely. To his surprise, Old Master Qin shook his head, a forced smile gracing his lips as he continued. I harbor no disdain for anyone. I simply do not wish for my daughter to have any associations with him, not even a trace. Yong Xiao was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Him? Who is he? Old Master Qin gazed up at the starlit sky, a nostalgic glimmer in his aged eyes as he murmured, Su Gaiyong. Su Gaiyong. Teddy whispered in Yong Xiao's ear, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Do you know Su Gaiyong? Yong Xiao pressed, his brow furrowed even deeper. Old Master Qin replied with a wry smile, Know him? We are more than mere acquaintances. He is my esteemed senior brother. At this revelation, both Yong Xiao and Teddy stood frozen in disbelief. Su Gaiyong was the senior brother of Old Master Qin. How could their statuses be so disparate? One was the head of a prominent clan in Qingchen, while the other was a destitute beggar living in a dilapidated temple. Old Master Qin sipped his tea and continued. Our bond was forged in the school of cultivation, where we trained together and became capable practitioners. However, his talent was not on par with mine, and as time went on, he harbored resentment for being overshadowed. Unable to surpass me in cultivation, he sought to outdo me in matters of the heart. One year, we both fell for Wanner's mother, and naturally, I emerged victorious. After we descended the mountain, my senior brother remained consumed by jealousy. Despite my attempts to assist him in recent years, he chose to remain a wretched beggar. I wish to spare Wanner from wading through this murky past, allowing bygone matters to remain buried. I have deliberately kept Wanner away from Su Gaiyong all these years, yet somehow, fate has entwined their paths once more. With that, Old Master Qin drained his cup of tea, his eyes reflecting a deep well of sentiment and weariness. He and Su Gaiyong are brothers in arms, having once navigated the tumultuous waters of the martial world in their youth. Now, while he has achieved great success, Su Gaiyong has resolved never to encounter him again. A subtle change flickered across Yong Xiao's face, as he had not anticipated the intricate entanglement between Lord Qin and Su Gaiyong. Su Gaiyong had sustained severe injuries while retrieving a jade bracelet for Qin Wanner, his meridians shattered by a band of nefarious assailants, whose malevolent energy still lingers within him, inflicting harm upon his body. Yong Xiao gently conveyed this outcome to Lord Qin, who abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fierce indignation. Chapter 65. Preparation for departure. Had he sustained grave injuries? Lord Qin rose to his feet, fury blazing in his eyes. Yong Xiao nodded gently. Even the loyal Teddy had lowered his tail. At long last, he grasped why Su Guiyang had ventured alone to help Qin Wana reclaim the jade bracelet. Perhaps it was also his desire to secure a victory before his old friend. Lord Qin, the matter has reached this point, whether to take action or not. I leave it to your discretion. Yong Xiao clasped his hands with resolute determination. His mind was made up. Even if Lord Qin chose not to intervene, he would exact vengeance. The night was somber, with a solitary, cold moon hanging high, casting an unchanging aura over Qingchen. Yong Xiao gazed intently at Lord Qin, who turned away, releasing a heavy sigh. From within his robe, he produced a medallion inscribed with a prominent character for Qin. Take this. With this medallion, you may command the soldiers of the Qin household. This mission entails leaving the city to confront the enemy. Yong Xiao's heart surged with joy as he accepted the medallion and prepared to summon the troops. Just as he was about to step outside, a voice called from behind. Make sure to deal ruthlessly with those ruffians who dare to steal my daughter's jade bracelet and harm my elder disciple. I, Qin, will not show mercy. Hearing this, Yong Xiao solemnly acknowledged and strode out of the hall. In a single night, all the soldiers of the Qin household were mobilized. These warriors possessed considerable strength, just a step away from becoming adept fighters. Yong Xiao led the formidable Qin soldiers out of the city, accompanied by a commanding officer named Qin Sanfen, a robust figure of considerable stature. Sanfen, when shall we arrive at the Banyan Grove? Yong Xiao inquired, turning his head. Replying to you, sir, we have already left the city, and the Banyan Grove lies not far ahead, just to the southeast, shrouded in darkness. Qin Sanfen replied respectfully, clad in armor. The Qin household's medallion is akin to the presence of Lord Qin himself. Then relay the order to send capable brothers to scout the area and ascertain the enemy's numbers, Yong Xiao commanded. He did not summon the beggars from the dilapidated temple. They were entirely ordinary folk, incapable of contributing and would only increase casualties unnecessarily. Meanwhile, within the Qin estate, Qin Wana stood in her chamber, having washed away all her makeup. Adorned in plain black martial attire, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, neatly tied up. Since you refuse to let me go, I shall retrieve the jade bracelet myself. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with fierce resolve. As a capable individual, her strength was formidable, and she had been awakened by Lord Qin's admonishment. Her possessions were hers to reclaim without reliance on others. Just as Qin Wana prepared to depart, footsteps echoed outside her door. Upon opening it, she indeed found Lord Qin standing there. What do you intend to do? Lord Qin's expression remained stern, though his tone had softened considerably. Since father is unwilling to intervene, I shall go and retrieve it myself, Qin Wana replied, bowing slightly, attempting to bypass Lord Qin to exit. However, her arm was grasped firmly by Lord Qin, who sighed deeply, saying, My daughter, you have misinterpreted my intentions. I have dispatched individuals throughout the city in search of your jade bracelet, demonstrating my willingness to assist you. Even though you have suffered minor ailments over the past 3 years and are determined to wear that bracelet, I have not obstructed you, have I? What angers your father today is that you left without informing me. I fear for your safety. The hue in Qin Wana's beautiful eyes shifted, yet she spoke coldly. Father, you are overly concerned. I am among the few capable individuals in this Qingsheng, and those who could harm me are scarce. I have ventured out alone before without facing such fury from you. If you are unwilling to share the true reason for your anger, I have no desire to know. Today, you shall not stop me. In the past, when Qin Wana playfully ran out on her own, each return was met with only mild reprimands from the old Master Qin, but never such a tempestuous rage. As she stated, she is indeed one of the few capable individuals within Qingsheng, and few can inflict harm upon her. After hearing her words, old Master Qin sighed, a sense of resignation softening his aged features. Since my daughter has grown, there are matters I must now disclose to you. The real reason I wish to prevent your departure is due to a beggar in Qingsheng, Su Guiyang. Su Guiyang? Qin Wana furrowed her brow, sensing a familiarity with the name. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Was he not the severely injured beggar from tonight? He sought to seize the jade bracelet for my sake, and is now gravely wounded by those scoundrels. Is that so? Qin Wanner gazed at old Master Qin. A flash of helplessness crossed his eyes as he replied, Su Gaiyong is my senior disciple, and throughout our lives, I have outshone him in nearly every aspect. In the past, he was my greatest rival in pursuing your mother, and now he avoids me. I do not wish for you to encounter him and provoke old wounds. Those bygone days are burdens I truly wish to avoid confronting. Old Master Qin sat despondently in his chair, tormented by the estrangement caused by his youthful pride, which had prevented him from cherishing their brotherly bond. Unexpectedly, Qin Wanner chuckled softly. Who says he has never triumphed over you, father? Startled, old Master Qin lifted his head. When has he ever bested me? In the matter of the jade bracelet, Su Gaiyong, despite his severe injuries, endeavored to help me obtain it, which indeed signifies a victory over you. Qin Wanner's gaze sparkled with brilliance as she regarded her father. This, indeed, he has triumphed over me. Old Master Qin paused, then quickly grasped the meaning, bursting into laughter while tears streamed down his cheeks. The knots of years were untied that night, and he felt liberated, ready to face both himself and the past. Rising with newfound vigor, he declared solemnly, Come, tonight I shall retrieve the jade bracelet for you. Qin Wanner's eyes sparkled with joy. You permit me to go out, and you shall personally intervene? Old Master Qin snorted. If Su Gaiyong can endure grave injury for my daughter, how can I not rise to the occasion? I shall not be outdone. Merely a petty thief, yet he has managed to inflict serious injury upon him. It seems this fellow's abilities have significantly waned over the years. Let us, as father and daughter, join forces to vanquish that band of ruffians and, in doing so, avenge your Master Su. With that, Qin Wanner was filled with elation as she and old Master Qin swiftly departed from the Qin residence, making their way towards the banyan grove outside of Qingcheng. Chapter 66. The collaboration of brothers as the father and daughter of the Qin family hastened towards the banyan grove. Yong Xiao and his companions had already arrived at the outskirts of the forest. The scouts he had dispatched earlier reported that there were approximately a dozen miscreants within the grove, all clad in black robes that concealed their faces, with a gilded character of who emblazoned on their backs. It appeared they were engaged in some form of ritual. The scout relayed this information to Yong Xiao. A ritual? Yong Xiao furrowed his brow. It was evident that the Hu organization of this era was no paragon of virtue. They had injured Su Gaiyong and brazenly stolen a jade bracelet in broad daylight. Since they are in the midst of a ceremony, we must interrupt them at all costs. He commanded, Relay my orders. The entire army shall launch an assault and eliminate that group of villains in the banyan grove. With Yong Xiao's decree, the soldiers from a Qin residence immediately rallied their spirits, uniting their strength as they surged forward. Within the grove, the black-robed figures heard the shouts from outside and were overtaken by alarm. What is happening? Has our operation been compromised? The leader of the black-robed individuals, the very one who had pilfered Qin Wanner's bracelet, exclaimed, Impossible! I evaded all of the Qin family's spies. No one in Qingxing knows of our presence here. A resolute figure in black asserted, though the encroaching sounds from outside rendered his expression increasingly grim. Who could that be? Have we provoked another faction? The leader seethed, his hands resting upon a stone slab emanating a peculiar glow, slowly absorbing his blood. The ritual is nearly complete. Once we succeed, the entire Qingcheng will be ours. You must hold them off. Remember, they must not approach the slab, even by a step. The leader decisively ordered the other black-robed individuals to thwart Yong Xiao and his companions while he continued the ritual. Understood. The group responded in unison, clasping their hands before their chests. They then leapt into the air, each a practitioner of extraordinary abilities, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao and Teddy followed closely behind the Qin soldiers, making their way towards the banyan grove. Xiao, can these ordinary soldiers handle this? You know well the disparity between practitioners and common folk. Numbers alone cannot compensate for that. Teddy, who had been feigning as a docile pet all day, finally had the chance to speak with Yong Xiao. Yong Xiao's pace remained unwavering, his expression grave as he replied, I am still unclear about the true nature of the Who organization's scheme and ritual. There is no time to waste. Our only recourse is to charge through. We must not allow them to succeed. Thus, even if it meant overwhelming them with sheer numbers, it was imperative to disrupt their plans. Just then, the soldiers at the front halted abruptly, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The foremost soldier had been pierced through the forehead and lay lifeless. The remaining soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, paralyzed by confusion. "Conceal yourselves," Yong Xiao shouted, and barely had the words left his mouth when he sensed a looming danger from behind. Without a moment to spare, he evaded, rolling to the side, just as a plume of white smoke erupted from the spot where he had stood moments before. "The enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain in the light. What should we do?" Teddy furrowed his brow, striving to scout the surroundings for potential dangers without resorting to the thunder eye. Yet, he could not discern even a shadow. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Qin Manor, concealed in the grass and behind the trees, were being systematically eliminated, each meeting their end with a silent piercing through the forehead. To this moment, Yong Xiao and his companions had yet to catch a glimpse of their assailants. "Damn it! At this rate, before we even locate the Who organization, our men will be wiped out." Yong Xiao struck the tree in frustration. Just as despair began to envelop him and the soldiers, an arrow sliced through the dense foliage, striking a figure clad in black, causing the figure to tumble to the ground. With a resounding thud, a silhouette fell before Yong Xiao and his companions, draped in black robes, with a gilded Who character embroidered on the cloak's back. Indeed, it was this group that had taken action. Yong Xiao's gaze flickered as he heard a hearty laugh nearby. "Young friend Yong, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you won't hold it against me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure came into view. It was Su Gaiyong, wielding a large bow, striding with vigor and vitality, utterly devoid of the earlier feebleness. Yong Xiao's expression brightened. "Brother Su, you are unharmed?" Su Gaiyong, vigilant and scanning the vicinity, nodded. "Thanks to your medicine. You are indeed a divine healer, my young friend. Now allow me to eradicate this band of scoundrels. How dare they abduct my grandson? Do they wish for death?" With that, Su Gaiyong turned, drawing back the bowstring. Energy within him coalesced into an arrow-like beam of light, pale white and exuding a subtle sharpness. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth, and a muffled grunt echoed through the woods as another black-robed figure fell. "This elder is holding our Qin Manor's divine bow," exclaimed a knowledgeable soldier in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao recalled the expression of the old Master Qin, realizing the implications. As he had anticipated, soon after, two more figures arrived, Qin Wanner and the old Master Qin, both clad in vigorous attire. "Ha ha, you old rascal. You ran off with my bow without waiting for your junior brother." The old Master Qin, now invigorated, radiated a formidable presence, almost terrifying. It had been many years since he had fought alongside his senior brother, and this day's turn of events rejuvenated him by at least a decade. "Umph. I feared you might emerge for a scuffle while bringing your daughter along, corrupting Wanner in the process. You shall pay for that." His body enveloped in a swirl of energy. His ability to compress air to a harmful degree, honed over years of cultivation, had reached a staggering level. Paired with the divine bow of the old Master Qin, his combat prowess would be exponentially augmented. Hearing this, Qin Wanner bristled, retorting, "Uncle Su, as a capable individual myself, who do you look down upon? Just watch, you two old geezers don't fall behind." Dressed in a striking ensemble, Qin Wanner exuded an undeniable aura of valor, her delicate features radiating a formidable spirit. With her palm facing upwards, she noticed a gradual whitening in her palm as the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. Her ability was that of ice and snow. Although the environment was not conducive for her powers, her presence could nonetheless enhance Su Gaiyong's air arrows, amplifying their potency. Today, let's three vanquish these rascals," Master Qin observed as Qin Wanner stepped forward, a glimmer of satisfaction shining in his aged eyes. His daughter had grown, embodying 7 parts of her mother's former brilliance. Chapter 67. Overdrawing life in the grove of banyan trees outside Xinqiang. With the assistance of Lord Qin and Su Gaong, the Black Cloak figures of the Huzi organization could no longer inflict significant harm on ordinary individuals, such as the soldiers of the Qin residence. The frost of winter had just shattered. A remarkable chill manifested in Qin Wanner's delicate hands, transforming the frigid air into frost that enhanced Su Gaong's air arrows. With a whoosh, an arrow imbued with blue-white frost pierced through the air, nearly solidifying the atmosphere around it. Another muffled groan echoed as one of the black-cloaked men fell to the ground. Up to this point, 5 black-cloaked figures lay lifeless on the ground. How did Brother Su discover the hidden black-cloaked men? Yong Xiao inquired softly, a hint of curiosity in his voice. If it were me, even with my abilities, I could only manage to protect myself. It relates to his unique capabilities. Su Gaong possesses a keen sensitivity to the air, allowing him to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in his surroundings. This is the secret behind his ability to detect the black-cloaked figures, Teddy contemplated aloud. Meanwhile, Lord Qin was rallying the morale of the Qin residents as soldiers, reassembling them into formation. Sons, let them witness the might of our military formation. Lord Qin bellowed, directing the troops of the Qin residents to unite and advance forward. The soldiers were all carefully chosen by Lord Qin from ordinary families within Qincheng, whom he personally trained. Thus, they held deep respect for him. To them, Lord Qin embodied the very spirit of their army. With Lord Qin at the helm, the Qin soldiers finally exhibited a professional level of coordination, their pace of advancement accelerating once more. Yong Xiao, trailing at the back of the formation, marveled at the sight of their united front. Qin Wanner and Su Gaong worked in tandem to eliminate the black-cloaked adversaries lurking in the shadows, while Lord Qin, though his powers remained a mystery, effectively commanded the soldiers to march together. In this manner, the sinister plot of the Huzi organization was on the verge of collapse. Yong Xiao felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, Teddy's next remark abruptly pulled him back to reality. Do not rejoice too soon. I sense a formidable power ahead that seems poised to break free. Furthermore, the jade bracelet remains unfound. The mission is incomplete, and without it, you cannot rescue the girl in the real world. That is where you truly belong. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao's expression stiffened, and he quickened his pace. "We're nearly there, just ahead," the leading soldier shouted. Before them lay a section of the grove where all the banyan trees had been uniformly felled, creating a clearing of several dozen meters, and there stood a solitary black-cloaked figure. "Stop the advance," Lord Qin commanded sharply, stepping forward to scrutinize the black-cloaked man. That is my jade bracelet." Qin Wanner gasped, slightly breathless. After all, she was still a young girl who had expended too much energy during the fight and was now weary. Conversely, Sugayana pierdan fast. As if his injuries had completely healed, his gaze anxiously scanning the area around the black-cloaked figure, unaware of his dear grandson, Su Xiaobao. As Su Gaiyong furrowed his brow, once again conjuring an arrow of air, his voice turned frigid. "Where have you hidden my grandson?" The situation was on the brink of eruption. For with the assistance of Su Gaiyong and Qin Wanner, all of the black-clad leader's subordinates had perished in the banyan grove. His countenance twisted into a terrifying grimace as he turned, sneering mockingly. "Too late. Your grandson has already been offered to the ancestral gods. It is his honor. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Su Gaiyong's expression shifted dramatically, for he understood the implications of such a sacrifice. "You scoundrel! He is merely a child," he bellowed, his roar echoing as if shaking the very heavens. In the next moment, a nearly compressed arrow of air shattered the silence, hurtling straight towards the black-clad man. However, the leader was markedly different from the earlier 10 or so subordinates. Their disparity in strength was stark. "Such trivial tricks. You can only slay my worthless minions," he coldly mocked, making no effort to move as a bolt of purple lightning erupted from his mouth, obliterating the air arrow. It was this very black-clad man who had previously grievously wounded Su Gaiyong, and now he realized that this individual possessed the might of thunder. The most tyrannical and ferocious force, thunderous power. Elder Qin's expression changed. If this black-clad man's ability was indeed thunder, matters would become dire. It was one of the most formidable powers in existence, and those who wielded thunder were unparalleled masters, difficult to contend with. Seeing that his first arrow had failed, Su Gaiyong launched another, then another, each aimed at the black-clad leader, yet they were all thwarted by a barrier of purple lightning that surrounded him. "Teddy, your thunderous power is indeed formidable," Yong Xiao remarked, glancing at Teddy, who shrugged in response, indicating the matter was beyond his control. "This fellow's thunder is not a pure gift from the heavens. It resembles something bestowed upon him by a great demon. Have you not noticed? His body is being harmed by this lightning. Natural forces, no matter how violent, would not harm their own master." Teddy, with keen observation, discerned this critical detail. "If you were to face him, how confident would you be in defeating him?" Yang Chao inquired. 10 out of 10. His lightning harms both the attacker and himself. It is not primal power, and it is not on par with my thunder. Teddy disdainfully glanced at the black-clad man before replying. At that moment, the black-clad man seemed intent on further enraging Su Gaiyong. He laughed maniacally. "Your little grandson called out for you as he died. Surely you're the most significant person in his life. What a pity that I have slain your grandson, while you cannot even lay a finger on me. Ha ha ha." Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Gaiyong, already filled with sorrow, felt his old eyes turn blood red in an instant. Like a frenzied old lion, he roared, "I will take your life." Nearby, Elder Qin sensed a shift in Su Gaiyong's aura and his expression changed. "What is wrong?" Qin Wano asked. This individual, for reasons unknown, has chosen to deliberately provoke Su Gaiyong. Now, in a state of extreme rage, his abilities have been significantly enhanced, with the amount of compressible air increasing by several dozen times. After speaking, Old Master Qin gazed at Su Gaiyong with concern. Such an explosive outburst comes at a grave cost, one that drains vital life potential. Both Su Gaiyong and he are not young anymore. How much life potential remains for him to expend? To perish from the exhaustion of life is perhaps the most agonizing demise. Chapter 68. Breaking through barriers returned my grandson's life. Suddenly, a pale red aura erupted from Su Gaiyong, with the surrounding air wildly converging towards him. Gradually, he began to levitate in midair. Behind him, countless arrows of air shimmered with a cold glint. At his command, these arrows coalesced into a singular, earth-shattering arrow of unparalleled might. The air around it distorted, almost disintegrating into dust, while Qin Wanner gritted her teeth, channeling the last remnants of her energy into the attack. Thus, an arrow, seemingly capable of annihilating worlds, streaked forth, frosted with chill, carving a path of destruction in its wake. The scene was one of utter chaos. Yet, the figure in the black robe, upon witnessing such a formidable projectile, felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. He suddenly exerted all his strength, pouring the last drop of his blood into the stone tablet before him, causing the jade bracelet it bore to transform into a deep crimson hue. As the arrow was about to pierce through the black-robed man's body, he howled in near madness, "With my broken body, I shall protect the ancestral deity's emergence, reshape my true form, and unveil my true spirit." In the next instant, his body was pierced by the arrow, disintegrating into a gruesome mush before it finally settled. However, an unforeseen event transpired. The remnants of flesh were enveloped by a mysterious force, as if to reconstruct the shape of a man. Su Gaiyong unleashed his most potent attack, his complexion paling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he fell back to the ground. Now, apart from Yong Xiao and Teddy and these ordinary folk, only Old Master Qin remained capable of action. "Junior brother, it is now your turn," Su Gaiyong murmured weakly, having avenged his grandson and lacking the strength to stand. Rest now," Old Master Qin sighed, instinctively understanding Su Gaiyong's sentiments. For many years, Su Gaiyong had faced numerous disappointments in life, with his only hope being his young grandson, now tragically slain by the black-robed man. It was no wonder he would exhaust his life potential for revenge. Su Xiaobao was his very essence. "Father?" Qin Wanner attempted to assist Old Master Qin, but was halted by a wave of his hand. "This man is formidable. Allow me to confront him." Old Master Qin's expression turned grave as he drew his sword, which radiated a refreshing aura. Teddy was taken aback, realizing the depth of old Master Qin's power. His wood energy was remarkably potent. In this era devoid of deities, it was an extraordinary feat for a human to cultivate to such a level, necessitating immense talent and years of dedication. The mysterious energy began to coalesce the flesh of the black-robed man, slowly taking the form of man, though he was no longer the black-robed figure. Yong Xiao observed the man's features, a sense of foreboding rising within him. An ominous premonition stirred in his heart. Previously, old Master Qin had attempted to strike this enigmatic man, only to be thwarted by the mysterious energy surrounding him. Could this be the ancestral deity spoken of by the black-robed man? Yong Xiao pondered, feeling an uncomfortable pressure weighing upon his chest. Something feels amiss. I seem to have a vague recollection of this man. This is troubling. He is the legendary god of death from ancient times, the ancestral demon king. Teddy gazed at the somewhat familiar visage, deep in thought, until his expression shifted dramatically as he spoke. Who is the ancestral demon king? Yong Xiao inquired. The ancestral demon king. It is said that he was the foremost figure in the ancient era, the harbinger of calamities that plague future generations, all to ensure that mortals remain under his influence. Teddy's countenance grew grave. Even he felt uncertain in the face of such a formidable adversary. However, he must be newly resurrected, and his strength should not be at its peak yet. Perhaps we can take a chance. Are we to risk everything with just the two of us? Yong Xiao, having spent considerable time with Teddy, understood his intentions. Teddy seemed to wish to abandon the task at hand and confront the ancestral demon king directly. Teddy nodded solemnly, while old Master Qin had already bellowed, charging forth with his sword aimed at the ancestral demon king. I care not what you are, perish. Old Master Qin's aura was fierce, as the wood energy within him surged fiercely, crystallizing into a hard stone upon his blade. Wood governs the cycle of life and death, capable of bringing forth vitality or siphoning away one's essence. Yet in the next moment, the ancestral demon king effortlessly pinched the blade between two fingers. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. This man is astonishingly powerful. Your abilities are futile against me. I am the king, neither living nor dead, neither old nor harmed. The ancestral demon king intoned, his voice deep and raspy, sending chills through the ears of those who heard it. As he spoke, he gently lifted a blood-red jade bracelet from the shattered stone slab and adorned it upon his wrist. That belongs to me. Seeing her father in distress, Qin Wanner instinctively rushed forward to assist. Child, your life is not worthy of this. The ancestral demon king turned his gaze upon Qin Wanner, and with a mere flick of his finger, she was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Do not lay a finger on my daughter. Old Master Qin's fury ignited upon witnessing Qin Wanner's plight, his strength waning as he struggled to free the sword caught between the ancestral demon king's fingers. With events unfolding in such a manner, Yong Xiao and Teddy could not stand idly by. Even should they fail in their mission, they could not bear to watch these individuals perish before their eyes. Teddy, we advance. Yong Xiao cried out, shedding all pretense, disregarding the resistance of his body. He forcibly summoned the long-dormant thunder energy within. Teddy soared into the air in response, enveloped in countless arcs of lightning. Even as his small form struggled to contain such immense power, their time was limited. They needed to conclude this swiftly. Qin Wanner gazed up at Teddy, now resembling a thunder god, in astonishment. She had never imagined that her little lamb, whom she had petted for so long, possessed such formidable energy. Su Gaiyong also revealed a faint smile. He had indeed sensed correctly. Yong Xiao was no ordinary physician. Just as Yong Xiao and Teddy prepared to launch their assault on the ancestral demon king, he chuckled softly and shook his head. You are far too impatient. In your haste, you shall gain nothing. My objective has been accomplished. There is no need to squander further time with you. As a parting gift, I leave you with this token. Enjoy it well. With that, the demon king of ancients relinquished the jade bracelet, transforming into a bolt of thunder and vanishing from sight. Infuriating. He has escaped. Yong Xiao exclaimed in anger, already sensing the changes within his body, knowing he could not endure for long. Meanwhile, The blood-red jade bracelet began to emit countless streams of blood energy toward the tranquil Qingsheng, accompanied by mournful cries. The onlookers could do nothing but watch helplessly as the sky filled with blood energy, heading toward the serene Qingsheng. Chapter 69. A city drenched in blood. The jade bracelet had been irrevocably altered by that man. What was the essence of the blood energy emanating from it? Su Guiyang, filled with doubt, gazed at the swirling crimson mist above. He had sensed from the very beginning that this jade bracelet was far from benign, as it had rendered Qin Wanner unwell for 3 long years. Yet, he never anticipated that the bracelet would turn red and unleash a wave of blood energy. We must hasten back to the city. This blood energy is undoubtedly malevolent, Yong Xiao remarked, his brow furrowed, as fissures began to appear on his body. Brother Su, I have told you before, I do not belong here. My time is running short, and I wish to do something for the people of Qingsheng before I depart. Wanner, with a heavy heart, expressed her regrets. I am sorry, but your bracelet is clearly no longer the same. It must be discarded. After declaring this, Yong Xiao fixed a serious gaze upon Qin Wanner, waiting until she nodded in agreement. Only then did he summon a palm thunderbolt to obliterate the jade bracelet that had expended its blood energy. At that moment, everyone was too preoccupied to marvel at the purity of Yong Xiao and Teddy's thunderous might. They needed to return to Qingsheng without delay. Old Master Qin, let us go. Why are you standing there in a daze? Yong Xiao turned to find Old Master Qin frozen in place, seemingly entranced. Qin Wanner, sensing a shift, suddenly became alert. She rushed to Old Master Qin's side, and upon seeing him devoid of vitality, she broke down, collapsing to the ground in anguish. Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged bewildered glances. Is Old Master Qin dead? Was it the work of the ancestral demon king? Hearing Wanner's cries, the soldiers of the Qin household rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces. Without prompting, Old Master Qin's body stiffened. His spirit had been inadvertently shattered by that man. What stood before them was merely a hollow shell, a lifeless figure. The wails echoing through the banyan grove were heart-wrenching. A guardian of Qingsheng had departed. Enough. Let us cease this lamentation. My junior brother is a master of wood energy, which can reverse life and death. Wanner, gather your strength. I refuse to believe he has left no contingency. Despite his eyes being bloodshot, Su Guiyang forced himself to rally the spirits of those around him. His grandson had already departed. If Old Master Qin followed suit, his own life would lose all significance. Ah yes, my father left me a talisman, claiming it could save my life. Wanner suddenly recalled the protective charm she had worn at her waist, a pouch containing a small wooden figure. She hurriedly unwrapped the pouch and extracted the wooden doll. Uncertain of how to proceed, let us ascend and investigate. Perhaps I may know how to wield it, Teddy whispered to Yong Xiao. The jade bracelet had been destroyed, and their mission had utterly failed. Yet as long as they existed in this realm, they must continue their endeavor. Yong Xiao hastened forward. Indeed, this wooden figure is the wood spirit. It must contain a fragment of Old Master Qin's soul. Wanner, use your blood to awaken the figure, and allow that fragment of soul to enter Old Master Qin's body. In the future, with the nurturing of various treasures, the resurrection of the dead is not an impossibility. At this moment, Teddy no longer feigned being a mere pet sheep. In her sorrow, Qin Wanner bit her fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the wooden figurine. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. The wooden figure shattered, and from it surged a wisp of ethereal shadow, the spirit of Old Master Qin. At that moment, Su Guiyang suddenly recalled something. He picked up Old Master Qin's token from the ground and approached the soldiers of the Qin residence, proclaiming with authority, "The token is here. All soldiers of the Qin residence, heed the command." Though the soldiers were filled with grief, hearing a sheep speak of their master's ability to save them somewhat eased their hearts. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Upon hearing Su Guiyang's voice, they immediately assembled in formation, responding in unison, "Yes." Countless streams of blood energy surged toward Qingsheng. I command you to proceed to Qingsheng at once, assess the situation, and safeguard the peace of its citizens. Furthermore, distribute this dog-driving stick to all the beggars in the city. They will join you in protecting this town. Truly, Su Gaiyang, within less than a day, had united all the beggars of the city into a newly established beggar-esque guild. He handed both the token and the dog-driving stick to the leader of the Qin resident soldiers, who accepted them solemnly, as all were now united in their battle to protect Qinsheng. The soldiers of the Qin residents withdrew, while Su Gaiyang patted Qin Wanner's shoulder, saying, "Wanner, gather your strength. Do not waste your father's earnest efforts. He has exerted a fragment of his soul to protect you. This is love that transcends even life itself." With that, Qin Wanner wiped her tears, nodded resolutely, and for a fleeting moment, resembled her mother in her youth, momentarily stunning Su Gaiyang. Subsequently, Yong Xiao and Teddy guided old Master Qin's spirit back into his body, reviving a glimmer of vitality within him. "Now let us depart, Brother Su. My time is limited. Allow me to do something for Qinsheng before I leave. Will my journey not be in vain?" Yong Xiao stated earnestly, noting that the others had nothing further to attend to. Su Gaiyang nodded heavily, his eyes reflecting admiration and respect for Yong Xiao. Thus, the group hastened towards Qinsheng. Along the way, both Yong Xiao and Teddy exhibited varying degrees of fractures in their forms. Should this continue, it would not be long before their bodies disintegrated, forcing them to leave this era. Let us hope to save Qinsheng before our departure. Yong Xiao's gaze was resolute, as if he were muttering to himself or making a solemn vow. Teddy turned his head, casting a complex glance in his direction. In truth, before their departure, Elder Xulin had already warned Teddy that the jade bracelet could not be preserved. Having experienced that era firsthand, none knew better than she. Previous survivors who had come to this time had concealed their origins from the future until the very last moment, all for the sake of medicinal formulas and Snowheart Lotus. The ultimate outcome was always the destruction of Qinsheng, leaving them with nothing but a blood-red jade bracelet. Certainly, the Elder Xulin did not seek the blood-red jade bracelet. These individuals would ultimately return empty-handed. She had high hopes for Yong Xiao and had deliberately instructed Teddy to guide him towards the fate of safeguarding Qinsheng. However, little did she know, this fellow was capable of unlocking that destiny all on his own. While Teddy pondered this, his attention was drawn to a scene before him, awash in a sea of crimson. Turning his head, he beheld Qinsheng, now engulfed in lamentations, with rivers of blood flowing. Chapter 70. To protect until the end outside the city of Qinsheng, Yong Xiao and Teddy, along with their companions, were struck with unprecedented shock. They beheld the towering city walls of Qinsheng, smeared with blood, while anguished cries echoed from within the city. "This is terrible. The bloodlust from earlier is wreaking havoc." Qin Wanner's expression shifted dramatically as she pondered the most plausible outcome. Her father was now barely clinging to life, and her once vibrant hometown lay in ruins, littered with corpses. Yet, instead of succumbing to despair, Qin Wanner gradually rose, a resolute glimmer igniting in her eyes. "We must protect this city. Quickly. We have little time left." Yong Xiao patted Qin Wanner on the shoulder and led Teddy onward. As they crossed the city gate, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The once bustling streets now lay strewn with lifeless bodies. Qinsheng, a city of prosperity, was typically aglow with light even in the dead of night. But now only a few bloodthirsty demons roamed, having slaughtered every soul. The bloodlust had transformed into blood demons, mercilessly massacring humanity. What is the origin of this jade bracelet? Yong Xiao gritted his teeth, channeling his thunderous power to strike down a blood demon. This jade bracelet, an artifact from beyond the heavens, was likely linked to the divine. It had dwelled on Qin Wanner for 3 years, siphoning her life force, and was later awakened into a true blood jade bracelet by the dark-cloaked figure's own blood. Teddy furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable feeling that even in this era, he and Yong Xiao were being watched and manipulated by unseen forces. Every encounter and ordeal appeared orchestrated by others. No matter, we must save the people. Yong Xiao shook his head, unable to bear the sight of these blood demons slaughtering humanity. With a mighty roar, he summoned a tempestuous surge of thunderous power. Since acquiring this force by the lakeside, Yong Xiao's strength had significantly increased. given that the abilities of the era's practitioners were merely in their nascent stages. His prowess was decidedly formidable. Meanwhile, Qin Wan'er was engaged in battle at another corner of Qincheng, her hands coated with lethal frost. The blood demons she attacked were swiftly encased in ice, their blood no longer able to course through their veins. The duo, alongside Teddy, forged ahead from the outskirts toward the city's heart, deducing that traces of the malevolent Su Guiyang could be found here. Perhaps humanity had gathered under his protection at the city's center. That area, characterized by grand family estates, was easily defensible and would likely not succumb swiftly to these blood demons. Along the way, Yong Xiao witnessed a blood demon assaulting a young woman. It seized her. Panic etched across her face as the surging bloodlust enveloped her features and consumed her form. When the bloodlust receded, she had become a mere husk. Damn it! Yong Xiao seethed with rage, unleashing his palm's thunder, which swept through the air with devastating force, obliterating the blood demon into a cloud of crimson mist. Soon, Qin Wan'er and Yong Xiao reunited, collaborating to transform Yong Xiao's thunderous power into ice thunder, illuminating the streets of Qincheng with azure lightning. The ice thunder possessed remarkable conductivity, capable of slowing down or even freezing the blood demons. Each time Yong Xiao unleashed an ice thunderbolt, he could instantaneously eliminate at least 5 blood demons. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, making it impossible to eradicate them in a short span. Look, Su Guiyang and the others are over there, Teddy shouted, pointing ahead. Yong Xiao and Qin Wan'er turned their gaze in that direction, witnessing the gathering of all the city's power wielders and soldiers. With trembling, ordinary citizens huddled behind them, Su Guiyang, nearly drained of energy, gritted his teeth and released another arrow. The heads of various clans also summoned their treasured artifacts to engage in battle against the blood demons. In that moment, countless energies surged through the air, overwhelming the blood demons. Yet, their numbers were so vast that complete annihilation seemed unattainable. At this juncture, Yong Xiao astutely observed that the blood demons, shattered by the energy, were gradually regaining their form. His expression shifted dramatically. Something is amiss, everyone. These blood demons cannot be killed with energy. Do not waste your strength. Upon hearing his words, the others took heed, ceasing their attacks. An elderly man with a white beard bellowed, "What in the world are these creatures? I'm on the brink of exhaustion, yet their numbers do not diminish." His words resonated with the assembled power wielders, who had fought valiantly for an extended period, yet saw no glimmer of victory. Yong Xiao's assertion, bluntly stating the futility of their efforts, left them disheartened. In the vicinity of ordinary citizens, members of the Beggars' Gang, under Su Guiyang's command, busily distributed food, tended to the wounded, and even tried to soothe their fears. However, the overwhelming terror within the common folk led them to lash out at the beggars, whom they had once regarded as beneath them. In that moment, the lives of all in Qincheng hung by a thread, an atmosphere of desolation and sorrow enveloping them. If only the purest form of thunder energy were present, these malevolent blood demons would pose no threat. The elderly man sighed, having exhausted all his strength. It is impossible. How could a thunder wielder appear in Qincheng? Their power is formidable beyond reckoning, and the thunder energy is not something we can harness. Another clan had responded. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow at this remark and quietly said to Teddy, "Is what they say true? Can thunder energy counter these blood demons?" Teddy nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the power of thunder is the most formidable and tyrannical energy in existence. In a sense, thunder dominates all. These mere blood demons are no match. Reflecting on Teddy's words, Yong Xiao recalled the blood demon he had slain upon entering the city, which had disintegrated into a mist of blood upon being struck by his palm thunder, never to rise again. "In that case, let us take the lead," Yong Xiao declared. Teddy glanced at his own body and shook his head. Addressing Yong Xiao, "You have lost your mind. Our bodies are merely constructed of precious orbs. They cannot possibly endure the onslaught of thunderous power. Furthermore, with so many blood demons, relying solely on the two of us is futile. Unless, of course, you have no desire to return to the future, exhausting your energy here and shattering your body. will leave you eternally lost in this realm. With a heavy sigh, he lamented internally that the Elder of Snow Abyss was lacking in honor. The price for such an outcome was beyond their capacity to bear. Yet in the next instant, Yong Xiao had vanished from his sight. At that moment, Yong Xiao stood before all, confronting the blood demons alone. Teddy, having chosen to protect Qin Sheng, I shall see this through to the end. Fight! Chapter 71. A fierce battle, all present, including Qin Wan'er, gaze at Yong Xiao standing before them with mixed emotions. Though he was a wielder of thunder abilities, how could he possibly vanquish so many blood demons alone? Worry flickered in Qin Wan'er's eyes. Young friend Yong, the greatest pride of my life is having forged a friendship with you across generations. Ha ha ha, let us fight. A flush of vitality surfaced on Su Gaiyong's pallid face, a testament to the surge of blood within him. His stature straightened once more as he drew back the divine bow in his hands. Come, let us battle. We shall guard the city of Qingsheng. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall not falter. Blood demons, you shall meet your end. The sight of a young man stepping forward invigorated the hearts of all the practitioners. They had not previously encountered Yong Xiao, yet Qingsheng was their childhood home. If even an outsider was willing to risk his life to defend it, why should these elders, who had little time left, not offer their meager strength for the city? In an instant, the eyes of all ignited with fervent battle spirit, their weapons gripped tightly as their inner energies surged once more. Father, if you possess any spirit in the heavens, please save Qingsheng and everyone. Qin Wan'er, witnessing the weary yet resolute expressions of those around her, felt her knees in tears. Just that morning, she had been a carefree girl, but this night had bestowed upon her immense growth and trials. As her tears cascaded onto the body of old Master Qin, a faint glimmer of green light emanated from within him, revitalizing the atmosphere. In a mystical moment, it seemed old Master Qin's hand brushed against Qin Wan'er's head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. When she looked up, she perceived a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Her father understood. Father, you may rest easy, for I have truly grown. In that instant, tears streamed down her face as she grasped her father's intentions. She felt the weight of his sacrifice for Qingsheng and his love for its people. Suddenly rising, her delicate features hardened with resolve. Esteemed elders, please, fight with all your might. My father has departed, leaving behind his final gift to Qingsheng, the art of rebirth. Upon hearing this, shock washed over the crowd. Su Gaiyong let out a mournful roar. Junior brother, I have fallen short of you. I willingly accept this defeat in my lifetime. As old Master Qin's disciple, he understood the profound implications of the art of rebirth. It was a future secured at the cost of old Master Qin's last vestiges of spirit, a promise that all who had perished in Qingsheng would be revived, allowing everything to begin anew. However, old Master Qin himself would vanish eternally into the river of time. At that moment, all were moved. Even the previously restless common folk bowed their heads in silent mourning for old Master Qin. He had given his life for the many. Gradually, the ordinary citizens rose, shedding their fear and weakness. They brandished whatever weapons they could muster, kitchen knives, clubs, and even iron pots from their homes. For the vengeance of Lord Qin, a voice cried out, igniting a fervor among the crowd, who vowed to confront the bloodthirsty demons with unwavering resolve, determined to protect their homeland. In that moment, the entirety of Qingsheng united as one, ready to face the brutal adversary. All humanity, we shall fight for our homes and our lives. This place will forever be our sanctuary. Charge! Yong Xiao glanced at the throng behind him, a smile of reassurance gracing his lips. Turning back, he confronted the blood demon with a cold, unyielding demeanor. Fight! 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 Annihilate them! The collective roar of humanity surged forth, a sound so powerful it seemed to disperse the clouds above. In the presence of thunder, all shall be obliterated, Yong Xiao bellowed, as Teddy landed on his shoulder, transferring all its energy to him. Yong Xiao appeared as a deity of thunder, his eyes blazing with lightning. Hair standing on end, as his garments crackled with energy, enveloped in an infinite aura of violet sparks, exuding a formidable presence. He was a wielder of thunderous power. The old man with the white beard beheld Yong Xiao soaring into the air, joy flashing in his eyes as he shouted, "Follow the thunder wielder, eradicate them." With newfound hope for victory, the crowd rallied, raising their arms in fervent cheers. Yong Xiao swung his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that erupted among the horde of blood demons, instantly incinerating several, their remains reduced to charred ash. Charge! The collective human voice roared as they launched their assault against the blood demons. Meanwhile, the demons, provoked by the resistance, grew even more ferocious, their howls echoing as their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on every human. The battle raged on, and with Yong Xiao's presence, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of humanity. Yong Xiao hovered in midair, his strikes unerring, each bolt of lightning reducing 5 or 6 blood demons to cinders. On the ground, although many humans fell, an unceasing tide of reinforcements surged forth. This charge embodied the very essence of Qingqing's spirit. Though Qin Wan'er, unable to fight any longer, remained vigilant of the battlefield, her brow furrowed in worry. Despite Yong Xiao's astonishing offensive prowess, decimating the demons with little resistance, the toll on human lives was staggering. This could not continue. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her as she spotted an elderly ability wielder amidst the chaos, a kind-hearted old man. "Uncle Liao, quickly, summon a torrential rain with your artifact," Qin Wan'er urged as she pulled him back. "What are you doing, girl? I'm here fighting, and you drag me back for what? What good is summoning rain at this moment?" Uncle Liao grumbled, his displeasure evident as he glared at Qin Wan'er. Yong Xiao unleashed his wrath upon the enemies from the heavens, seeking the torrential rains to aid him, enabling him to harness the true might of nature. Truly, the astute Qin Wan'er conceived the brilliant idea of merging thunder and rain, granting Yong Xiao the opportunity to unleash a more formidable assault through the elements. What a splendid notion! Uncle Liao's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he promptly retrieved his rain-soaked compass, performing a hand gesture and pointing his sword towards the heavens. In an instant, the skies over Qingcheng darkened, pregnant with storm clouds, accompanied by the crackle of thunder and flashes of lightning. "Is it raining?" Yong Xiao gazed upwards, his heart swelling with joy. Memories flooded back of Teddy absorbing the primordial power of thunder amidst a downpour, a stroke of immense fortune. "Teddy, hasten, transfer all your energy to me, and do not fret for my well-being. You must protect Qingcheng," Yong Xiao urged, patting Teddy on the shoulder. Teddy initially contemplated refusal, having noticed the fine cracks forming upon Yong Xiao's neck. Should he accept the primordial thunder's power from the heavens, it might very well cause Yong Xiao's body to explode within a minute. Yet, upon witnessing the resolute determination in Yong Xiao's eyes, Teddy remained silent, exhaling a sigh before soaring higher into the stormy sky. Chapter 72. The finale as Teddy soared into the higher realms of the sky. Amidst the thunderous echoes of heaven and earth, a bolt of divine lightning struck his form. As the god of thunder, he absorbed the celestial gift of lightning and subsequently transmuted it into a pure energy, bestowing it upon Yong Xiao. When the immense energy surged into Yong Xiao's being, his body began to undergo a profound transformation. Fissures appeared on his limbs, threatening to tear him apart. Humans annihilate them. Yong Xiao's eyes blazed with the power of thunder, each movement imbued with the weight of the cosmos, rendering him a formidable adversary against the malevolent blood demons. A resounding roar echoed throughout every corner of Qingcheng as Yong Xiao unleashed his thunderous might. Blood drenched the streets of Qingcheng, where the lifeless bodies of humans lay strewn about. For these wicked blood demons not only extinguished lives, but also mercilessly drained the deceased into desiccated husks. This cannot continue. I cannot bear this alone, and my body is on the verge of collapse. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that the overwhelming energy within him was accelerating his transformation. With each attack, fragments of his being fell to the ground, and if this persisted, he would disintegrate into mere shards before the blood demons were vanquished. "Xiao, transfer the energy within you to the humans and empowered ones below," Let their strikes also wreak havoc upon the blood demons, Teddy bellowed from above. In return, he would need to exert himself even more fiercely to convert the ferocious lightning into a more refined and harmless force for Yong Xiao and the others. All humans, brace yourselves. I shall bestow upon you the power of thunder. Together, we shall eradicate the blood demons. Yong Xiao, acknowledging Teddy's plight, refrained from further discourse and roared with the voice of thunder. In that moment, the people of Qingcheng looked skyward, drawn to the figure above and the lamb receiving the celestial baptism of lightning. Is this divinity? Many children murmured, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Subsequently, Yong Xiao transformed the thunderous energy within him into countless slender bolts of purple lightning, which cascaded toward the inhabitants of Qingcheng. Almost every adult received his electric power. Instantly, countless cries of anguish erupted. Their bodies struggled to adapt to such overwhelming force, even after being filtered through Teddy and Yong Xiao's dual protection. The raw energy was beyond their immediate comprehension. Yet, aside from the ordinary individuals who could hardly withstand the influx, the thunderous energy enveloped them in a protective layer, shielding them from the blood demon's onslaught. As for the empowered beings, particularly the aged practitioners who had devoted their lives to cultivation, they received the energy like parched saplings experiencing a long-awaited rainfall. Ha ha ha! Is this the might of divine authority? Su Gaiyang's weathered visage was splattered with the blood of the demons. As he embraced the purple lightning energy, a radiant shield of violet light emanating from him. Thank you, young friend, for allowing me to experience the power of thunder in my lifetime. Su Guiyang laughed heartily, invigorated by the power of thunder. The divine bow in his grasp was drawn taut, unleashing arrows crackling with violet lightning that pierced through the bodies of every blood demon with unerring precision. This time, the blood demon slain by Su Guiyang did not resurrect. Such occurrences were mirrored throughout every corner of Qingcheng, marking the commencement of humanity's counteroffensive. After vanquishing the last substantial horde of blood demons, Yong Xiao descended from the sky, leading the remaining humans to systematically cleanse the battlefield, eliminating any isolated blood demons. Behind Yong Xiao, ordinary individuals who had adapted to the power of thunder arose, following the human contingent, first the men, then the women, the elderly, and the children. This exemplified the strength of humanity. As Yong Xiao and his group expanded outward from the center of Qingcheng, in the northern corner where they had initially entered, dozens of blood demons congregated, emitting hissing sounds as they prepared to merge. These are the last remaining blood demons within Qingcheng. Their flesh continuously melted and reformed, and gradually they amalgamated into a colossal blood demon creature. It was only when Yong Xiao and the others beheld it that it had fully coalesced. The immense blood demon unleashed a terrifying roar directed at humanity. In the next instant, a colossal bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, utterly piercing through the gigantic blood demon, obliterating it amidst the relentless storm of thunder, reducing it to ashes. Teddy plummeted from the sky, landing back on Yong Xiao's shoulder, snorting derisively. Did you truly believe I was merely a lamb after holding back all night? Yong Xiao chuckled, affectionately stroking Teddy's back, only to inadvertently brush against a significant piece of his own shattered body. A look of shock flickered across Yong Xiao's face. What are you staring at? Aren't you the same? Your body is nearly in pieces as well. Teddy cast a sidelong glance at him, sighing deeply, genuinely feeling that Yong Xiao was reckless. Sure enough, as the torrential rain ceased and the battle concluded, the once thriving Qingcheng was now steeped in the stench of blood, littered with charred remains and corpses of both humans and demons. Wan quickly employed the universal revival technique. Yong Xiao finally exhaled, his expression weary as he collapsed onto the ground. The others reached out to assist him, but he halted them. Hearing his command, Qin Wan approached, channeling a fragment of the Elder Qin's spiritual power. In an instant, a green seed fell upon the earth of Qingcheng, visibly sprouting and rapidly maturing into a towering tree within mere seconds. Subsequently, every leaf of the great tree transformed into radiant green light, cascading down to envelop the corpses strewn across the ground. A gentle energy illuminated Qingsheng, gradually healing the injuries of all, while those humans who had perished in the battle began to stir back to life. Yong Xiao and Teddy, whose bodies were now riddled with cracks, exchanged grateful smiles upon witnessing the deceased rise again. All their efforts had not been in vain. In a surprising turn of events, 2 leaves also descended upon Yong Xiao and Teddy. Though they did not restore their bodies, they mended their overexerted souls, granting them a chance to return to the future. Life is a long journey that ultimately leads to a conclusion. As the great conflict subsides, although Qingsheng has regained its vitality, the scars left by this battle are indelible. Yong Xiao and Teddy, after their bodies shattered, transformed into a radiant beam of divine light, vanishing in an instant from this world. Chapter 73. The return. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Yong Xiao gradually awakened. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white, a familiar hue that elicited a smile from his lips. Teddy, we have returned. Indeed, we have long since returned. Who would have imagined you would sleep until now? Teddy's figure appeared within Yong Xiao's line of sight, his expression one of amusement as he gnawed on a chicken leg. Yong Xiao, his mind clear, abruptly sat up. How long have I been asleep? Teddy chuckled lightly in response. 5 hours, perhaps you were simply exhausted. Baozhu brought us back to the past. But regardless of how long we experienced in that era, it is but a fleeting moment in the present. Let us proceed. The elder Xun awaits us. With that, Teddy stretched languidly and stepped outside. Yong Xiao surveyed his surroundings, finding himself beneath the snow cliff, in the stone abode arranged for him by Elder Xun prior to their departure. He shook his head and rose, exiting the stone dwelling. As he and Teddy made their way towards the Elder's wooden cabin, without obtaining the jade bracelet, it seemed unlikely he would receive news of the medicinal formula or the snow heart lotus. As Yong Xiao walked, a forced smile adorned his face. While he harbored no regrets about his actions, a sense of loss remained. Ah, this is truly the Elder Shiyuan's test for you, and we have successfully passed it, Teddy remarked with a light-hearted smile, further solidifying his decision to choose Yong Xiao. Strictly speaking, Yong Xiao was the first to independently choose the outcome that would save Qingsheng. In the bygone era, Teddy had played a minimal role in propelling events forward. Suddenly, Yong Xiao turned to Teddy, a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. Is this the true test? What do you mean? Wasn't Elder Shuyuan's task to help her rectify her regrets by obtaining the authentic jade bracelet? Teddy shook his head, responding, We have arrived. Let us enter, and you may ask her yourself. That old lady has lived for countless years and is quite astute. Confounded by Teddy's words, Yong Xiao, accompanied by Teddy, stepped into the wooden cabin, where Elder Xing, donned in a flowing white robe, regarded him with kind eyes. Upon seeing the elder, Yong Xiao discerned a resemblance to the youthful Qin Wanner. Hesitating, he ultimately refrained from calling out her name, instead addressing her respectfully, Elder Xuyuan. Elder Xuyuan chuckled softly, tapping her cane against the ground, summoning a flurry of snow that gracefully unfurled before Yong Xiao and Teddy, forming a picturesque scene. I understand what you wish to inquire. Be patient and observe until the end, for within lies the answers you seek, Elder Xing said with a smile before closing her eyes in contemplation. Within the unfolding tableau, Yong Xiao witnessed the scene that transpired following his and Teddy's departure. Years later, Qingsheng was in the midst of reconstruction, exuding a vibrant and flourishing atmosphere. At the heart of Qingsheng stood a colossal statue of a stately man, atop whose shoulder rested a sheep. Is this us? Yong Xiao and Teddy exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison. Yet, the contents of the scroll continued to evolve. Beneath the towering statue, a beautiful woman is narrating a tale to an enchanting little girl. Mother, who are those two individuals? The girl's eyes brim with curiosity, gazing upon figures she has admired since birth. The woman smiles gently, caressing the child's head, and replies, These are the deities who saved our Qingsheng. In that great battle, it was he and the lamb upon his shoulder who rescued the entire city. Wow, he must be incredibly powerful, the girl exclaims, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The woman, hearing this, beams, her exquisite beauty seemingly dimming the very heavens. Indeed, He is the first wielder of thunderous power I have ever encountered. Although not a native of Qingcheng, he led all the people in battle until the final moment. Now, he is a revered hero throughout the city. But mother, where is he now? The girl asks, resting her chin on her tiny hands. The woman gazes up at the boundless sky and murmurs, "He transformed into a divine light and departed, never to return. Perhaps he has become a deity." A deity? The little girl echoes, her gaze fixated on the horizon, filled with endless anticipation. In the days that followed, the inhabitants of Qingcheng discovered their profound connection with the energy of thunder, gradually becoming the first human group to master such powers. The scroll concludes, transforming into a flurry of snow, drifting into an infinite expanse. Yong Xiao and Teddy are left speechless, their astonishment palpable. The elder of Snow Yuan slowly opens his eyes and smiles. Have you finished watching? Do you understand now? In truth, your journey to the past has not altered history. Rather, it is destined that you must change this chapter of history. This is a cycle. I am not Qin Waner, but her daughter. The jade bracelet from beyond the heavens is fated to turn crimson. If you brought it back, it signifies that the one who changes history is not you, but another yet to come. Yong Xiao gazes at the elder's face, finally comprehending the source of his familiarity. He ponders for a moment and inquires, "Yet I still do not fully grasp your regret. What is it?" The elder chuckles softly. "My regret is the identity of that statue. Thus, I have remained here for countless years, awaiting generations of humanity, merely to behold the one who saved Qingcheng, the man whom my mother admired throughout her life. In truth, I should have departed long ago, but the obsession of so many years has anchored me to guard the core treasure of the land of snow, the Snowheart Lotus. Now that I have seen the figure within the statue, it is time for me to leave. As for the Snowheart Lotus, consider it a gift from me." With a wave of his hand, a snow-white bird flutters in through the window, perching upon the elder's palm after glancing at Yong Xiao. "That is the very bird that severed my rope that day," Yong Xiao exclaims in astonishment. Indeed, the Snowheart Lotus, the core treasure of an entire continent, has long since transformed into various forms. As for its severing of your tether, it is all but fate. The elder of Snow Abyss wore a serene smile upon his aged visage, gently blowing a breath upon the little bird, which, in an instant, metamorphosed into a lotus, exuding an icy aura in the elder's hands. He extended it to Yong Xiao, and with a tap of his cane, the small cabin, the cotton fields, and the little stone house all teetered on the brink of dissolution. Yong Xiao gazed at the lotus in his hand, suddenly recalling something, and addressed the elder. "But, esteemed senior, you have yet to reveal to me the whereabouts of the medicinal formula." The figure of the elder had begun to wane into the ethereal. Her final words before departing were, "Foolish child, that wondrous formula does not truly exist. Rather, one might say that the panacea for all ailments resides in the sincere heart of humanity, in the genuine intent to alleviate the suffering of the world." With that, her presence completely vanished, taking with it all that lay beneath the snowy precipice. In the desolate expanse of the snowfield, only the silhouettes of Yong Xiao and Teddy remained. "Hey, don't you have one?" Teddy grumbled as he reluctantly flew over. "What do you know? With a pet around, how can the master be expected to take action themselves?" As the night deepened, on the vast, snowy continent, a small house stood resolutely amidst the snow, its faint light flickering, symbolizing the glimmer of hope for the healing of all survivors. Chapter 74. Returning to life with a heart dedicated to healing, Yong Xiao cradled the Snowheart Lotus in his hands, sitting down upon the snow-covered ground. His gaze directed skyward, embodying a resolute spirit intertwined with a hint of confusion. "Enough of this pondering. You are unlike the other survivors. You have brought an end to my benefactor's life." Teddy grimaced, recalling the words spoken by the elder of Snow Abyss on that fateful day. A unique survivor might indeed be capable of concluding this inexplicable era. Humph, she left of her own volition. By the way, what is the situation with the Thunder Clan? Yong rolled his eyes, finally surrendering to the moment, allowing his body to relax against the ground. Upon hearing this, Teddy's eyes widened in astonishment. "To be honest, I never expected the illustrious Thunder Clan to be descendants of humans from Qingcheng, intricately linked to us. The Elder of Snow Abyss was correct. Everything is predestined. Forming a complete circle. Yang turned to Teddy, his gaze sharp. A circle? Speaking of which, would you fancy a donut? Teddy frowned at the mention. Was a donut? I only enjoy roasted chicken legs. On the snowy continent, the silhouettes of a man and a sheep ventured outward, their journey across this frigid land now concluded. It was time to return to the small island and diligently pursue their endeavors. As snowflakes swirled in the air, night descended, casting a tranquil yet unwelcoming ambience over the continent, devoid of the Elder's protective presence, leaving an air of desolation. In the core of the base, Yang and Teddy sat by a roaring bonfire. Teddy reclined comfortably on a bed, gnawing on a chicken leg, while Yang busied himself at the table, researching a remedy that could eradicate the curse of the fire god. Stop eating and come lend me a hand. I need some lightning. Yang turned, furrowing his brow at Teddy, commanding him. Bro, are you concocting a potion? What kind of potion requires lightning? Teddy protested, dragging his feet toward Yang. The table was already cluttered with an array of jars and herbs, some in powder form, others in granules, and even a few resembling viscous mud. At that moment, an unusual fragrance wafted through the base, particularly potent in front of Yang. Enough chatter. I've researched the methods to dispel the curse of the fire god on my phone. Besides blending it with the snow heart lotus, we also need the fierce energy of thunder to counteract the poison with poison. Yang held his phone tightly, his brow knitted in concentration. I need you to transform the lightning into the purest energy, a little at a time, and infuse it into my alchemical furnace. Seeing Yang's earnest demeanor, Teddy acquiesced. He closed his eyes, his snow-white fur trembling, as arcs of purple electricity danced around him. Moments later, Teddy expelled a translucent purple energy that hovered in the air. This is the limit of what I can refine. Teddy exhaled, stating the obvious. Yang nodded in response, beginning to manipulate the purple electrical energy with great care. In the previous encounter with the snowstorm monarch, his affinity for fire had surged dramatically, allowing him to manipulate the furnace with remarkable proficiency. This time, with the infusion of pure violet lightning energy, the task seemed manageable. However, the challenge lay in Yong Xiao's uncertainty regarding the precise amount of energy required to maintain equilibrium within the furnace, ensuring that his antidote would not be ruined. On his first attempt, Yong Xiao summoned a small wisp of violet lightning energy and introduced it into the furnace, yet he observed no significant changes. Odd, he mused. It should not be this way. Could it be that I added too little? Furrowing his brow, he, as a physician, possessed an acute sensitivity to the operations of the furnace, yet he felt no discernible alteration in the concoction within. Determined, he proceeded to his second attempt, this time incorporating a greater volume of violet lightning energy, but still, no evident transformation occurred. Yong Xiao's frown deepened. Had his hypothesis been misguided? Upon opening the furnace, he noted that the violet energy remained isolated, failing to amalgamate with the herbs undergoing refinement. Have you failed? Teddy inquired, tilting his head. Not entirely, Yong Xiao replied, shaking his head before resealing the furnace. It is likely due to an insufficient quantity of violet lightning energy. For his third endeavor, Yong Xiao poured the entirety of the remaining violet lightning energy into the furnace. This time, the reaction was vigorous, even affecting the furnace itself. Yong Xiao's countenance shifted as he exerted all his effort to control the furnace and stabilize the tumult within. The fierce flames intertwined with the violet lightning, causing the herbs to melt under the intense heat, subsequently coalescing and emanating a faint purple glow. As time progressed, the furnace gradually stabilized, releasing a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs. Have you succeeded? Teddy asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Not yet. We are still one step away, Yong Xiao responded, lifting the lid of the furnace and retrieving the medicinal pill. From his ring, he produced a small glass vial containing a cerulean liquid. I have refined the Snowheart Lotus into this elixir. A single drop on the pill will suffice. He placed the steaming medicinal pill into a vessel and carefully opened the vial, from which wafted an enchanting and subtle fragrance reminiscent of orchids. A drop of the lotus liquid fell, and the moment it touched the pill, it was absorbed entirely. In the blink of an eye, Intricate cerulean patterns began to emerge on the surface of the medicinal pill. The antidote had been successfully concocted. Chapter 75. The Sign-In System in the Land of Snow. Within the confines of the base, a glimmer of excitement flashed across Yong Xiao's face. He had succeeded. Gazing at the elixir within the vessel, he discerned its properties. Beyond its various restorative attributes, it possessed a unique effect, an antidote to the curse of the fire god. Beep, 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 his phone chimed with a message. Congratulations. You have successfully concocted a high-grade elixir, earning a professional identity reward and increasing your experience as a doctor. Yong Xiao was overjoyed. In the following hours, he crafted an ample supply of elixirs, listing them on the trading platform. Furthermore, his terms for exchange were utterly generous, offering them at no cost, essentially as gifts. Days later, when Yong Xiao reappeared in the sight of other survivors, he brought forth momentous news for all. The curse of the fire god was curable. In the World Channel, voices echoed in gratitude. Oh, I'm moved to tears. Yong Xiao is indeed our savior. Last time he provided us with a remedy to alleviate the curse, and now he has gifted us with a cure. Indeed, and it's free. What a benevolent soul. I am in awe. There is no need to scramble. Everyone shall receive their share. The antidote provided by the Great One is sufficient for all of us to rid ourselves of the curse. I swear, if I encounter him in the wilderness, I will do everything in my power to assist him. I am truly touched. Enough already. Yong Xiao's strength is evident to all. Does he still need your help? He is undoubtedly the strongest among us. Within the base, Yong Xiao reclined on his bed, one hand raised with his phone, reveling in the praises from the World Channel. Beside him, Teddy lay sprawled, utterly exhausted from the efforts of the night. Hey, what is going on? Giving them the antidote is one thing, but why offer it for free? Are you a wealthy lord? Teddy questioned in confusion, knowing Yong Xiao's sharp intellect. The previous act of generosity was understandable for the sake of Chu Xishua, but this time it seemed perplexing. Do you not recall the prescription spoken of by Elder Xu Yuan? In truth, that prescription embodies me, as well as every healer dedicated to saving lives, Yong Xiao replied with a faint smile. Having traversed the journey through Qingcheng and the Land of Snow, though the sacrifices were considerable, the rewards were equally immense. On a snowy night with the wind swirling, Yong Xiao and Teddy would depart from this vast, white expanse at dawn. If their previous existence in the wilderness was merely about survival, he had now discovered the very essence of living. Teddy, in truth, I am a man of extraordinary means. Yong Xiao spoke lightly, but received no response. Turning his head, he found that Teddy had drifted into slumber, the only reply being the sound of deep breaths. Yong Xiao chucklet softly. At that moment, his phone vibrated with a message. It was a private note from Chu Xishua, containing but a single line. Thank you for the elixir. I will soon catch up to your pace. Let us strive together. After finishing his reading, Yong Xiao set down his phone, turned over, and fell asleep with a satisfied smile on his face. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of the sign-in system. Ding! The host has assisted all survivors, triggering the hidden rewards of the sign-in system. Please collect today's sign-in rewards. 1 oceanic giant ship, 1 treasure hunting device for the sea, and 1 philanthropic medal. Listening to the echoing voice in his mind, Yong Xiao rubbed his eyes and sat up. In recent days, he had been so preoccupied that he had forgotten about the divine sign-in system. Ever since his last experience with a fire god card, the system had only provided mundane supplies each day. Thus, he had not paid much attention. To his surprise, today the system notified him of hidden rewards being triggered. I thought there was nothing worthwhile left. It seems it was merely waiting for me to accomplish certain tasks to unlock these divine rewards. Yong Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. He turned to see Teddy still fast asleep. The sign-in system seemed quite perceptive. Just yesterday, he had freely assisted all survivors, and today it bestowed upon him extraordinary sign-in rewards. Typically, when no significant events occurred, the rewards consisted solely of ordinary supplies. You're pushing me onto the path of a savior, Yong Xiao mused, holding the medal in his hand. The material was unclear, yet it felt splendid to touch. At that moment, he noticed the detailed description of today's sign-in rewards on his phone app. Oceanic giant ship, Sail the vast seas. You deserve it. The owner can explore the oceanic realms of the wilderness world, where perhaps mermaids await. Treasure hunting device for the sea. An epic treasure. The ocean remains an uncharted territory for humankind, fraught with countless risks and opportunities. You never know what awaits you ahead. Yet it assures the owner can use the treasure hunting device to turn misfortune into fortune and discover treasures. Philanthropic medal. A special event medal exclusive to the medical profession. The owner can gain the trust of neutral factions in the wilderness world. My goodness, being a savior doesn't sound too shabby. Yong Xiao grinned broadly at the introduction of today's rewards. What the system had provided was nothing short of a treasure trove. Just then, Teddy stirred awake, frowning as he punched Yong Xiao lightly. What is all this commotion so early in the morning? Seeing Teddy awake, Yong Xiao chuckled and placed the still drowsy Teddy on his shoulder. He gathered the core of the base and headed towards the fringes of the snowy continent. He could hardly contain his excitement to see what the oceanic giant ship looked like. Are you insane? I haven't had enough sleep. Teddy roared, feeling the chill of the wind on his shoulder. Unfazed by Teddy's reaction, Yong Xiao replied with a grin. What is the point of sleeping? There's no future in that. We must go and see what the true ocean is like. Ridiculous. It's easy for you to say. With that little broken boat of yours, how do you plan to see what the ocean looks like? You can barely make it back to the little island. Teddy rolled its eyes and lethargically rested its head on Yong Xiao's shoulder, squinting. It could not comprehend why Yong Xiao was so animated, as if infused with an electrifying energy. Chapter 76. Striving for excellence at long last. After several hours, Yong Xiao and Teddy arrived at the fringes of the snowy continent. Here, the temperature had warmed, the sea shimmered with a myriad of reflections, and the weather was delightful, with seagulls soaring across the azure sky. Standing on the edge of the snowy continent, Yong Xiao gazed out at the boundless ocean. Now that we are by the sea, what do you wish to show me? Teddy inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he had fully awakened. Yong Xiao turned to ruffle Teddy's fur, replying, this time, we shall not take a rickety little boat. I possess a grand vessel. With that, Yong Xiao began to pace along the shoreline, seeking a suitable spot for the colossal ship to materialize. A grand vessel? How was I unaware of this? Just one night has passed, and you have acquired such a marvel? Teddy pondered, bewildered. Could it be that Yong Xiao had secretly constructed this imposing ship while he slept? That seemed implausible. Such advanced technology was not something that could be unlocked in their current wilderness world. As Teddy contemplated, a thunderous roar erupted, and the previously tranquil sea erupted into towering waves, scattering the seagulls in flight. In the sunlight, Yong Xiao's shadow was eclipsed by an enormous silhouette. Teddy turned to behold the sight and was rendered speechless. This time, he was certain that this magnificent vessel was not something Yong Xiao had hastily assembled overnight. From his vantage point, the ocean-going behemoth appeared grand and colossal. Its metallic hull towered 2 to 3 meters high, and the sails were crafted from the finest canvas. To an observer from the ground, this ship resembled an ancient dinosaur. Did you acquire this from a treasure chest as well? Teddy murmured, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Yong Xiao chuckled in response. Indeed, come aboard. He opened the door to the ship's cabin, revealing an interior of exquisite luxury, brimming with modernity, devoid of any primitive essence typical of their wilderness world. Yong Xiao stepped inside first, beckoning Teddy from the deck. Hurry up, we're about to set sail. Teddy gazed at Yong Xiao, momentarily dazed, then swallowed hard and leaped aboard. This vessel is entirely a product of advanced technology. How did you manage this? I mentioned it last night, but you were asleep, Yong Xiao replied with a smile, not elaborating further, as he turned and entered the cockpit, ready to command this undisputed sovereign of the seas. Teddy, still bewildered, followed him inside. Last night? I have no recollection of that. The energy consumption of this grand vessel was immense. Are you certain you can pilot this ship with your current capabilities? Teddy glanced at the fuel and power gauges, both indicating full. However, Yong Xiao lacked the ability to generate electricity or fuel, meaning that once the ship's own resources were depleted, it would become nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal. Yong Xiao, contemplating the full fuel gauge, fell into deep thought. Teddy was correct. He currently possessed no means to produce electricity or fuel, as the technology required for such endeavors was far beyond his reach. It seems that the treasure-seeking device will remain in use for the time being. It will only prove valuable when one possesses the true capability to embark upon the age of exploration. Thus, we shall return to the small island and await the development of our strength before we venture forth into the uncharted waters. Yong Xiao Sigit, a hint of melancholic regret evident in his eyes. Teddy nodded in agreement, and so they commenced their journey back. The colossal vessel moved with remarkable speed, and within less than an hour, Yong Xiao and Teddy had returned to the island, the fuel gauge barely registering a decrease. Upon their return, Yong Xiao's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The scenery on the island remained unchanged, with sunlight bathing him in warmth. The ground was adorned with fully matured fireberry flowers, and there were no signs of the recent tide. Instead, everything thrived vibrantly. Yong Xiao gathered the remaining fireberry flowers, and by noon, he and Teddy indulged in a sumptuous seafood feast. The seafood had been collected by Yong Xiao when the vessel landed, having rendered nearby creatures momentarily dazed. After several days of absence, the island's landscape had remained constant, yet his humble abode had accumulated a layer of dust. The water purifier was filled to capacity, and Yong Xiao retrieved it, listing it on the trading platform as per usual. "This afternoon, we shall construct our little villa," he declared, patting his round belly with delight. This meal marked his first seafood experience since arriving in the wilderness, and he felt utterly content. Teddy nodded, collaborating with Yong Xiao to design the villa's structure and architectural style. Subsequently, during the afternoon, Yong Xiao procured a substantial amount of building and decorative materials through the trading platform. The grand villa construction project commenced. However, even such a monumental undertaking was completed in just an afternoon under Yong Xiao's capable hands, thanks to his extraordinary infrastructure building prowess, which enabled him to work at an astonishing pace. Before long, Yong Xiao and Teddy settled into their newly adorned villa. Given the limited decorative styles available in this world, Yong Xiao fashioned the villa in a simple yet cozy manner. He then acquired numerous furniture blueprints from the trading platform, eagerly learning to craft them, effectively becoming a walking manufacturing unit. As dusk descended, the weary Yong Xiao and Teddy finally returned to their villa for rest. Observing the plight of other survivors still struggling for food and water, Yong Xiao felt a sense of accomplishment as he resided in the villa he had personally constructed. "Teddy, do you realize? Since my arrival in this world, I have achieved small victories. Every experience in the wilderness is something I never encountered in my previous life. This includes meeting you, guarding Qingsheng, and even rescuing all the survivors. In my former existence, I was merely an ordinary individual, leading a monotonous life, trapped in a cycle of repetition." Yong Xiao gazed up at the starry night sky, suddenly overcome with a wave of sentimentality. For him, although life in this world was fraught with peril and excitement, it held far greater value than his previously mundane existence. Upon hearing this, Teddy remained silent, quietly climbing onto his shoulder and gently nuzzling Yong Xiao's head with his own. Yong Xiao smiled at Teddy and then continued, "Here, I have encountered another version of myself. A Yong Xiao so unfamiliar that even I scarcely recognize him." Chapter 77. Treasures beneath the farm as the night deepened. A man and his sheep nestled together in the heart of the small island, where a modest villa flickered with a faint glow. Yong Xiao opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately settled for a smile. At that moment, he remained unaware of the burdens he bore. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was the existence of a stranger within himself. The following morning, Yong Xiao awoke early and stretched languidly in bed. After taking a sip of purified water from the table, his gaze drifted towards the brilliant sunlight pouring through the window, instantly invigorating him with newfound strength. The night before, he had meticulously crafted his development plan for the days ahead. Unlike other survivors who had found stability, he had continually evolved amidst peril, never pausing to cultivate his growth. This had resulted in a significant gap in his abilities compared to his peers, yet he lacked tangible advancements in territory development. First, he envisioned planting, then breeding, and finally delving into technological research. Perhaps the moment he harnessed electricity would mark the time to explore the vast, untamed wilderness. Yong Xiao examined the plan in his hands, methodically ticking off each task. His primary objective for the day was to construct a large-scale farm to cultivate essential crops and rare medicinal herbs. These items were scarce on the trading platform, mostly acquired by other survivors through fortunate circumstances. After Yong Xiao's extensive purchases over the past 2 days, supplies were running low, leaving him with no choice but to cultivate them himself. His companion, still asleep, seemed utterly exhausted from the previous day's exertions. Yong Xiao glanced at Dedi, the god of thunder, who looked adorably clumsy in slumber, hardly resembling a deity in this wilderness. Not wishing to disturb his rest, Yong Xiao allowed him to continue sleeping, knowing that the morning's tasks did not require Teddy's assistance. Next, Yong Xiao prepared a simple breakfast, and after eating, he successfully claimed his daily sign-in reward. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully signed in today and received the following reward, Cow Dung 10. Upon discovering the new item in his backpack, Yong Xiao furrowed his brow. The description provided by the app elicited a bemused reaction from him. When did this mobile application become so humorous? It felt as if it were tailored to his needs. If it weren't for the system embedded within him, he might have suspected someone was covertly observing his actions. Just as he had resolved to establish a farm that morning, the app presented him with 10 portions of fresh cow dung. With a sigh of exasperation, he turned and exited the villa. On the island, Yong Xiao dedicated 10 minutes to selecting a plot of land approximately the size of a residential area, adjacent to his villa for a farm. He initially crafted several fences using timber and iron nails. As the sun shone brightly, he wiped the sweat from his brow, having just constructed a number of wooden barriers. With a flicker of thought, an assortment of brown fences began to accumulate around him. Picking one up for inspection, he noted the commendable craftsmanship. The nails secured the wooden planks tightly together, emanating a subtle scent of fresh timber. He then commenced erecting the fences along the perimeter of the cleared land. Simultaneously, within the world channel, all survivors had ventured out to forage that day. Yong Xiao's antidote had cured all the survivors, and after a long day of waiting, reassured that there would be no further outbreaks. They could no longer restrain themselves and stepped beyond their territory into the wild once more. Hey, I caught a raccoon. It would make a delightful pet. This little creature is so adorable. Anyone interested? I need some water resources. Who among the affluent would keep a raccoon? In this world, any creature can be a pet. Good heavens, the outside world is truly magnificent. I've never felt such freedom and beauty beyond our territory. Hey, how are you all faring? I still have some food left. But I'm stepping out for a stroll today. I've been cooped up for too long. What do you think Yong Xiao is up to now? I bet he is sipping fine wine and savoring fruits, living a bourgeois life. While the idle chatter filled the world channel, in a remote area of the wilderness, a young girl clad in a white dress was engaged in a fierce struggle against a wild boar. Her hair was tousled, and her fair legs bore slight scratches. Yet the good news was that the boar had been severely wounded and would not last much longer. The girl wielding the sword was none other than Chu Sishu, recently recovered from severe illness. Yong Xiao's selflessness had ignited her fierce competitive spirit, and neither she nor Yong Xiao anticipated the profound changes that would ensue from this encounter with the curse of the fire god. Once, she would never have dared to confront a wild boar. I will match your pace, Chu Sishu exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her forehead, her face radiating determination. The boar, as if in agreement, collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. With a burst of light, the boar was successfully deconstructed into various materials by her device. Meanwhile, Mr. Yong Xiao, who was the subject of everyone's discussions and longings, found himself utterly exhausted on the clearing. A gentle breeze caressed his pale forehead, while the soft green grass danced around his ears, and the earthy scent of wild grass filled his nostrils. Indeed, he was utterly spent. The clearing was evidently larger than he had anticipated, and the wooden fences he had previously constructed had long since been depleted. He was now on his third batch. Goodness, why is building fences more exhausting than constructing a villa? Having already installed the third batch of fences, Yong Xiao lamented, at this rate, when shall I ever enclose this vacant land? Suddenly, he felt a sharp object digging into his lower back. With a grimace, he sat upright, clutching his waist. Just moments ago, something had pricked him, yet the ground was blanketed in soft grass, which seemed implausible. Bewildered, Yong Xiao pondered for a moment before glancing back. After a meticulous inspection, he finally uncovered the source of his discomfort. A small, black corner of an object protruded from the earth, its metallic texture suggesting it was made of iron, though its identity remained a mystery. Could it be that this island harbors hidden treasures beneath its surface? An audacious thought struck Yong Xiao, prompting him to rise abruptly, eager to excavate the iron object and unveil its secrets. Chapter 78. Can it be captured? He had not forgotten the mysterious treasure chest he had discovered in the underground mine, filled with treasures reminiscent of a game of chance, brimming with randomness. Digging it out, he mused, has always favored me. A smile blossomed on Yong Xiao's face. He could hardly contain his excitement, hoping that this iron object would yield something extraordinary. As Yong Xiao wielded his iron shovel, the soil in his backpack accumulated, and the iron object gradually emerged from the depths below. His assumptions were correct. It was indeed a small box, albeit triangular in shape. The black triangular box was entirely obsidian in hue, its edges adorned with silver iron trim, exuding an air of formidable strength. Just then, as Yong Xiao gazed at the triangle, a voice erupted from behind him. Yong Xiao, put that thing down. It does not belong to you and should not be touched. Teddy sprang forth from behind him, having awakened, and ventured out of the villa to search for Yong Xiao. To his astonishment, he discovered him cradling the black triangle, seemingly intent on opening it. Teddy's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward and snatched the black triangle from Yong Xiao's grasp. What is wrong? Do you recognize this object? Yong Xiao inquired, bewildered, having never seen Teddy exhibit such caution towards any item before. Of course I recognize it. This thing brings a lot of trouble. It's best if you don't touch it, Teddy sighed, seemingly disdainful as he cast the black triangle far away. What is going on? Yong Xiao furrowed his brow. Is this thing as cursed as the last one? This object is called the black triangular box. It is indeed a type of treasure chest from the underground world, but it differs from other unclaimed chests. Usually, this one has an owner, Teddy explained, catching his breath before continuing. Wait, it has an owner? Yong Xiao scratched the back of his head, astonished. Teddy nodded, stating, these creatures are known as earth mice, a species that dwells underground. They're small, swift, and most importantly, they harbor deep grudges. They typically navigate the subterranean world to gather various gems, which they store in this black triangular box, waiting for the appearance of wandering merchants to exchange the gems for food. By taking their black triangular box, you may incite their wrath, and they will undoubtedly seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao grew curious. Revenge? How would these mice retaliate against me? Observing Yong Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, Teddy replied sternly, remember, they are not ordinary mice, but vengeful earth mice. They roam freely in the subterranean realm, making it impossible for you to capture them. Moreover, they hold grudges. Once you have taken their cherished black triangular box, they will remember you for an extended period, often stealing your food and resources when you least expect it. With Teddy's words resonating in his mind, Yong Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. As the saying goes, one should not fear a thief, but rather fear a thief's memory. He could never have anticipated that merely turning over in the open space would lead him to encounter the earth mouse. After a prolonged silence, Yong Xiao finally spoke. How many peculiar creatures are there in this world? Teddy, noticing Yong Xiao's despondent demeanor, was tempted to laugh but maintained a facade of seriousness as he replied. In the wilderness, there is no shortage of wonders. Your experiences are still quite limited, young man. Should you encounter anything unusual next time, do remember to inform me before proceeding with confidence. By the way, although earth mice hold grudges, they're also quite grateful. If you're willing to offer them some sustenance, they will not trouble you excessively. After all, food is exceedingly scarce in the underground world, leaving these creatures perpetually hungry and yearning for nourishment. With that, Teddy gently patted Yong Xiao's shoulder with his small paw. By the way, what did you mean earlier about trading gems for food with the wandering merchants? Who are these wandering merchants? Yong Xiao sighed. glancing at the black box resting quietly on the ground, suddenly recalling Teddy's earlier words and inquiring. Upon hearing this, Teddy patiently began to explain. Wandering merchants are the emissaries of the wilderness. You might liken them to NPCs in a game. They appear randomly in various corners of the wilderness after traversing for a while. Those fortunate enough to encounter these merchants can exchange gems for rare or even non-existent items in the wilderness. Naturally, these merchants are more amiable towards the native creatures of the wilderness, and they only accept gems in trade. Yong Xiao nodded in understanding, realizing that the wandering merchants essentially function as mobile markets within the wilderness. However, he pondered, if earth mice require food, is it truly that uncommon in the wilderness? I can easily provide for them. They need only to hand over their gems. He retrieved the black box, playfully shaking it in his hand, and indeed, he heard the sound of gems clinking within. Human intuition informed him that this item held considerable value. Teddy rolled his eyes at this and remarked, "Do you think the earth mice seek ordinary food? Despite their subterranean habitat, they possess discerning tastes. The food offered by the wandering merchants is of the finest quality." Yong Xiao chuckled upon hearing this. Had he not stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity? His culinary skills were not learned in vain. "So, how does the food from the wandering merchants compare to my roasted chicken legs?" he inquired tentatively. Without a moment's hesitation, Teddy answered, "Do we even need to discuss this? Nothing compares to the deliciousness of roasted chicken legs." After making the statement, he suddenly realized, you are not like ordinary humans. Your culinary skills are extraordinary. Perhaps you could indeed strike a deal with the earth mice. This thought inevitably brought to mind the memory of Yong Xiao's roasted chicken legs, causing Teddy's mouth to water. Yong Xiao grinned, a bold plan taking shape in his mind. He cradled Teddy in his arms and inquired, "Do you think I could win the favor of the mole rats with food, and then take the opportunity to capture them? This way they could serve me, bringing forth the various gems of the underground world, which I could then exchange with the wandering merchants for items of greater value. Such precious gems would be far too extravagant to trade for mere sustenance." Upon hearing this, Teddy initially attempted to wriggle free from Yong Xiao's embrace. But he soon settled down when Yong Xiao produced a roasted chicken leg from his ring to offer him. Chapter 79. The temptation of gastronomy, your thoughts may vary. Yet these earth rats are incapable of human speech, rendering communication exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the subterranean realm is boundless, making it implausible to reclaim them. As for the finest treasures within the itinerant merchant's backpack, no one truly knows. It is rumored that the artifacts contained therein are of limitless grade. As long as your gemstones are plentiful, they shall exchange equivalent items with you. Yong Xiao's expression brightened with hope, prompting him to take immediate action. He set Teddy down and hurried to the kitchen, pondering what delicacy might entice the earth rats to visit his domain repeatedly. The appearance of the black trio of boxes near the ground signified the arrival of the itinerant merchant, which meant the earth rats were not far behind. Thus, Yong Xiao needed to prepare swiftly. Missing this opportunity could mean a long wait before encountering such a merchant again. By noon, an enchanting aroma wafted from the center of the aisle, while the greedy Teddy pressed his face against the kitchen door, eagerly inhaling the delightful scent emanating from within. "Hey, I vehemently protest your decision to cook behind closed doors. Open the door quickly so I can oversee your culinary endeavors," Teddy shouted from outside, having repeated this phrase for the 96th time. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open abruptly, and due to the force of inertia, Teddy tumbled forward, landing face first on the ground. "Ouch, that hurt terribly. What are you thinking? Couldn't you announce your intentions before opening the door?" He lifted his head, initially glaring at Yong Xiao, but his ire dissipated upon seeing the delectable food in Yong Xiao's hands. "Didn't you ask me to open the door? The meal is ready. Come and taste it," Yong Xiao remarked casually, raising an eyebrow as he placed the first dish on the table, releasing a wave of intoxicating fragrance that enveloped them. Subsequently, he brought forth an astonishing 18 dishes, each one a novel creation that Teddy had never encountered before. "Wow, Xiao, you are incredibly talented. How was I unaware of your culinary prowess?" "It seems I must retract my earlier statement. The most delicious food in the world is always the next dish you prepare, Teddy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he soared onto the dining table, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and began to devour the food voraciously. His small mouth was stuffed to capacity, and at that moment, he wished he could transform into a human to partake in the feast, for the mouth of a lamb is simply too small. All right, take your time and listen to my thoughts, Yong Xiao said, having washed his hands and taken a seat. He observed the grease-smeared Teddy and continued. I believe creatures like the earth rats are particularly fond of sweet treats. Thus, I intend to create a series of confections, artfully arranged upon the ground, extending from the black 3-box to our villa, forming a linear pathway to lure the burrowing mice. Naturally, to prevent their escape, I have procured an ample supply of fishing nets from the trading platform. By coating the nets with luscious honey, these gluttonous little creatures will surely be ensnared. Teddy, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement with Yong Xiao's plan, though he found himself momentarily hindered by the oversized chicken claw in his mouth. Yong Xiao further elaborated. Only when I am certain they cannot flee will I feel at ease to negotiate with them. As for any communication barriers, we shall devise a solution when the time comes. The provision of these treats is within my means. Moreover, once you have satiated your appetite, remember to utilize your divine power to complete the installation of the farm's fence. That task is quite laborious, and I wish to relinquish it. Halfway through his meal, Teddy, who had been attentive, suddenly became discontent upon hearing Yong Xiao's request for him to work after eating. He lifted his head, wide-eyed in protest. Yong Xiao raised an eyebrow, his hand reaching for the nearest plate, smiling as he said, Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. However, you might want to postpone that meal. With his mouth full, Teddy could only nod vigorously in agreement, resigned to the necessity of sustenance. After their lunch, Yong Xiao and Teddy commenced their respective tasks. One in the kitchen experimenting with new dessert recipes, the other outside employing his divine abilities to assist with the fencing. Just as Teddy contemplated sneaking a moment of rest, Yong Xiao emerged from the villa, carrying a plate and walking directly into the farm. Oh, and remember to leave an opening in the fence for us and the burrowing mice. Otherwise, they will be unable to escape. Yong Xiao instructed as he arrived at the spot where he had first discovered the black 3-box, which still stood there. He knelt down, placing the confections one by one before the black 3-box, then shot a glare at Teddy. Hey, you better not steal any. Who do you look down upon? I am the formidable god of thunder. Do you think I would compete with a few burrowing mice for food? Teddy scoffed, though his gaze remained fixated on the sweets laid before him. Fortunately, he refrained from devouring the treats on the ground. Otherwise, it would indeed be difficult to ensure he would not indulge. Subsequently, Yong Xiao continued to place the desserts from the plate all the way into the villa, with the final confection resting atop the honey-coated fishing net. This net had been specially reinforced by Yong Xiao, ensuring that once the burrowing mice entered, they would be utterly unable to escape. Thereafter, Yong Xiao and Teddy concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly waiting. An hour passed, yet there was no sign of activity near the black 3-box. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow and remarked, Are you reliable? Are you certain these burrowing mice are about to emerge? Teddy replied, There is no doubt. Those fellows have pushed the black triad box to the ground, which signifies that the merchant and its companions are not far behind. The black triad box is indeed their lifeline. If the earth rat does not arrive today, I shall stew you for mutton. I am the god of thunder, not some mere sheep. As the banter continued between the two, a rustling sound emerged from the vicinity of the black triad box. Yong Xiao and Teddy immediately fell silent, holding their breaths and focusing intently on the area surrounding the box. They observe a slight tremor in the black triad box, followed by the surrounding soil beginning to collapse. Moments later, 2 earth rats, approximately 10 centimeters in length, emerged. Their limbs were a soft pink, their fur a deep brown, and their tails swayed in the air like radar antennas. They're here. Yong Xiao whispered urgently. Chapter 80. The Marvelous Use of Metals on a Small Island. Yong Xiao and Teddy crouched amidst a dense thicket, observing 2 curious kangaroo rats not far away. The tails of the kangaroo rats were raised high, swaying about as if to ascertain whether any danger lurked nearby. After a while, the two kangaroo rats finally felt at ease and began to move the black boxes away from their location. However, at that moment, their keen noses caught a whiff of an alluringly sweet aroma, emanating from the delectable dessert prepared by Yong Xiao. Intrigued by the enticing scent, the two kangaroo rats hesitated momentarily before abandoning the black boxes, their gaze following the fragrance until they discovered a delightful cream-filled biscuit hidden behind the boxes. It was the source of the delightful aroma. Unable to resist temptation any longer, the kangaroo rats sampled the biscuit left by Yong Xiao and soon became enamored. They turned back, picked up the black boxes, and followed the trail of biscuits laid out by Yong Xiao, eventually making their way into the villa. Hooked! Yong Xiao exclaimed in delight, and he and Teddy emerged from their hiding place to enter the villa. Upon their arrival, they beheld the two kangaroo rats struggling futilely, ensnared in a sturdy fishing net and covered in honey, rendering their escape nearly impossible. In that moment, their agility and speed were of no use. Yong Xiao and Teddy took a seat, observing the frantic efforts of the kangaroo rats, who emitted desperate squeaks. What to do if we cannot comprehend them? Yong Xiao furrowed his brow, turning to Teddy for guidance. Teddy, too, wore a troubled expression, although a deity. He was unable to communicate freely with other races devoid of natural energy. Thus, the challenge of communicating with the kangaroo rats became their foremost dilemma. Just as Yong Xiao and Teddy pondered their predicament, a gentle and lingering sound of footsteps echoed from outside the villa, accompanied by the tinkling of wind chimes. Teddy's expression brightened. The traveling merchant has arrived. The merchant has randomly appeared on this little island. Understanding Teddy's implication, Yong Xiao decided to set aside the squeaking kangaroo rats and rose to venture outside in search of the merchant. Naturally, in preparation for a successful exchange with the merchant, Yong Xiao casually took the black boxes belonging to the kangaroo rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The anxious sounds of the kangaroo rats echoed from within the fishing net. Yet, Yong Xiao and Teddy chose to ignore them, unaware that the traveling merchant was already at their doorstep. The merchant was clad in eccentric attire, resembling a human but with distinctly yellow skin, standing at a mere height of about 5 feet. He donned a colorful hat and carried a massive backpack that made Yong Xiao question whether it could indeed contain the merchant himself. What has transpired within this abode? The traveling merchant's gaze sharpened upon noticing Yong Xiao, but relaxed slightly upon recognizing Teddy. Inside are my pets making a ruckus. Yong Xiao replied with an awkward smile. He recalled Teddy mentioning that the wandering merchants held a profound appreciation for peace among various races. To ensure smooth transactions, it was imperative that these merchants remained oblivious to any conflicts or disputes between the factions. Thus, whenever the wandering merchants made their appearance, it marked the most harmonious moments in the vast wilderness. However, he distinctly heard voices proclaiming that a humanoid bandit had stolen their black trinket, the gems within serving as their sustenance for food. How despicable! The wandering merchant cast a detached glance at Yong Xiao, though his voice was barely above a whisper. Yong Xiao perceived his words clearly. Discontent was evident. He pondered, what manner of being was this? This individual spoke human language, yet comprehended the dialect of the earth mice. Teddy leaned close to Yong Xiao's ear and murmured, the wandering merchant is a roving envoy in this wilderness realm. Naturally, he understands the languages of all beings. Why do you resort to falsehoods? Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao's expression darkened further. Oh, it appears that I can no longer engage in trade with you. As the gems you possess originate from the earth mice, the wandering merchant stated, taking a step back, his demeanor growing somewhat frosty, as if preparing to depart. Despite lacking any physical prowess, he remained an invincible entity, akin to an unselectable character in a game. Thus, if he wished to leave, Yong Xiao found himself utterly powerless to prevent it. Wait, I have already provided food to those 2 earth mice, and they seemed quite satisfied. Therefore, my gems were obtained through the exchange of sustenance. Yong Xiao implored as he observed the merchant's intent to depart. The wandering merchant closed his eyes, standing quietly for a moment before responding, I am sorry, but I sense no benevolent emotions from those 2 earth mice. Hence, I cannot engage in trade with you. With that, he prepared to leave. It is crucial to note that in this boundless wilderness, a wandering merchant typically appeared only once in each locale. Missing this opportunity would mean a total loss. In a moment of panic, Yong Xiao instinctively reached out to grasp the wandering merchant's arm, but inadvertently stepped too far, causing the metal in his pocket to tumble out. At that instant, the wandering merchant's gaze shifted to the metal on the ground. To Yong Xiao's astonishment, the merchant's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. His eyes blinked rapidly, and upon confirming the authenticity of the metal, the wandering merchant bowed respectfully to Yong Xiao and remarked, "Ah, my apologies, esteemed bearer of the metal." What? Yong Xiao found himself momentarily taken aback by the stark contrast in the wandering merchant's attitude. Chapter 81. The transaction. What I meant to convey is that I misunderstood you, my esteemed badge holder. Your status is so exalted that it is inconceivable you would engage in the act of seizing another's possessions. You must surely have your own reasons. The traveling merchant added. It was at this moment that Yong Xiao grasped the implication. Badge? Which badge? The badge of healing the world? Indeed, that must be it. It turns out that his badge of healing the world holds such significant power. Teddy patted Yong Xiao on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Do not worry. All is well. It is evident that you have gained the trust of the traveling merchant." Yong Xiao nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow, and cheerfully addressed the merchant. "If that is the case, then I may proceed with the transaction, correct? Rest assured, I shall not take these gems without offering something in return to the earth-dwelling rats. Shortly, I will provide them with another batch of food to ensure their satisfaction." A smile bloomed on the merchant's face as well. Despite Yong Xiao's unique status, it would indeed be preferable if the earth-dwelling rats did not suffer a loss. "My esteemed badge holder, I believe what you require first is a universal beast language communicator, and it is quite reasonably priced at merely 3 gems, the traveling merchant remarked with a grin. Yong Xiao nodded in agreement, surprised that the merchant would proactively offer him such an item. However, his reasoning was sound. Facing even a single earth-dwelling rat without the ability to communicate posed considerable challenges, and he might very well need to interact with other races in the future. A universal beast language communicator was indeed an essential tool. Such goods as the universal beast language communicator had not been encountered in the app. It was likely that, given the merchant's assertion, it was truly one of a kind. Noticing Yong Xiao's hesitation, Teddy quickly interjected, "Such a bargain. Seize the opportunity before it slips away." Yong Xiao exclaimed, then resolutely declared, "Very well, I shall purchase 1 universal beast language communicator. Shall we conduct the exchange with immediate payment?" The traveling merchant smiled and shook his head, saying, "My esteemed badge holder, the universal beast language communicator is a skill, specifically a communication skill, rather than a mere book. The particulars will require your own exploration. Although it appears inexpensive, unlocking the language of each race will necessitate the expenditure of currency." As he spoke, the merchant produced 3 radiant gems of varying hues, while a notification chimed in Yong Xiao's app. "Congratulations! You have unlocked the universal beast language communicator skill." Yong Xiao nodded in surprise at the swift efficiency of the transaction. The merchant, satisfied, placed the 3 gems into his satchel and then inquired, "My esteemed badge holder, do you require any further transactions?" Yong Xiao pondered for a moment before excitedly asking, "May I purchase a generator?" He realized that his colossal vessel would require ample electricity and fuel to continue operating. Thus, a generator and an oil extraction and refining machine were urgently needed. "That, I'm afraid, is not possible," the traveling merchant replied, shaking his head and shattering Yong Xiao's dreams. Yong Xiao was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "Why not? Are you not the one who claims that if one has enough gems, they can purchase anything from you?" The traveling merchant replied with a smile, "In theory, that is indeed the case. However, the items available for purchase must align with the current era. Presently, the entire wilderness world is still in the agricultural age. How could one acquire a generator that belongs to the electrical age?" Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, the merchant's subsequent words rekindled his hope. "Esteemed metal bearer, do not fret. While you cannot procure a generator from me, you may acquire the manufacturing techniques for a steam engine, along with the requisite blueprints and materials, which you will need to gather independently. Yong Xiao was puzzled by this statement. Why is it that one cannot buy a generator, yet can obtain the manufacturing techniques for a steam engine? Is it not said that items not belonging to this era cannot manifest? Teddy casually tapped Yong Xiao on the back of his head and whispered, "You fool. Why does it matter? Just buy it. It can only benefit you." Yong Xiao pushed Teddy away and shot him an exasperated glance, but soon realized that Teddy had a point. At that moment, the traveling merchant continued, "A steamed metal bearer. The steam engine was invented during the early steam age, a period closely linked to the agricultural age. The invention of the steam engine heralded the end of the agricultural age and the dawn of the steam age, making it entirely reasonable for someone to possess the knowledge of steam engine manufacturing at this time." Yong Xiao nodded with a smile and said, "Enough talk. I will purchase it. How many gems do you require?" At that moment, Yong Xiao was already envisioning grand dreams. With a steam engine, could he not construct a train? Then, with the steam engine powering a ship, his colossal vessel could operate even without oil or electricity. The traveling merchant maintained his gentle smile and nodded. "It is not expensive. It only requires 3 boxes of gems." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao felt as though he had been struck down from a great height. "What? 3 boxes of gems? Is that what you call inexpensive?" Yong Xiao was instantly filled with anger. He opened the black triangular box to find only 12 gems remaining. After accounting for the 3 gems spent on the universal beast language earlier, this box should contain 15 gems, meaning 3 boxes would total 45 gems. The traveling merchant shook his head with a smile and said, "A steamed metal bearer. You must understand that the steam engine is one of humanity's greatest inventions, fundamentally ushering in a new era. Thus, the price of 3 boxes of gems is quite reasonable and fair." Hearing this, Yong Xiao forced a smile, albeit with gritted teeth. "Well, I currently have only these 12 gems. Is there any way to extend credit? Once I gather enough gems, I will pay you the remaining balance. Could you provide me with the steam engine technology for now?" Yong Xiao scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. Moments ago, the parade merchant showered him with profound respect, repeatedly referring to him as the esteemed holder of the metal, nearly elevating him to celestial heights. Yet, he found himself resorting to thievery and seeking credit, only to be caught in a web of deceit, his FAAD teetering on the brink of collapse. "Certainly, my esteemed metal holder, as a token of gratitude for your selfless dedication to the betterment of society, I am willing to grant you a grace period of 3 days. Should you manage to procure 3 boxes of gemstones within this time frame, I shall gladly bestow upon you the secrets of steam engine technology." The parade merchant remarked with a smile. 3 days? That seems rather insufficient. How about extending it to half a month? Yong Xiao replied, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. Chapter 82. Gathering materials as steamed bearer of the metal. Given your distinguished status, I shall require 100 gems from you, and I can provisionally grant you access to this technology. However, it will only be unlocked once you have paid the requisite gems, and the usage will be limited to a mere 7 days, the merchant proclaimed with a smile. Yong Xiao gritted his teeth and replied, 12 days. It cannot be any less. Beside him, Teddy nudged Yong Xiao's arm and remarked, "Is he truly bargaining? Isn't he afraid that the merchant might storm off with his bag?" Yong Xiao ignored Teddy, his gaze fixed intently on the merchant, who ultimately relented. "Very well, esteemed metal bearer, 7 days it shall be. Please consider my predicament. I must traverse several continents and cannot afford to linger here too long." A smile finally graced Yong Xiao's face as he nodded. "All right, 7 days it is." The merchant let out a sigh of relief and said to Yong Xiao, "I wish you luck, esteemed bearer of the metal. I shall take these 12 gems as a deposit. Farewell." No sooner had he spoken than the merchant's figure vanished before Yong Xiao, and the triangular box he held grew unexpectedly light. Hastily, Yong Xiao pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, a new entry for the steam engine manufacturing technology appeared in his inventory, though it remained gray, indicating it had not yet been unlocked. A countdown timer was visible, now showing 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes remaining. Yong Xiao felt a pang of regret. The gems he had just acquired had been taken from him. However, now was not the time for sorrow. He needed to swiftly learn the language of the earth mice to enlist their help in gathering gems. 7 days was neither too short nor too long. With diligent effort, he could complete the task. He quickly found the Yong Xiao language translator and searched for the earth mouse language. What? Learning the earth mouse language requires 50 coins? Yong Xiao was taken aback, astonished at the system's audacity. Nevertheless, he thought, 50 coins were trivial compared to what he would soon acquire. With a click, the earth mouse entry turned green, and Yong Xiao felt an influx of new information in his mind. This human survivor is truly devious, using these delicacies to trap us here and ignoring our presence. It infuriates me. Yong Xiao overheard a series of chattering from the earth mice, and astonishingly, he understood their words. Kid, what's wrong? Why are you dazed? Teddy, noticing Yong Xiao's peculiar demeanor, approached him. I can understand them. Come, let us negotiate with them while we have the chance, Yong Xiao urged, pulling Teddy along as they hurried towards the 2 earth mice. Big brother, those 2 are coming. They aren't planning to turn us into a meat paste, are they? The food we just had was so delicious, but alas, we haven't even digested it yet, and now we might perish. Oh, the injustice of it all. One earth mouse squeaked, its eyes wide with fear. Do not fear, my brother. Let it be. Regardless, we are well fed. Even if we were to perish, we would at least succumb as satiated creatures. One of the jerboas emitted a couple of chirps, displaying less trepidation than its companion. You 2 gluttons, have you had your fill? How about I propose a business arrangement? Yong Xiao said with a smile directed at the 2 jerboas. Meanwhile, Teddy, wide-eyed, gazed at Yong Xiao in disbelief. Have you truly learned to communicate? Upon hearing Yong Xiao's words, the jerboas perked up their ears, glancing around but failing to spot any companions nearby. Hey, what are you 2 looking at? I was addressing you just now, Yong Xiao remarked with amusement. The jerboa's eyes widened in astonishment, staring intently at Yong Xiao and chattering excitedly. Did I hear correctly? This human survivor can actually speak our language? How peculiar. Could he be a transformed creature? After a flurry of activity, the jerboas eventually settled down, their 8 little paws flailing uselessly within the fishing net. What do you intend to do with us, human survivor? I suggest you release us promptly. We are the kings of the underground world, and you cannot contend with us. Once their agitation subsided, the jerboas regained their confidence and spoke defiantly to Yong Xiao. Yong Xiao chuckled softly, raising his hand to calm them. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. The reason for this approach is to propose a trade. The 2 jerboas exchanged glances, their skepticism evident as one of them hesitantly inquired. A trade? What could we possibly trade? We refuse. Let's go at once. Yong Xiao remained unperturbed, gesturing toward a piece of confectionery that had fallen from the net. Is this food to your liking? Delicious, the jerboas replied without hesitation. However, they quickly regained their wariness, eyeing Yong Xiao suspiciously. What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to bait us with these sweets? State your intentions clearly, or you shall face the consequences. Yong Xiao chuckled, amused by the jerboa's sudden boldness, realizing they perceived no malice from him. You gather these gems to exchange with the wandering merchants for food, do you not? He inquired, glancing at the jerboas with a relaxed demeanor. And if so, what concern is that of yours? One jerboa replied, displaying impatience with Yong Xiao's questioning. These delicacies are my creations. If I were to trade them for your gems, what would you say to that? Yong Xiao articulated his proposal, confident that the jerboas would acquiesce. Of course, I merely ask out of curiosity. If you are unwilling, so be it, he added, shaking his head with a nonchalant air. As he spoke, he promptly opened the fishing net and released 2 earth mice. To his surprise, as soon as the creatures touched the ground, they leapt away, bounding off into the distance before quickly disappearing into a burrow. Witnessing this scene, Yong Xiao was taken aback. Had he truly failed? Meanwhile, Teddy fluttered to Yong Xiao's shoulder and gently patted him, offering a word of comfort. Do not worry, even if they choose not to collaborate with you. We can still take our time to seek out the gems, for there is plenty of time ahead. However, upon hearing Teddy's words, Yong Xiao felt no solace. Rather, a wave of despondency washed over him. Just as he contemplated giving up, 2 shadowy figures darted towards him from afar, arriving directly at his side. Chapter 83. The steam engine young man. Is what you just said true? Are you not deceiving us? The one who dashed to the side of Yong Xiao and his companion was none other than the earth rat that had just fled. Although they were somewhat apprehensive about Yong Xiao potentially capturing them again with his fishing net, the allure of delicious food was simply too irresistible. Even for the sake of exquisite delicacies, they deemed the risk worthwhile. Teddy was taken aback to see the two earth rats return, but soon found solace in the thought that Yong Xiao's culinary creations were indeed delightful. Of course, I'm not deceiving you. The delectable treats you savored earlier were merely a token of our first meeting. I trust you found a gift to your liking? Yong Xiao beamed with joy. The fact that these earth rats had returned indicated that he held the upper hand. He could already envision countless gems flowing towards him. Absolutely. You truly have a knack for this. How do you create such scrumptious dishes? Do you have more? Please bring out another batch. One of the earth rats exclaimed, rubbing its tiny paws together in eager anticipation. Yong Xiao chuckled heartily. Indeed, I could prepare plenty of these delicacies each day. However, if you desire more, you will need to exchange gems for them. What you consumed earlier was a complimentary gift, but I cannot continue to provide them for free. Upon hearing this, the two earth rats displayed no signs of disappointment. Instead, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, that's simple. It's merely a pile of worthless stones, right? As long as your food is plentiful, we can unearth as many gems as you desire. One earth rat nonchalantly sat down, crossing its legs dismissively. Very well. Let's discuss the terms. How about 2 gems for 1 dish? What do you think? Yong Xiao ventured tentatively. The two earth rats were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances, and when they looked back at Yong Xiao, their eyes were glistening with tears. This left Yong Xiao utterly bewildered, and he awkwardly remarked, well, the price is certainly negotiable. If necessary, I can prepare larger portions for you. Upon hearing this, the tears in the earth rat's eyes flowed even more profusely. Yong Xiao, witnessing this scene, felt as though he was bullying innocent creatures. Just as he contemplated adjusting the price to 1 dish for 1 gem, he heard one earth rat, while wiping its tears, say with a quavering voice, "Brother, your price is truly generous." Yong Xiao, upon hearing this, was left in a state of shock. Huh? The earth rat wiped away another tear and continued, "Brother, will you have enough food? It won't be limited, right?" Scratching his head, Yong Xiao shook his head and replied, "Well, of course there will be plenty. But about the previous price?" That earth rat waved its tiny paw with bravado, saying, "That price is no issue. We would like to reserve 100 portions of your delicacies. Do you have that much?" The other earth rat, somewhat puzzled, nudged its elder brother. "Brother, can we eat that much?" With an impatient glance at his sibling, the elder earth rat retorted, "Are you foolish? You can always go back and gather more. I shall indulge for a moment here." You return and convey the situation to them, urging them to bring gems in exchange for delectable food. Upon hearing the elder brother's words, the earth mouse nodded in bewilderment and promptly scampered away. Watching his companion depart, the remaining earth mouse turned to Yong Xiao with an eager expression and inquired, "Brother, is there any culinary delight that I have yet to savor? Please, reveal it to me." Yong Xiao shook his head, offering a wry smile as he replied, "My friend, you have already feasted quite sufficiently. The delicacies I prepare require considerable effort. I cannot afford to let you dine for free, or I shall face financial ruin." Approximately an hour later, a grand procession of earth mice made their way towards Yong Xiao's opulent villa, each clutching several glittering gems in their tiny paws. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come in." Yong Xiao greeted them with a warm smile as he opened the grand doors of his villa. Although the earth mice harbored some trepidation towards Yong Xiao, they mustered their courage under their leader's guidance and followed him inside. Upon witnessing the sumptuous array of dishes adorning the dining table and inhaling the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, their fears and anxieties dissipated. Each mouse craned their necks, gazing in awe at the culinary masterpieces, their mouths watering profusely. "Brothers, please form a queue, one by one," Yong Xiao instructed. The first earth mouse, in a rather presumptuous manner, snatched several gems from his companion's grasp. Yong Xiao collected their gems, meticulously counting them, and then presented a portion of the culinary delights from the table, declaring, "All right, brothers, you may begin your feast. All of this is for you." Upon hearing his words, the earth mice wasted no time in diving into the banquet. They had been thoroughly tempted by the abundance of food, and with Yong Xiao's permission, they descended upon it with unrestrained fervor. Meanwhile, hidden in the kitchen, Yong Xiao and Teddy were tallying the gems they had amassed, which amounted to a total of 40, plus the 12 they had previously acquired, sufficient to procure the steam engine technology. With excitement, Yong Xiao retrieved his phone, located the steam engine technology, and initiated the payment process. The majority of the gems in his possession vanished in an instant, transforming into a radiant stream that surged into his device. Congratulations! You have acquired the steam engine manufacturing technology. You have unlocked the necessary materials for basic steam engine production. 100 units of wood, 100 units of iron, or 100 units of fresh water. The quality of the steam engine is upgradable. Currently, it is at the basic level. To elevate from basic to intermediate, an expenditure of 50 currency units is required. Upon reading this cascade of information, Yong Xiao's spirits soared. He could easily purchase wood and iron or from the trading post, and fresh water could be produced by himself. It would not be long before he possessed a suitable steam engine. With the steam engine matter settled, Yong Xiao listened to the voices of the earth mice outside, contemplating the impossibility of maintaining constant dealings with them. However, the trade for gems must not cease. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could he perhaps teach Teddy the language of the earth mice? With newfound inspiration, Yong Xiao accessed the universal language translation feature and navigated to the earth mouse section, scrutinizing it closely until his eyes widened in astonishment. Share language skill. Cost, 50 currency units. Yong Xiao once again criticized the app for its exploitative nature, yet ultimately complied and clicked to share. Please select a sharing recipient. Teddy. Upon clicking confirm, a beam of light emanated from the phone and enveloped Teddy's head, causing him to tremble. In an instant, Teddy sprang off the ground, leaping 3 yards high. Soon, he regained his composure and turned to Yong Xiao. "Xiao, are you the one playing tricks?" Chapter 84. Organization. Upon hearing Yong Xiao's words, Teddy grinned and remarked, "Brother, it seems we have some work to do. You will handle the negotiations with these earth rats. Now that you have mastered their language, it should pose no challenge, right?" Teddy's response, however, was immediate and explosive. "Xiao, do you not comprehend that I am a deity? You expect me to manage barriers and engage with these earth rats? That is simply beneath my dignity." Yong Xiao appeared to anticipate Teddy's reaction. He casually retrieved a chicken leg from his ring, pretending to bring it to his mouth. "Hold on," Teddy quickly interjected, raising a hand to halt Yong Xiao's actions. In an instant, he was before Yong Xiao, snatching the chicken leg from his grasp. "Is it merely a matter of trading with these earth rats? Just ensure you have delectable treats prepared. Delightful." As Teddy munched on the chicken leg, he ambled towards the earth rats. "Brothers, enjoy your meal. Would you care for some drinks? My brother has plenty, and as long as you possess gemstones, we will ensure your hunger is sated and thirst quenched. You'll crawl in and lounge out." Teddy's voice faded into the distance. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit wooden shack, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, adorned with an embroidered character on his hat, was sending a message via his phone. "Brother, I have located the territory of that Yong Xiao. We shall rendezvous tomorrow." "Understood, big brother. I shall follow your lead. I have long found this fellow displeasing. This time, we must eradicate him and conveniently gather some resources. He surely possesses numerous valuable items." A few miles away, another survivor, lacking the embroidered character on his attire, was replying to a newly added friend on a messaging app. "Good brother, let us set off together tomorrow to that fellow's territory marked on the map. Please communicate with the dozen or so brothers. They must be present. If we are outnumbered, we may suffer losses." A covert operation targeting Yong Xiao had been meticulously arranged, while the very individual being targeted was presently preparing to offer a high price for material collection via his phone. What are these fellows up to? Why are there so few selling iron ore? Yong Xiao pondered, perplexed. After posting his purchase order, he found wood relatively easy to gather and had sufficient freshwater resources at his disposal. However, he had only received about 20 pieces of iron ore. Without a steam engine, he was confined to wandering this small island, lacking the strength to explore further afield. This won't do. To expedite the construction of a steam engine, I must make an announcement in the World Channel. He opened the Wilderness Survival app, accessed the World Channel, and noted the sparse activity. It was afternoon, and presumably, many were preoccupied with survival. After some contemplation, Yong Xiao crafted a message. Everyone, seeking to purchase iron or urgently. To his astonishment, his message was pinned at the top of the World Channel. Consequently, although few survivors were engaged in conversation, others quickly took notice of his request. Yong Xiao has finally spoken, and his words have been pinned, a source of envy indeed. What could Yong Xiao possibly want with iron ore? Could it be for the construction of weapons? Given the vast expanse of his territory, it seems plausible that he possesses a plethora of resources, making the crafting of arms entirely reasonable. Yong Xiao, I have a patch of iron ore, yet I find myself in dire straits, lacking both food and clothing, leaving me no time to mine. If you could extend your support, I will be able to mine for you without worry. What do you say? Upon reading this message, Yong Xiao felt a surge of delight. He initiated a private chat. Moments later, he received a friend request from the very survivor who had mentioned the iron ore nearby, and he accepted it without hesitation. Yong Xiao, I am completely out of food. Please have mercy and provide me with some. The survivor quickly messaged. Lea Fing Yang Chao Somohat speak less. The tone of the message struck him as somewhat dubious. Was he about to be deceived? Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, I truly am not lying. I encountered a tidal surge recently that swept away my supplies and subsequently fell ill. Fortunately, you provided us with medicine for free, which restored my health. However, I have been slowly recuperating and have yet to gather any provisions. The survivor sent another message, and Yong Xiao nodded, recognizing the logic in his words. He casually selected 2 food items and approximately 300 milliliters of fresh water, sending them along with a cup. Consume these first. Once you are well-fed and hydrated, mine for me and deliver 2 pieces of iron ore. Additionally, please share the location of the iron mine, and then we shall proceed with our transaction. Upon receiving the provisions, the survivor's spirits lifted instantly. Yang Chao, you truly possess remarkable resolve. Others would likely assume I am a fraud and hesitate to share their food. Rest assured, within half an hour, the 2 pieces of iron ore will be in your hands. Yong Xiao furrowed his brow at this. Only 2 pieces of iron ore, and you require half an hour? Realizing the misunderstanding, the survivor quickly clarified, please do not misconstrue my words. I am utterly exhausted. After consuming and hydrating, I will need a moment to regain my strength, but the actual mining will take mere minutes. Yong Xiao finally understood, nodded in acknowledgement, and offered a simple before disengaging from the conversation. Exiting the chat interface, he ventured into the trading zone. After browsing for a while, his eyes gleamed with excitement. There truly existed blueprints for a steam engine, yet the price was exorbitant. 2,000 coins, along with 30 gems. Yong Xiao's nostrils flared in frustration. This app was indeed a leech, charging such a steep price for a single blueprint. Fortunately, having established a partnership with the Earth Rat resolved his gem dilemma, and he had amassed sufficient coins from the earlier currency red envelope he had claimed. Otherwise, he would have found himself in quite the predicament. Nonetheless, contemplating his own fortune, he realized that others might not share in such luck. Perhaps they could gradually accumulate sufficient currency through logging, cultivating crops, or hunting livestock for sale. However, these precious gems are not easily obtained. Currently, the gems in my possession are insufficient. The recent batch has been allocated to unlock the technology for steam engine manufacturing. Acquiring the blueprints for the steam engine will likely require several more days of patience. This won't do. I must incite some consumption, encouraging those industrious groundhog brothers to bring along more of their kin. Chapter 85. The diligent Yong Xiao tucked away his phone and, wearing a smile, stepped outside his bedroom. At that moment, a group of burrowing mice sat contentedly on the ground, feasting heartily. My goodness, how much have they consumed? When these burrowing mice first arrived, they appeared quite lean and shifty-eyed, but now their bellies were round and glistening, as if they had undergone a transformation. Teddy turned upon seeing Yong Xiao emerge and immediately sprang to his feet, rushing to his side. Xiao, look how well I've attended to them. Yong Xiao Bao said, taken aback by the remark, and replied, very well indeed. However, with them eating so much, they must have gathered a considerable amount of gems. Where are the gems? Ah, my friend, fret not about this, Teddy reassured him. I'm helping you with the promotion, so I had to offer them some benefits to keep them engaged. Just think, if we hadn't made their meals so delectable from the start, would they willingly part with their gems? Yong Xiao nodded, an unsettling premonition creeping into his mind. So, what you're saying is, you haven't collected the gems, and you've given them away. At this, Teddy's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head awkwardly. In the face of such delightful food, I was so absorbed in my own enjoyment that I forgot about that aspect. They seemed so happy eating, so I let it slip. Yong Xiao inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions and remind himself to maintain composure. Sensing the tension, Teddy's survival instinct kicked in. Don't worry. They mentioned that another batch of burrowing mice would arrive shortly, bringing with them a sufficient number of gems. These fellows are the nobility among burrowing mice. Manual labor is beneath them. Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao's expression softened slightly. He nodded and said, all right, I shall wait a little longer. However, when they arrive, gems must be collected first. Otherwise, we'll leave them hanging. After receiving Teddy's assurance, Yong Xiao returned to his bedroom and opened the app, discovering that the individual he had been conversing with had sent him 2 iron ores, along with their locations. A smile crept onto Yong Xiao's lips, as this person was unaware that he possessed the entire map of the wasteland, and thus had carelessly shared the locations with him. Though he could not mine the iron ores at present, once he invented the steam engine and acquired sufficient power, he could effortlessly sail across the entire wasteland. Amassing all these resources for himself, he clicked to collect the iron ores, which promptly turned gray and were added to his inventory. I will now place more buy orders on the trading platform. You can sell them directly to me once you have mined them, he messaged before exiting the chat. He then noticed that Chu Cixue had left him a message, so he opened her window. Big brother Yong, how have you been? I haven't heard from you in a while. I am now fully recovered, and my territory has expanded to 14 square meters, allowing me to store some food. Ensuring my sustenance is no longer a concern. 3 minutes ago, a message was sent, prompting Yong Xiao to ponder and subsequently edit his response. Congratulations. You are truly courageous. Those who survive in the wilderness are certainly no weaklings. After dispatching the message, Yong Xiao reclined on his bed, leisurely whistling, when soon after, a message from Chu Cixue arrived. Yong Dage, are you there? I saw your message in the world about needing iron ore. What do you intend to do with it? Yong Xiao did not conceal his plans from Chu Cixue and replied with a smile. I intend to construct a steam engine. Only with a steam engine can I traverse great distances. This is merely the beginning. Once it is completed, perhaps I could even travel by steam locomotive to find you. Upon reading Yong Xiao's message, Chu Cixue's heart raced. He wants to find me, really? What does this mean? Is he confessing his feelings? Should I accept? Yong Xiao, momentarily puzzled, inquired, why do you ask? Do you have iron ore there? Chu Cixue shook her head with a wry smile, saying, I don't have iron ore, but I do have a patch of magnetite. Would you like it, Yong Dage? If so, I'll go and mine it for you right away. Yong Xiao considered this. Although he could not yet manufacture a generator, magnetite would undoubtedly be essential. Later, when he could produce a generator, he wouldn't have to worry about materials. Furthermore, many modern devices rely on magnets, such as speakers and compasses. Please mine some for me, as much as you can. I will place a buy order on the trading platform to store some. Also, send me the location of the magnetite. Yong Xiao responded with a smile. Upon receiving this message, Chu Cixue's heart raced even faster. The magnetite was located near her small wooden cabin. What did Yong Dage mean by requesting her location? Was he truly coming to find her? At that moment, Yong Xiao remained oblivious to Chu Cixue's thoughts. He accessed the trading platform and placed an order for 100 units of magnetite before exiting the app. Chu Cixue hurried to the magnetite site, resolutely decided to send her location, and then retrieved her pickaxe from her inventory to begin mining. The thought that Yong Dage might soon come to find her invigorated her efforts. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao paced excitedly in his bedroom. The materials for the steam engine were likely to be gathered today. As for the blueprints, Recalling the audacious manner in which he had exchanged the first batch of earth rats for delicacies, he believed he could assemble them as well. This implied that he could indeed construct the steam engine today. Although the energy efficiency of steam engines is rather low and may not allow him to travel very far, it still represented progress. Reflecting on his past life on Blue Star, where civilization had remained agrarian for 5,000 years, he marveled at how, after the West developed an improved steam engine, humanity had, in just 150 years, created formidable nuclear weapons. With the system in his possession, Yong Xiao aspired to significantly accelerate the pace of technological advancement, but such aspirations would not come easily. Just as he was filled with excitement, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. Upon opening his bedroom door, he was taken aback to see a group of large rats entering the villa. Each pair of rats carried atop their heads a black triangular box, identical to the ones he had seen previously, totaling 5 boxes. Eagerly, Yong Xiao approached to open one of the boxes, only to be unexpectedly bitten by one of the nearby rats. Chapter 86. The creation of the steam engine. Yong Xiao was taken aback, entirely unprepared for the sudden encounter. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed, as the electric energy coursing through him instinctively retaliated, knocking out the incisor of the large rat. "What on earth are you doing?" Before Yong Xiao could voice his thoughts, a nearby earth rat admonished the large rat instead. The large rat trembled, gazing at Yong Xiao while covering its mouth, which was now missing a tooth. Remaining silent in fear. "This is a benefactor of our kind. You ought to apologize at once," the earth rat chastised, incensed by the disgraceful behavior of its compatriot. Yong Xiao, slightly exasperated, waved his hand and remarked, "Never mind. It is only natural for it to be frightened given that it is seeing me for the first time. Let us set aside other discussions for now and first tally up these gemstones." Having been startled by the previous incident, Yong Xiao felt a twinge of reluctance to approach the black, triangular wooden box. He gestured at Teddy, who promptly opened the boxes in succession. Indeed, they were brimming with gemstones, each box containing 15, totaling a remarkable 75. "Brother, 75 gemstones. Are you certain?" inquired the earth rat that seemed to be the leader, nudging Yong Xiao's foot with an air of joviality. Yong Xiao cast a glance, and as his phone flickered with light, the gemstones within the black, triangular boxes vanished simultaneously. What has transpired? The events that unfolded were beyond the comprehension of the earth rat leader, and after a brief pause, it hurriedly spoke to Yong Xiao and Teddy. "Brothers, you saw it too. There were indeed 75 gemstones, yet they have disappeared." As it spoke, the earth rat scurried about, seemingly searching for something. Yong Xiao could only manage a wry smile as he explained, "I have collected the gemstones. Now, everyone, please take a seat. I shall prepare some delectable dishes for you." Upon hearing this, the earth rats visibly relaxed, although they remained puzzled about how Yong Xiao had managed to gather the gemstones. It was of little consequence, as long as they were to be treated to a feast. In no time, Yong Xiao produced plate after plate of culinary delights. In addition to desserts, there were several vegetarian dishes crafted from rather ordinary ingredients. However, under Yong Xiao's masterful culinary skills, the flavors of these vegetarian offerings were unlike anything the earth rats had ever experienced. "Dear brothers, the feast is served. Today I am particularly joyful, so I made extra vegetarian dishes for you. If you enjoy them, I shall incorporate even more vegetarian options next time." The earth rats immediately gathered around. Though the larger rats had never tasted such food before, they dared not compete with the earth rats for the offerings, as there was still a hierarchy among them. The more esteemed earth rats, occasionally weary of their usual fare, might toss a few scraps to the lesser ones, who would eagerly seize the opportunity despite the meager portions. Seeing their delight in a meal, Yong Xiao decided not to intervene further. He instructed Teddy to attend to the guests and return to his room, lying on his bed and retrieving his phone to open an app. Having fully settled the expenses for acquiring the steam engine manufacturing technology and the necessary blueprints, only a few gemstones remained. As for currency, a total of 2,000 had been deducted, yet this was of little consequence to Yong Xiao. After all, he possessed an inexhaustible flow of water to sell for currency, along with the fiery fruit and various other valuable items, sought after by survivors, yet unattainable without a hefty sum. In truth, as the survivors gradually developed, their resources would inevitably become more abundant, leading to a decrease in prices. Yong Xiao's ability to profit from these resources was merely a matter of timing. After approximately 2 hours, a notification from the app indicated that his order for iron ore had been fulfilled. All materials and essential items were ready, prompting Yong Xiao to commence the fabrication of the steam engine. Upon selecting the extraction of steam engine manufacturing technology, a radiant light surged into Yong Xiao's mind, instantly imbuing him with a wealth of knowledge regarding steam engine construction. He learned that the steam engine was not originally invented by Watt. Rather, he merely improved upon it, as the first steam engine had already been created in the 1st century AD. Having acquired the technology, Yong Xiao was also enlightened about the historical evolution of steam engine manufacturing on Blue Star. Reflecting briefly, Yong Xiao wasted no time on such matters. He extracted the blueprints and required materials, wood and iron ore, from the app, and gathered the fresh water he had produced before promptly beginning the construction of the steam engine. Although the steps appeared straightforward, Yong Xiao soon realized the complexity involved. If he continued at this pace, it would likely take at least 2 hours to complete. Despite feeling somewhat exasperated, he regarded these as minor obstacles and immediately utilized the furnace to smelt the iron ore into the necessary boiler, subsequently shaping it according to the blueprints. Once these tasks were accomplished, he needed to incorporate the propulsion mechanism into the boiler. Otherwise, the arduous creation would merely amount to a water heater. After enduring a blend of pain and pleasure through 3 rounds of adjustments over a span of 2 hours, Yong Xiao finally triumphed in his endeavor. Just as he reveled in his success, a cacophony of frantic sounds from outside interrupted him, prompting Yong Xiao to pause. Perplexed by the commotion, he hastily exited to investigate what had transpired. Upon pushing open his bedroom door, he discovered that the ground mice had all fled, leaving the dining area in disarray with remnants of uneaten food scattered about. Teddy appeared equally bewildered, hovering before Yong Xiao and shrugging. "I have no idea what just happened. A mere half-minute ago, these ground mice were joyfully feasting, only to suddenly scatter in terror without uttering a single word." As Teddy spoke, his gaze shifted to the enormous steam engine emitting wisps of white smoke from the bedroom door. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he pushed aside Yong Xiao. Darting towards the steam engine, Yong Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon startled, he reached out in an attempt to stop him, exclaiming, "Brother, slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself." Alas, he had just calibrated the steam engine and opened its cover, intending to add more water. Yet before he could do so, Teddy leapt right in. Chapter 87. The uprising. Teddy leaped into the steam engine, taking a scalding bath, only to bounce back out immediately. "After all this time in the bedroom, you managed to create something that merely boils water? You nearly boiled me alive. It infuriates me beyond measure." Teddy sprang up, delivering a swift kick to Yong Xiao's chest before hastily making his exit. Shortly thereafter, Yong Xiao was startled by a loud splash from outside. 10 minutes later, a drenched figure resembling a soaked chicken staggered through the bedroom door, water dripping all over. Just as Teddy was about to erupt in anger, Yong Xiao's phone emitted a notification sound, prompting him to quickly pull it out to alleviate the tension. Upon opening the app, he was greeted with an update alert. He tapped to update immediately, and half a minute later, he discovered a new announcement, its hue shifting from pale blue to deep crimson. "Warning. Survivors, dusk is approaching. Return to your cabins without delay. The wild spirits are acting unusually. They seem somewhat agitated. It is highly likely they will assault your cabins tonight. Defend your home fiercely. Remember, the darkness before dawn is the deepest, and once the sun rises, you shall enter a new era. Good luck to you all." Upon reading this announcement, Yong Xiao found himself momentarily stunned. What did this mean? A new era? Could it be that his invention of the steam engine had propelled the civilization of this wilderness world forward? Without lingering on the thought, he opened the world channel to see others' reactions. "Brothers, the app has updated again. I heard the wild spirits are making moves tonight. Is everyone prepared? I've fortified my cabin to be exceedingly secure. I have no worries at all." Though such confidence was expressed, who could truly guarantee the absolute safety of their cabin. Beyond reinforcing their dwellings, enhancing one's combat prowess was also a wise strategy. I have several stone axes just listed on the trading platform. All are welcome to purchase. Seeing this, Yong Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He realized this individual was merely peddling goods. Let's not be overly optimistic. This time feels different. We've been in this wilderness world for nearly a month, and now there's a sudden update with an official announcement. I suspect the wild spirits will be more ferocious than before. Indeed, the announcement concluded with a statement about the darkness before dawn being the deepest, and that after daybreak. A new era will commence. What does that signify? While I recognize each word, their combined meaning eludes me. Yes, what new era could this possibly be? Could there be a prominent survivor among us who has accomplished something significant, ushering in this new age? Now that you mention it, why not simply ask the esteemed Yong Xiao? Who else among us possesses such capability? Hearing the conversation shift towards him on the World Channel, Yong Xiao couldn't suppress a wry smile. These individuals had unwittingly hit the nail on the head. Yong Xiao, are you there? Come out and share your thoughts. A survivor tagged Yong Xiao in the World Channel, and he knew he could no longer remain silent. This evening, everyone should exercise caution. The chaos caused by the wild spirits may very well be driven by a quest for something elusive. It is imperative that each person safeguards their territory. For once this night has passed, all shall return to normalcy. Yong Xiao had no intention of divulging too much. It would be imprudent to reveal his invention of the steam engine to everyone. It would serve no purpose for the well-meaning individuals to learn of it, and it would be detrimental if those harboring ill intentions became aware. Sometimes, maintaining an air of mystery can prove to be remarkably beneficial. Just as he exited the World Channel, Chu Cixue sent him a private message. Brother Yang, does the matter mentioned in the announcement pertain to you? Yong Xiao raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Chu Cixue's perceptiveness in quickly pinpointing the issue. The steam engine had been completed, and perhaps this revolutionary invention posed a threat to the dark forces of the indigenous denizens of the wilderness, prompting their uprising. Yong Xiao felt no need to conceal this from Chu Cixue. By the way, how are the defensive measures for your little cabin coming along? I have some leftover sturdy wooden iron, or that you can use for repairs. Yong Xiao couldn't help but express his concern. He did not wish to assist Chu Cixue excessively, as he sensed she preferred to progress through her own efforts. However, given that this unexpected incident stemmed from his actions, he felt compelled to contribute in some way. Rest assured, Brother Yang, I am quite safe here. I have grown stronger and am no longer the timid little girl who used to cry. Chu Cixue replied with a smile. Very well, should any situation arise tonight, notify me immediately. I will be crafting some weapons shortly. Yong Xiao understood that Chu Cixue needed to prepare, so he refrained from prolonging the conversation and concluded their dialogue. The uprising of the wild spirits posed a certain danger to ordinary survivors, yet for Yong Xiao, it held no threat at all. Not only did he have a formidable thunder god by his side, but his own combat prowess was also considerable. In recent days, he had drawn only basic supplies from his sign-in rewards, such as seeds and copper ore. He wondered what valuable items might emerge after tonight. Although the wild spirits posed little danger to him, they represented a significant hurdle for the average survivor, perhaps leading the system to yield some noteworthy rewards. He made his way to the smelting chamber, arranging all the metals and ores he possessed, along with some stones. After taking inventory, he began crafting offensive and defensive weapons and devices. Of course, these were not solely for his own use. He intended to create life-saving items for other survivors, as none could predict the extent of the wild spirit's power tonight. With 3 hours remaining until dusk, and given his current crafting speed and resources, he anticipated that he would be able to assist 1,000 individuals adequately. Although 1,000 individuals may seem a mere drop in the ocean of the vast wilderness, one must not underestimate the resilience of the survivors. The majority possess the strength to navigate through perilous challenges, and his mission is to assist those who are less capable. 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and Yong Xiao had exhausted all the materials at his disposal. The weapons and defensive devices he crafted were placed on the trading platform, reasonably priced. However, unlike his previous acts of benevolence in healing the injured, this time he refrained from offering them for free. His altruism then was driven by a desire to save lives. Now, he aimed to provide these essential tools to those who truly needed them, a distinction of purpose. Chapter 88. Disdained. Various weapons and defensive devices are categorized based on the cost of their materials and effectiveness, ranging from 10 to 50 units. A fresh batch of weapons and defensive devices has just been listed. Everyone is encouraged to visit the trading zone. After some contemplation, Yong Xiao decided to broadcast a message in the World Channel. His announcement was promptly pinned at the top, swiftly drawing attention from others. Yong Xiao, is the recent upheaval caused by the wild spirits truly that alarming? It seems that nearly every one of us possesses some weapons by now. We should be capable of handling it. Who knows? The system has updated specifically for this wild spirit ride, so it's likely to be quite significant. It's best to exercise caution. The weapons and defensive devices sold by Yong Xiao are undoubtedly of high quality. If anyone is in need, it would be wise to make a purchase. Let us wait and see. It's not dark yet. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as it seems. The survivors in the World Channel appeared rather indifferent, with few expressing interest in purchasing items. After about half an hour, only a handful of transactions had occurred, most of which were for small defensive huts, with very few opting for weapons. After perusing a few messages, Yong Xiao exited the channel and opened the chat window for Chu Sixue, sending her a message. Do you need any weapons or defensive hut devices? I can offer you a discounted price. Yong Xiao chuckled, aware that given Chu Sixue's temperament, she would certainly refuse if he offered them for free. While mining, Chu Sixue received the message, paused to glance in the direction of the hut, contemplated briefly, and replied, I don't need anything at the moment. I have a pickaxe and a fork, both acquired from the trading platform. These should suffice for protection in case of a wild spirit riot. She understood well that Yong Xiao's notion of a discount was nearly tantamount to a gift. Although warmed by his gesture, she was determined not to rely too heavily on him, as that would hinder her quest for independence in this wilderness. Yong Xiao nodded, accepting her decision. Putting away his phone, he moved to the kitchen, casually preparing a few dishes and brewing some fruit juice before calling Teddy to join him for dinner. Despite the fortress-like security of his villa and his own formidable combat abilities, he pondered how he would manage to eat if a horde of wild spirits were to create chaos outside. Chow, with your invention of the steam engine, I suspect there will be upheaval in the wilderness world. We need to be vigilant over the next few days, Teddy remarked, his expression somewhat grim. Curious, Yong Xiao looked at him and asked, What's the situation? Did any of the previous waves of survivors enter the steam engine era? Teddy set down the chicken leg he was holding, his gaze becoming distant as he fell into contemplation. Though the previous two waves of survivors ultimately failed, they nonetheless advanced a few steps along the path of civilization. Unfortunately, they were thwarted by powerful entities. Had they been allowed to develop peacefully, they might not have descended to their current plight. With a resigned sigh, Teddy took a few bites of his chicken leg, then fixed his gaze upon Yong Xiao. In this critical moment among the survivors, I surmise that hope rests squarely on your shoulders. You must persevere, observing Teddy's eyes brimming with optimism. Yong Xiao was immediately swept up in his fervor and smiled, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Surely, the two of us can carve out a niche in this diminutive wilderness. However, before he could finish his sentence, a deep, ominous growl resonated from outside the villa. Upon hearing that sound, the smile vanished from Yong Xiao's face. It was unmistakably the voice of the so-called wild spirits. What time is it? He wondered aloud, glancing at his phone. How could those wild spirits emerge a half hour early? Teddy's expression grew serious once more as he replied, Did I not mention that the wilderness would be thrown into turmoil due to your creation of the steam engine? Certain powerful entities in this realm do not wish for the survivors to thrive. Yong Xiao's countenance darkened at these words. Who are these powerful entities you speak of? Are they the indigenous inhabitants of this land, or the developers of the wilderness survival app? He looked at Teddy with a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, Teddy shook his head and said, My memories are not fully restored, and my knowledge is limited. In any case, if there is an opportunity for growth, you must strive to seize it. Those powerful entities will not grant you much time. They will unleash wave after wave of obstacles, ultimately seeking to extinguish your efforts. Suddenly, Yong Xiao heard a loud thud against the villa's wall, followed by a series of thunderous bangs. The wild spirits had begun to riot. He was taken aback by their swiftness, and it seemed that many had arrived. With a cold snort, Yong Xiao recalled that he had fortified the villa's perimeter with metal sheeting and had employed a portion of his lightning energy to safeguard the surroundings. Should the wild spirits attempt to breach, they would find the metal nearly impenetrable, and the electrical energy would be quite formidable. Amidst their assault on the villa, the air was filled with the sounds of their strikes, accompanied by the anguished cries of the wild spirits, evidently suffering from the electric energy that struck them. Yong Xiao and Teddy approached the villa's wall, watching intently to prevent any breach. Suddenly, Yong Xiao remembered the other survivors and wondered how they were faring. Those who had not acquired his crafted weapons and protective gear would be in grave danger should their makeshift cabins be overrun. He promptly retrieved his phone, opened the Wilderness Survival app, and navigated to the World Channel, where messages were flooding in. My heavens, why are there so many wild spirits? Their numbers have multiplied several times over, and their assault seems far more vigorous than before. What could be driving their agitation? Fortunately, my cabin was reinforced. It should hold firm. However, if these wild spirits continue their relentless attacks, they may soon dismantle the wooden perimeter for kindling. My cabin remains unfortified. Is there anyone among you who possesses a weapon? My hunting rifle is broken and unusable. I will pay a handsome price. Given the current momentum, it seems they will soon breach our defenses, and I am filled with dread. As the relentless assault of the feral creatures continues, the survivors gradually succumb to despair. Having never encountered such a dire situation before, they are now willing to expend any amount of money to acquire weapons, if it means preserving their lives. Oh no! He has entered. Chapter 89. Prosperity from Above. Why such feral words? Does this young man dare to drive, thinking no one will banish him from the World Channel? Indeed, there's been no such action. At this moment, the survivor was gripped by fear. A wild spirit had already battered a corner of her wooden door. With just a few more blows, it would surely break through, placing her in grave danger. I am not jesting. That wild spirit has breached my door, and I fear it will enter within a minute. What should I do? I am terrified. Yong Xiao sighed deeply and promptly communicated on the World Channel. This afternoon, I placed several weapons and protective devices for sale in the trading area. Please check if there's something suitable for you. Yong Xiao's message was once again pinned by the system, and the survivor quickly noticed it. She rushed to the trading area and indeed found a plethora of weapons: stone axes, copper hammers, and iron spears, priced at 10, 20, and 30 coins respectively. Faced with the aggressive wild spirit outside, she did not hesitate to purchase a copper hammer and an iron spear. Although spending 50 coins stung a little, it was still within her means. Having survived in this world for nearly a month, after initially securing her basic needs, she was now able to gather firewood daily to exchange for currency. With over 400 coins in hand, spending 50 still left her with a substantial amount. Most importantly, the wild spirit was on the verge of breaking in. If she did not buy weapons for her survival, what good would the savings do? Would they merely become a burden if discovered by others? With the copper hammer and iron spear now in her possession, she felt a surge of courage. As the wild spirit struck another blow to the door, revealing its head and neck, the survivor, though terrified, knew she could not allow it to continue. Otherwise, the cost of repairs would be far greater. Armed with her new weapons, she positioned herself behind the door and thrust the iron spear forward. To her surprise, the wild spirit was not foolish. It instantly seized her spear with immense strength. This startled her, as she had assumed the wild spirit to be merely powerful, devoid of other skills. Just as the creature began to pull the spear from her grasp, she quickly improvised, swinging the hammer in her left hand. The wild spirit, taken aback, released its hold, nearly causing the survivor to stumble. This wretched creature is truly formidable, she thought, stepping back in trepidation, only to find the wild spirit advancing once more. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will strike. She threatened fiercely, though deep down, she was well aware of her own fear. Despite her relentless warnings, the wild spirits continued their assault on her small wooden cabin, and soon, several more sections of the door were smashed away. Startled, the survivor swiftly lunged towards the gaping hole. Though he missed his target, his sudden movement nonetheless frightened the adversary, preventing it from advancing. Suddenly, he noticed a wild spirit inching closer to the jagged opening, seemingly unaware of his presence. This presented a prime opportunity. He hastily thrust towards the breach, and a chilling scream erupted from the wild spirit outside, resonating with terror. The cacophony startled the other wild spirits, who promptly ceased their assault and retreated a few paces, their movements accompanied by a series of thuds. To his astonishment, the group of wild spirits outside began to communicate among themselves, though their utterances were incomprehensible to the survivor. Moments later, they regrouped and launched an attack with renewed vigor. Observing the numerous breaches forming atop the small wooden cabin, the survivor realized that a single iron spear would not suffice. He quickly procured another from the trading platform and began to attack with both weapons, targeting any sign of the wild spirits. For half an hour, a stalemate ensued, with most of the wild spirits sustaining injuries, which compelled them to retreat, recognizing the threat posed to them. Exhausted, the survivor sank to the ground as the wild spirits fled and retrieved his phone to access the world channel. Good heavens, these wild spirits are formidable. Not only have their numbers increased, but they also seem to have grown more cunning, he remarked, his heart still racing. Hey, upstairs. Are you the one who previously purchased weapons from the great Yong Xiao? How are they working for you? A fellow survivor, seemingly recognizing him, inquired with curiosity. Immensely effective. Those wild spirits stand no chance against Yong Xiao's iron spear. If it strikes them, they are bound to be injured. However, these wild spirits are remarkably clever. They evade attacks and even manage to grasp my spear. When I aimed at one, it nearly gave me a heart attack. That's outrageous. You're just showing off now, another chimed in. Is there a moderator around? Someone needs to take him away. After nearly an hour, the atmosphere in the world channel remained surprisingly jovial, despite the ongoing battle with the wild spirits. You all are crossing the line. Where's your sense of urgency? I'm here battling these wild spirits, on the verge of exhaustion, and you're discussing joyrides. Don't you encounter wild spirits? A perplexed survivor questioned. Not at all. It's quite peaceful here, came the reply. Good grief, the wild spirits here have begun to riot. I must go fight. The moment was barely finished before other survivors seemed to experience the same turmoil, their voices falling silent. The survivor, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the wild spirits, quickly messaged, everyone, if you need assistance, hurry to the trading platform to purchase weapons from the great Yong Xiao. It's too late to buy defensive gear now. Those wild spirits might be lurking right outside your cabin, waiting to ambush you. Stepping outside could lead to an attack, as some survivors found themselves in the midst of a chaotic upheaval caused by the wild energy. They stumbled upon this crucial message and promptly made their way to the trading area to make a purchase. The news spread rapidly from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100, leading to the swift depletion of Yong Xiao's weapons. In a world teeming with billions of inhabitants, several hundred weapons vanished in the blink of an eye. Yong Xiao, however, was not monitoring the global channel. Having assessed the ferocity of the wild energy's assault, he surmised that the situation for other survivors was dire. Thus, he immediately set to work, laboring tirelessly to forge more weapons. Chapter 90. The night before dawn, after having crafted hundreds of weapons previously, Yong Xiao had become increasingly adept at the art of weapon manufacturing. What once took him 3 hours to produce a few hundred pieces could now be accomplished in merely 1 hour, yielding double the quantity. Given the urgency of the situation, Yong Xiao promptly finished each weapon, immediately listing them on the platform for sale. Thanks to the burgeoning reputation stemming from the first wave of survivors who had endured the onslaught of the wild spirits, many more survivors on the global channel began to call upon Yong Xiao to expedite the production of weapons. However, Yong Xiao, despite his remarkable speed, was only human, and the number of weapons he could produce remained finite. After several hours of continuous labor, fatigue began to set in. He took out his phone and glanced at the global channel, noting the overwhelming demand for weapons, and let out a sigh. Outside the villa, the wild spirits had long since retreated, suggesting that the weapons in the hands of the first batch of survivors who had suffered at the hands of these spirits were likely rendered temporarily useless. An idea began to form in Yong Xiao's mind. To all the survivors who had experienced the wild spirit onslaught, He suggested that they consider selling any idle weapons on the trading platform, enabling those in dire need to protect themselves. After sending this message, Yong Xiao chose not to dwell on the choices others would make regarding the weapons that had been purchased. Such decisions were beyond his control. However, the global channel erupted in response to his announcement. Indeed, why hadn't they thought of this sooner? Those who had recently faced the wild spirits realized that the weapons they possessed were currently of no use to them. They pondered selling them, as they were in urgent need, with the wild spirits threatening to breach their defenses. One survivor, besieged by wild spirits while holed up in a small cabin, flooded the global channel with messages expressing his desire to purchase a weapon. He remained fixated on the trading area, ready to click buy at the first opportunity. Alas, the limited weapons posted by Yong Xiao were simply too few for him to secure. Despite Yong Xiao's call to action, the survivors who had endured the wild spirit attack were still in a state of panic. Even if safety appeared on the horizon, they dared not take the risk. What if the wild spirits returned? Thus, aside from Yong Xiao's posts, virtually no other survivors were willing to sell their weapons. I managed to snag a weapon from Yong Xiao. I don't need it right now, but I'm thinking of marking up the price to sell it. If anyone's interested, come buy it, exclaimed another survivor, who had also survived the wild spirit turmoil. While he held a weapon, having acquired an additional one felt excessive, prompting him to consider listing it at a higher price on the trading platform for profit. This, however, incited discontent among the global channel participants. That's incredibly selfish. We are in such peril, and you still wish to profit. One survivor fumed. You should sell it at the original price. We are in danger. And if your greed prevents us from acquiring weapons, and we end up falling victim to the wild spirits, you will bear the full responsibility. Immediately following, a flurry of discontent messages flooded the world channel, brimming with accusations. What does this mean? If I'm not allowed to sell, why should I not profit from the weapons I have acquired through sheer dexterity and fortune? I have secured these weapons. I shall sell them at whatever price I deem fit. If you wish to purchase, then do so at your own discretion. This survivor is certainly obstinate. Having just acquired 2 weapons and finding himself low on currency, it is entirely reasonable for him to wish to sell one to recuperate some funds. While fellow survivors hurl insults at him in the world channel, they find themselves powerless to alter the situation. With the ferocious creatures poised to breach their modest wooden shelter, they have no choice but to begrudgingly purchase the overpriced weapons. I told you so. If you refuse to buy, others will. When the creatures leave you weeping and wailing, do not come begging to me. I too require protection, and the remaining weapons are not for sale. For a full 8 hours, Yong Xiao labored tirelessly at weapon forging. In a bid to hasten the production rate, he even resorted to lowering the quality of the weapons, ensuring that their offensive capabilities remained intact while managing to forge a greater quantity. Even with such relentless effort, he managed to create approximately 20,000 weapons. As dawn approached, mere hours away, some individuals began to entertain thoughts of the creatures not returning, subsequently listing their weapons at exorbitant prices on the trading platform, hoping to make a profit. Many survivors harbored such notions. Given the sizable population of survivors, some sought additional armaments out of precaution, while others, with damaged weapons, wished to procure replacements for unforeseen events. Consequently, the high-priced weapons swiftly sold out. With half an hour left until dawn, those who had sold their weapons reveled in their burgeoning currency balance, feeling quite pleased with themselves, when suddenly, the sound of furious roars outside their wooden shelter caught their attention. What was happening? Did it not sound like the creatures were returning? Surely not. Dawn was nearly upon them, and did they not fear the light? The survivors reassured themselves, clutching only a collection of numbers, having sold nearly all their available weapons. Should the creatures return, they would possess no combat capability whatsoever. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant pounding resonated upon their shelter, and this time the number of creatures had multiplied by 2 or 3 times, exhibiting astonishing combat prowess as they effortlessly breached the walls, creating several new openings. They were nearly paralyzed with fear at this turn of events and rushed to the trading platform, desperate to acquire weapons, only to discover that they had all been sold out, even at inflated prices. A similar plight unfolded in thousands of wooden shelters. They hastily turned to the world channel, anxiously pleading, "Brothers and sisters, who has weapons? Please sell me some. The creatures are in a frenzy here, and price is no object." Upon sending their messages, they realized that the world channel was filled with identical requests. Everyone was seeking weapons, all having encountered renewed chaos from the creatures. However, there was scarcely any response to them. At this moment, outside nearly every cabin in the wilderness, dozens of wild spirits were rampaging. The survivors who had purchased weapons were preoccupied with battling the wild spirits outside the cabins, leaving them no time to glance at the world channel. The darkness before dawn had arrived. At this juncture, all the survivors recalled the words from the announcement. Chapter 91. A new era. What the new era will entail remains a mystery to them. Yet the darkness before dawn is undeniably profound. Throughout the desolate wilderness, nearly all survivors find themselves engulfed in a deep sense of despair. Even those armed with weapons are gripped by fear, struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught. Apprehensive that a moment's lapse could allow the savage spirits to infiltrate their defenses, leaving them in utter devastation. The astute individuals who sold their weapons at exorbitant prices were swiftly overrun, taken away in a single wave by the marauding spirits that burst into their humble abodes, leaving the chat channels of the app eerily silent. The chaos raged for a full half hour, targeting all territories inhabited by survivors across the wilderness. Suddenly, as dawn broke, the rampaging spirits seemed to return to normalcy, ceasing their attacks on the survivors' domains. The survivors caught a fleeting glimpse of their crimson eyes, filled with resentment, as they retreated. And only when the oppressive sounds of their departure faded into the distance did the survivors exhale in relief, collapsing onto the ground in a moment of reprieve. Grateful for their survival, they flocked to the world channel, eager to voice their frustrations. "My goodness, brothers, were those spirits insane just now? They were so ferocious. It felt as though I had disturbed their ancestral graves." One exclaimed, "Is everyone all right? Thank goodness day broke. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? A spirit nearly smashed my door down, just about to break in when the light returned and they fled. Well, today I'll do nothing but repair my door. By the way, immense gratitude to those who sold weapons for such high prices. If it weren't for them, I might not have secured a weapon and would have met my end." Another added, "And where is the brother who sold me my weapon? Come fort. I owe you a great debt." "All right, no need for thanks. That fellow is likely gone," someone interjected. I checked the chat logs, and as soon as that group sold out their weapons, the spirits came knocking, sweeping them away in an instant. A hush fell over the world channel for a full 3 minutes. "Brother, may your journey be peaceful. Add 1. Add 106. Ding dong. Congratulations, survivors. You have successfully endured an unforgettable night and ushered in a new era. The Steam Age." A message suddenly appeared at the top of the world channel, posted by none other than the Grand Ruler. "Wait, the Steam Age? What does that mean? Has someone invented a steam engine?" One survivor pondered aloud in the world channel. "Could it be the formidable Yong Xiao? In my view, he is the only one in this survival world with such prowess," another suggested. "Where is Yong Xiao? Is he off creating something magnificent again? I owe my survival to him." Attention survivors, the Wilderness Survival app is about to update. This update will occur automatically without requiring you to exit the app, taking approximately 10 minutes. As the Wilderness Survival app announced the impending update, discussions erupted among the survivors, speculating on what new features might be introduced. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao lay peacefully asleep in his bed. He spent the entire night tirelessly crafting weapons, laboring diligently, and now that he had finally secured a moment of safety, it was only fitting to indulge in some much-needed rest. As for Chu Xixue, she had been restless throughout the night. Although she hesitated to request weapons from Yong Xiao, when the abomination first emerged, she promptly acquired a weapon for herself. Fortunately, she faced no peril, yet now she was so exhausted that she did not even glance at her phone before succumbing to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and the survivors began to check the app, finding nothing amiss. Consequently, they reconvened in the global channel. The Wilderness World app update is complete. Welcome to the Steam era. As we all know, The advancement of the steam engine signifies humanity's transition from the primitive agrarian age to the dawn of the first industrial revolution. Brave survivors toiled diligently to amass wealth and strive to create the steam engine, conquering distant lands. Upon reading this announcement, the survivors were taken aback and immediately rushed to the trading platform, where they indeed discovered that the steam engine manufacturing technology had been made available. The price for the steam engine manufacturing technology was set at 10,000 coins. Why was it so exorbitant? Could it be that the system was reluctant to let them acquire it? Although 10,000 coins seemed steep, it was merely due to their current financial constraints. With a bit of extra effort each day, they would surely be able to accumulate that amount. Previously, I had seen steam engine blueprints listed on the trading platform for 2,000 coins and thought it was a jest. I never imagined they could actually be constructed. I advise those above not to get their hopes up about the steam engine for the time being. Do they truly possess such wealth? Just the materials alone would require a substantial sum. The cost of 100 units of wood, 100 units of iron ore, and 100 liters of water would amount to several thousand coins. Thus, it would be prudent to focus on meeting basic needs before aspiring to acquire such advanced technological marvels. Although the group could not afford a steam engine at present, this did not deter them from working harder in their quest for survival, gathering firewood and mining. Previously, the survivors struggled to meet even their basic needs. But since the currency system was implemented, they could now sell surplus wood, water, and meat on the trading platform, which made acquiring other necessities much more convenient than bartering. Upon awakening and seeing the update on the app, Chu Cixue felt her fatigue vanish. After all, she was guarding a magnetite mine. While the steam engine did not require magnets, the arrival of the steam age hinted at the potential for even more advanced technologies to be invented in the future. She was essentially safeguarding a treasure trove awaiting development. Moreover, Brother Yong Xiao was persistently purchasing magnets without limit. As long as she mined the magnetite, she could sell it to him, thereby aiding him while simultaneously improving her own living conditions. What could be better? Envisioning a bright future, Chu Cixue felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She quickly purchased some food, meat, and fresh water from the trading platform, hastily consumed a meal, and then set off towards the magnetite mine with great haste. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao was jolted awake by a violent shaking. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Teddy's somewhat grim expression and, in astonishment, sat up from his bed. He pushed Teddy slightly and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you intentionally trying to frighten me?" Teddy scratched his head, exuding a sense of helplessness as he replied, "The burrowing mice have returned. You must prepare some delectable food for them. This time, they haven't come on credit. They've brought a plethora of gemstones. I've already placed them in the kitchen for you. Later, you can go and collect them yourself." Chapter 92. The Art of Automobile Manufacturing. It was only then that Yong Xiao recalled the sleepless night he had endured yesterday, during which the earth mice had fled in terror. Now that the wild spirit had departed and the chaos had subsided, they gathered their courage to indulge in delectable treats once more. "If I were to hazard a guess, it seems you are simply famished. Have you finished the chicken leg I provided?" Yong Xiao remarked, rising to his feet and casting a resigned glance at the creature. Teddy shook his head and pointed to the earth mice, who were seated upright in the dining area. "It was not I who consumed it. Rather, those fellows over there came, and upon seeing me gnawing on a chicken leg, they hastily claimed the remnants of my meal." Yong Xiao shot him a skeptical glance, entirely unconvinced by his claims. The earth mice, now sitting so obediently, could hardly be the food-stealing brigands he described. "Brother, please expedite the preparation of our feast. The gems have already been entrusted to Brother Teddy," said one earth mouse, distinguished by a tuft of white fur atop its head as it rubbed its forepaws together. Yong Xiao smiled and nodded, casually inquiring, "Were the chicken legs Teddy provided you enjoyable?" The group of earth mice paused, their expressions blank, before responding candidly, "What chicken legs? We haven't even had a drop of water since arriving here." Upon hearing this, Yong Xiao shot a cold smile at Teddy, who broke into a cold sweat under his gaze. Teddy hastily urged Yong Xiao toward the kitchen, saying, "Xiao, quickly prepare a meal for our guests. We cannot keep them waiting." Not wishing to dwell on Teddy's shortcomings, Yong Xiao swiftly whipped up several new-style desserts for the earth mice, ensuring they were satisfied. He then prepared a lunch for himself and Teddy, all the while retrieving his phone to browse the world channel. Within the channel, numerous individuals were engaged in conversation, and to his astonishment, they were discussing steam engines. Could it be that someone had succeeded in constructing a steam engine? Yong Xiao's heart raced at the notion, but he quickly dismissed it. Even he had only just managed to build a single steam engine, which remained unused, so how could anyone else possess such fortune? It was essential to understand that the steam engine, in terms of both technology and blueprints, as well as the materials required for its construction, was exceedingly costly. He scrolled through the chat logs, and as he absorbed the information, it dawned on him that the system had merely ushered in the steam age, informing them that they could now manufacture steam engines. Upon seeing the price for the steam engine manufacturing technology, Yong Xiao's spirits lifted. It was set at 10,000. Previously, he had acquired the steam engine manufacturing technology for 45 gems, roughly calculating that each gem was valued at around 220. Finding no significant news, Yong Xiao exited the world channel and approached his steam engine, lost in contemplation. He recalled that in his past life, steam engines were primarily utilized in trains, automobiles, and ships. Might he also be able to modify the steam engine or incorporate additional components to construct a steam-powered automobile? Although he currently resided on a small island with no need for cars, the idea intrigued him. However, once he successfully constructs a steam-powered vessel, or perhaps a generator or an oil refinery, his magnificent creation will serve its purpose, allowing him to traverse the untamed wilderness in his automobile. The materials required for crafting a steamship, alongside the time and effort invested, will undoubtedly be more substantial. Yet, the production of a rudimentary steam car is decidedly less arduous. Resolute in his decision, Yong Xiao approached the trading platform and, as anticipated, discovered blueprints and technology for vehicle construction available for purchase. However, the blueprints were rather costly, priced at 2,000 coins, while the technology for vehicle manufacturing, though somewhat cheaper than that for steam engines, still commanded 4,000 coins. Upon rummaging through his piggy bank, Yong Xiao was dismayed to find his funds insufficient. Confounded, he pondered how, despite his daily sales of freshwater, fiery fruits, and various meats, his wealth remained so meager. Hastily, he reviewed his transaction history and soon realized that he had recently spent a considerable sum on various materials, such as iron, ore, magnetite, and timber. Furthermore, the profits from the weapons he crafted and sold the previous night were still marked as pending, requiring an additional day for settlement, an evident attempt to constrict his financial flow. After glancing at the amount, which totaled a staggering 150,000 coins, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. To his astonishment, he had earned such a substantial sum in a single night. Yong Xiao scratched his head, casting a sidelong glance at his balance, only to find that the limit had transformed into the word unlimited. What could this mean? Had the system finally realized that the limit was somewhat oppressive and decided to lift it? Intrigued, Yong Xiao ventured into the world channel, eager to inquire if others had experienced a similar lifting of restrictions. Brothers, is your balance still restricted? Unsurprisingly, his message quickly ascended to the top of the chat. Here comes the esteemed Yong Xiao again. I just checked, and my balance still has a limit. However, my cap has risen to 1,500. What about yours? Yours is so modest. Mine has already reached 3,000. Really? How is your limit so high? Hee, even with a high limit. My balance is currently only 300 coins, as I've spent quite a bit on materials. This is illogical. I haven't purchased much, relying primarily on self-sufficiency, and I've sold numerous supplies. My balance has already surpassed 1,000, yet they have restricted me to 1,500. Upon observing their discussions, Yong Xiao quickly grasped the underlying intention of the application: to encourage more robust trading and invigorate the platform's activity, thereby facilitating an earlier lifting of balance restrictions. His own unlimited balance was a testament to how his frequent transactions had ultimately shattered the confines. Having come to this realization, Yong Xiao sent another message to share his insights with the group, then turned his gaze toward the pile of gemstones he had recently acquired. This time, the number of gems brought was modest, totaling only 20. If sold at 500 each, The revenue could reach 10,000, which would suffice for the blueprints, manufacturing techniques, and material procurement necessary for car production. Although the quantity was limited, Yong Xiao was reluctant to part with them unless absolutely necessary. Who could predict when these earth-dwelling rodents might grow weary of their culinary delights, or when the gems would be nearly exhausted and no longer obtainable? This cunning system is truly deceitful. Once the funds from weapon sales are credited tomorrow, careful budgeting will be imperative, ensuring that he is not confined by financial limitations as he was today. After listing the gems on the trading platform, Yong Xiao announced his sale in the World Channel, and they were swiftly purchased. Chapter 93. The enemy boss Yong Xiao. I purchased a gem, but what is its purpose? Inquired a survivor, who had spent 500 coins on the gem, with a look of confusion. Given the rapid sales of gems, Yong Xiao felt quite pleased and promptly replied, "These gems can be exchanged with wandering merchants for valuable items you desire. Of course, the exchange will be of equivalent worth." What is a wandering merchant? Yong Xiao had already acquired everything he needed and immediately began constructing a vehicle. Teddy, munching on a chicken leg, observed Yong Xiao with curiosity. "What on earth are you building?" "It's enormous." Although he had mastered the manufacturing techniques, the complexity of producing an automobile, a product of modern industry, was still quite intricate. Yong Xiao labored on the vehicle throughout the day and only completed it around 4:30 in the afternoon. "Xiao, what is this contraption?" Teddy had asked countless times before. Yet Yong Xiao had remained silent until he finished. "This is an automobile. With it, we will be able to traverse all continents without hindrance," Yong Xiao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Teddy skeptically examined the so-called vehicle, then peered out the window at the rows of fiery fruit trees. "But we have no need for a car on this small island. Are you planning to knock down all those trees?" Yong Xiao lightly tapped his forehead, exasperated. "We cannot drive here, but when we venture to other continents, we will be able to. Moreover, we have left traps in our other territory. However, we are still unaware of the specifics. Should we not go and investigate?" Upon hearing this, Teddy recalled the traps Yong Xiao had set around that territory and became excited. "You're right. I almost forgot about that. When shall we return to check? Those fellows who dared to scheme against you must have suffered by now." Yong Xiao nodded and said, "Tomorrow, we shall use the guiding beacon to return and see. If those fellows fell for the traps, I will surely notice, as the traps themselves do not change." Meanwhile, near another of Yong Xiao's territories, a group of a dozen shady figures clad in black robes was stealthily approaching, seemingly with malicious intent. "Are you certain this is the kid's territory?" one of the black-robed youths asked with skepticism. Another, slightly taller youth, nodded with a menacing glare. "I am absolutely certain. I have his coordinates, marked after I observed Yong Xiao's activities here a few days ago. There could be no mistake. Then what are we waiting for? Let us rush in and give him a good beating. This kid has been a bit too arrogant lately, and considering he made a fortune selling weapons last night, he must have no place to spend it. Let us take it all for ourselves. Indeed, I counted at least over 10,000 weapons he sold last night, not to mention several hundred offensive devices that were completely sold out," another black-robed youth said indignantly. The young man clad in black robes proclaimed his intent to teach Yong Xiao a lesson, yet their true motivations were abundantly clear. They were simply envious of Yong Xiao's wealth and abundant resources. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a plump lamb, ready for slaughter. "Brothers, let us first scout the area and ascertain whether this young man is indeed within," commanded the leader of the black-robe group with a wave of his hand. A party of over 10 individuals immediately dispersed, approaching the small wooden cabin from 4 different directions. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by a dull thud. One of the youths, clutching his leg, began to wail, "Ah, my leg, it's broken." The leader of the black-robe group cursed under his breath before rushing to the youth's side, reproaching him slightly. "How could you be so careless?" The youth merely continued to lament, prompting the leader to wave his hand dismissively. "Very well, you may remain here. Your assistance is not required for today's endeavor." As the black-robed leader rose and made his way toward the wooden cabin, he heard another of his subordinates nearby grunting as he lifted a large stone, muttering to himself, "I shall smash through his little cabin. Then I shall know everything." No sooner had he spoken than a fresh cry of agony erupted. "Ah, a snake! How can there be snakes here? It's a snake's nest, 2 of them. Good heavens. The youth, brandishing the large stone, was about to hurl it at the cabin when he caught sight of a smaller pit beneath the stone, which contained 2 snakes. Terror gripped him as the snakes, having been freed, lunged at him, one on each arm. The stone slipped from his grasp, landing squarely on his foot. "On my foot!" he screamed once more. Yet his cries were short-lived. The 2 snakes, both venomous, sank their fangs into his arms just as his blood began to race through his veins. The toxins swiftly coursed through his body, leading to his rapid demise. The leader of the black-robe group immediately cautioned his comrades to exercise caution as they slowly approached the cabin, only to hear several more cries of distress. The leader, wary, remained back, hearing their exclamations. "Damn it, this fellow has set traps. My leg is broken." One of the black-robed youths carelessly stepped into a void, but reacted quickly, retreating just in time to collide with a nearby large stone, which crashed down, releasing a jet of white liquid. The black-robed youth, startled, peered closer and discovered a segment of a large white worm protruding from beneath the stone, resembling an oversized ant. "Brother, come here and see what this is," he urgently called to the leader, who, however, dared not approach, merely casting a glance from a distance, his eyelids twitching. "Are you injured? Quickly step back. This young man has set so many traps here. Could it be he has abandoned this territory?" The black-robed leader finally grasped the situation, cursing Yong Xiao's cunning nature under his breath. Just as the black-robed leader grappled with whether to proceed with their plan, a sudden buzzing noise enveloped the surroundings, followed by yet another chorus of screams from his subordinates. "What is happening? What is going on? Do not panic," the black-robed leader urged hastily. "Brother, I am uncertain from where these bees have emerged, yet they persist in stinging me. No, they appear to resemble ants, but how can they possibly fly?" A trembling voice from a cloaked subordinate exclaimed. The surrounding companions echoed his cries of distress, and shortly thereafter, he felt a sharp pain upon his face, followed by a wave of agony coursing through his chest and back. Chapter 94. The creation of automobiles. What is this? My body is covered in welts and itching intensely. The elder in the black robe suddenly descended into madness, as if infested with lice, scratching and clawing at himself in a frenzy. However, he was the most astute and seasoned among them. Upon noticing the large welts and swollen skin of one of his subordinates, coupled with the buzzing bees flitting about, he immediately panicked. "Brothers, we must flee. These are wasteland ants. Retreat at once." The elder in the black robe swiftly organized a withdrawal, his mind no longer preoccupied with confronting Yong Xiao. The venomous injection from the wasteland ants, while not fatal in small quantities, caused unbearable itching. In larger doses, it could indeed be lethal. "I never imagined I would be outsmarted by that Yong Xiao. Just wait until I catch you again. I shall extract your tendons and flay your skin." The elder cast a final glance at the peculiar little wooden house, seething with indignation as he hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Yong Xiao was busy photographing his new vehicle. Although its appearance did not possess the flamboyance of automobiles from his previous earthly life, it was undeniably practical. Just moments ago, as he was perusing the chat on the World Channel, an update notification from the app appeared, enabling him to take photos and upload images. Without hesitation, he positioned himself next to the steam-powered car to capture a full-body shot. "Xiao, what are you doing? Did something go wrong with the car? Can you fix it with just a few gestures on your phone?" Teddy inquired, sipping a refreshing fruit juice with curiosity. Yong Xiao cast him a disdainful glance and replied, "You wouldn't understand. This is called taking a photograph. I just created this steam car. Although I may not need it immediately, I can sell it to others. The wilderness is vast, and automobiles will surely become a necessity in the future." Teddy looked perplexed. What do you mean by a necessity?" Yong Xiao ignored him and returned to his bedroom to lie down while browsing the chat on the World Channel, only to discover that it was ablaze with activity. "Yong Xiao, you are incredible. You've actually built a car. But can it even run? I hope it's not just a decorative piece." This confirms it. The recent update to the Wasteland World app, introducing the Steam Age, was indeed due to Yong Xiao. This is a genuine automobile powered by steam. Is he planning to sell this car? But I doubt anyone can afford it. Just the steam engine alone must be costly. not to mention the hidden expenses of technology and blueprints. Yong Xiao smirked. Having pioneered the creation, he aimed to monopolize the market. Exclusive operation was his goal. While he would not price it exorbitantly, it would not be dirt cheap either, for that would encourage others to construct their own. After pondering for a moment, he typed a message in the chat window. Due to the costs of materials, technology, and blueprints, it certainly won't be priced like cabbage. However, I will assess the costs and production volume to set a reasonable price, allowing more people to benefit from the technological advancements of the Steam Age. Upon hearing Yong Xiao's words, the survivors in the World Channel erupted in cheers and expressions of gratitude. Upon their arrival in this world, they were met not only with the chaos of wild spirits, but also with surging tides and devastating plagues, leaving them with little opportunity to venture far beyond their territories. Had they possessed an automobile, their explorations, whether for timber or fresh water, would have been executed with far greater efficiency. However, there existed a faction that harbored skepticism towards the vehicles produced by Yong Xiao, with some going so far as to disparage them. Is it merely a vehicle? What is so remarkable about it? They questioned, casting doubt on the means by which he acquired such wealth to afford steam engine technology, blueprints, and the materials necessary for both vehicle and engine construction, which collectively represented a substantial sum. Was it possible that this young man had amassed riches through the demise of numerous survivors? Indeed, Yong Xiao had consistently outpaced them from the outset. Was there some hidden agenda at play? I would advise those admirers of Yong Xiao to tread carefully, lest they become unwittingly complicit in his treachery. This rhetoric, though seemingly reasonable, led some to believe in its veracity. Could it truly be that the esteemed Yong Xiao had resorted to murder? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. After all, had he not saved them on several occasions? Were they to forget so easily? A pack of ungrateful wolves. Why had the recent upheaval not claimed the lives of these naysayers? Following his announcement, Yong Xiao exited the app, entirely unaware that his messages had stirred a tumult in the World Channel, which had devolved into chaos. He was preoccupied with calculating costs, deliberating on the appropriate pricing for the forthcoming automobile. The steam engine alone consumed 100 units of timber, 100 pieces of iron ore, and 100 liters of water. These materials alone amounted to 3,000 units of currency. Additional components, such as transmission devices, the four wheels, doors, and the body of the vehicle, though temporarily crafted from timber at a slightly reduced cost, still required 20 units of timber, bringing the total material cost to 3,200 units. As for the blueprints and manufacturing techniques, along with the time invested, these would be negligible in the case of mass production, allowing for a dilution of costs. Moreover, with the passage of time, such technological products are bound to depreciate. Should others enter the market, fierce competition could drive prices below the cost of production. Thus, it was imperative to set an accessible price, ensuring a swift capture of the market. After much contemplation, Yong Xiao ultimately settled on a price of 6,000. However, the final pricing would depend on the willingness of survivors to purchase. If the demand fell short of his expectations, he would have no choice but to pursue a high-end route, consequently inflating the price. Yong Xiao opened the app, navigated to the World Channel, and sent out a message. Survivors, let us conduct a poll. If you wish to place an order for the automobile at the price of 6,000, press 1. If you find it too expensive, press 2. If you are indifferent, press 3. His message was promptly pinned, and soon the chat window was inundated with a cascade of ones. Aside from a few 2s and 3s, there was scarcely any opposition voiced. It is truly remarkable. The price set by Yong Xiao is exceedingly affordable. The materials, blueprints, and manufacturing techniques required for producing a steam engine collectively amount to several tens of thousands. Yet, Yong Xiao offers an entire vehicle for merely 6,000. This is nothing short of a revolution in the automotive industry. Oh, esteemed Yong Xiao, how have you achieved this? A car for just 6,000? While I may not be able to afford it at present, I can now gather an additional 20 logs each day, which implies that, under normal circumstances, I could be driving a vehicle crafted by the illustrious Yong Xiao within a month. Chapter 95. Frantic reservations. You upstairs. Cease your fanciful imaginings. Do you truly believe the price of timber will remain perpetually elevated? Indeed, At present, timber is sold at 10 coins per log. But this is merely due to personal usage and a scarcity of supply. Once survival is assured for all, the price of timber shall inevitably decline. Haha. Is there no sense of justice left? After enduring so much to earn a bit of coin, I had hoped to procure a vehicle soon. Brothers, I implore you, refrain from selling timber and allow me the first opportunity, will you? At this juncture, no one is disparaging Yong Xiao's vehicle sales. For even those individuals desire to purchase a car to flaunt their status, especially since vehicles are so practical in this locale. Observing the enthusiastic reception from the survivors, Yong Xiao felt as though he had undersold himself. Perhaps even a price of 11,000 per vehicle would have attracted buyers. However, armed with this newfound technology, Yong Xiao was not inclined to monopolize it. The insignia of benevolence instilled in him a profound understanding of morality and conscience. He ventured into the trading zone, meticulously detailing the attributes and functionalities of the steam-powered automobile, affixing a price and listing it for sale. Naturally, with only one vehicle available, he opted for a reservation model, dispatching orders in the sequence they were placed. The earliest reservations would be fulfilled first. Under this reservation model, purchasers were required to pay a deposit amounting to at least 5% of the total price. Should they choose to withdraw their interest, the deposit would be non-refundable. Although purchasers could augment their deposits at any time until the full amount was secured. Furthermore, the system offered a credit purchase option, allowing buyers to acquire goods on credit, using more than half of their daily earnings to settle their debts. Nonetheless, Yong Xiao was not particularly fond of this model in such a chaotic wilderness. Who could predict when a survivor might meet an unfortunate fate, leaving him unable to collect his dues? After posting his listing, Yong Xiao made a brief announcement in the global channel before returning to the trading zone to select materials, preparing to manufacture additional vehicles. Upon receiving the news, the survivors surged into the trading area, clamoring to place their reservations. Some even paid 2,000 coins, usurping the positions of earlier buyers to secure priority in the fulfillment queue. Having procured sufficient iron ore, Yong Xiao returned to assess the reservation status and was astonished to discover that an astounding 100,000 reservations had been made. This figure led him to briefly believe that the survivors were exceedingly affluent. However, upon reflection, he realized the vastness of the wilderness world, potentially housing billions, if not hundreds of billions of individuals. With such a multitude as the denominator, it was reasonable that a few fortunate survivors would stand out. After acquiring enough materials to construct another vehicle, Yong Xiao promptly commenced the manufacturing process. Meanwhile, Teddy watched with great interest, occasionally offering suggestions. "Xiao, I believe this vehicle could be designed to be more imposing. It would certainly exude an air of grandeur. And why not add a cargo compartment at the rear? It would enhance its utility for long journeys as well as transportation." After an entire hour of dedicated effort, Yong Xiao successfully produced another vehicle, a commendable pace indeed. Yet, the sheer volume of his orders sent a shiver of apprehension down his spine. Turning his head to glance at Teddy, Yong Xiao couldn't help but lament the stark contrast in the fates of individuals. Teddy stood idly by, leisurely munching on a chicken leg while observing him toil away. Meanwhile, he was laboring tirelessly to create something of little merit. "Teddy, fetch me some fireberries, move quickly. Stop loafing around, eating my chicken leg and laughing at my plight." Anger welled up within Yong Xiao as he delivered a light kick to Teddy's rear, which Teddy nimbly evaded. "Why kick me? I never said I wouldn't collect them," he retorted, disdain evident in his expression. With a surge of his lightning energy, a cluster of fire berries, he promptly fell to the ground. Watching Teddy scamper off, Yong Xiao felt a bit of relief. He sat down, took out his phone, and opened the world channel, only to find someone tagging him, requesting he craft some weapons. "Is the esteemed Yong Xiao available? Could you create some weapons? The chaos from the aberrant creatures yesterday has left me shaken. I feel underarmed." Yong Xiao chuckled softly and typed a response. "I have some weapons available. If you need them, I shall list them on the trading platform." Exiting the app, he proceeded to list the various weapons he had casually forged, setting a modest price, as they were not fully refined products. After logging off, He noticed the sky darkening and deemed it prudent to craft additional weapons or defensive devices for sale. The night prior, the survivors had fought tirelessly, and his weapons were swiftly sold out. With dawn, the demand for defensive devices surged, and the remaining few hundred units vanished in an instant. However, when he tried to procure more materials, he found his balance insufficient. He emptied his piggy bank into his phone account, but it yielded only a few steel coins. This situation was untenable. The funds from the weapons and wind defensive devices he had sold were currently frozen, likely to be unlocked past midnight. He needed to manufacture a batch of weapons and defensive devices before nightfall, which necessitated a pre-order system. Contemplating this, he returned to the World Channel to post a message. Survivors, my balance is insufficient for purchasing materials. Shortly, I will list pre-orders. If you wish to purchase weapons or defensive devices, please place your orders now with full payment. Upon receipt, I will commence production immediately. Upon hearing this, the survivors erupted in excitement. What? The boss is out of money? Impossible. Yong Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and added, I just crafted another vehicle. I truly am out of funds. One survivor, who had been monitoring the transactions of weapons and defensive devices from the previous night, promptly inquired, Boss, where did the money from the weapons you sold last night go? Yong Xiao replied, the funds are frozen by the app. They won't be available until after midnight. A wave of silence fell over the group, soon followed by a flurry of discontent in the chat. Curse this program. Let it crawl away. Best wishes to its family. Enough chatter. Everyone, hurry and place your pre-orders. Send over the money, and I will begin crafting immediately. The survivors hold a profound trust in Yong Xiao, especially considering that the currency required for the creation of weapons and defensive mechanisms is relatively modest. Yong Xiao would not tarnish his reputation in the world for the sake of such trifling sums. Orders began to pour in like snowflakes, and Yong Xiao's balance swiftly surged. He promptly procured materials and commenced the fabrication of weapons and defensive apparatuses. Chapter 96. Normalization. Last night, having crafted a multitude of weapons, Yong Xiao had become exceedingly proficient. His speed significantly improved. If he were to continue crafting for an extended period, he could potentially produce 50,000 sets. However, this time the demand for protective devices was evidently greater. Although possessing weapons instilled a sense of confidence, it also meant a restless night, as he had to remain vigilant against the feral spirits and engage in combat with them. For solid 2 hours before nightfall, Yong Xiao immersed himself in the creation of protective devices and weaponry. By the time darkness enveloped the land, he had successfully manufactured 8,000 sets of protective gear and 2,000 weapons. After selling these supplies, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief and announced in the global channel, Brothers, I'm off to have a meal. Those who have yet to acquire weapons and protective devices will have to wait a bit longer. Please, don't abandon me. I can pay more, pleaded a voice amidst the crowd. Yong Xiao, don't leave yet. I still haven't made my purchase. My little cabin is still in disrepair. Could you please finish my order before departing? A chorus of lamentations arose from those who had yet to secure their items, yet Yong Xiao paid them no mind. Even if he wished to help, he had to first satiate his own hunger. He quickly dashed to the kitchen and prepared a few dishes, sharing the meal with Teddy. By this time, dusk had descended, and the survivors huddled in their cabins, too fearful to venture outside. The previous day's events were still fresh in their minds. Unless they were jesting with death, they would remain dutifully indoors. As soon as he finished dining, Yong Xiao was about to resume crafting protective gear when suddenly, the alarm from the protective devices outside the villa sounded. This was soon followed by the anguished cries of the feral spirits, a sound all too familiar to him. Frowning, Yong Xiao wondered if those feral spirits had reappeared. What was the situation? Approaching the villa's perimeter, he indeed spotted a group of feral spirits, their faces twisted in fear as they stared at his walls. Upon noticing Yong Xiao emerge from the room, they bared their teeth menacingly, yet dared not advance. Yong Xiao promptly retrieved his phone to check the global channel, and to his dismay, he discovered that survivors in other locations were facing similar attacks. My heavens, those fiends have returned. It's utterly terrifying, he thought. Fortunately, he had just acquired Yong Xiao's protective devices, which he had immediately installed around his cabin. The feral spirits could only glare in frustration, unable to penetrate the defenses, allowing him the prospect of a restful night. The protective devices from Yong Xiao possess such remarkable efficacy. Had I known, I would have purchased a set earlier. Although I just acquired a weapon, it pales in comparison to the value of the protective gear. Is Yong Xiao still around? I wish to purchase protective devices. Please expedite the shipment. Why are you reserving protective devices now? Questioned another. Do you think you can leave your cabin at this moment? Are you foolish? While it's true we cannot exit the cabin now, have you not considered tomorrow? We must hasten the crafting of protective devices. Otherwise, will we be forced to battle the feral spirits every night? How will we find the strength to chop wood by day? Indeed, you make a valid point. Wait for me. I shall also seek a set of protective devices. I truly envy those who possess the financial means to acquire protective devices. Currently, I find myself armed with only a weapon, struggling to confront the wild spirits. Tomorrow, I can no longer afford to be timid. I must venture forth to gather timber and hunt, lest I remain unable to purchase protective gear. The discussions on the World Channel have surged, with individuals exchanging remarks that have remarkably inflated the demand for protective suits. Yong Xiao is no longer anxious about the wild spirits outside, allowing him the peace of mind to forge protective devices and weapons. After a night of exertion and this afternoon's training, Yong Xiao's speed in weapon crafting has noticeably increased. However, the limitations of one's stamina remain. How fortunate it would be if Teddy could assist him in this endeavor. Glancing at the clock, it is only 8 o'clock. Today's sign-in has yielded nothing of urgent necessity, merely a collection of supplies. I hope that after midnight, I might sign in to acquire something truly desirable or urgently needed, perhaps even a miraculous ability. Yong Xiao silently prays and continues to expedite the crafting of weapons and defense mechanisms. As night deepens, the demand for weapons evidently escalates. At this juncture, the creation of protective devices seems less pertinent, as survivors find themselves in immediate need of armaments. Following the events of last night and the release of purchasing fervor, the urgency for weapon acquisition today is not as pressing as it was previously. Nevertheless, a growing number of survivors have come to recognize the significance of weaponry. While some craft rudimentary weapons at no cost, a greater number opt to purchase the superior weapons forged by Yong Xiao, having discovered that his creations possess remarkable offensive capabilities. Despite being of the same category, self-made weapons often suffer from rapid wear and tear, ultimately necessitating disposal. In contrast, the durability of Yong Xiao's offerings remains exceptional, allowing them to withstand repeated combat engagements. Following the positive word of mouth, today's weapon purchases have astonishingly surpassed yesterday's figures. Fortunately, these individuals do not find themselves in dire need of weaponry, granting Yong Xiao the luxury of time to work at his own pace. Meanwhile, Chu Sushiwei reclines within her modest wooden cabin, relishing the tranquility and observing the conversations of survivors on the World Channel, a satisfied smile gracing her delicate features. She has procured a set of protective devices from Yong Xiao on the trading platform, which she has effectively deployed around her cabin, significantly muffling the roars and collisions of the wild spirits outside. These protective mechanisms greatly diminish the impact of the wild spirits on her sanctuary, ensuring its safety. My brother is becoming increasingly formidable, having even crafted an automobile. Alas, I lack the funds at present. Otherwise, I would certainly buy one. Chu Sushiwei muses wistfully. She wonders where her brother might be in this wilderness. If only she had a vehicle, she could drive to find him. She ponders the circumstances under which they might one day reunite. At this moment, Yong Xiao is tirelessly engaged in weapon modifications, his speed accelerating with each passing moment. Naturally, this efficiency is largely automated. The wilderness world has implemented a semi-gamified approach, where survivors' proficiency and crafting speed enhance with each successive creation. However, it takes the forging of 100 weapons to ascend to a new level. Although each advancement is modest after the creation of tens of thousands of weapons, Yong Xiao has attained a mastery of weapon crafting that is nothing short of exquisite. Ding! The sign-in time has arrived. Would you like to sign in? Yong Xiao silently contemplated the sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have signed in today and received a skill conversion card, allowing the transfer of the user's skills to the recipient without any limitations on the number of conversions.